Chapter 1 Aggressive. I'm going to get our school beauty Chuchu tonight. Who has objections? Who disagrees? At the class reunion, Wei Diqing, the rich second generation in the class, announced arrogantly. After the announcement, he glanced at everyone and his eyes fell on Su Qi with a provocative look on his face. Especially you, are you convinced? He always regarded Su Qi as his love rival. Because he was madly pursuing the school beauty Chuchu, she always had a good eye for Su Qi. When he was in school, he bought a box of drinks for a physical education class. Purified water, cola, Sprite, Red Bull, Nutri Express, and so on were brought to Chuchu. As a result, Chuchu didn't even look at it. Instead, she ran to Su Qi, who was drinking water, and drank the water from Su Qi's cup. All the classmates were watching at that time, and they were in an uproar. Drinking water from the cup that Su Qi was drinking from, isn't this an indirect kiss? Wei Diqing felt humiliated like never before. Chuchu would rather drink the water from Su Qi's cup than the drink he had worked so hard to buy. This is a disrespect to him. From that time on, he hated Su Qi and made trouble for him everywhere. Su Qi was furious at Wei Diqing's words. Wei Diqing, do you still have any humanity? Chuchu's mother is in the hospital and desperately needs money to save her life. We're gathering to raise money for Chuchu. How dare you say such shameless things at this time? Not only him, but other students were also very dissatisfied with Wei Diqing's arrogance. However, Wei Diqing's family was too rich and powerful, so everyone could only endure it. Wei Diqing was very disdainful, ridiculous. Only poor people would talk about humanity here. For me, sex is enough. That's what adults do. We're actually discussing human nature here. How much is human nature worth? Su Qi snorted coldly. You don't even want humanity, are you a beast? You. Wei Diqing slammed the table and stood up. I'm about to come and settle the score with Su Qi. The classmates next to him quickly stopped him. Calm down, we are all classmates. Yes, we also need to raise money for Chuchu's mother. Wei Diqing pushed him away and said, What the hell, I've already paid for that little bit of money. Pointing at Su Qi, he said, I just paid the money casually, can you come up with it? Su Qi gritted his teeth secretly. He wanted to help Chuchu, but he really didn't have that much money. I heard that the surgery for Chuchu's mother's disease would cost at least 200,000 yuan, and it might not even be cured. You will have to spend money later. I felt my pocket and found only the 1,000 yuan I had withdrawn in advance from the company today. I'm going to hand it over to Chuchu and do my best to help. But compared to 200,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. It's not that he doesn't work hard. But after graduation, I found several jobs, but none of them were satisfactory. In my first job, just as I was about to finish my internship, the company suddenly went bankrupt. In my second job, the boss was in debt and ran away with the money without even getting my salary. In this city, with so many places that require money, I had no choice but to deliver food temporarily. He was still wearing his delivery work clothes under his coat, and the electric delivery vehicle was parked in the corner outside the hotel. I'm just asking you, do you have money? Seeing that Su Qi didn't say anything, Wei Diqing became more provocative. If you don't have money, stop talking and just watch how I deal with Chuchu. Su Qi couldn't help but clench his fists. This bastard is so arrogant. A classmate next to me whispered. It seems that Chuchu is doomed today. There's no other way. No matter how noble Chuchu is, can she not treat her mother? Alas, she will definitely give in to Wei Diqing. This is reality. Chuchu can't escape Wei Diqing's control. It's a pity that a beautiful flower has to be stuck in cow dung. Chuchu is the goddess in our hearts. Damn it! I really want to beat this guy up. How dare you? Do you know who his father is? He's a very powerful contractor with dozens of people under him. He's rich and well connected. Are you looking for death if you dare to cross him? Bang! Su Qi slammed the table and stood up. I really can't stand listening to it anymore. At worst, I can just go all out and fight Wei Diqing to the death. Just thinking about a beautiful girl like Chuchu succumbing to this bastard makes me feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly. What are you up to? Wei Diqing was shocked. Just as Su Qi was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. The system has detected the host's strong intention, selected the host, and is now binding. Binding in progress. 1%, 2%. Suchi was stunned. What the hell? System? There really is such a thing as a system. Although I have seen various systems in novels, I never expected to encounter one in reality. It's really shocking. I just don't know what kind of system I'm encountering. The system quickly completed the binding and began to introduce itself. Only then did Suchi realize that this system was called the Midas Touch system. As long as there is enough energy, you can turn everything into gold. The higher the energy consumption, the more amazing the effect of turning stone into gold. Suchi couldn't help but look at his fingers. Can stone turn into gold with just a flick of your finger? So awesome? The system binding process was a pleasure. I'm happy to give you 3 newbie gift packs. Suchi was overjoyed. As expected, there is a gift package for beginners, and the process is very standardized. Hurry up and open the first novice gift pack. The gift package you opened was empty. Totally empty. Surprising or not? Surprising or not? Suchi suddenly had 3 black lines on his forehead. How could the gift package be empty? This system is a bit tricky. Hurry up and open the second novice gift pack. The gift package you opened is still empty. Didn't expect that? Suchi collapsed. This system feels a bit annoying. Be patient and open the last gift package. Congratulations, your patience has been rewarded. You are rewarded with 1000 energy points. Energy points can be obtained from the system or exchanged for attention points. 1 point of attention can be exchanged for 1 point of energy. Win the attention of others and you will gain attention. Suchi looked at the system panel. There is indeed a number for the energy value. It was originally 0, now it has become 1000. This energy value can turn stone into gold. Fuck, you coward, if you don't dare to do anything, why are you pretending to be so tough? Wei Diqing was originally frightened by Suchi's momentum. But when he saw Suchi suddenly standing there motionless, he couldn't help but relax. Master Wei, how dare he touch you? Isn't that courting death? That's right, if he dares to get close to you, young Master Wei, we'll break his legs first. Wei Diqing's 2 followers, Kuqiu and Kuzhao, quickly flattered him. When they were in school, the 2 of them were Wei Diqing's lackeys. Now he clung to Wei Diqing's thigh tightly. Xuechuchu is here. Someone whispered. Everyone looked back and saw the door of the private room opened and Xuechuchu walked in. She was wearing a plain long skirt and a white sweater. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back. Her face was pale, with slight dark circles and red eyes, and she looked very haggard. It seems that she is very troubled by her mother's affairs. However, it is still difficult to conceal the elegant scholarly air about her. This is the goddess in everyone's eyes, hardworking, motivated, and beautiful, like a quiet and elegant orchid in the valley. The protagonist has arrived, everyone please cooperate with Master Chang. Don't forget, without Master Chang, you poor bastards wouldn't even be able to enter this 5-star hotel, let alone enjoy the delicious food here. Kuqiu and Kuzhao reminded everyone. Wei Diqing kicked Kuqiu off the chair. Patted the chair left vacant by Kuqiu. He said to Xuechuchu with a smile, Goddess, sit here. Xuechuchu glanced at him and said nothing. He looked around and his gaze fell on Suchi. Everyone knew that Wei Diqing regarded Suchi as his love rival, and no one dared to sit with Suchi. So, the seats on both sides of Suchi were empty. Xuechuchu walked straight to Suchi and asked in a low voice, Is anyone here? Before Suchi could answer, Wei Diqing said angrily, Asshole, think carefully. You dare to ruin my good thing? I won't let you step out of this hotel tonight. Chapter 2 Let's show off. Suchi sneered, That's perfect, I was thinking of having a candlelit night chat with our school beauty, so I'll stay here tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Attention points from Xie Xiaofeng plus 5. Attention points from Yang Shurao plus 5. In a short period of time, Suchi actually received more than a dozen points of attention. I suddenly understood where the focus came from. It must be because he remained so tough in the face of Wei Diqing's aggressiveness that everyone looked at him differently, and thus he became the focus of attention. Good. Just know how to gain attention. With a smile on his face, he said to Xuechuchu, Long time no see. Come sit down and let's have a good chat. Xuechuchu looked at him deeply and sat down beside him. Attention points from Xuechuchu plus 10. Su Chi was slightly stunned. Why did Chuchu attract so much attention? Others get +5, but she gets +10 directly. After thinking about it for a while, I seem to understand a little. Chuchu not only pays attention to him, but also has a good impression of him, which is definitely a higher level than just paying attention, so it translates into a lot of attention points. Chuchu, I want you to sit here with me. Wei Diqing slammed a stack of money on the table. This stack of money must be worth 10,000. He called this class reunion today, ostensibly to raise money for Chuchu's mother. But in fact, it was just to let everyone see how he conquered Chuchu with money. Even the noble Chuchu has to kneel down in front of money. This cash was prepared in advance. When Chuchu saw the money he took out, her expression changed. What she needs most now is money. When she was in school, she didn't feel the importance of money and was just focused on studying. After graduation, I realized that nothing is more important than money. Especially when my mother is seriously ill, money is her life. Without money, I can only watch my mother die in the hospital bed. There is nothing more excruciating than that kind of pain. Wei Diqing looked at Chuchu with a sneer. Bang! He slapped another wad of money on the table in front of him. Come here, this money is yours. As he spoke, he kept taking out stacks of money. Finally, there was a pile of money in front of him. I know your mother's surgery will cost $200,000, and I've paid for it. An extra $20,000 will even cover post-operative care. Come here and sit here with me. Having said this, he patted his legs. He simply didn't let Chuchu sit next to him, but let her sit on his lap. In the past, Chuchu never gave him a good look. Now, he wants to completely deal with Chuchu in front of everyone. Chuchu's body trembled slightly, her eyes became redder, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She felt deeply humiliated. But she had to get the money. There is really no other way. I've borrowed from all my relatives and friends, and there's nothing else I can do. Between her dignity and her mother's life, she had no choice but to give up her dignity. He glanced at Su Chi and whispered, I'm sorry. Just get up and go over. Bang! Su Chi grabbed her hand and said, sit down. You will sit here tonight. Wei Diqing was furious and jumped up in anger. Su Chi, are you really looking for death? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror, you think you're worthy enough to snatch a woman from me? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Kuqiu and Ku Zhao echoed from the side. That's right, how could a poor bastard like you have the guts to compete with young Master Wei? Young Master Wei's daily allowance is enough for you to earn in your lifetime. You have a rough idea in your mind. Are you and young Master Wei on the same level? Su Chi sneered, isn't it just money? With just this little money, you're still ashamed to show it off? He reached into his pocket and quietly took out the 1,000 yuan he had withdrawn in advance. I thought to myself, now I can start turning stones into gold. The system responded immediately. May I ask how much energy the host needs to consume to turn stone into gold? Tip, the more energy you consume, the more amazing the effect. Su Chi looked at the system panel. There were 25 focus points and the energy value was 1,000. So I said to myself, consume 1,000 energy points. At this time, you have to go all in. Just as I was thinking this, a faint light suddenly flashed on the index finger of my right hand. Does this mean it's ready to order? This is my first time using Midas Touch, and I wonder how effective it is. He placed his hand under the tablecloth and lightly tapped the 1,000 yuan bill with his finger. With just a click, the money in his hand disappeared. Suddenly, there was a pile of money at my feet. There was so much money that he had no place to put his legs, so he had to spread his legs apart. Fortunately, the tablecloth was covering it, otherwise the students around would be shocked to see such a large pile of money suddenly appearing. Su Chi looked down at the pile of money at his feet. If the money in front of Wei Diqing was 200,000, then this pile of money would be at least 2 million. I was so excited. It really can turn stone into gold. Just with a light click, 1,000 yuan turned into millions. This system is so awesome. Look, this bastard has lowered his head. He's a coward. How dare he not be timid in front of such a handsome and wealthy man like Wei Xiao? Kuqiu and Ku Zhao laughed. Wei Diqing sneered, you poor bastard, didn't you say that this is all the money you have? It's just this little money, why don't you take it out? Su Chi sneered. There is so much money at your feet, are you still afraid of this guy? He raised his head coldly and looked at Wei Diqing. You want money, right? I'm going to kill you with money. He reached under the tablecloth, grabbed a wad of money, and threw it at Wei Dicheng. It hit Wei Dicheng right in the face. Bang! It was like a loud slap in the face to Wei Dicheng. Wei Dicheng was stunned for a moment, turned around and looked. It was indeed a stack of money. His face suddenly turned ugly. He said viciously, "Have you taken out all the savings you've saved since you graduated? This little money is not enough to fill my teeth." Su Chi sneered, "What about these?" He kicked the chair away and put the piles of money at his feet on the table. Under everyone's gaze. "Pick up a pile of money." He picked up another pile of money. "Pick up another pile of money." All the money piled together would not be able to fit on the table in front of me. Just now, Wei Dicheng took out the money in stacks, while Su Chi took it out in piles. It's completely different concept. There is no comparison at all. Can this money kill you? Fuck. Wei Dicheng was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. Although his father was a contractor, he had never seen so much cash piled in front of him. It really looks like a small hill. The key point is that this was taken out by Su Chi. In his eyes, Su Chi is a poor guy. During physical education class, others drank beverages, but Su Chi brought his own water cup. How can such a person come up with so much money? The other students were also shocked. No one expected that Su Chi was such a hidden tycoon. Even Xue Chuchu beside him looked at Su Chi in disbelief. The attention from XXX generates a surprise critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a surprise critical hit plus 100. Su Chi was stunned. Could attention be a critical hit? Ox paralysis. But if you think about it, it makes sense. When you are surprised, your attention to someone will definitely increase rapidly. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit plus 500. Su Chi couldn't help but look at Xue Chuchu. Campus beauties are different, they always attract more attention than others. Keiju's attention generates shocking critical hits plus 200. The focus from Ku's marsh generates shocking critical hits plus 200. It seems that these two lackeys were also shocked. In shock, attention to Su Chi suddenly doubled. What the hell are you talking about? Are you mute? Su Chi grabbed a stack of money and threw it at Wei Dicheng. Wei Dicheng was shocked and woke up as if from a dream. Look at the money around him, and then look at the pile of money in front of Su Chi. There's absolutely no comparison. He used to be so arrogant, but now he doesn't have the courage to show off at all. Chapter 3, Enjoyable. Aren't you showing off your wealth? Come on, keep showing off. Su Chi continued to throw money. Wei Dicheng was hit so hard that he had to dodge in a panic. Wei Dicheng has always been very arrogant because he is rich. I have never been so embarrassed in front of my classmates. This is the first time I failed in showing off my wealth. Everyone also felt a sense of relief that they had never felt before. This rich second generation never expected to end up like this. The attention from XXX generates a refreshing critical hit plus 200. The attention from XXX generates a refreshing critical hit plus 200. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a refreshing critical hit of plus 600. Su Chi helped everyone vent their anger, making them feel relaxed and happy. Everyone paid extra attention to Su Chi. This also brought Su Chi a lot of benefits. In a short period of time, it gained more than 3,000 attention points. Keiju's attention generates panic critical hit plus 200. The focus from Komarsh generates panic critical hit plus 200. The attention from Wei Dicheng generates panic critical hit plus 300. Su Chi felt relieved when he heard these system prompts. It seems that these three guys are panicking and have to face themselves. Especially Wei Dicheng, he actually panicked. He's just a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. When I meet someone richer, I just become timid. Xue Chuchu's attention generates appreciation crit plus 200. Xue Chuchu's attention generates appreciation crit plus 200. Xue Chuchu's attention generates admiration crit plus 800. Oh shit. Xue Chuchu's attention on herself skyrocketed. Love crit? Su Chi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xue Chuchu, and saw Xue Chuchu looking at him with sparkling eyes. Those eyes are as charming as starlight. When Su Chi looked over, Xue Chuchu blushed and quickly looked away. How could she not pay extra attention to Su Chi? When she was in school, she hated Wei Dicheng's persistence. But I couldn't get rid of it. Today I almost fell down in front of Wei Dicheng and let him control me in humiliation. If that happened, she would lose her dignity and become a plaything of Wei Dicheng. Just thinking about it gives me chills. It was Su Qi who rescued her from such a terrible predicament and taught Wei Dicheng a lesson. It's really satisfying. Su Qi is so handsome and charming. It's so heartwarming. Well done. Finally, a classmate shouted out. Well done. More students shouted out and stood up to encourage Su Qi. Su Qi, throw money at him and see if he still dares to show off just because he has a few bucks. Yes, smash him to death. This guy has been showing off for too long and bullying others too much. Su Qi sneered at Wei Dicheng and said, see? This is what it means to be deserted by everyone. Wei Dicheng was extremely panicked. I really didn't expect that after he became weak, everyone would treat him like this. This is everyone's true attitude towards him. In the past, I was just afraid of his money and family background, so I could only be perfunctory and patient with him. Looking at their expressions, it seemed like they were ready to rush over and beat him up at any moment. Wei Dicheng was really scared and shouted, you bastards, shut up. Otherwise I'll have the hotel security come and deal with you poor bastards. The hotel manager is my Uncle Luo. I can beat you all up with just one word. Having said that, he quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. He could no longer control the situation and had to call for help. Hello, Uncle Luo, I'm Wei Dicheng. Something happened here. Yes, someone is beating me. Bring the security here quickly. I'm in room 302. When those classmates saw that he really called people, they became wary. Wei Dicheng calls the hotel manager Uncle Luo so affectionately, which shows that this is Wei Dicheng's territory. If you go against Wei Dicheng, you will definitely suffer. I couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Wei Dicheng was overjoyed. Why, are you all scared? I invited you to such a nice place to eat and drink, and you actually hit me. Have you all got your consciences eaten by dogs? Those students didn't say anything. Shui Chuchu gently pulled Su Qi's clothes. Let Su Qi leave quickly. After all, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Su Qi smiled at her and said, it doesn't matter. With this guy's character, the only people he can get to know are those fair-weather friends who are befriended with money. If I can use money to make friends, I can use money to make them turn against me. Looked at the system panel. Now it has received 9,365 attention points. It can be exchanged for 9,365 energy points in equal amount. Exchange them all. Su Qi said secretly. In an instant, the focus was reset to 0 and turned into energy value. With these energy values, you can turn stone into gold again. Then order it again. Even if the hotel manager came, he would have knocked it over with money. However, I can't order cash anymore, otherwise I won't have enough room. After thinking about it, he took out his bank card. He knew there were only $200 in it. This is his living expenses. See if you can turn this bank card into gold. First consume 1,000 energy points once to try the effect. As he thought of this, a faint light appeared on his fingers, and he gently tapped the bank card. Bite. A text message came on the phone immediately. Take it out and have a look. 500,000.00 has been deposited into your bank card with the last number XXXX. The original 200 yuan was gone, and the bank card balance became 500,000 yuan. Su Qi was overjoyed, thinking that it would be okay to use a bank card. I thought the system would change the bank card into silver or gold. I didn't expect it to be so smart. It knows that the bank card is secondary and the balance in it is the most important. After this trial, Su Qi gained confidence. He took out another 1,000 energy points and tapped the bank card. Bite. The text message came again. 10,000,000.00 has been credited to your bank card with the last number XXXX. In that instant, 200 yuan became 10 million. Then, another text message came. Congratulations on becoming our super VIP customer. Your account privileges have been enhanced and there is no limit on the amount of transfers and spending. This Midas Touch system not only increases the account balance, but also improves the account permissions. Really amazing. However, Su Qi discovered that the effect of turning stone into gold was not a pure multiple increase. The same 1,000 energy points cost 1,000 yuan, and you get 2 million yuan. Click 200 yuan and get 500,000. 500,000 and get 10 million. This algorithm seems complicated. But the system must have its own judgment. Anyway, now that I have 10 million, I can start working without any hesitation. Who dares to bully my good nephew in my hotel? Don't you take me, Luo Jianfang, seriously? The door of the private room opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushed in aggressively with a group of security guards. After coming in, quickly block the door and no one can get out. Chapter 4, Changed Attitude. The middle-aged man is the hotel manager Luo Jianfeng. Because Wei Diqing's father Wei Baofa often comes to the hotel to spend money, they are very familiar with each other. Luo Jianfeng was determined to win over such a big client, so they became brothers. Wei Diqing therefore affectionately called him Uncle Luo. When Luo Jianfeng came in, he was shocked to see a pile of money in front of Wei Diqing and Su Qi. Is this still a hotel private room? Why do I feel like I'm in a casino and the god of gamblers is competing with me? He was accustomed to Wei Diqing showing off his wealth. But unexpectedly, Su Qi on the opposite side was even more powerful. The pile of money on the table was at least several million. I couldn't help but look at Su Qi a few more times. Is this guy richer than Wei Diqing? Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a surprise critical hit plus 300. Su Qi readily accepted Luo Jianfeng's 300 attention points. Uncle Luo, it's this bastard, beat him up for me. Wei Diqing pointed his finger at Su Qi. He hated Su Qi to the core. At school, Su Qi embarrassed him with a glass of water. Now they are throwing money at him and humiliating him. He and Su Qi are sworn enemies. This. Luo Jianfeng hesitated slightly. He could see that Su Qi was also very rich. In theory, potential big customers should not be offended. Wei Diqing became anxious. Uncle Luo, what are you waiting for? Is my dad's gold card with you about to expire? Don't you want him to top up another million? He is well aware of the power of money. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed. Yes, can gold card VIPs be treated the same as ordinary guests? We must stand up for the gold card VIPs. He immediately glared at Su Qi. You kid, you look like a shifty person. I seriously suspect you stole something from our hotel. Please come with us to the security room. Once he went to the security room, Su Qi would have no say in the matter. Find a name that will be enough to give Su Qi a good beating and vent Wei Diqing's anger. Wei Diqing's father directly recharged 1 million last time and became a gold card member. Wei Diqing's father is so powerful, of course he has to take good care of Wei Diqing. After hearing this, the security guard immediately rushed towards Su Qi. Su Qi sneered, you are just a hotel manager, and a mere 1 million is enough to make you kowtow like this? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just doing my job as a hotel manager. Luo Jianfeng stared. You are such a liar. You must be of low character. Hurry, take him to the security room immediately. He scolded anxiously. The security guards were about to pull Su Qi up. Su Qi suddenly asked calmly, what kind of member is the most distinguished one here? Luo Jianfeng was slightly stunned. Su Qi took out his bank card. I have 10 million here, and I don't know how to spend it. I wanted to spend it at your hotel. Don't you have anything worth 10 million in your hotel? When Luo Jianfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. Excitedly, he quickly said, Sir, if you top up 10 million here, you can become our most distinguished black card VIP. Whether it's accommodation or consumption, it's 50% off. There are also special benefits once a month. The attitude has completely changed compared to before. He had no doubt about Su Qi's ability to come up with 10 million. After all, there are millions of cash in front of him. Su Qi curled his lips. It sounds good, then I will apply for this black card membership. Swipe the card. Just throw the bank card over. Luo Jianfeng was stunned. Is it done now? Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000. Although he has met many wealthy people in this 5-star hotel. But this is the first time I have seen such a rich man casually spend 10 million to get a black card membership without even asking any questions. What, you refuse? Su Qi glanced at him. How could Luo Jianfeng refuse? He waved his hands repeatedly, no, no, no. Looking at Su Qi now, he is so handsome no matter how you look at him. Although he is young, he is so generous that he is definitely a wealthy man. Luo Jianfeng's attention generates worship critical hit plus 1,000. Sir, I am so grateful that you have chosen to become a black card member of our hotel. Luo Jianfeng couldn't help but bow to Su Qi. Su Qi sneered. He even bowed to himself. Gained 2,000 attention points from him. Can be converted into 2,000 energy points. Using these 2,000 energy points, it is enough to turn 200 yuan into 10 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you swipe your card and apply for black card membership. Luo Jianfeng turned around and was about to leave. Return! Su Qi shouted. Yes, sir, what else do you want? Luo Jianfeng not only had a smile on his face, but also nodded and bowed. Compared to just now, they are completely two different people. The students were completely stunned. Is this okay? This manager is really good at changing his stance according to the situation, isn't he? Also, Su Qi is so handsome. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. Su Qi sneered, you just said that I have shifty eyes and suspected that I was a thief. You wanted to take me to the security room, right? Luo Jianfeng's expression changed drastically, and he laughed dryly. Is there? Su Qi snorted coldly, no? Sir, I was wrong. Luo Jianfeng quickly apologized. What I have in my hand is 10 million. If he succeeds in completing this order, he will be extremely popular with his boss, and he can also complete this year's tasks ahead of schedule and receive a large bonus at the end of the year. No matter what, we cannot lose Su Qi, this important customer. That's it? Su Qi looked at him coldly. I've offended your guests, and this is how you apologize? If this is the attitude, I have to consider spending the 10 million yuan at another hotel. I heard the hotel across the street is pretty good. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng almost peed his pants. Is the 10 million I got going to fly away? Do you still need to fly to the hotel across the street? That's their hotel's mortal enemy. If the boss knew that he had let a client worth 10 million yuan go to the hotel across the street, he would have to fire him. In order to keep Su Qi, I had to take the risk. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Sir, it's my fault. I was blind and misunderstood you. Please forgive me. He raised his hand and slapped him on the other side of his face. The students were simply shocked. Su Qi actually made the manager of a 5-star hotel slap himself in the face. Sure enough, money is useful. Su Qi didn't say anything and continued to look at Luo Jianfeng coldly. Luo Jianfeng was extremely embarrassed. Judging from Su Qi's attitude, he must be still dissatisfied. There was no other way but to bite the bullet and continue slapping myself. Sir, I was wrong. Wei Deqing couldn't bear it any longer. Uncle Luo, you are the manager of this hotel, why are you like this? It's so embarrassing. He asked Luo Jianfeng to support him and help him deal with Su Qi. As a result, Luo Jianfeng actually slapped him here. Not only did Luo Jianfeng lose face, he also suffered shame. When Luo Jianfeng heard this, he immediately got angry. If it weren't for Wei Deqing, he would never have offended a big client like Su Qi. It was Wei Deqing who made him so passive and embarrassed. He hasn't even settled the score with Wei Deqing yet, but Wei Deqing thinks he's embarrassing? This is outrageous. Rush over and punch him. You nasty little thing, you have no respect for your elders. You even dare to criticize me. Didn't your father teach you manners? A punch knocked Wei Deqing off balance. Chapter 5 The Most Distinguished Guest. Wei Deqing was shocked. Uncle Luo, you actually hit me for this bastard? Luo Jianfeng became more and more angry. Su Qi was his distinguished guest, and he tried his best to curry favor with him, but Wei Deqing slandered Su Qi and called him a bastard. Isn't this just destroying his reputation? He gritted his teeth and shouted to the security guards, this guy is causing trouble in our hotel and slandering our distinguished guests. Arrest him. The security guards came over quickly. He rushed from Su Qi to Wei Deqing and held Wei Deqing down. Luo Jianfeng said with a cold face, anyone who dares to offend our distinguished guests is the enemy of our hotel. Our hotel firmly protects the interests of our guests. He slapped Wei Deqing again and glared at him coldly. You, apologize to our guests immediately. Wei Deqing couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? I apologize to this bastard? How is that possible? In his eyes, Suchi is just a poor guy. Since school, he has completely looked down on Suchi. Apologize. Luo Jianfeng slapped him again. This slap was even harder. Wei Diqing is the same, he is really bad at reading people's expressions. Luo Jianfeng tried his best to please Suchi and tried his best to keep Suchi's 10 million in this hotel, but Wei Diqing went against him and continued to call Suchi a bastard. Isn't this just making yourself uncomfortable? If Luo Jianfeng doesn't beat him, who else should he beat? Apologize. Luo Jianfeng slapped him again. Half of Wei Diqing's face became red and swollen. Filled with frustration and anger, he said, "Uncle Luo, you and my dad are buddies, how can you side with an outsider?" Luo Jianfeng snorted coldly, "What buddy? I'm a professional manager with professional ethics. I only have customers in my eyes. It looked like a completely official business. I will never call Wei Diqing my good nephew again." Wei Diqing was anxious. "I am also your customer. My father topped up 1 million with you last year." Luo Jianfeng asked back, "Is your father a black card VIP? Black card VIPs can recharge 10 million each time. It's enough to be 10 times the weight of Wei Diqing's father." Wei Diqing was completely speechless. "Apologize immediately, or I won't let you leave this hotel." Luo Jianfeng opened his hands and the security guard next to him handed him a bottle of wine. He took it in his hand and patted it. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Apologize or not." Wei Diqing was really scared. Luo Jianfeng had been so kind to him before, but he didn't expect him to be so cruel now. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. If you don't bow your head, you will only suffer physical pain. There was nothing he could do but look at Suchi and whispered, I'm sorry." The voice was so low that perhaps only he could hear it. Suchi sneered, "Is that the end? Get up and walk over. Is this your apology?" Wei Diqing gritted his teeth and blared, "What else do you want, you poor bastard?" Suchi snatched the bottle from the manager's hand. Bang! It hit Wei Diqing on the head. Then he grabbed a chair and hit Wei Diqing with it. He knocked Wei Diqing to the ground. "At school, you put cockroaches in my water glass, cut my pants so they had no crotch, and put nails on my bench. And you think that's it?" Thinking of Wei Diqing's previous bullying, he was filled with anger. "Take the chair and keep smashing it down." Wei Diqing screamed in pain and begged Luo Jianfeng for mercy, "Uncle Luo, please save me. You offended our most distinguished customer and almost caused me to lose this important client. How could I save you? I want to beat you to death." Luo Jianfeng also picked up a chair and said to Suchi in a flattering tone, "Sir, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Please take a break first and let me do it." Without saying anything, he hit Wei Diqing in the face. Wei Diqing had never been beaten like this before. He was filled with horror and had no temper left. He hurriedly crawled towards Suchi, grabbed Suchi's trouser legs and begged, "Suchi, please let me go for the sake of our being classmates." Suchi sneered, "Am I not the poor bastard you mentioned? How dare you come and beg me? I was wrong. You're not poor, I'm stupid. I didn't recognize the real man. Please have mercy on me and let me go." Suchi snorted, "You seem to have said that you would deal with Xue Chuchu tonight. I'm waiting." Wei Diqing quickly slapped himself in the face, I was wrong, Xue Chuchu is yours, I won't dare to have any ideas about her anymore." Suchi kicked him away, "Are you only apologizing to me? You don't have to apologize to Xue Chuchu?" After hearing this, Wei Diqing quickly crawled around the table and came to Xue Chuchu. "Xue Chuchu, I was wrong, I am just a scabby dog, please show some mercy and let me go." Xue Chuchu stood up in fright. However, seeing Wei Diqing, who had always been persistent towards her, end up like this, she felt a little relieved. Gritting his teeth, he said, You stay away from me from now on." Wei Diqing nodded quickly, yes, I will definitely stay away from you. Wherever you appear, I will disappear immediately." Xue Chuchu bit her lip and said, "Then disappear now. I really don't want to see his face again. Even for a minute or a second." After hearing this, Wei Diqing quickly turned around and looked at Suchi. He wanted to disappear, but how could he dare to leave if Suchi didn't allow him? Suchi snorted coldly, "You clown, get out of here." "Yes, thank you. Wei Diqing didn't dare to stay any longer. He got up and limped out. He ran away without looking back, and didn't even dare to take the money on the table. Sir, look, this matter of recharging the black card VIP. Luo Jianfeng came over with a smile on his face. Su Qi glanced at him and said, "You did a good job. This is a reward for you. Go swipe your card." Luo Jianfeng was pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, sir, you were so straightforward, so handsome, so handsome. Get out! Su Qi shouted. Luo Jianfeng was startled and turned away in a hurry. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The students who witnessed this scene were so shocked that they could not describe it. Unexpectedly, the rich second generation in the class was beaten by Su Qi to the point of kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. That's so awesome. It's so satisfying. Xuechuchu's attention generates a quadruple critical hit of shock, appreciation, admiration, and heartbeat plus 2000. Su Qi was surprised. Xuechuchu is simply his treasury. It directly contributed another 2000 followers to him. This can be exchanged for 2000 energy points. Even if you use 200 yuan, you can get 10 million. I couldn't help but look at Xuechuchu. Then he saw Xuechuchu looking at him secretly. Not only did she peek at him, but her pretty face flushed and her eyes sparkled. That look was indescribably moving. She is worthy of being the school belle. With such beauty and temperament, Su Qi is simply heart-beating and stunned. Chapter 6 Extraordinary Move. Seeing Su Qi looking over, Xuechuchu's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly thanked him. Su Qi, thank you. Su Qi shook his head. No, thank you. Xuechuchu was stunned. Thank me? Su Qi smiled, and of course he had to thank Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu contributed several thousand attention points to him, which, conservatively estimated, can be converted into tens of millions. I've caused you so much trouble, why are you thanking me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't always be targeted by Wei Dicheng. Xuechuchu whispered, I should apologize to you. Su Qi shook his head, no need to apologize. You are the goddess in everyone's heart. You are so kind to me. How can I not thank you? Xuechuchu's attention generates a heart-pounding crit of plus 2000. Just a heartthrob critical hit added 2000 attention points. It seems that Xuechuchu was very heartthrob. The classmates also noticed that Xuechuchu's expression was just short of shouting out I like you and I love you. Suddenly I realized that they were particularly redundant here. Before I knew it, I became like a light bulb. If they weren't here, would the two of them kiss each other? Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. My classmates are simply envious and jealous. The male classmate wanted to take Su Qi's place and hugged the goddess Xuechuchu in his arms. The female classmate wanted to take Xuechuchu's place and flirt with a wealthy man like Su Qi. In a blink of an eye, Su Qi gained more than 2000 attention points from them. Su Qi's eyes turned. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to attract attention. Glancing at the classmates, he smiled and said to Xuechuchu, to express my sincere gratitude, can I give you a hug? Having said this, he opened his arms towards Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu blushed. But how could he refuse Su Qi? Even if it's out of gratitude, I won't refuse. So he nodded slightly. Su Qi chuckled, then I won't be polite. Having said this, he walked up to Xuechuchu. All the male students were shouting in their hearts, no, no. Even if Su Qi didn't hug Xuechuchu, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts to pursue Xuechuchu. Su Qi hugged Xuechuchu, which basically meant that Xuechuchu was taken. But Su Qi still hugged Xuechuchu. He put his arms around Xuechuchu's slender waist and held her in his arms. Moment. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. Su Qi frowned slightly. That's it? It was just a double critical hit, and everyone only gave him 300 attention points? Too little. Too little. He simply used a little force and picked up Xuechuchu. Then, he turned around in a circle while holding Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu screamed, quickly put her arms around his neck, and leaned tightly on his shoulders, afraid of falling. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Su Chi was overjoyed. Sure enough, this trick was still powerful. It was just double crit just now, but now it's triple crit. Each person contributed 500 attention points to him. It's so delicious. With so many classmates at the table, they easily gained nearly 10,000 attention points. A great harvest indeed. Since the effect is so good, why not do it again? Holding Shue Chu Chu, he continued to spin around. Those students began to grit their teeth. Is this never going to end? Show your affection in front of them. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. Su Chi took a look at the system panel. Although they were both triple critical hits, the contents were completely different. Before, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but now it has turned into jealousy, hatred, and anger. If he continues like this, I guess his classmates will want to beat him up. Anyway, I have already attracted enough attention. For my personal safety, I should keep a low profile. Finally, Shue Chu Chu was let down. Shue Chu Chu hurriedly tidied up her messy hair, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Su Chi. Su Chi quickly turned around, picked up a bunch of money and stuffed it into Shue Chu Chu's arms. I don't know how much it is, but it must be at least 500,000. Here's the money. Hurry up and get your mother operated on. Shue Chu Chu was surprised. These, all for me? Su Chi nodded. Then I'll check how much I have and write you an IOU. Shue Chu Chu was about to put the money down and count the amount. Su Chi shook his head. No need, it's a waste of time to count the money. No matter how much it is, I'll give it to you. The students at the scene were speechless. This is really rich and powerful. I have too much money to bother ordering. Why is Su Chi's behavior so infuriating? The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. When Su Chi looked at the system panel, he was shocked. Oh my god, his classmates are now very dissatisfied with his actions. It's all negative emotions. We must improve our relationship with classmates. Anyway, there is so much money in front of me, it's not easy to take it away. Just pick them up and throw them in piles in front of each student. I've been busy since graduation and haven't attended several class reunions. I have to apologize to everyone. This is my apology. The students were all dumbfounded. This apology is sincere and it's real money. And everyone has a share. Everyone got several stacks, which totaled at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Light and spacious. Su Chi was too open about this. It's great to have such a rich classmate. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit of plus 100. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit of plus 100. Sure enough, everyone's mood improved significantly. Su Chi took a quick look and saw that the money he gave out was immediately exchanged for more than 1,000 attention points. I gave away about 1 million, but the value of the attention I got in return was definitely far more than 1 million. Not only did he improve his classmates' impression of him, but he also made so much money. This money is worth spending. He gave away most of the money he had, and only kept 100,000 for himself. After all, I still have to pay rent. Because his work has not been going well, he still owes 2 months' rent. The food is finally served. Hotel manager Luo Jianfeng personally served as a waiter and served them the food. He had already swiped Su Chi's card, and there was indeed 10 million. I successfully got Su Chi a black card VIP and gave him the black card that belonged exclusively to him. Su Chi is one of the only 3 black card members in their hotel, so of course he has to work hard to provide good service. With a smile on his face, he stood beside Su Chi the whole time, being considerate and thoughtful in every way. All that's missing is feeding Su Chi. Go, get a bag. Su Chi said to Luo Jianfeng. Chapter 7. Do you want to cry in a sports car? Luo Jianfeng was slightly stunned. Sir, do you want to pack it up? Packing? Are you kidding? I'm packing money. Xuechuchu's pile of money must be packed up. She can't just carry it around with her. Luo Jianfeng found that he had underestimated this wealthy man. He quickly agreed, went out to prepare a bag, personally put Xuechuchu's money in it, and placed it next to Xuechuchu. The students were all very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, he thanked Su Qi in various ways before leaving. Su Qi, can you take me there? Xuechuchu didn't leave. She waited there until everyone had left before coming to Su Qi. Su Qi was slightly stunned. Send you home? Invite me to go home with you? Xuechuchu blushed and explained, no, I'm worried that it's not safe with so much money. Can you take me to the hospital? I'll quickly pay the overdue hospitalization fee, and then pay the surgery fee, and quickly perform surgery on my mother. Su Qi nodded. Of course he had no choice but to do this. Help Xuechuchu carry her purse and leave the hotel. Not long after leaving the hotel, a sports car suddenly came speeding towards us. Even after seeing them, he still showed no sign of slowing down. Su Qi was surprised. Could it be that Wei Diqing was taking revenge? He quickly grabbed Xuechuchu's hand and pulled her aside. The sports car sped past them at lightning speed. You have no eyes. The man in the sports car yelled at them. Su Qi took a look and found that the guy in the sports car was not Wei Diqing. He was a ruffian-looking young man, dressed very handsomely and wearing earrings in his ears. You almost bumped into them, but you ended up scolding them for being blind? Is it cool to drive a sports car? Su Qi was so angry that he wanted to chase him and settle the score with him. Xuechuchu quickly grabbed him and said, Su Qi, forget it. Let's go. My mother needs money for surgery. Su Qi nodded and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the sports car reversed again, blocking their way. The young man in the car looked at Xuechuchu eagerly. She's such a beauty. Keep looking up and down. This has a good temperament, I like it. Beautiful girl, get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. When he was speeding past just now, he caught a glimpse of Xuechuchu's beauty, so he turned back. Su Qi said coldly, get lost. The young man became angry. You loser, you have a bad temper. Don't you think you're worthy of such a beautiful woman? A beauty like this, crying in a sports car is better than sitting in your electric car. Su Qi was about to speak when a security guard suddenly ran over from the hotel entrance. He quickly bowed to the young man in the sports car. Mr. Luo, you're here? Then he started scolding Su Qi and Xuechuchu. How dare you offend Master Luo? Why don't you apologize to him right away? Do you know who Mr. Luo is? He's the son of our hotel manager, Mr. Luo. Can you afford to offend him? Quick, apologize now. It turned out that the young man was Luo Xuani, the son of the hotel manager Luo Jianfeng. He has a rich father and owns a hotel, so he often comes to this hotel to pick up girls. Luo Xuani glanced at the security guard and said, You're flattering me too hastily. They didn't offend me, I just had a crush on that beautiful woman. After hearing this, the security guard immediately changed his tone and said to Xuechuchu, You are so lucky that Mr. Luo likes you. Why don't you hurry up and get in Luo Xiao's car? Not everyone can ride in Mr. Luo's sports car. Su Qi looked at the security guard coldly. You weren't the one who went to room 302 just now, were you? What do you mean? The security guard was very angry. Can't I just stand guard outside? Su Qi sneered, No wonder you say such stupid things. If the security guard was in private room 302 at the time, he would definitely not have treated Su Qi like this. You are so arrogant, you dare to call me stupid. The security guard became angry. I'm telling you, since Mr. Luo has set his sights on your girlfriend, you'd better give up quickly. Look at your loser looks. You don't even have the qualifications to compete with Luo Xiao. You can never afford the sports car that Luo Xiao drives in your lifetime. Hurry up and admit defeat. Go back to your rental house and cry on your broken electric donkey. Seeing the commotion here, many people gathered over. I guess everyone figured out what was going on. They sighed. It seems this guy is going to be single. What can we do if he can't get over it? Bringing such a beautiful girlfriend to such a prosperous place is bound to cause trouble. That's right, if you don't have that ability, you should hide your beautiful girlfriend and bring her here. Isn't that like sending a sheep into the wolf's mouth? Attention from XXX generates sympathy damage plus 50. The attention from XXX generates a sympathetic hit of plus 50. The attention from XXX generates a sympathetic hit of plus 50. The onlookers began to feel sorry for Suchi. It's not easy to find such a beautiful girlfriend, so why bring her to a 5-star hotel, a place where rich people and wealthy young men hang out? Isn't this uncomfortable? Suchi was speechless. Even sympathy could generate a heavy attack bonus of attention. It seems that any strong emotion can bring added attention. Beautiful lady, I'm sure you've never ridden in such a nice sports car before. Once you get in, you'll definitely fall in love with the feeling. Judging from Xuechuchu's clothes, Luo Xuanyi knew that Xuechuchu was definitely not a rich person. There's no way he's ever been in a sports car. It's best to get a girl like this. He patted the co-pilot next to him and said, "Come on, sit in and feel it." He reached over and opened the passenger door. When Suchi saw this, he simply kicked the car door shut. "Okay, stop showing off your junky car here. It's only worth $1 million, how dare you drive it out like that?" Luo Xuanyi was furious. You actually said my car is a broken car?" The security guard's face was filled with sneer. "How dare you call Luo Sha's $1 million sports car a junk car? You're really arrogant. I don't know what car you drive." Suchi took out the key to his electric bike for delivering food. "This is my car." The security guard was stunned for a moment. "This looks like an electric car key." "What do you mean by seemingly?" "That's the electric car key," someone around said loudly. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. Is this guy drunk? He's riding an electric bike and calling someone else's sports car a junkie car? It's not that I'm drunk, it's that I'm anxious. I'm afraid my girlfriend will run away with someone else. Take out an electric car key, it's better not to take it out, it's not embarrassing enough. I'm sure he can't keep his girlfriend. As they discussed, the system prompt sounded continuously. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a disdain crit plus 500. Chapter 8 Super Luxury Car. Xuechuchu couldn't help herself when she saw everyone surrounding Suchi and laughing at him. He said loudly, "I don't like sports cars, I just like his electric car." Suchi shook his head at her. "Why are you lying? Why are we driving an electric car? It's obviously a luxury car. You loser, you're even thicker skinned than me. It's clearly an electric bike key, and you're calling it a luxury car? Do you think everyone else is stupid? What a fool." Luo Xuanyi was sitting in the car, laughing so hard that he was falling over. The security guard also laughed. "He's dreaming. How can someone like him afford a luxury car? He can't even afford the tires for a luxury car." Everyone also said, "Young man, stop struggling. We can all see that you are the one riding the electric bike. Young man, this is not the way to save face. You have to be honest. This is the first time I've seen someone dreaming in broad daylight, imagining themselves driving a luxury car." All kinds of ridicule were directed at Suchi. Luo Xuanyi even slapped the steering wheel. "Boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you really drive a luxury car over here, I'll give you this sports car as compensation and kneel down to call you daddy. But if you don't have a luxury car, give me your girlfriend as compensation and beg me to accept it. Don't you want to challenge me? Welcome to the battle. Just ask you one question, do you dare?" Xuechuchu quickly grabbed Suchi's hand and shook her head at him. She was not stupid and could see that what Suchi was holding in his hand was the key to an electric bike. Even if Suchi is rich, he can't suddenly create one without driving a luxury car. Suchi sneered, "Okay, I accept the challenge." I quickly said in my mind, all attention points will be converted into energy points. On the system panel, the value of the focus point was cleared, and the energy value increased sharply, freezing at 59365. Consume 10,000 energy points and start turning stones into gold. In order to ensure that the electric car can be transformed into a luxury car, 10,000 energy points are directly used. If you use a bank card with these 10,000 energy points, a conservative estimate is that you can get 100 million. Ordering an electric car can definitely give the electric car a complete makeover. A faint light then flashed on the fingers of his right hand. He quickly tapped the electric car key in his left hand with his right index finger. He believes in the intelligence of the system. When he presses the electric car key, the changes will definitely not only happen to the electric car key, but also to the electric car corresponding to the key. Just like when you click on a bank card, the balance in the bank card changes. His electric car will definitely become a luxury car. After clicking, I felt that the key in my left hand changed instantly. It feels completely different. Looking down, I saw that the electric car key had turned into a cool Pagani sports car key. He couldn't help but get excited. This system of turning stones into gold had indeed never let him down. Boy, you actually dare to accept the challenge. Ha ha. Luo Xuanyi never expected that Su Qi would accept the challenge. His mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Isn't this equivalent to giving his girlfriend to him for free? It's so easy to pick up this beauty. He said excitedly, "You said it, everyone bear witness. Anyone who doesn't admit it is a bastard." Everyone around sighed. Su Qi was just bragging, why did he take it seriously? Isn't this seeking death? It's simply a matter of saving face and suffering. Hurry up and drive your two-wheeled luxury car over here, Luo Xuanyi urged with a mocking tone. Su Qi sneered and pressed the key of the Pagani sports car in his hand. He saw that the key had a summoning function. You can summon a sports car to your side. I pressed the summon button, and somewhere, I suddenly heard a low roar of an engine. It was like a wild beast awakening. Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounds like a sports car. The sound of the engine is definitely that of a speed beast. Yes, I heard that, too. Everyone started looking for it. Luo Xuanyi smiled. There are really stupid people every year, but there are especially many this year. Su Qi was holding an electric car key in his hand. How the hell could he possibly turn it into a sports car? A speed beast? It's so stupid. Look, a sports car is coming. Fuck, this is so cool. This looks like a Pagani wind shadow. It comes like the wind and leaves without a trace. It's a supercar worth 100 million yuan, and there are only 3 of them in the world. Yeah, I saw it in a magazine, but I didn't expect to see it here in real life. This car is so damn cool, I almost cried. It's like a dream. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the cool Pagani wind shadow automatically drove to Su Qi's side. Su Qi reached out and opened the sports car's handsome gull-wing door. He glanced at Luo Xuanyi calmly and said, "Hey, you can come over and call me daddy now." Luo Xuanyi was completely dumbfounded. Su Qi actually summoned a luxury car. This is definitely a luxury car. He also knew about it and had seen it online. It was a Pagani wind shadow, and its price was over 100 million yuan. If this isn't considered a luxury car, then his current sports car is nothing. Other people's Pagani wind shadow costs more than 100 million yuan, and his sports car costs about 1 million yuan. In other words, the money someone else has for one of his cars is enough to buy 100 of his cars. In front of the cool Pagani wind shadow, his car suddenly didn't seem so attractive. I no longer have the desire to show off, and I even feel ashamed of myself. Come here and call daddy, Su Qi said again. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The people around no longer felt sympathy for Su Qi, they were completely shocked. This is really hidden. Who would have thought that such an ordinary dressed young man actually owned the only Pagani wind shadow in Yanjiang City? That's so awesome. They all want to call daddy. They all looked at Luo Xuanyi and urged him, call daddy, call daddy. Gradually, they all became more uniform and shouted out in rhythm. Luo Xuanyi really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jump out of the car and run away. Su Qi picked up the trash can next to him and smashed it over. He knocked Luo Xuanyi to the ground. He walked over and stepped on Luo Xuanyi's chest. Do you think you can leave without calling me daddy? Just now, Luo Xuanyi didn't slow down and almost bumped into him in Xuechuchu. Su Qi was already angry. He even dared to set his sights on Xuechuchu, which was unforgivable. Luo Xuanyi became frightened and said in a trembling voice, You calm down. Don't forget, my dad is the manager of this hotel. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you go. Su Qi sneered, so all you can do is hide behind your dad and cry, then why are you acting so arrogantly outside? A slap landed on Luo Xuanyi's face. Luo Xuanyi screamed in pain, You're done, you're done. If my dad knew about this, he would definitely kill you. Chapter 9, The Battle is Not Small. Suchi snorted coldly, if your father knew, he would kill you too. Besides, am I not your father now? I will teach your ignorant son a lesson. He slapped him one slap after another. Luo Xuanyi was beaten so hard that he screamed on the ground. I couldn't stand it anymore and could only beg for mercy. I was wrong, I call you dad. Suchi stopped and said, go ahead, I'm listening. Dad. The sound is too quiet, you haven't eaten yet. Suchi slapped him again. Luo Xuanyi could only raise his voice, Dad. Suchi snorted coldly, that's more like it. Pointing to the sports car next to him, he asked, is this mine? Luo Xuanyi nodded quickly. Suchi picked up the trash can and smashed it hard. He kept smashing the sports car until it was beyond recognition before he stopped. He turned around and looked at Luo Xuanyi, Dad is giving you this sports car as a reward. Continue to use it to pick up girls. Luo Xuanyi was filled with bitterness. How could he pick up girls when his sports car was in such a state? This is all directly scrapped. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Suchi just won a sports car, but he smashed it. This is a real rich man. He couldn't be richer. It's okay even if I sell it. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. Suchi's action directly earned him more than 3,000 attention points. Enough to buy a dozen of these sports cars. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Suchi was surprised. This Luo Xuanyi had a very high hatred value. Interesting. In that case, why not kick him a couple more times to gain more hatred points? When I turned around, I found that Luo Xuanyi was no longer on the ground. After searching for a while, I found that Luo Xuanyi was limping towards the hotel. He slipped away really fast. Let's go. Suchi asked Xuechuchu to get in the car and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, several security guards suddenly ran over and surrounded his car. Suchi glanced outside and asked, what does this mean? Mr. Luo said you can't go anywhere. The security guards answered. Mr. Luo went to see our manager Luo. Before manager Luo comes, you stay here quietly. Suchi finally understood. No wonder Luo Xuanyi ran so fast. It turned out that he went to his father to cry. What should I do now? Xuechuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very worried. She should have been excited to be sitting in such a luxury car, but now she was surrounded by so many security guards, she was filled with panic. Suchi sneered, "Cold it." Looking at the security guards surrounding outside, it's clear that there is no way to leave. In that case, why not order some more? This Midas touch is so useful. It is absolutely possible to turn stones into gold, and electric cars can be turned into supercars worth hundreds of millions. Is there anything more awesome than this? What should I order now? Suddenly he remembered the black card that Luo Jianfeng had applied for him. When you take it out, the surface of the black card is shining with a faint luster, full of a sense of dominance and stability. This is already the top membership of this 5-star hotel. If you click on this black card, what will appear? This is really a question. Just take out 1,000 energy points and click it. Anyway, there are still 50,000 or 60,000 energy points left. Use 1,000 energy points, just for fun. Suchi's fingers flashed with a faint luster and gently tapped on the black card. Xuechuchu was watching him curiously from the side. I'm surprised to see that he still has the leisure to play with cards. He has a really big heart. Suchi pointed his finger at the black card, and the black card suddenly disappeared. A silver card appeared in Suchi's hand. Xuechuchu was shocked. Suchi could also perform magic? When I was in school, I didn't know he had this skill. Newly developed? Suchi was also shocked. No way. I used 1,000 energy points, and the black card turned into a silver card? Wouldn't he become a silver member? That is definitely worse than gold card membership, not to mention black card VIP. Can the Midas touch turn stone into gold and the reverse be done? Turning gold into stone? This is a big loss. How about trying another 1000 energy points? Just as I was thinking this, I saw Luo Xuanyi coming out of the hotel with a group of people. Luo Xuanyi's father Luo Jianfeng took the lead. His face was quite angry. Son, tell me, where is that bastard? Luo Jianfeng's son was beaten so badly in front of his hotel door that his sports car was also smashed. The key point is that Luo Xuanyi told him that the man forced Luo Xuanyi to call him dad. This is simply too much. This is intolerable. Luo Xuanyi pointed at Su Qi's car, which was surrounded by security guards. Dad, it's right there. This guy is quite rich and bullies people by taking advantage of his power. I just looked at him and he beat me up, smashed my car, and forced me to call him daddy. Dad, if you don't let me get over this, I won't be able to face anyone. Luo Jianfeng snorted coldly. Son, don't worry, no matter how rich he is, he won't be able to escape unscathed in my territory today. He picked up the intercom and said coldly into it, all security guards, come to the hotel entrance immediately. I mean all security guards, no matter what you are doing, come to the hotel entrance immediately. If he doesn't deal with the guy who beat up his son at the hotel entrance, what prestige will he have in this hotel? A group of people soon came to Su Qi's car. Get this bastard out for me. Luo Jianfeng gave this instruction and pulled out a rubber stick from the waist of the security guard next to him. He wanted to take matters into his own hands and seek justice for his son. Two security guards immediately went to open the car door. As soon as he saw Su Qi sitting in the car, his face changed. The two of them were in private room 302 at the time and knew that Su Qi was a black card VIP of their hotel. Black card VIPs are the most distinguished guests in their hotel, and they really dare not touch them. Come back quickly and report to Luo Jianfeng. Manager, it's that gentleman. Luo Jianfeng was furious and yelled, no gentleman can do this. It's Mr. Su, who just became a black card VIP of our hotel. The two security guards emphasized it. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed. It turned out to be Su Qi. This is not good. If he, as a manager, hit the hotel's black card VIP, the impact would be huge. He even dares to hit black card VIPs. Who will dare to come to their hotel in the future? The aura on his body suddenly disappeared. Looking at Luo Xuanyi beside him, son, your injury doesn't seem too serious. Look, you can still walk. I think it's better to make a big deal out of a small matter. Chapter 10 Becoming the Boss. When Luo Xuanyi heard this, he almost fainted from anger. Dad, can you tolerate this? He beat up my people and smashed my car, that's not all, he even forced me to call him dad. This isn't an insult to me, it's an insult to you. Don't you have any temper at all? Even if I can tolerate your cowardice, what do you think my mother will think? If I call him dad, will my mother live with him? Luo Jianfeng blushed redly. It's really embarrassing. He gritted his teeth, his temper rising. Even if he's our black card VIP, he still needs to be reasonable. He's gone too far, I must make him apologize. He strode to Su Qi's car. Looking at Su Qi seriously, he said, Mr. Su, I have given you a lot of face, but you can't be too arrogant. You must give me an explanation about my son's matter. Su Qi glanced at him and waved his hand. Let's not talk about anything else first. Let me see what's going on with this card. Is this your hotel silver card? He handed the silver card in his hand to Luo Jianfeng. When Luo Jianfeng saw this, his expression suddenly changed. I almost peed my pants. Isn't this the hotel's only Platinum Supreme card? This is not a silver card, but a Platinum Supreme card. It's for the hotel's big boss who never shows up. This is equivalent to a token of the big boss. Seeing this Platinum Supreme card is like meeting the hotel boss. Could this young man be the hotel owner? Wow, this is serious. With trembling hands, he took out the Platinum Supreme card. After a careful inspection, it was definitely the Platinum Supreme card. The number is unique and there is an anti-counterfeiting mark. Absolutely right. I'm asking you, what are you shaking for? What happened to my card? Did it become a silver card? Su Qi was a little impatient. Luo Jianfeng quickly lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his face was full of smiles. Her smile is brighter than flowers. Boss, you're such a joke. What silver card? Isn't this your Platinum Supreme card? You are here at the hotel today for a private visit, right? I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for any omissions in my work. Su Qi frowned. you said this is the Platinum Supreme card? Of course, this is the mark of your identity. Luo Jianfeng was really terrified. Thinking back carefully, there are so many things that Su Qi has not done well since he came to the hotel. Especially now, they actually brought all the security guards to besiege the big boss. Isn't this seeking death? Su Qi understood that his ability to turn stone into gold had not failed, nor had it reversed, it really did turn stone into gold. He turned a VIP black card into the boss's Platinum Supreme card. In other words, this hotel is now his. Sharp. He glanced at Luo Jianfeng and asked, "What did you just say?" "Let me give you an explanation." After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed drastically. He quickly slapped himself in the face. "Look at how I speak. I'm here to ask you, the boss, what instructions do you have for my work? I've always wanted to hear your teachings, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, please take some time out to guide me in my work." As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Whether he can continue to work in this position depends on Su Qi's words. The big boss Su Qi must not be offended. At this moment, Luo Xuanyi suddenly came over and said impatiently, "Dad, pull him out of the car and make him kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, this matter will never end." After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He had finally managed to stabilize the situation, but Luo Xuanyi was trying to trick him to death. Is this a typical expert at cheating his father? They actually wanted to pull the hotel boss out of the car. Do you have to kneel down and apologize? Is this because you think dying isn't fast enough? He turned around and slapped Luo Xuanyi hard in the face. Bang! Luo Xuanyi was knocked off balance. "What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard?" He went up and kicked Luo Xuanyi again, knocking him to the ground. Luo Xuanyi was confused and felt aggrieved. Pointing at Su Qi in the car, "Dad, he beat me and smashed my car. Why did you beat me instead of teaching him a lesson?" Luo Jianfeng said angrily, "You bastard, it's an honor for you that this gentleman is willing to hit you. You should be grateful. Why are you so ungrateful?" Luo Xuanyi really felt his head buzzing. He was beaten and his car was smashed, but he should still be grateful? What kind of logic is this? He stammered, he even asked me to kneel down and call him Dad. I can't stand this, can I? After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng was pleasantly surprised. "Little bastard, this is your good fortune. Come here and recognize me as your godfather." If his son could recognize the big boss as his godfather, his position as a manager would definitely be secure. He grabbed Luo Xuanyi and dragged him to the front of the car. "Quick, kowtow to your godfather." Luo Xuanyi's mentality completely collapsed. He looked at Luo Jianfeng in disbelief. "Dad, are you crazy?" Luo Jianfeng seemed unable to even handle such a humiliating thing. "If this isn't crazy, what is?" "You're crazy." Luo Jianfeng slapped him on the head. "If you don't seize this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Call me godfather now." He grabbed Luo Xuanyi's head and pushed it down, forcing Luo Xuanyi to kowtow to Su Qi. Su Qi sneered, "I don't want such a bastard son. Tell him to get out of here quickly." Luo Jianfeng nodded hurriedly. He kicked Luo Xuanyi on the butt. "Get out." Luo Xuanyi felt aggrieved. "Dad, you haven't avenged me yet. Hold your mother, get out." Luo Jianfeng hated Luo Xuanyi to the core. Does Luo Xuanyi really want to kill him? Originally, he had nothing to do with this, but he was dragged into it and put into the boss's hands over and over again. Is this because he thinks he's too old or what? Unable to bear it any longer, he picked up a rubber stick and hit him. "Get out. Get the hell out of here. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Luo Xuanyi was beaten so hard that he screamed and crawled away. Su Qi looked at Luo Jianfeng and asked, "Why did you bring so many security guards here?" Luo Jianfeng quickly apologized with a smile. "Boss, I asked everyone to line up to see you off." "I think you are here to beat me up?" Su Qi snorted coldly. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's legs went weak. Plop. "Just kneel there." He quickly apologized. "Boss, I was wrong. It was that bastard who started this fight. I'm going to break his legs when I get home." Su Qi looked at Xue Chuchu beside him. "I originally wanted to teach Luo Jianfeng a lesson." Thinking of Xue Chuchu rushing to the hospital, she couldn't help but waved her hand. "Can you ask them to move aside?" Luo Jianfeng nodded hurriedly, yes, yes. I quickly got up and shouted to the security guards, get out of the way. Let's see the boss off together. Su Qi drove away. Luo Jianfeng kicked the security guard next to him and said, farewell, are you all stupid? Hurry up and show your utmost enthusiasm to bid farewell to our handsome boss. Chapter 11. There is a mine at home. The security guards had no idea what was going on and could only applaud and say goodbye. The people watching were completely dumbfounded. I never expected to see this scene. I thought that since Luo Jianfeng was coming in a rage, Su Qi would definitely suffer. Unexpectedly, when Luo Jianfeng saw Su Qi, he knelt down immediately. It's really incredible. Who is this young man? How can it be so intimidating? The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. Su Qi has left. Everyone's attention to this wind-like man is still increasing. Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a double critical hit of fear and dread plus 1500. After this incident, Luo Jianfeng was definitely impressed enough with Su Qi. The attention from Wei Diqing generates a hateful critical hit plus 1000. Wei Diqing again? Su Qi smiled. It seems that Wei Diqing really hates him completely. From time to time, a hateful critical strike would come. It's like scratching a lottery ticket. Give yourself a little surprise from time to time. Su Qi, what are you laughing at? Shui Chuchu asked timidly. Su Qi shook his head, nothing, it feels like I encountered an unlimited ATM. What's this unlimited ATM? This is hard to explain. Anyway, it's like someone is actively putting money in my pocket. Shui Chuchu was surprised. Is there such a good thing? Someone took the initiative to put money in his pocket? How is that possible? I feel like Su Qi is unwilling to tell the truth. It's naturally not a good idea to continue asking. After thinking for a while, he changed the topic to something more concerned. Su Qi, who are you? How come you are so rich? And why are the people in the hotel so afraid of you? She didn't even dare to recognize Su Qi. When I was in school, I didn't realize that Su Qi was rich. Unlike other students who wear designer clothes, I have never bought any luxury goods. Even when attending physical education classes, we always bring our own water cups and rarely buy water. In her previous eyes, Su Qi was a low-key, introverted and hard-working boy. He is completely different from the rich men of today. Su Qi smiled and said, I'm Su Qi, we're classmates. Don't you recognize me? Shui Chuchu stuck out her tongue lightly, I really can't recognize you. You are actually an invisible rich man, right? Su Qi thought about it and said, I guess so. Now that he has the Midas touch system, he is definitely a hidden rich man. It's not just a rich man, it's a super rich man. Shui Chuchu hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I always thought you had no money. Su Qi smiled, I really didn't have money before. So what kind of business are you in? You make money so quickly. The Midas touch business. Shui Chuchu was shocked, your family has a gold mine. Isn't getting gold out of stone just gold mining? No wonder Su Qi is so rich. He is truly a low-key rich man. Su Qi drove his Pagani Wind Shadow and arrived at the hospital unknowingly. Along the way, I gained countless people's attention. Every time a passerby turned around, he would receive a few or even dozens of additional points of attention. This Pagani Wind Shadow is so cool that it's hard for others not to notice it. Along the way, it has gained thousands of attention points. For Su Qi, the focus is money. Su Qi thought, if nothing else, he might as well drive this Pagani Wind Shadow around the streets. While making the streets popular, you can also make money. After getting out of the car, Shui Chuchu was sent to the hospital. By the way, I visited Shui Chuchu's mother Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei was very ill and had been in a coma. Su Qi didn't want to disturb them too much, so he sat for a while and then stood up to say goodbye. Shui Chuchu sent him out the door and said gratefully, Su Qi, thank you so much for lending me the money. If I didn't have this money, I really don't know what I would do. Don't worry, I will count the money and write you an IOU. I will pay you back later. Su Qi waved his hand, no need, this money is for you. How can I take so much money from you for nothing? I can't do that. Shui Chuchu kept shaking her head. I will definitely pay you back, but I may not be able to pay it back for a while. I couldn't help but lower my head and bite my lip. It would take her many years to pay back such a large amount of money, not just a short time. Suchi didn't care at all. Anyway, this money was nothing to him now. He casually said, "It doesn't matter, at worst I can pay it with my body." It was just a joke to lighten the mood. But Shwechuchu's face turned red. Suchi was also embarrassed. This statement is really damaging to one's image. I quickly said, "Call me if you need anything. I'm leaving now." He turned around quickly and slipped away. Shwechuchu held the purse and looked at Suchi's receding back, her face burning with anger. Maybe I can only pay with my body." He quickly shook his head and turned to go into the ward. Chu Yunny's attention generates a stunning critical hit of plus 200. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a stunning critical hit plus 500. Before Suchi even left the hospital, he had already gained 2 points of attention. I can't help but wonder, where does all this attention come from? Who are Chu Yunny and Shi Linjiang? After leaving the hospital, I immediately understood what was going on. He saw two people standing next to his Pagani sports car. A man and a woman. The woman is a tall beauty. He looks to be around 25 or 26 years old. Wearing a white blazer, a brown pencil skirt, and black high heels. The whole person is cool, neat, and has an extremely noble feeling. The young man next to her was dressed in a suit, slightly bent at the waist, and was talking to her in a flattering manner. "Miss, this must be the car of your fiancé, Mr. Chi. This is a Pagani Wind Shadow worth 100 million yuan. In Yinjiang City, only Mr. Chi has the courage to buy it. It seems that this young man is Shi Linjiang. And that beauty is Chu Yunny." Chu Yunny snorted, "I think it's his car too. When it comes to spending money lavishly, only this prodigal son would buy these useless decorations." It sounded like a reproach, but there was admiration and pride in the tone. After all, this car is so cool and very rare, and the show-off effect is absolutely first class. Shi Linjiang chuckled and said, "Young Master Chi is not only a spendthrift, but he can also make a fortune. He is a rare young talent in Yinjiang City. Only when he drives this car can people be convinced. Even if others can afford it, would they dare to drive it out? Are they worthy of such a luxury car?" Although this was meant to flatter young Master Chi, it was actually a disguised form of flattery for Chu Yunny. After all, Mr. Chi is Chu Yunny's fiancé. Chu Yunny must be very proud of herself for praising young Master Chi so much. Sure enough, Chu Yunny's face showed a more and more smug look, but she snorted proudly, "This guy's car is parked here, he must be here to see my dad. This guy has a conscience. Let's go and meet him." "You have to go to the hospital." Shi Linjiang hurriedly requested, "Miss, please help me take a photo with this luxury car. I can't afford to drive, but I feel honored to take a photo with him." He laughed dryly and took out his cell phone. Vanity. Chu Yunny glared at him. But he took his phone. The more others valued her fiancé's things, the more proud she naturally felt. I picked up my phone and took a photo of the stone barrier and the car. When Shi Linjiang was taking a photo with the sports car, he stood with his back to the car and saw Suchi at a glance. Seeing Suchi standing there, looking at them, he refused to leave. Suddenly he got angry. Yes, I'm talking about you, kid, what are you looking at?" Chapter 12. The effect of teasing is amazing. Chu Yunny turned around and saw Suchi. Seeing Suchi looking at this place with a playful look, he refused to leave. She became annoyed unconsciously, and her already cold temperament made her face even colder. "If you dare to look at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." I thought Suchi was so fascinated by her beauty that he couldn't walk. This kind of thing happened frequently in the past. There have been cases where people have crashed into telephone poles in order to see her. Shi Linjiang quickly echoed, "That's right, our Chu family's eldest daughter, is she something a poor jerk like you can look at? I'm telling you, don't have any crooked ideas, like imagining a toad eating swan flesh or something like that. Do you think a poor bastard like you can marry our young lady? Stop daydreaming." Chu Yunny glared at Shi Linjiang, secretly annoyed. People like Suchi are from two different worlds from her. There can't be any connection. This stone forest barrier was forced to create a connection. What a toad, what a swan meet. It was something totally impossible, but he made it sound so real. Shi Linjiang also realized that he had overreacted. She pointed at Suchi angrily and said, "You are shameless, aren't you? Why don't you get out of here right now?" Suchi curled his lips, "I'm waiting." "What are you waiting for?" Linjiang's expression suddenly changed. Are you waiting for us to leave so you can come and sabotage Mr. Chi's luxury car? I never knew you were so jealous. You can't afford it, so you just disgust others. Su Chi sneered, you have a very rich imagination. Walked over. Have you finished filming? Get out of here right after you finish filming. Linjiang was furious, how dare you tell me to get lost? Do you know who I am? I'm the driver of the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Su Chi asked, just because you are the driver of the eldest daughter of the Chu family, you can block other people's way? How am I blocking your way? Su Chi took out the car key and pressed it. The headlights of the Pagani sports car suddenly lit up. At the same time, the gull wing doors opened, waiting for the owner to enter. Linjiang looked back and saw it, and his mouth opened wide. You, this is your sports car? Is this Pagani Wind Shadow yours? Su Chi glanced at him coldly, why don't you get out of here? Don't delay my driving. Push open the stone barrier. Got into the sports car. The gull wing doors close automatically and the driving lights turn on. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit plus 1000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a shocking critical hit plus 1000. They never imagined that such a supercar worth over 100 million yuan would belong to this seemingly loser guy. You can imagine the shock. Su Chi drove away. When passing by Chu Yunni, he deliberately lowered the car window, glanced at Chu Yunni, and said lightly, if you really are swan meat, I don't mind having a good taste. But the prerequisite is that you have to be delicious enough. Having said this, he drove away. It took Chu Yunni a long time to come back to her senses. He was actually teased by such a guy. It's a naked teasing. Who would have dared to speak to her so blatantly before? He actually wanted to eat her swan meat. Doesn't this mean he wants to sleep with her? So rude. How abominable. So hateful. At this moment, she completely remembered Su Chi. Remember it forever. Chu Yunni's attention generates a humiliation critical hit plus 2000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 2000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a revenge critical hit of plus 3000. When Su Chi heard these system prompts in the sports car, he almost burst out laughing. As expected, she has the temper of a spoiled young lady. With just a little teasing, she draws a lot of attention. Chu Yunni will never forget him, because no one has ever done such a thing to her before. Chu Yunni's attention once again generates a plus 2500 rage critical hit. Su Chi was so happy that he was about to burst into laughter. The attention Chu Yunni alone gives him is enough to turn an electric car into a Pagani Wind Shadow. Sharp. It seems that the teasing was right. Good teasing. The teasing effect is amazing. At the hospital entrance, Chu Yunni was so angry that she was shaking all over. If it weren't for the upbringing she had developed since childhood in a wealthy family, if it weren't for the attention she paid to the manners of a young lady, she would have jumped up and down and cursed. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he tease her so unscrupulously? Find out who this guy is, and I will never let him off. Chu Yunni shouted angrily. Linjiang nodded quickly, yes, miss, I will send someone to investigate right away. I thought to myself that among the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City, there was no one like Su Chi. Could he be the illegitimate child of some wealthy family? Otherwise, how can you afford to buy a luxury car worth 100 million? Or, is it some upstart who suddenly became rich? He was also filled with anger. What is Chu Yunni's status? In his eyes, she was like a princess. Even though he was Chu Yunni's driver, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. This bastard is so good that he wants to eat the swan meat directly. Jealousy and hatred. How dare you say such things? Chu Yunni kept staring at Su Chi's sports car until she could no longer see it, and then she finally went into the hospital in anger. How is my father's condition? Chu Yunni asked about the stone forest barrier. Linjiang replied cautiously, the situation is very grim. The doctor said this disease has never been cured before. After hearing this, Chu Yunni's heart sank, so, my dad is. She couldn't continue. I have a terrible heartache. He even forgot his hatred for Su Chi. Linjiang said hurriedly, there is another patient in this hospital with the same condition as Mr. Chu, and the doctor is planning to perform surgery on her. If the effect is good, you can try it on Mr. Chu. Xu Yunyi was annoyed. My father's body is worth a lot of money, can I use it to test it? Shi Linjiang was startled and quickly explained, we'll try it on that woman first. If the effect is good, we'll use the same method to treat Mr. Chu. Xu Yunyi hesitated for a moment. What's the patient's name? She's called Lu Xinmei, and she only has one daughter, Shui Chuchu, who takes care of her. Xu Yunyi nodded. Please keep an eye on them for me. Also, you must give my dad the best medicine. No matter how much it costs, you must use the best medicine. Shi Linjiang laughed hurriedly. That's for sure, for sure. Xu Yunyi's face turned cold. Also, don't forget to find out the details of that bastard. Yes, don't worry, miss, I will definitely get it done. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a plus 2000 rage critical hit. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a plus 1000 rage critical hit. Su Qi was in the car and instantly gained another 3000 attention points. This Xu Yunyi really has the temper of a spoiled little girl. I was offended and I can't forget it at all. Her lackey is also very united against the enemy. Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded again. The attention from Wei Dicheng generates a hateful critical hit plus 1000. Su Qi smiled bitterly. This Wei Dicheng is also very vengeful. With Xu Yunyi and Wei Dicheng, two unlimited ATMs, there is no need to worry about lack of attention. Cool. You can make money even when you lie down. The attention points from Wei Bao generate plus 1500 hate critical hit. Su Qi was startled. Why Baifa? Who is this? I don't know him at all. Why do you hate yourself so much? I don't have the impression that I have ever offended this guy named Wei Bafa. Wrong. Wei Dicheng? Wei Bafa? Could this Wei Bafa be the contractor father of Wei Dicheng? When I think about it this way, I have some impression of this name. Wei Dicheng seemed to have mentioned this name when he was bragging about his father at school. It seems that Wei Bafa already knew about his plan to deal with Wei Dicheng. This father and son will not let this go. But it doesn't matter. The more they hate, the greater the gain will be. Let the hatred be stronger. That's what I was thinking. The attention points from Wei Bao generate plus 1500 hate critical hit. Sure enough, it comes again. Chapter 13 Rushing to the Street. In Yanjiang City Central Hospital, Wei Baofa was furious. Asshole. How dare this little bastard named Su Qi bully my son like this? Don't you take Wei Baifang seriously at all? He rushed to the hospital and saw that his son was badly injured. Hearing his son crying about Su Qi's brutality against him, he was furious. He hated Su Qi, whom he had never met before, to the core. Tell me, where is he? I'm going to kill him. He could no longer contain his anger and now only wanted to avenge his son. I heard that guy lives in a rented house in the old city. Wei Dicheng said. Wei Bao was stunned. Didn't you say he was very rich and came out with a lot of money? Would he live in a rented house? Wei Dicheng was also puzzled. He has always been poor. I don't know how he suddenly has so much money. Could it be a hidden rich man? Following the message sent by Wei Bao, Zhao Xinfu couldn't help but speak. Zhao Xinfu was Wei Baofa's accountant and was deeply trusted and relied upon by Wei Baofa. The two are usually inseparable. Wei Bao had a hot temper, but Zhao Xinfu was much more delicate. Wei Baofa was reminded that many wealthy people like to pretend to be poor. They are obviously wealthy, but they eat pickles and drink plain water every day. Isn't this the case with this kid? Wei Bao snorted coldly. So what if it is so? Why would I be afraid of a brat? Zhao Xinfu said in a deep voice, Brother Wei, although we have some money and many brothers, we can't compare with those wealthy families at all. It's best not to mess with the wealthy. They have deep roots, widespread industries, and extensive connections. For example, our boss, the Chu family, can we afford to provoke them? Wei Baofa's expression changed. This is indeed a matter that requires caution. Wei Dicheng was anxious. Dad, you are not scared, are you? That guy is a worthless hidden rich man. He probably just won the lottery and made a comeback. His family is definitely not wealthy, I'm sure of that. Wei Bao asked, Are you really sure? Very sure. Wei Dicheng said firmly. Wei Bao sneered, If he wasn't from a wealthy family, it would be easy. He instructed Zhao Xinfu, Take your men and find out where that brat lives, then find a few reliable brothers and give him a good beating to teach him a lesson. Zhao Xinfu nodded, I understand. As long as that kid doesn't have any background, I will definitely beat him up so badly that he will be miserable. Turned around and walked out. Son, are you satisfied now? Wei Bao asked with a smile. Wei Diqing finally revealed a sinister smile on his face. When you punish him, turn on your phone. I want to watch the whole process live. This is easy. Daddy will do it for you. Wei Diqing turned his head and looked out the window. Su Qi, this is what happens when you offend me. Just wait, Shui Chuchu will be mine in the end. Shui Chuchu has become a scar on his face. If he doesn't deal with Shui Chuchu, he will be ashamed for the rest of his life. Son, you stay here and take good care of your injuries. I'll go see Mr. Chu by the way. Wei Baohua said suddenly. Wei Diqing was puzzled. Which Mr. Chu? Of course it's the chairman of the Chubo group, Chu Tianbo. That's our family's god of wealth. Most of the jobs I take are rewards from the Chu family. Mr. Chu is in the hospital right now, so I must go and visit him. Wei Diqing was surprised. Dad, are you talking about the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinzheng City? Of course. Apart from them, who else can I value so much? Thanks to your father, I climbed up this high branch, otherwise you wouldn't have the wealth and glory you have now. Wei Diqing became excited. Dad, then you should go quickly, go quickly. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew how important the Chu family was to them. We must not be negligent in the slightest. Su Qi drove to his rental house. Along the way, Wei Diqing contributed another 2,000 attention points. There is no choice but to accept it. Park the car downstairs and go upstairs. When I arrived at the door of my rental house, I suddenly saw that the door was wide open. Su Qi was surprised. What happened? Could it be that a thief broke in? When I arrived at the door, I saw the landlord Shi Zhaoping inside. Shi Zhaoping is a powerful character. He is tall and fat, and his mouth is even more powerful. With his hands on his hips, he can scold people until they vomit blood. Although she is not young anymore, none of the tenants here, no matter how young, dare to call her auntie. They all respectfully call her sister Shi. Not only Shi Zhaoping was in Su Qi's room, but the tenant next door, Bu Xiuliao, was also there. Bu Xiuliao gave Su Qi even more headaches. He lives next door and makes love with his girlfriend every night. It's endless and ups and downs, which really affects Su Qi's rest. I told him off a few times, and as a result, he started to hold a grudge against me. Said that Su Qi, a single guy, was jealous that he had a girlfriend. He also said that Su Qi only had 5 daughters, and that he couldn't eat the grapes, so he said they were sour. In short, instead of calming down, the noise became even worse, with the decibel level at night enough to blow the roof off. Coming to his room with Shi Zhaoping today must be nothing good. Sure enough, Bu Xiuliao was there instigating things. Sister Shi, let me tell you, this guy is broke and definitely can't pay the 2 months' rent he owes you. Look, are all the luggage in his room worth $100? Get rid of him quickly to avoid being an eyesore. Shi Zhaoping was very angry. I really misjudged this kid. Seeing him working so hard delivering food from dawn to dusk, I thought he was sure to make some money, but it turns out he's a pauper. I let him stay in my room for so long for nothing. Bu Xiaoliao took the opportunity to instigate. Sister Shi, quickly throw his luggage out, otherwise he will continue to refuse to leave. Shi Zhaoping nodded angrily. Okay, Xiaobu, throw all his luggage onto the street. You have no money and yet you dare to live in my house? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Okay. This is what Bu Xiaoliao was waiting for. I'm about to roll up Su Qi's quilt. Su Qi walked in coldly. What are you doing? Shi Zhaoping turned around and saw him, and flew into a rage. You kid are finally back. You keep saying you'll pay me the rent, where's the money? Yeah, pauper, where's the money? Bu Xiuliao echoed behind Shi Zhaoping. He winked at Su Qi and was very provocative. Su Qi curled his lips. Sister Shi, you agreed to postpone my rent for 3 months. It's not even 3 months yet, right? You poor bastard, I've already lost money by letting you stay for 2 more months, and you still want to stay for 3 more months? Shi Zhaoping never lets anyone off the hook. So, you're going back on your word? Shi Zhaoping glared. What's wrong with me going back on my word? This is my house, and I want you to get out now, right now. Okay, I'll pack my things then. Su Qi spread his hands and threw the bag on the table. This contains the money left after distributing it to the classmates. A full 100,000. He deliberately threw the bag on the edge of the table. The money inside immediately fell out. Piles of them fell to the floor beside the table. Shi Zhaoping's eyes suddenly widened. Is this called having no money? There is so much money that the bag can hardly hold it. Is this a poor person? Shi Zhaoping's attention generates a surprise critical hit plus 200. Bu Xiaoliu's focus generates an incredible critical hit of plus 300. Su Qi sneered. Are you surprised? The best is yet to come. He calmly picked up the money and put it back into his bag. He walked to the bed and pushed Bu Xiaoliu away. Go away and don't delay me from packing. He folded the quilt, then lifted up the bed legs and took away the bricks that were supporting the legs. Bu Xiaoliu laughed out loud. You're taking away even a brick. How fucking poor are you? Chapter 14, Using gold bricks to pad the bed legs. Su Qi glared at him and said, Open your dog eyes and see clearly, is this a brick? He quickly consumed 1000 energy points and tapped the brick with his right index finger. Then, he threw the brick into Bu Xiaoliu's arms. So heavy. Bu Xiaoliu almost couldn't hold it, and quickly held it with both hands. Looking down, I couldn't help but be stunned. It was clearly a brick just now, why does it look different now? It turned into bright yellow. I rubbed my eyes hard and looked again. The bricks were still bright yellow and looked very precious. What's going on? Shi Zhaoping couldn't help but come over. Seeing the brick in Bu Xiaoliu's arms, he exclaimed, Gold brick. This is a gold brick. Bu Xiaoliu was almost frightened to death. Is this a gold brick? Such a big brick, is it made of gold? Sister Shi, this can't be true, right? Bu Xiaoliu really couldn't believe it. How can it not be real? I used to work in a gold shop, so how could I not know if it's made of gold? Shi Zhaoping took the gold brick and weighed it. A gold brick this big must be worth millions. Looking at Su Qi in disbelief. You actually used gold bricks worth millions to pad the legs of your bed? Su Qi curled his lips. Why, I want to, is that not okay? Okay, why not? Shi Zhaoping grinned. Just now, stacks of money fell out of Su Qi's bag, and now he took out a gold brick from under the bed. This guy is definitely a super rich man. Especially using gold bricks to pad the bed legs, is it possible for ordinary people to do such a crazy thing? The tone of his voice when talking to Su Qi changed completely. Xiao Su, you really are a person who never reveals his true self. I secretly felt that Su Qi's identity was definitely not simple. How luxurious is this that gold bricks can be used as pads for bed legs? The bed in her rental apartment was bought at a second-hand market for 50 yuan. As a result, it was actually cushioned by a gold brick worth millions. What kind of treatment does this bed have? Can you give it to me? Su Qi stretched out his hand. Shi Zhaoping was really reluctant to do so, but she still returned the gold bricks to Su Qi. Su Qi threw it into his luggage bag. Then he picked up the folding chair and said, This chair is mine. I want to take it away too. When picking up the folding chair, 5,000 energy points were consumed, and then he clicked on the folding chair. Wait a moment. Shi Zhaoping shouted excitedly. She noticed that the folding chair was the wrong color, not the color of wood. Quickly open the windows and draw the curtains completely. Looking at it again, the folding chair was indeed not made of wood, it looked more like jade. Could this be a chair made of jade? His voice trembled. Su Qi, can you let me see your chair? Bu Xiaoliu laughed dryly beside him. Sister Shi, it's just a broken chair, what's so good about it? Just shut up. Shi Zhaoping shouted angrily. He took the chair from Su Qi with trembling hands. As soon as I took it, I felt something was wrong. This warm and smooth touch definitely cannot be made of wood. He quickly took out his glasses and put them on, looking carefully. His expression changed drastically again, and he lost his voice and said, This chair is made of top-grade mutton fat jade. How is this possible? Bu Xiaoliu was even more unconvinced. Sister Shi, who would use such precious mutton fat jade to make a chair? It's too extravagant. Solid wood is already extravagant enough. I've never heard of furniture made of jade, let alone mutton fat jade. Shi Zhaoping was so angry that she kicked him. When I was in the underworld, I did everything. I can be called a master of appraising treasures. How could I be wrong about mutton fat jade? This is mutton fat jade. It's hard to believe even I say this. Such a large folding chair, made entirely of mutton fat jade, how much would it be worth? There is absolutely no way it will cost several million. The bed legs were padded with gold bricks, and the chair was made of mutton fat jade. Who is this Su Chi? If you don't come from a top luxury family, you can't even think about such a thing. Looking at Su Chi again, his expression had completely changed. Previously he was disgusted and angry, but now his face was full of flattery. Su Chi, no, Mr. Su, can you please tell me who you are? Bu Xiaolio was about to collapse beside him. Sister Shi, what did you call him? Young Master Su? Does he look like a rich young man? He's definitely a loser. Shi Zhaoping slapped him again. Shut up, you ignorant idiot. Just these gold bricks and this mutton fat jade chair are not something that an ordinary wealthy family can afford. She felt it was rude to call Su Chi young Master Su. Su Chi curled his lips lightly. I'm about to be kicked out by you. Why are you still asking so many questions? Send you away? Shi Zhaoping quickly waved her hands. How could that be? That's impossible. Please stay here. This house is free for you to live in. You can stay as long as you want. There's no rent. She was certain that Su Chi was definitely not an ordinary person. It is very likely to be of great importance. If she could be associated with Su Chi and get a little bit of help from him, her fate might change completely. Why bother being a hard-working landlord? Wouldn't it be nice to drink tea and appreciate flowers with those rich ladies? Bu Xiaolio was completely dumbfounded. Don't want rent anymore? Free accommodation? I still ask Su Chi to stay for free. Is this something that Shi Zhaoping, who has always been mean and stingy, could say? He wanted to slap himself 3 times to wake himself up quickly. This has absolutely never happened before. Su Chi didn't appreciate it at all and snorted, I'm not happy living here. I've decided to leave. Please give me the chair. I need to pack up and leave. Reach out to take the chair. Shi Zhaoping held on tightly. Su Chi frowned, what are you doing? Give it to me. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhaoping fell to her knees. Mr. Su, you can't leave. Please, stay here. She felt that this was a stroke of luck, and the god of wealth had accidentally come to her. How can we let the god of wealth go so easily? If she leaves, she missed the chance to change her fate? Su Chi snorted coldly, you are going to throw my luggage onto the street, how dare I stay here? Am I going to wait for someone to pick up my luggage on the street? Master Su, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. Shi Zhaoping quickly slapped her own mouth. Bu Xiaolio looked at her in astonishment. Sister Shi, are you still the landlady that everyone fears? Why are you so cowardly? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but when he spoke like that, Shi Zhaoping was completely annoyed. Pointing at him, it's all because of you, you bastard, who slandered Su Xiao for not having money to rent a house. Does young Master Su care about this little rent? Young Master Su can buy my building by plucking a leg hair. Grab Bu Xiaolio's hair. Pull Bu Xiaolio over here. It's all because of you, you bastard. You're the one who sowed discord and caused me to offend young Master Su. I'm going to beat you to death, you piece of shit. Indeed, if Bu Xiaolio had not instigated the situation, she would not have entered Su Chi's room without permission, let alone wanted to drive Su Chi out. Because of this boy, she offended a very rich man. The anger in my heart was rising rapidly. He grabbed Bu Xiaolio's hair with one hand and slapped her face with the other. Chapter 15. Are you still looking for a mother-in-law? Although Bu Xiaolio is a man, he is tall and thin. Shi Zhaoping is tall and fat, and she is absolutely overwhelming in terms of weight. Moreover, Shi Zhaoping's aura was really scary. Bu Xiaolio was pinned down and beaten, and he had no power to fight back. I could only beg for mercy, Sister Shi, stop hitting me, for the sake of how many times I've served you, please stop now. Su Chi had been watching coldly, but when he heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Bu Xiaolio is actually having an affair with Shi Zhaoping? I never expected this. No wonder Bu Xiaolio owed rent, but Shi Zhaoping never asked him to pay. So that's the reason, I paid with my body. Shi Zhaoping didn't stop, your 2 tricks are not disgusting enough to make me sick. If Mr. Su gives me a little money, I can find 10 or 8 young handsome guys, right? It's all because of you that I offended young Master Su and ruined my financial future. Having said this, he hit him even harder. Bu Xiaolio was slapped all over by her chubby fleshy palms. My nose started bleeding. The teeth seemed to be loosened. I really can't stand it anymore. He couldn't fight back, nor could he escape, and his hair was being pulled by Shi Zhaoping. There was really no other way, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. She doesn't care about the gold on a man's knees, and she doesn't even dare to ask for face. Shi Zhaoping kicked him on the butt. You coward, go apologize to Master Su. Young Master Su said to let you go, then this old lady will let you go. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Bu Xiaoliao didn't dare to retort and quickly crawled in front of Su Qi. Brother Su. You called me brother? Do you deserve it? Shi Zhaoping slapped him hard on the head. Bu Xiaoliao quickly changed his tone. Brother Su, no, Master Su, please let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have overestimated my own abilities and caused trouble for you. Su Qi sneered. If I had known this earlier, why would I have done it in the first place? Yes, I was wrong. I was too blind to recognize you, Master Su. Master Su, if you still don't forgive me, I'll give you my girlfriend. She's very good in bed. In order to escape Shi Zhaoping's beating, Bu Xiaoliao didn't care about anything else. Su Qi frowned. Are you disgusting me? That's right, how could young Master Su be interested in a slutty bitch like your girlfriend? Shi Zhaoping slapped him again. After saying this, he smiled and said, Mr. Su, my little daughter just came back from studying abroad. She is beautiful and fashionable. Would you like to consider it? Su Qi's forehead suddenly became dark. Is this a blind date meeting? Master Su, I was wrong. Please treat me like a dog and let me go. Bu Xiaoliao crawled over and pulled his trouser legs. Su Qi was really annoyed. Get the hell out of here, and don't let me see you again. Did you hear that? Shi Zhaoping kicked Bu Xiaoliao down. Pack up your belongings and get out now. Yes. If Bu Xiaoliao were pardoned, how could he dare to stay? He ran away tumbling and crawling. Mr. Su, don't you really need a girlfriend? Shi Zhaoping quickly took out her cell phone and found a photo. Look, this is my little daughter Yan Shanshan. Isn't she pretty? She tried her best to push her youngest daughter to Su Qi. If I could marry my daughter into a wealthy family, that would be a huge success. The chairs Su Qi sat on were all made of mutton fat jade. You can imagine how luxurious the house must be. If you marry into such a wealthy family, wouldn't you enjoy endless wealth and glory? Su Qi took a glance and saw the girl in the photo standing at the gate of a school with her hair flying in the wind. She was indeed very pretty and full of youthful vigor. However, let the mean, hot-tempered, stingy and snobbish Shi Zhaoping be his mother-in-law? Just thinking about it gives me a chill down my spine. I really can't accept it. My daughter has never been in a relationship. Shi Zhaoping lowered her voice and whispered in Su Qi's ear, she's still a virgin, waiting for you, young Master Su. How about I let you two meet tonight? Su Qi really couldn't handle her enthusiasm, so he waved his hand and said, I'm tired, can you go out? So you're tired, Mr. Su? That's perfect, I'll give you a massage. My technique is very powerful. Shi Zhaoping rolled up her sleeves immediately. Su Qi looked at her fat face and felt nauseous. He waved his hands hurriedly, you'd better forget it. I just ate and I don't want to throw up. The smile on Shi Zhaoping's face froze for a moment, and she could see Su Qi's disgust. Slightly embarrassed, but not angry. The smile on his face quickly returned. How about I teach my massage techniques to my little daughter and let her give you a massage? I said, can you go now? Su Qi ordered them to leave again. Looks like I really need to move. Shi Zhaoping is more difficult to deal with now than when she owed her rent. Is this still the same landlady who can scold people to the point of vomiting blood? What about your temper? What about your sharp tongue? Where is your moral integrity? Shi Zhaoping was really unwilling to leave like this, so she smiled and said, Mr. Su, your room is a mess, let me help you clean it up. It's all because of that bastard Bu Xiaoliao. He made such a mess here, Master Su. Quickly and neatly cleaned up the room for Su Qi. While cleaning up, I took the opportunity to ask about Su Qi. Mr. Su, you must have run away from home, right? Otherwise, why would you come to live in a shabby place like mine? Su Qi said nothing and poured himself a glass of water. Shi Zhaoping thought he agreed, and her imagination became more active. You definitely wouldn't dare stay in a big hotel. Otherwise, your family is so powerful that they can easily find you. Don't worry, just stay with me. I'm a very secretive person and won't tell anyone anything. Did you leave home to escape marriage? Or maybe you didn't want to inherit billions of dollars? You have your own ideas. You want freedom and to live the life you want, right? Suchi smiled bitterly. You said everything, what else can I say? Shi Zhaoping became more and more proud. I have met many people and experienced many things. I can see the general situation of things at a glance. By the way, Mr. Su, are you running away from marriage, or do you not want to inherit the family business? Suchi curled his lips. Your analysis is so amazing, what do you think? He must be running away from his marriage. It's obvious that you haven't met your true love yet, Mr. Su. Otherwise, how could you be so handsome and rich without a girlfriend? As Shi Zhaoping spoke, she became excited again. My little daughter has never had a boyfriend. Could it be that God has arranged for you two to meet here and finally get married? After going around and around, I came back. Are you done packing? Get out now. Suchi pointed at the door impatiently. Mr. Su, you may not know much about my little daughter's situation. I can introduce her to you. No matter what Suchi said, Shi Zhaoping didn't get angry. The more she was scolded, the more she stuck to him. The flesh on my face is about to fall off from laughing. Do you want to make me angry? Suchi's face darkened. Shi Zhaoping was suddenly startled. He could ignore Suchi's scolding and ridicule. But he didn't dare to anger Suchi. She had completely regarded Suchi as a young master who had escaped from a super wealthy family. How could she dare to offend him? He quickly waved his hand. Don't be angry, Mr. Su, I'll go out right away, I'll go out right away. He left in a hurry and gently closed the door for Suchi. When he returned to his room, he immediately called his youngest daughter, Yan Shanshan. Shanshan, my dear daughter, your good luck has come. I found a super rich man, he is definitely your soulmate, come here early tomorrow morning. At that time, his bed was still warm. I opened the door and you slipped in quietly, hee hee. Chapter 16A Complete Transformation. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm working overtime and don't have time to play around with you. Yan Shanshan was a little angry. After she returned from studying abroad, she found a high-paying job at the well-known Chubo Group in Yanjiang City. This is a job that everyone envies. Chubo Group is owned by the Chu family, one of the 4 largest wealthy families in Yanjiang City. It is difficult for ordinary people to successfully apply for the job. She had just joined such a good company and was new there, so it was the time for her to make achievements and increase her presence, but Shi Zhaoping always called her every now and then to bother her. It simply means that she should find a rich husband while she is still young. They also made alarmist remarks, saying that if you get older, you won't be able to find a good one. How old is she now? Only 23 years old. It's the time for her to work hard on her career, okay? Shi Zhaoping said excitedly, why work overtime? Wouldn't it be nice to marry into a wealthy family? Do you want to work 996 all your life? This super rich man I met can definitely make you worry-free about food and clothing, and live a life of wealth and glory. Yan Shanshan was helpless. Mom, please stop dreaming, okay? A shabby house like yours, and a super rich person would live in it? What are you thinking? It's true. He used gold bricks as the legs of his bed, and the chairs he sat on were made of mutton fat jade. Yan Shanshan said in a deep voice, Mom, you must have met a scammer. What kind of liar? He's a rich young man who ran away from his marriage, and he's a super rich young man. Yan Shanshan sighed, Mom, I think you have watched too many soap operas and actually believed in this kind of scam. Shanshan, Mom is serious. This is a great opportunity for you to marry into a wealthy family. You must come here early tomorrow morning, otherwise he will have to get up early to deliver food. Yan Shanshan almost collapsed. A super rich delivery man? A super rich man needs to deliver food? And you still say you haven't encountered a scammer? Mom, wait, I'll be there tomorrow. I have to expose this liar's disguise, so that you won't be fooled by him. Shi Zhaoping wanted to explain something, but Yan Shanshan interrupted her directly, Mom, there's no need to say more. If you have anything to say, wait until I get there tomorrow. Scammers are so rampant nowadays that they've even started to trick people into marrying. It would be strange if a top student like me from Harvard University could be fooled. Bang! Hang up the phone. Suchi lay down. As a result, the system prompt sounded again. Shi Zhaoping's attention generates greedy crit plus 5,000. Suchi was shocked. How greedy he must be to generate a critical hit of 5,000 attention points. It seems that Shi Zhaoping really thinks of himself as a rich young master and wants to climb up the social ladder. Yen Shanshan's attention generates a critical hit of contempt plus 1000. Suchi was speechless. I just found out that Yen Shanshan is Shi Zhaoping's youngest daughter. But even though you have never met Yen Shanshan, you are looked down upon by Yen Shanshan? It's so unfair. Fortunately, I earned 1,000 followers and was not despised in vain. Chu Yunni's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 2,000. Suchi smiled bitterly, wondering how bad-tempered this Miss Chu was. It's the middle of the night and I still have to hate myself. Is it so unforgettable to yourself? You one-t dream about yourself in your dreams, right? After yawning, I went to sleep. Shuechuchu's attention generates a 3,000 plus crit damage. Suchi was stunned. Can daydreaming also lead to critical hits? How fanciful must one be to generate a critical hit of 3,000 attention points? This fantasy must be related to myself, otherwise I wouldn't be focusing on myself. What is this girl thinking about? Are you greedy for your own body? I never thought that she, who looks like a bookworm, would have such thoughts. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. In the morning, stretch and get up. Just pick up the dumbbells and start exercising. No matter what you do, you must have a good body. Especially now, there are so many people who hate me. For example, Wei Dicheng and the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yunni, are not easy to deal with. After lifting the dumbbells a few times, I suddenly remembered my Midas touch system. The Midas touch system explains that anything can be turned into gold. Then can you please touch your own body? In theory, it is entirely possible. Aren't I a thing? Pooh. Of course I am a thing. No, that's not right. Anyway, the Midas touch system should be able to be used on myself. Thinking of this, I became excited. If you can turn stone into gold, what can you become of yourself? Just try it and you'll know. To be cautious, I didn't use too much energy the first time I turned stone into gold, only 100 energy points. Even if the effect is not good, at least there will not be too serious consequences. If you use too much energy at once and turn yourself into a monster, it will not be worth it. Seeing a faint light flashing from his fingers, Suchi gently tapped his fingers on himself. I don't seem to feel anything. But when I tried clenching my fist, it seemed to have a little more strength. He hurriedly picked up the dumbbells. Oh shit! How did the dumbbells become lighter? He used so much force that he even shook himself. This Midas touch method of turning stone into gold is definitely effective and has definitely improved my physical fitness. Suchi became more and more excited. Since turning stone into gold was effective, he naturally increased his energy value and clicked it again. After the successful attempt last time, Suchi became bolder. This time I simply consumed 10,000 energy points and clicked on myself. 10,000 energy value is already a very large energy value. You can turn a broken electric car used for delivering food into a cool and stylish Pagani supercar worth 100 million yuan. It will definitely bring about huge changes in the body. After ordering it, I felt different. Suchi felt as if his body had been reborn in an instant. The body becomes light and full of strength. My whole body is filled with an indescribable sense of power and I feel refreshed. It seemed as if he could jump 10 meters high or smash a wall with one punch at any time. I am definitely different now than I was just a few seconds ago. I looked up at the wall in front of me. Could I really break it with one punch? I couldn't help myself and tried to punch him. Puff! The fist seemed to hit tofu, but it easily penetrated the wall. The fists flew into the next room. The room opposite is not Bu Xiaoliao's room, but the next door on the other side. As a result, I saw that the beautiful woman in the next room was still sleeping soundly. She slept too wildly, in an indecent posture, with her private parts completely exposed. Wow, that's incredible. Suchi quickly retracted his fist and pulled the wardrobe in the room over here to cover the hole in the wall. He exhaled and looked at his fist excitedly. Am I so awesome? Did you really turn your body into gold? I quickly asked the system, what is my current physical level? The system didn't say anything, but just brought up a properties panel. Suchi saw that it contained his physical data. Host, Suchi. Age, 23. Stamina, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Appearance, 1. Suchi asked the system, what standards are used to derive these numbers? The system replied, take the attributes of ordinary people as 1, and ordinary people are the standard. So, my endurance is now 10 times that of an average person, my strength is 10 times that of an average person, and my agility is 10 times that of an average person? Yes, it seems that your IQ is online. Suchi was amazed. His endurance, strength and agility were 10 times that of an ordinary person. What does that mean? In terms of strength alone, they are far superior to heavyweight champions. But you don't need to be as big as a heavyweight champion. Such a powerful force in a normal-sized body like mine would generate tremendous explosive power. Ox paralysis. Just 2 words, awesome. I am absolutely awesome now. Of course, the system is even more powerful and can turn stones into gold for you. Suchi's eyes turned. Since he was already so awesome, why not make it even better and continue to click? There is so much energy anyway, it would be a waste if it is not used. So, he consumed 10,000 energy points again and tapped his body. After clicking, quickly call out the properties panel. Host, Suchi. Age, 23. Stamina, 16. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Appearance, 1. Physical data soared again. But not as obvious as the first time. Even so, this physical data already has a sense of invincibility. Suchi suddenly noticed that his appearance had always remained at 1, which was the level of a normal person. There should be a way to improve the appearance value, right? As I was thinking this, boom boom boom. Someone knocks on the door. Suchi quickly calmed down his excitement and went to open the door. It's Shi Zhaoping. His face was full of smiles, and the fat on his face was shaking constantly. He was holding a thermos in his hand. Master Su, I made you some ginseng, wolfberry, and bullwhip soup. Drink it while it's hot. Chapter 17. This physical strength does not need to be replenished. Suchi almost vomited after hearing this. Are you kidding me? You asked me to drink this so early in the morning? Shi Zhaoping laughed hurriedly. It's like this, my little daughter will be here soon. If you two get into a heated argument as soon as you meet, wouldn't this soup come in handy? It's called being prepared. Don't worry, this soup is guaranteed to make you, young Master Su, full of energy and vigor. Suchi was speechless. Bang! Close the door. Shi Zhaoping was frustrated, but she was not angry. Now I am so focused on pleasing others that I don't even know what anger is. Young Master Su, I know you young people are embarrassed to drink tonic soup. It's okay. I'll put it at the door for you. I won't watch you, so you can drink it secretly. Please believe that I, your future mother-in-law, am doing this for your own good. He put the thermos at Suchi's door and left with a smile. I went downstairs and waited for my daughter Yan Shanshan to come over. Yan Shanshan said that since she came early in the morning, it was time for her to arrive. She and Suchi must not miss such a good opportunity. As I was waiting, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came over and asked with a smile, Auntie, can I ask you something? The person who came was Zhao Xinfu, the accountant of Wei Baofa. Shi Zhaoping glared at him angrily. Who are you calling auntie? You are older than me. Look at you, you are so frivolous. Zhao Xinfu was met with dismay and quickly changed his tone. Big sister. Who is your sister? Go back to your own home to find your sister. Big sister. Call me sister, stop trying to get close to me, you're not my type. Zhao Xinfu had no choice but to shout against his will, beauty. This address really worked, and Shi Zhaoping's expression finally softened. You've got some good eyesight. Tell me, what's the matter? Do you have a young man named Suchi here? Zhao Xinfu came to punish Suchi according to the instructions from Wei Baofa. Before repairing Suchi, you must find Suchi first. Following the clues provided by Wei Dicheng, he found his way here. When Shi Zhaoping heard him asking about Suchi, her eyes lit up. She suspected last night that Suchi was a rich young man who had sneaked out of home. Because she didn't dare to stay in a big hotel for fear of being found by her family, she moved into her shabby rental house. Now someone actually came. Isn't this exactly what I guessed? This Suchi is indeed a rich young master who ran away from home to escape marriage. She was so lucky to have caught such a big fish. She immediately puffed out her chest, assumed a high posture, and asked proudly in the tone of a future mother-in-law, "Are you here to see Suchi? Could Suchi really be here?" Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed, he finally found him. Shi Zhaoping stretched out her arm to block his way. Whether he is here or not, I have the final say. What do you mean? Zhao Xinfu was a little confused. Shi Zhaoping sneered, the meaning is very simple. If you want to find your young master, you need to get past me first. Find our young master? Zhao Xinfu was stunned. What does this have to do with that? Shi Zhaoping glared at him and said, stop pretending. You're still a little immature when it comes to acting with me. To tell you the truth, Su Qi got my daughter pregnant. If he wants to leave, he has to marry my daughter. So, go back and tell his father to get ready for the wedding quickly. The betrothal gift must not be less than 10 million. Zhao Xinfu looked at her helplessly, are you crazy? When Shi Zhaoping heard this, she immediately became angry. I am your master's relative, how dare you talk to me like that? You are really courting death. He grabbed Zhao Xinfu's hair and slapped him twice in the face. Zhao Xinfu's glasses were knocked off. Pulling hair and slapping people are definitely her special skills. Zhao Xinfu was completely unprepared and was stunned. Shi Zhaoping pushed him hard, causing him to fall to the ground. Get lost. Don't even think about getting your young master back unless you get the betrothal gift. Also, my daughter is pregnant with your rich family's young master. Think carefully and don't make me angry. With his hands on his hips, he definitely has the aura of a wealthy relative. Zhao Xian felt for his glasses on the ground and put them on. I am absolutely sure that I have met a madman. I wanted to rush over and settle the score with Shi Zhaoping. He was also afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring Su Qi, which would ruin everything. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, pointed at Shi Zhaoping, and left angrily. Shi Zhaoping looked at his back and snorted coldly, if I don't show some strength, you, a runner, won't know how powerful I am. Zhao Xinfu was beaten but did not dare to fight back. This made her more certain that Zhao Xinfu was the one sent by Su Qi's family to find Su Qi. More and more proud. As long as he holds Su Qi, he will definitely be able to climb into a wealthy family and soar to the sky. Just as I was thinking about good things, Su Qi came down from the stairs. Shi Zhaoping asked excitedly, my dear son-in-law, have you drunk the nourishing soup I made for you? Su Qi glared at her and said, who are you calling a good son-in-law? Isn't it just a matter of time? I don't like that name. Shi Zhaoping laughed dryly, okay, then I'll call you young Master Su. I'll change my name after you get married. Mr. Su, where are you going? Su Qi said unhappily, do I have to report to you beforehand if I go to buy breakfast? Shi Zhaoping laughed hurriedly, didn't I make you some ginseng, wolfberry, and bullwhip soup? Do you think you can drink that stuff so early in the morning? Then there's no need to bother Mr. Su to buy breakfast yourself. I'll go. Shi Zhaoping was extremely attentive and quickly helped Su Qi buy breakfast. Su Qi grabbed her and pulled her back. Shi Zhaoping was tall and fat, weighing at least 200 pounds, but he actually threw her out. He was thrown several meters away and sat down there. Fortunately, Shi Zhaoping had a lot of flesh on her buttocks, otherwise she would have broken her bones. Su Qi was surprised. He was still not used to his current strength and accidentally used too much strength. He just wanted to pull Shi Zhaoping back, but ended up being thrown out. Never mind, I'll go buy some breakfast nearby first. I'm really hungry. Shi Zhaoping watched him walk away for a long time before she recovered from her shock. He murmured, as expected of my good son-in-law, he has really strong hands. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, no wonder you don't want to drink the nourishing soup I stewed. It's totally unnecessary. Shanshan in our family is so blessed. With my son-in-law's stamina, Shanshan is so happy and content every day. Su Qi was walking when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Attention from Zhao Xinfu plus 10. Plus 10 attention points from XXX. Plus 10 attention points from XXX. He received attention from 7 or 8 people in a row, but none of them were people he knew. What is going on? Suddenly I noticed a head sticking out from the corner ahead, and then quickly retracted. The head was retracted, but half of the iron rod was still exposed. Su Qi immediately understood what was going on. Someone is ambushing him. The attention he just received must have come from the people who ambushed him. But who would have hired these people? Wei Diqing? Luo Xuani? Or that Chu family's eldest daughter, Chu Yunyi? No matter what, we will fight against the enemy with our soldiers and block the water with earth. I just turned this body into gold, but I don't know its true combat power yet. These people dared to ambush him, which was like walking into trouble. Chapter 18, One move and it's done. Suchi pretended to know nothing and continued walking forward calmly, humming a song. After walking about 10 meters, a car suddenly came from behind and quickly blocked the road. This is the old city area, and the alleys are narrow. A car parked across the alley completely blocked Suchi's retreat. At this time, the people who were ambushing at the corner ahead also came out. Some carried shovels, some held iron rods, and some even held iron chains. The door of the car behind opened, and Zhao Xian got out with two big men. One of the big men was holding a cell phone in his hand. The camera is shooting at Su Qi. This was in response to Wei Diqing's request. The revenge scene was broadcast live so that Wei Diqing could watch it from his hospital bed and relieve his hatred. It's finally started. Lying on the hospital bed, Wei Diqing's face was full of excitement. He also had a cell phone in front of him, and could clearly see that Su Qi was stuck in the alley, unable to move forward or backward. "Asshole, where are you going?" he said viciously. Wei Baffa, who was standing next to him, smiled proudly. "Son, are you happy now?" Wei Diqing snorted coldly. "Seeing this bastard being beaten like a dead dog makes me even happier." Wei Baffa stroked his hair and said, "Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Zhao Xinfu has never let anyone down." Wei Diqing nodded. He also knew that Uncle Zhao was meticulous and efficient. No matter who he dealt with, he never failed. Even those troublemakers on the street were within his grasp, let alone Su Qi, a young man who was still wet behind the ears. In the alley, Zhao Xinfu leaned back in the car and took out a cigarette in a very arrogant manner. Bang! He lit the cigarette with his lighter. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he sneered at Su Qi and said, "You hit our young master, but instead of hiding yourself, you are so carefree. You are such a big-hearted kid." Su Qi curled his lips. "You are even more courageous. You are still pretending to be cool here with a nosebleed." "Oh shit." Zhao Xinfu quickly touched his nose with his hand. His hands were immediately covered in blood. This is because Shi Zhaoping had just slapped him in the nose and it started bleeding, and he didn't wipe it clean. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a critical hit of plus 300. Zhao Xinfu was really ashamed. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground and said, "I'm not going to waste my time talking to him. I'll knock all his teeth out. I'll see how he can still be so sharp-tongued." After hearing this, the big men on the opposite side immediately pounced on Su Qi. Wei Diqing in the hospital saw this scene and danced with excitement. "Finally, we can beat this bastard. Beat him to death." He stretched out his hand and punched the air hard. It was as if he was beating Su Qi on the spot. In the alley, Su Qi was extremely calm. Looking at the people rushing over, he was really disgusted and spread his hands to Zhao Xinfu. "Just these few people? Are you sure?" His face was full of contempt. Zhao Xinfu was so angry that blood rushed to his forehead. This kid is too crazy. He really doesn't know his place. He said angrily, "These few people are more than enough to deal with you." As he said this, the big man holding an iron rod rushed to Su Qi. He hit Su Qi's head hard. Full of force, fast and fierce. But in Su Qi's eyes now, it was just a light and slow motion. His agility is now 16 times that of an ordinary person, and his reaction speed is completely beyond the imagination of normal people. He dodged it with a slight movement. Then, he grabbed the big man's clothes, swung his body up, and swept it around lightly. Just a light swipe. Bang 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 bang. The big men around were knocked away one after another. Like a baseball being hit by a bat, it flew in all directions. Then, they crashed into the walls around the alley and fainted when they landed on the ground. With just one move, 7 or 8 big men were knocked down. The big man he grabbed was also shocked. "Is that it? I just rushed to him and it was over?" Su Qi threw him away and he hit the wall and fainted. All the guys who came to besiege us were dealt with. And this only takes 2 or 3 seconds. Fuck. Zhao Xinfu was so scared that the cigarette in his mouth dropped out of his mouth. My legs were shaking uncontrollably and I almost fell to the ground. Is this true or false? Is this okay? Is this something a human would do? It's not enough for one to beat 8, it's done in one go. Wei Diqing in the hospital saw this and almost threw his phone away. Is this guy still human? He just knocked so many people away so casually. I can't believe that this is his classmate from 4 years in college. I can't recognize him at all. Son, wasn't it exciting to see that guy being pinned to the ground and beaten? Wei Baofa turned his phone around curiously and was startled to see so many people lying in the alley. Damn, what's going on? The focus from Wei Dicheng generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. The focus from Wei Bao generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a deep shock critical hit of plus 3000. The focus from Triple X generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. The focus from Triple X generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. A large number of attention points continued to pour into Su Qi. Su Qi was slightly stunned. Wei Dicheng? Wei Bafa? These two people are not here, why are you so shocked? Suddenly I saw the cell phone in the hand of the big man in front of the car, and I immediately understood. It turns out that Wei Dicheng and Wei Bafa have been watching here. He also understood that Wei Dicheng had hired these people to deal with him. He couldn't help but sneer and walk towards Zhao Xinfu and the other two. Zhao Xinfu shuddered all over and woke up as if from a dream. He hurriedly shouted, "Go!" The three of them quickly got in the car and prepared to escape. But the car was lying there, and it was not easy to turn around. And Su Qi was walking towards him step by step. "Hurry up!" Zhao Xinfu urged anxiously, his face covered in cold sweat. I thought today's matter would be easy to handle, but who would have thought that I would encounter such a monster? Finally the car was turned around. Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed. "Let's go." The driver stepped on the accelerator and was about to leave. But unexpectedly, Su Qi had already arrived. He suddenly lifted his hand on the back of the car and the car flew up. Wei Dicheng could see that the camera of the mobile phone opposite him suddenly kept flipping. The scene on the opposite side also changed. The ground disappeared and the space suddenly became wide open. The buildings on both sides seemed to have become smaller. I couldn't help but look at Wei Baofa in astonishment. "Dad, what happened?" Wei Baofa's face turned pale. Zhao Xinfu and his men's car seemed to be flying. Wei Dicheng's voice trembled more and more. "Can cars fly?" Usually not. Both of them thought of a possibility. That is, Su Qi flipped the car over. But I really can't believe this possibility. Su Qi is just a human being after all, how could he possibly flip a car over? But if it wasn't Su Qi who flipped the car over, how could the car have flown into the air? Both of them were filled with horror. The focus from Wei Dicheng generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. The focus from Wei Bao generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Zhao Xinfu's attention creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The attention from Triple X creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The attention from Triple X creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The car kept flipping in the air. Then, bang! He fell backwards to the ground. The three people in the car were badly knocked unconscious and suffered many fractures. There was no way they could escape. Su Qi came up and pulled the deformed car door away. He waved to the three people inside and said coldly, "Climb out." Chapter 19. The car flew. The three men had no choice but to be like fish on the chopping board, and could only let the other party slaughter them. He crawled out tremblingly and crawled to Su Qi's feet. He looked back at the overturned car on the ground. Look up at the sky again. They all knew that an aerial tour had just taken place. But I don't understand how the car flew into the air. Su Qi asked, "Where is the phone that was used for the live broadcast?" The big man who was live streaming with his phone just now hurried to find his phone. He got into the car, took out his cell phone, and nervously handed it to Su Qi with both hands. Su Qi took it and saw that the phone was still on the video call. On the phone screen, you can see Wei Dicheng looking stunned. Su Qi sneered, "Wei Dicheng, you really only care about eating and not about being beaten. You didn't get enough of that beating last time, did you?" Wei Dicheng suddenly came to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" "The Su Qi I know wouldn't be able to make a car fly." Who are you?" Su Qi snorted coldly, "Of course I am Su Qi. I was a little low-key before, so you think I'm easy to bully? I'm telling you right now, you've completely pissed me off. No matter where you hide, I'll find you and let you know how powerful I truly am." At this moment, a big face suddenly appeared on the screen. The distance is too close and I can't see the other person's full appearance. But Su Qi knew that this should be Wei Dicheng's father Wei Baofa. Hearing Su Chi's arrogant words, he was really angry and warned Su Chi in a deep voice, "Boy, I'm telling you, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that just because you won this time, you can ignore us father and son. While I was out there calling the shots, you were out there playing in the mud in your crotchless pants. We are not really afraid of you." Su Chi smiled, "It's best if you are not afraid of me. Don't be scared and run away secretly. I'll come find you soon. When I find you, this car will be your fate." He raised his foot and kicked the overturned car up into the air. "Fly high into the air." Su Chi kept pointing his phone at the car. When Zhao Xinfu and his friends saw this scene, they finally understood how their car flew. It was really Su Chi who made it fly. Wei Baofa and Wei Dicheng, who were on the other side of the phone, also knew what was going on with the spinning and flying phone lens. Wei Baofa was so frightened that his whole body trembled. A car weighing 2 tons was just kicked into the air like this? Is this something a human can do? I was totally shocked. Wei Dicheng also turned pale and could not believe his eyes. Zhao Xinfu and the other two looked up at the car in the air, their bodies trembling as if they were sieved. The two big men were so scared that they peed their pants. Zhao Xinfu was relatively calm and was on the verge of peeing his pants. The car flew 5 or 6 meters high and finally landed. Su Chi didn't wait for the car to land, he slapped the falling car. Bang! The car instantly deformed and became as fragile as a child's toy, with the glass completely shattered and flying. When it landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of smoking scrap metal. Wei Bao stared at the phone screen in a daze, really wanting to slap himself in the face. I really shouldn't have said that harsh thing just now. Of course, I didn't expect Su Chi to be so powerful just now. Is this still a human being? This is a pure power monster. Su Chi glanced at the phone screen and said coldly, "Since you are not afraid, just wait for me. I won't keep you waiting for too long." Then, he lost his phone. The attention point from Wei Bao generates regretful crit plus 10,000. It is conceivable that Wei Baofa must be regretting it to death for getting 10,000 attention points. The focus from Zhao Xinfu generates deep terror critical plus 10,000. The focus from XXX generates a deep fear critical hit of plus 10,000. The focus from XXX generates a deep fear critical hit of plus 10,000. Compared to Wei Baofa's regret, Zhao Xian and the two big men were more afraid. After all, they are right next to Su Chi. And they were absolutely certain that their bodies were definitely not as strong as the car. Su Chi could turn a car into scrap metal with just one slap. Just a flick of the hand and they'd be beaten into a pulp. Suddenly I realized that those guys who had just besieged Su Chi and were beaten unconscious were actually lucky. If you faint early, you won't have to face this extreme fear. In their eyes, Su Chi in front of them was definitely a ferocious monster and a big devil. One of the big men couldn't bear it any longer. With a loud scream, he slammed into a nearby wall and knocked himself unconscious. When the other big man saw this, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Hurry and do the same. As a result, he was hit but didn't pass out. He only hit his head and it was bleeding. He quickly picked up a loose tile from the sidewalk and smacked himself on the head with it. Bang! He also fainted. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Xinfu was the only one left sober. Zhao Xinfu looked at Su Chi and laughed dryly. "How about I'll go hit my head against the wall too. Do you think you have a chance?" Su Chi snorted coldly. "If I remember correctly, you wanted to have all my teeth knocked out, didn't you?" After hearing this, Zhao Xinfu's face changed drastically. He also felt regretful. Why the hell were you so arrogant before? The harsher the words you said before, the harder the beating you will receive now. He simply dug a hole for himself and then jumped into it. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a huge amount of regret, with a critical hit of plus 10,000. Zhao Xinfu quickly explained, "Handsome guy, you heard wrongly, I asked them to knock out all my teeth." Su Chi looked at him, "But why are your teeth still fine?" I know what to do." Zhao Xinfu hurriedly crawled over and picked up the floor tiles that the big man had dug out. He swung the floor tile and slammed it against his mouth. With just one blow, his lips were broken and blood and teeth kept flowing out of his mouth. After another try, there are almost no teeth left in his mouth. Su Chi nodded, "Not bad, very well done." Zhao Xinfu asked hurriedly, "Can I faint now?" Su Chi made a gesture to let him do as he pleased. Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, "Thank you very much, thank you very much." He quickly crashed into the wall next to him. Boom! He just lay there motionless. These guys have all fainted, and Suchi can't do anything to unconscious people. No matter what you do, they won't feel it. Suchi is not that boring. The key is to settle accounts with the two culprits, Wei Diching and Wei Bafa. He curled his lips and went to buy breakfast. I bought a basket of buns and a bag of soy milk, and ate them while walking back. When I was delivering food in the past, I needed to save time, so I would eat on the way. It's become a habit. After having breakfast, I returned to the rental house downstairs. I'm planning to drive to find a new place to live. After all, with Shi Jiaoping around, I really can't live here anymore. A bucket of ginseng, wolfberry and bullwhip soup every morning, what's the point of living? When I arrived downstairs at the rental house, I saw a girl in a white shirt and jeans walking around his sports car, exclaiming in admiration. From the back, she has a good figure, a thin waist and long legs. Wearing sneakers on his feet. But it doesn't make the legs look short at all. This is enough to show that the legs are really long. After turning around, the girl couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a selfie of herself in the Pagani sports car. Yan Shanxian's attention generates envy critical hit plus 100. Suchi was slightly stunned. What was Yan Shanxian's focus? What does she envy herself for? Suddenly I understood, could the girl taking the selfie be Shi Jiaoping's daughter Yan Shanxian? Chapter 20 First Love Face. At that time, Shi Jiaoping took out her mobile phone to show him a photo of Yan Shanxian, but he didn't look at it carefully. I just think it's beautiful. The girl in front of me should be Yan Shanxian. Yan Shanxian's attention generates envy crit plus 200. Then I saw Yan Shanxian lying on the Pagani sports car and taking another selfie. That intoxicated expression definitely shows that he loves this car very much. Yan Shanxian was intoxicated by his car, but he was admiring Yan Shanxian. You know what, this Yan Shanxian is much prettier than in the photo. I really don't know how Shi Jiaoping gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Shi Jiaoping is so vulgar, but Yan Shanxian has a very good temperament. Are you sure it's your biological child? Seeing that Yan Shanxian liked his sports car so much, Suchi didn't disturb her. Beautiful women in luxury cars, the scenery is nice, it's a feast for the eyes. I just sat down in a beetle next to me and waited. Hey, you, who let you ride in my car? Yan Shanxian suddenly noticed this side and became very angry. Yan Shanxian's attention generates disgust critical hit plus 100. Sure enough, this beauty is Yan Shanxian. Finally saw her front face. She has a small face, big eyes, and a red mouth. It gives people a very smart and cute feeling. This girl has a first love face that all boys like. I'm talking about you. Who let you ride in my car? Yan Shanxian pointed at him angrily. Suchi curled his lips. What's wrong with sitting down for a while? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Yan Shanxian put her hands on her hips angrily. Look at Suchi wearing a t-shirt and shorts, with messy hair, eating a plastic bag of buns in his hand. He looks like a complete loser with no money. Suchi shook his head. Unfortunately, I didn't break anything. Having said this, he walked over. Yan Shanxian was startled and pointed at him. You stop right there, what are you doing? I'm telling you, if you dare come over here in broad daylight, I'll call for help. To tell you the truth, my mother is Shi Jiaoping, the landlord of this building. If you dare to touch me, she will tear you to pieces. As he said this, he found that Suchi was completely indifferent and continued to walk towards him. I couldn't help but hug myself and scream. Suchi was speechless. He walked up to her and pushed her away. What the hell are you yelling about? It's like no one wants to touch you. After saying that, he opened the door of the Pagani Wind Shadow and got in. Yan Shanxian was shocked. This car is actually yours? Do you still think I can't afford to pay for damaging your beetle? Suchi started the car and drove away. Yan Shanxian stood there stupidly, as if petrified. She had imagined the owner of this luxury car countless times. Or he is a handsome and domineering president. Or she is a fashionable and hot rich lady. Or they are workplace elites with a strong aura. I never expected that he would be a loser-looking guy carrying a plastic bag of buns and eating while walking. Is this a fucking illusion? Yan Shanxian's attention generates a mixed feeling of multiple critical hits plus 5,000. Yan Shanxian stood in the wind, almost like a sculpture. Shi Jiaoping came out, saw her standing there stupidly, and slapped her. Shanxian, what are you looking at? Were you the one who was screaming just now? Yan Shanxian grabbed her arm and said, Mom, can you believe this? A guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts, eating a $2 breakfast on the roadside, is actually driving a limited edition sports car worth 100 million yuan. Can you believe it? She just checked online and found out how awesome Su Chi's car is. What big pants, sports car? Shi Zhaoping was confused, but suddenly she saw that the sports car that was originally parked in front of the building was gone. I couldn't help but wonder, where's that sports car? As soon as he said this, he screamed and grabbed Yan Qianqian's arm. Qianqian, what did you say? The sports car parked here is worth 100 million? She had noticed the sports car a long time ago. Although I think it's cool, I feel like it's only worth a few 100,000. A few million at most. I never thought that the sports car was worth 100 million. That is to say, 100 million was floating in front of her all night, and she didn't even notice? So crazy. So crazy. He quickly asked Yan Qianqian, where is the man driving the sports car? Where is he? Who is he? Qianqian, I've changed my mind. You want to marry the guy who drives the sports car, not Su Chi. Yan Qianqian was very angry. Mom, what do you think of me? I can marry whoever you say I will marry? I'm not a commodity. Shi Zhaoping grabbed her shoulders and studied her pretty face. Qianqian, don't blame me for being harsh. You're a commodity, a coveted luxury item. I don't know what good fortune I had to give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you, with such a good temperament and a great figure. Whether I can turn my life around in this life depends on you. You have good looks, a good figure, and an education. You must marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix. Then I can also benefit from your fame and become a rich wife. I'm relying on you. Tell me, where's that guy driving the sports car? He can drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan, and he even parks it downstairs from us. This is fate. Even if he's bald, has athlete's foot, and has a belly as big as a ball, you still have to marry him. Yan Qianqian sighed, Mom, you really don't treat me as a human being. Where is the person driving the sports car? Tell me quickly. Shi Zhaoping looked around for him, her face full of anxiety. Seeing that she was about to go crazy, Yan Qianqian quickly interrupted her and changed the subject. Mom, didn't you ask me to come meet that guy named Su Chi? Where is he? Don't even mention him. Compared to this guy who drives a 100 million luxury car, he's nothing. He's no longer worthy of you. Yan Qianqian snorted coldly, he is not only unworthy of me, he is also a liar. Take me to him quickly. I want to expose him so that he can stop deceiving you. Shi Zhaoping curled her lips, he went to buy breakfast. Reluctantly, he looked around again, hoping to see the shadow of the 100 million sports car. Buying breakfast? Yan Qianqian suddenly remembered the guy she had just seen carrying a plastic bag of buns and eating them while walking. He hurriedly asked Shi Zhaoping, what did he wear when he went out? Put on some big pants. Shi Zhaoping thought about it. Although this Su Chi is a runaway young master, he has completely adapted to the life of a loser and dresses like one. Yan Qianqian's expression changed again. Mom, do you have a photo of him here? Yes. He owed rent some time ago, and I was afraid he'd run away, so I took his picture. Shi Zhaoping took out her cell phone, searched, and found Su Chi's photo. Yan Qianqian snatched it away. She exclaimed in shock, it's really him. Who is it? Shi Zhaoping was confused. Yan Qianqian said excitedly, the guy driving the 100 million sports car is the Su Chi you mentioned. Chapter 21. This move is too amazing. Really? Shi Zhaoping screamed. That 100 million sports car belongs to Su Chi? Is this guy really that rich? He drives a luxury car worth 100 million? He's even richer than I thought. I have decided on this son-in-law. He is the only one who can be my son-in-law. I was actually about to abandon this good son-in-law. What was I thinking? Shi Zhaoping pulled Yan Qianqian and walked into the building. Yan Qianqian was surprised. Mom, what are you doing? Hurry up, take off your clothes and wait on young Master Su's bed. As soon as he comes back, you have to make it a done deal. You can't let this big fish get away. Shi Zhaoping wished that Su Chi and Yan Qianqian would have sex right now. Yan Qianqian collapsed. Mom, are you crazy? You'd be crazy if you didn't cherish this opportunity to change your destiny. Shi Zhaoping still pulled Yan Qianqian inside. Yan Qianqian felt that if Su Chi was here, Shi Zhaoping would have wanted to strip her naked and throw her into Su Chi's arms. How did I end up with such a mother? He quickly shook off Shi Jiaoping's hand. Mom, can we calm down for a moment? Haven't you heard it before? A forced melon is not sweet. Besides, if I just lie on her bed, how lowly I'll look in her eyes. Do you think a wealthy family would marry a woman like that as their daughter-in-law? Shi Jiaoping finally calmed down. Then what do you think we should do? Yan Qianqian bit her lip. Although that guy seems unruly, with the blessing of a sports car, he doesn't feel forced at all. He looks particularly impressive. Daughter, you are moved, aren't you? Shi Jiaoping was overjoyed. Yan Qianqian waved her hands quickly. I just feel like I misunderstood him, and I'm quite embarrassed. Then just pledge your love, apologize, and make the matter a done deal. Yan Qianqian rolled her eyes at Shi Jiaoping and said, Mom, why are you doing this again? Then what do you say we should do? I absolutely cannot let such a good son-in-law run away. Yan Qianqian said, if we are really destined to be together, we will eventually be together. There is no need to rush. What the hell is fate? Why not rush it? If you wait for fate, the flowers will be gone by the time they get cold. Such a rich man is hard to find even with a lantern. Now that he's in front of us, we must grab him with all our might and make him so tired that he can't get out of bed. We must not give other women any chance. Yan Qianqian blushed unconsciously. Why was her mother so vulgar? Mom, we have no feelings for each other, how can we be together? Sleep. Sleep once and you'll naturally develop feelings for her. If you haven't, sleep with her a few more times until you do. Yan Qianqian was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Shi Jiaoping's attention generates greedy crit plus 1000. 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 The system prompt sound rang in Su Qi's mind over and over again. Su Qi thought the system had crashed and kept repeating the points of concern contributed by Shi Jiaoping. It would be fine to contribute once, but how can you do it continuously? Is the system down? I'm really worried. If the system crashes, how can we continue to turn stones into gold? I haven't had enough yet. System, are you okay? Su Qi asked with concern. I'm fine, the system answered clearly. But why do you keep repeating the system message just now? It's not that I keep repeating myself, it's Shi Jiaoping who keeps contributing to the focus. Ah? Su Qi was shocked. How greedy was Shi Jiaoping that she could keep generating greedy critical attacks? Is this crazy? If he saw Shi Jiaoping's current appearance, he would definitely understand. Shi Jiaoping wished she could swallow him in one gulp. Afraid he would run away. In order to catch him, they would strip Yan Qianqian of her clothes and put her in bed with him. You can imagine how greedy she is. Seeing the greedy critical hit that was constantly refreshing, Su Qi felt a chill on his back. I must leave quickly and find another place to live. Who could stand having a fat, plump woman drooling over him all the time? I stopped the car and thought about it. Instead of continuing to rent a house, I might as well buy my own house. The attention point from Weibao generates regret critical hit plus 5000. The attention points from Weibao generate panic and crit plus 5000. The attention point from Weibao generates rage crit plus 5000. Su Qi suddenly received the attention of Wei Baofa's contribution. The values are quite large. Su Qi sneered. It seemed that Wei Baofa was definitely scared by him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Wei Baofa was more than just frightened by him. They are all ready to run away. With his hands behind his back, he walked back and forth in Wei Dicheng's ward, feeling anxious and sweaty on his forehead. Dad, this guy shouldn't be that capable. Wei Dicheng wanted to comfort his father. How could Wei Baofa possibly listen at this time? Instead, he flew into a rage. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still say he's incompetent? If this guy comes, who among us can stop him? If they really kill us, we will die without a burial place. I couldn't help but point at Wei Dicheng. How did you offend such a monster? Not only did you offend him, but you also dragged your father and me into this trap. Are you planning to drag me down with you? Wei Dicheng quickly explained, Dad, it's not like that. He wasn't this impressive at the last class reunion. He hit me at the time, and it felt like his strength was only at the level of an ordinary person. Wei Bafa became even angrier. You mean, he turned into a power monster overnight? You are still lying now? If you had told me he was so scary, why would I have provoked him? Now that he's here to fight us, let's die together. Are you satisfied? Wei Diqing felt aggrieved. Dad, I really don't know. Shut up. Wei Bafa threw a punch. You've hurt me like this, and you still dare to quibble. He is a rough man, but when he spoils Wei Diqing, he can pamper him to the sky. When he is angry, he will use his fists and feet at any time. Come to think of it, this matter is all Wei Diqing's responsibility. Not only was this incident caused by Wei Diqing, but Wei Diqing also implicated him, putting him in danger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he punched him again. It's all your fault. You're more likely to cause trouble than to help. Wei Diqing grimaced in pain and whispered, Dad, I'm recovering from my injuries, why are you still hitting me? Fuck your injury. You've caused such a big disaster, and you still have the nerve to heal it. I'll let you recover, I'll let you recover. He jumped directly onto the hospital bed and started punching and kicking Wei Diqing. Wei Diqing was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents. Wei Bafa vented his anger and finally calmed down. He raised his hand and rubbed his hair vigorously. I can't stay in Yinjiang City anymore. Looks like we have to move. Wei Diqing didn't dare to say a word. Lying there, silently enduring the pain. Why don't you fart? You are required to express your opinion at this time, but you are mute? Wei Bao shouted angrily. Chapter 22, Go all out to hug the thigh. Wei Diqing was so scared that he was shaking all over. He is really having a hard time. If you speak, you will be beaten. If you don't tell me, you'll get beaten. He thought quickly, Dad, if we leave Yinjiang City, what will happen to our house in Yinjiang City? What will happen to your career? Speaking of this, Wei Bafa became angry again. What else can I do? Of course I'll just give up. Am I supposed to just sit there and wait to die? If that guy comes to your door, can you withstand it? Wei Diqing thought about the car that was turned into scrap metal by Su Qi's slap. I couldn't help but shiver all over. He shook his head quickly. It's all your fault, you beast. You've ruined the career I've worked so hard for so many years. Wei Bafa clenched his fists again. Wei Diqing quickly begged for mercy. Dad, I already know I was wrong. Besides, didn't you hit me before? I'm angry and want to beat you up, you beast, is that not okay? Wei Bafa came over with his fists clenched. Wei Diqing was so scared that he shouted, Dad, isn't there a Chu family? Wei Bao was stunned. Wei Diqing quickly said, Isn't the Chu family your backer? We can ask for protection from the Chu family. Wei Bafa's eyes lit up. You, a pig-brained kid, have come up with a solution. Yes, in his haste, how could he forget about his big backer, the Chu family? The Chu family is one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. They have a large family business, extensive connections, and strong influence. No matter how powerful Su Qi is, can he not give face to the Chu family? As long as the Chu family is willing to help him settle it, there should be no problem. I need to quickly prepare a generous gift and then go visit Mr. Chu. Wei Bafa seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. Now we must cling to the Chu family at all costs. I hope the Chu family is willing to protect him. Su Qi went to the bank and deposited the 100,000 yuan in cash. This money was originally intended to pay rent, but now, Shi Zhaoping will definitely not ask for his rent. In order to let him continue to stay, I am willing to give him change. Su Qi just deposited the money into the card as a trigger to turn stone into gold. He used the money from his card to get a black VIP card at a 5-star hotel. If there is no money in the card, you naturally cannot turn stones into gold. To turn stone into gold, you need at least a stone you can't turn air into gold. Just treat these 100,000 yuan as stones. After depositing the money, I returned to the car and directly tapped the bank card with 10,000 energy points. In an instant, the original 100,000 yuan disappeared, and 60 million yuan was deposited into the bank card. Su Qi looked at the number of followers and saw that there were still more than 160,000 followers. All converted into energy value. Then, he took out 10,000 energy points and tapped the bank card again. This time, the 60 million in the bank card directly turned into 3 billion. It feels so good to see the balance on the card double rapidly. I couldn't help but consume another 10,000 energy points and clicked on the bank card again. This time, 3 billion became 9 billion. Su Qi frowned slightly. He discovered that when the base number is too large, the effect of turning stone into gold is not so exaggerated. The same energy value of 10,000 increased 600 times from the initial 100,000 to 60 million. But starting from 60 million, it only grew to 3 billion, which is only a 50-fold increase. Starting from 3 billion points, the 10,000 energy value only reached 9 billion, which is 3 times the original value. If you want to achieve the original exaggerated effect, you will definitely need to consume more energy. It seems that attention is not something that can be used up. If you want to get better things, you need to consume much more energy, which means you need more attention. Gaining attention remains the top priority. Now that I have money, the next step is of course to look for a house. I took out my phone and did a search to see what properties were for sale. After some selection, I feel that Shuyun Garden has a good location and has various types of houses. So I drove to Shuyun Garden. While I was still on the road, I suddenly received a call. It's an unfamiliar number. Suchi didn't answer. Unexpectedly, the other party called again immediately. Suchi finally answered, "Who is it?" A rather polite voice came from the other side. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Suchi?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Yujinji, the Vice President of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. Thank you very much for depositing 9 billion in our bank. You have met the requirements for our bank's most distinguished diamond customer. I would like to replace your diamond customer card immediately. Are you free now?" Only then did Suchi understand what was going on. His bank card is from Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. The funds in the card now reach 9 billion. Such a huge amount of funds is definitely a super big customer of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank, and they will definitely pay attention to it. Things were pretty much as he thought. Yujinji was in a meeting when he heard his secretary report that Suchi's account suddenly received 9 billion yuan, and the money was received through completely legal channels. This is a huge deposit and an extremely important customer. Perhaps for those big banks, 9 billion customers are not uncommon, but for Yinjiang City Commercial Bank, it is really rare. For such a big customer, we must do everything we can to retain him, otherwise it will be a huge loss. The meeting was cancelled immediately and the bank president, who was on a business trip, was contacted immediately. The bank president told him that he must develop this customer into a loyal customer of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. He handed this client directly to Yujinji. Tell Yujinji that this is his chance. If Yujinji fails to be promoted to the position of bank president, his performance this time will be crucial. After hearing this, Yujinji almost jumped up with excitement. He was already very old, and his chances of being promoted to bank president were slim. But judging from what the bank president said, he clearly still has a chance. The key is to retain these customers. This matter concerns his future, which he has worked hard for half his life. How could he not take it seriously? After hanging up the phone with the bank president, he quickly contacted Suchi. No matter what, he had to establish a good relationship with Suchi and keep Suchi's money safely in Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. It would be best if Suchi could deposit more money, so that his promotion to bank president would be more secure. Suchi is now his future. "Mr. Su, can we meet now?" Yujinji said impatiently. Suchi replied, "Maybe later. I'm going to buy a house now." After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. Yujinji quickly said, "Mr. Su, wait a moment. I think it would be great if you could buy a house. If so, I can help you. Our bank can provide you with a housing loan." As soon as he said this, he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Suchi has 9 billion in cash, so why does he need a mortgage to buy a house? He quickly changed his tone. "Our Yinjiang City Commercial Bank has business dealings with many real estate development companies and has a good relationship with them. I can go with you, Mr. Su, and I can definitely help you get the best discount." Suchi was surprised. "You want to buy a house with me? As a bank president, don't you have to work?" Yujinji gave a dry laugh. "It's still vice president, vice president. No, what I mean is that my biggest job now is to help Mr. Su buy a house." "Mr. Su, which property are you going to?" "I'll be there right away." Chapter 23: The Girl I Loved for the First Time. Suchi smiled bitterly. "How embarrassing." Yujinji said hurriedly, "I feel bad for not serving a customer like you, Mr. Su, right away. Mr. Su, please tell me about the property you want to buy. I can't wait to see your face." Suchi really sighed. It's good to have money. Even the vice president came to help him buy a house. I could only agree. Okay, I'm going to Shuyun Garden. Shuyuan Garden? After hearing this, Eugenie burst out laughing. What a coincidence! My son works there. This is really fate. Don't worry, I'll call my son right now and ask him to receive you well. Of course, I'll be there right away. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The property that Su Chi was going to, his son happened to be the sales manager there. With such good conditions, how can you not win Su Chi? Call his son Yu Junfeng immediately. He told Yu Junfeng that a billionaire was coming to buy a house and he must be treated well. Use the highest standards and don't allow any mistakes. Because this not only concerns his son's business, but also his future. Yu Junfeng listened to his serious tone and of course agreed seriously. He immediately called his real estate consultants over and made preparations to welcome the billionaire. Ordinary customers can be put aside for the time being, serving this billionaire well is the top priority. After Eugenie finished calling his son, he thought about it carefully. In order to make this meeting with Su Chi go more smoothly, we need to have a backup plan. So he called Qian Jingjing, the most beautiful financial planner in the bank. Jingjing, I've seen everything you've done since joining our bank. Now, I'm going to give you the best opportunity to show your skills. Qian Jingjing was very excited. Thank you, President Yu. Thank you, President Yu. Eugenie waved his hand. I can give you the opportunity, but whether you can seize it depends on you. Qian Jingjing quickly assured, President Yu, just tell me what you want me to do. I will never let you down. Eugenie nodded with satisfaction. You are indeed young and energetic. That's right, your spirit is what I want. To tell you the truth, we're about to meet our bank's largest individual client to date. You have to help me, no matter what method you use, to develop him into our permanent customer. If this is accomplished, your year-end bonus this year will be enough to cover 10 years' salary. It would be easy to jump 3 levels in your career. But if you fail, you can just resign without me asking. Qian Jingjing couldn't help but sweat in her palms. It turned out to be such a big task. I just joined the bank and received such a big task. I was really excited and nervous. He nodded repeatedly, President Yu, don't worry, I will risk it all and will definitely take him down. Very good. Good steel should be used on the blade. Let's see how you perform. Eugenie took Qian Jingjing and immediately got into the car and set off for Shuyun Garden. Eugenie's attention generates a critical hit of plus 5,000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates an exciting critical hit of plus 3,000. When Su Chi rushed to the Shuyun Garden Marketing Center, he heard the system prompt sound. Eugenie knew who it was. But who is this Qian Jingjing? Still so excited. What is she excited about? Never mind, let us look at the house first. After entering the marketing center, I saw the advertisement on the huge display screen and realized that Shuyun Garden was developed by Chubo Group. The display screen is introducing the strength and glorious history of Chubo Group. The Chubo Group is naturally the property of the Chu family in Yinjiang City. Su Chi immediately thought of Chu Yunyi, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. After all this time, I actually came to the Chu family to spend money. Is this fate? I just had a spark with the eldest daughter of the Chu family yesterday, and today I came to their house to buy a house. To be honest, I felt really uncomfortable spending money on this arrogant young lady, but I was too lazy to move. Just buy it here. Sir, are you here to buy a house? A female voice sounded behind Su Chi. Su Chi turned around and saw that it was a female real estate consultant. She is in her 20s, wears delicate makeup, and looks pretty good. However, although I don't go online much, I am a little aesthetically tired of the typical internet celebrity face. Why are you here? The woman's face suddenly changed when she saw his appearance. Su Chi was stunned. Do you know me? The woman got angry and said, stop pretending. You're here for me, aren't you? Su Chi was confused. What does this have to do with that? I couldn't help but laugh. Are you being a little too self-indulgent? I'm coming for you? Who do I know you to be? Still pretending. If you weren't coming for me, why would you come here by chance? The woman was furious. Don't think I don't know what you're doing now. I've heard from my classmates that you're just a delivery boy. A food delivery guy would buy a house in such a high-end development like ours? Can you afford it? He's just pretending to come see the house and looking for an excuse to get close to me. Su Chi became more and more confused. Who is this woman? It seems like I have some kind of bad fate with her. I quickly looked at her work badge and saw that the name on it was Jia Xiaowen. When Suchi saw this name, his heart was filled with joy, and a girl as pure and charming as a lotus suddenly appeared in his mind. The girl's name is Chu Xiaowen. She was the first girl who made his heart beat. Of course, he also knew Jia Xiaowen. Like Chu Xiaowen, she was his high school classmate. It was probably the emotional awakening of adolescence at that time, and he was very interested in Chu Xiaowen. When I was in class, I would look at her back, and I would dream about her at night. I don't know what happened, but one time I actually called out the word Xiaowen in my dream. Xiaowen and Xiaowen are pronounced the same. As a result, his roommates misunderstood that he had a crush on Jia Xiaowen. And it soon became known to everyone. No one expected that the person he liked was Chu Xiaowen. Because Chu Xiaowen is really out of reach for ordinary boys like them. Everyone knows that Chu Xiaowen is the second daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. No one dared to chase her, nor did they dare to have any ideas. If you dare to have any unreasonable thoughts, you will be ridiculed as a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, or an egg hitting a stone, or just wishful thinking. Suchi doesn't have a remarkable family background and is very ordinary, so everyone naturally thinks it is more reasonable for him to like Jia Xiaowen. But Suchi really likes Chu Xiaowen. But it is difficult to explain. If he explains it, he is afraid that everyone will laugh at him for overestimating his abilities. The result is that everyone is desperately hinting at his relationship with Alyssa Chia. Jia Xiaowen believed it completely and went to tell the teacher, crying. The teacher gave Suchi a severe scolding. From then on, whenever Jia Xiaowen saw Suchi, she would take a detour or look arrogant, for fear that he would pester her. Suchi was speechless. There was no point in him pestering her. He had no feelings for Jia Xiaowen at all. The key point is that Jia Xiaowen has no idea at all. When she was in high school, she was dark and fat, and her weight has always been high. She once broke a volleyball by sitting on it. Is it possible that he would be obsessed with her to the point of pestering her? His aesthetic standards haven't reached that level yet. This was an embarrassing incident for Suchi when he was in high school. But when I went to college, I completely forgot about it. Unexpectedly, I would meet Jia Xiaowen here today, and Jia Xiaowen still thought he was pursuing her. Was he despised to this extent? Are there no other girls besides Jia Xiaowen? Is he so reluctant to let go? How can this be justified? Why are you rolling your eyes? I'm telling you, don't have any bad ideas. Jia Xiaowen took a cautious step back and put some distance between herself and Suchi. Suchi glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't even look at you even if you take off all your clothes. You are safe. You hooligan." Jia Xiaowen was furious. I'm telling you, there's no way you and I can get along. So stop dreaming like a toad. Chapter 24, Buying a luxury house while wearing shorts? Suchi looked at her face and asked, "Did you carve this swan out with a knife? If I hadn't seen your name, I wouldn't have known who you were. Are you sure you looked like this before? Tell me the truth, how many surgeries have you had on your face?" Jia Xiaowen seemed to have been hit in a sore spot and became even more angry. "No matter how much you belittle me, I am still out of your reach. Let me tell you, I already have a boyfriend. He's the sales manager here, and his annual salary is several $100,000. Get out of here right now. If he finds out about our embarrassing past and it affects my relationship with my boyfriend, I'll never forgive you." Suchi was helpless. "I have no shameful past with you. I can tell you now that the Chu Xiaowen I liked at that time was not you, Jia Xiaowen." After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. Laugh out loud. "You stinky scoundrel, don't you have any shame at all? You still like Chu Xiaowen? Do you know who Chu Xiaowen is? She's the second daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. You can't even reach me, and you still dare to like Chu Xiaowen? Are you crazy?" As he was talking, a young man in a suit and tie came over with an unhappy look on his face. "What's going on here? Jia Xiaowen, didn't I tell you that our first priority right now is to welcome that billionaire? What are you talking about here with a guy in big shorts? Hurry up and get rid of them, lest they affect the high-end image of our building and spoil the mood of the billionaire." The guy in shorts he was talking about was naturally Suchi. How could a guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts come here to buy a house? I guess they just come here to wander around, enjoy the air conditioning, and see if there are any free gifts to receive. After all, their marketing center often organizes activities and distributes gifts to attract customers. He glanced at Suchi and said sarcastically, "There are no free eggs to be claimed today. Go back to where you came from. We have an extremely important client to attend to. You have delayed our important matter. We will not forgive you." He was none other than the sales manager of this property, Yu Junfeng. When Jia Xiaowen saw him, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She quickly hugged his arm and proudly said to Suchi, "See? This is my boyfriend. Our Shuyun Garden sales manager is Yu Junfeng. I'm only 29 years old now, but I already earn 300,000 yuan a year. My boyfriend is not only young and promising, but also comes from a wealthy family. His father is the president of a commercial bank in Yanjian City, a very powerful figure. Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Do you still have the nerve to stay here?" As she said this, she leaned her face on Yu Junfeng's shoulder, looking so proud. It's as if he is holding some priceless treasure. "Who is this loser in big shorts? Do you know him?" Yu Junfeng asked coldly. Jia Xiaowen's face was immediately filled with disgust. "He is a disgusting toad. He doesn't even look at his own moral character. He has been pestering me since high school. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up and actually found his way here again." After saying this, he quickly explained to Yu Junfeng, "Dear, I have nothing to do with him. He's the one who's always been pestering me. I just can't stand him. Help me get rid of him quickly. I feel sick when I see him." As she said this, she hugged Yu Junfeng's arm even tighter. Yu Junfeng laughed instead. "I never thought you were so charming that someone would pursue you from high school until now." Jia Xiaowen smiled shyly. "That's right, don't you see whose girlfriend I am? I'm your Yu Junfeng's girlfriend. How can I not be charming? You're even more attractive in bed." Yu Junfeng had a lewd look on his face and grabbed Jia Xiaowen's butt hard. Suchi couldn't help but sigh. "You have such a good appetite, you can even eat this. If you knew what she was like in high school, you'd definitely throw up your leftover food." Yu Junfeng snorted coldly. "You are just saying sour grapes because you can't eat them." Suchi was speechless. What a talented couple. Yu Junfeng doesn't look like a fool. Can't he see how many plastic surgeries Jia Xiaowen has had on her face? Is it still a little bit like before? "Honey, please help me get rid of him. I don't want to see him for a second. His obscene eyes keep looking at me." Jia Xiaowen urged Yu Junfeng. "Why don't you get out of here?" Yu Junfeng shouted coldly at Suchi. Suchi said coldly, "I'm here to buy a house." "Is this how you treat your customers? Buy a house?" Yu Junfeng and Jia Xiaowen laughed so hard that they fell over. "You're buying a house in such a high-end development like ours? Do you believe it? Can you afford a storage room?" Jia Xiaowen hurriedly reminded, "Dear, he is just a delivery man." "Damn, a delivery guy dares to buy a house here. When did our Shuyun garden fall to this level?" Suchi nodded. "This Shuyun garden is really not that high-end. There's even a clueless sales manager and a self-absorbed plastic surgery freak. I'm kind of regretting coming to such a low-end property." Yu Junfeng flew into a rage. "You delivery guy, who are you calling stupid?" He clenched his fists and rushed towards Suchi. Anyway, he didn't think Suchi could be their client and it was impossible for him to afford a house here, so he had no concerns at all. Besides, if Suchi is not driven away, when the billionaire comes and sees a guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts, it will affect the high-end image of their real estate. It was just the right time to beat Suchi up and drive him away. But just as he rushed to Suchi, Suchi suddenly took out a key and blocked his way. It was the key to the Pagani sports car. Yu Junfeng was shocked. He is knowledgeable. As a wealthy man, beautiful women and luxury cars are must-haves. He cares as much about luxury cars as he does about women. How could he not recognize the Pagani sports car logo? It is also clear that Pagani specializes in high-end sports cars and does not have any cheap cars. Even if Suchi's car is the cheapest one, it still costs tens of millions. Suchi's move really scared him. The clenched fists could no longer strike. It's no big deal to hit a loser who is just wandering around, but if he hits a potential big client, he may lose his position as a manager. Suchi glanced at him contemptuously. "Are you really scared to death? Is your key real?" Yu Junfeng asked in a trembling voice. "Anyway, it's more real than your girlfriend's plastic surgery freak." Jia Xiaowen became anxious and hurriedly urged, "Honey, why don't you beat him? He has the keys to the Pagani sports car. Pagani sports car? Is it expensive? You are talking nonsense. I can't afford it even if I work hard for another 10 years. After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen quickly shook her head. Impossible, impossible, you can't afford it. How can he afford it? This key must be fake. It must be a model. Yes, he must have bought the model to show off his wealth. Chapter 25. This bargain is too easy to pick up. After hearing this, Yu Juanfeng's eyes lit up slightly. That's possible. Having car keys does not necessarily mean you have a real car. Buying a car key model doesn't cost much, and it can also save face. Su Qilai must have been prepared for his persistence in pursuing Jia Xiaowen. I guess he prepared a key to a Pagani sports car just to pretend to be rich. He quickly said to Jia Xiaowen, I'll watch him, you go outside and see if there is a Pagani sports car outside? But I don't know a Pagani sports car. Alyssa Chia is not at that level yet, how could she possibly know about Pagani sports cars? Yu Junfeng reminded, just look at the car logo. Okay, you watch him, I'll go right away. Don't let him get away. Jia Xiaowen ran out. Su Qi glanced at Yu Junfeng and said, you know what? If you and your plastic surgery freak girlfriend treat me well, the commission from the house purchase alone will be enough for you to buy a luxury car. It's a pity that you missed it. Having said this, he walked towards the building model in the hall. It's not that easy to run away. Yu Junfeng quickly clenched his fists, blocked Su Qi, and warned him, if you dare to run, my fists are not vegetarian. Su Qi sneered, do you have any misunderstanding about your fist? Do you really think it is hard? As he said this, he grabbed Yu Junfeng's fist. Yu Junfeng's face suddenly changed. It felt like my fist was being clamped in a pair of pliers. The bones were crackling and seemed to be crushed at any moment. His face soon turned purple from the pain, his legs were shaking so much that he couldn't stand and he almost fell to the ground. Su Qi looked at him coldly, if you dare to disturb my mood of buying a house again, I will crush your head. If you don't believe me, try it. Finally let go of Yu Junfeng's hand. Yu Junfeng hurriedly clenched his fists, bent over and grimaced, and it took him a long time to recover. The security guards came over and asked, Manager Yu, are you okay? Yu Junfeng quickly shook his hands and pretended to be relaxed, what can happen to me? In order to seduce young girls, he often shows off his fitness achievements and sometimes even deliberately shows off his abdominal muscles. If you give in at this time, it will be a big joke. No matter what, this face cannot be lost. If he became a joke, how could any girl continue to throw herself at him? I said, I'm here to buy a house, and no one is here to greet me? Su Qi saw that the property consultants were standing neatly in 2 rows, guarding the door. There was also a property consultant holding flowers in his arms. But no one paid any attention to him. Those career counselors are waiting to see billionaires. After receiving the billionaire well, sales exceeded 10 million in minutes. Who has time to deal with Su Qi, a guy in big shorts? Su Qi smiled bitterly, is this how you sell houses? After hearing this, a property consultant standing at the end of the line came over. Yu Junfeng quickly glared at him with a sharp look, your most important task now is to receive the incoming billionaire. Whoever dares to mess this up for me, I'll make sure he doesn't get a chance to stay here. Su Qi made him suffer a setback, yet he still wanted his people to receive him. What was he thinking? The property consultant shrank back in fear. At this time, a beautiful woman came from the corner of the marketing center with a pad in her hand and walked towards Su Qi. When Yu Junfeng saw this, he became so angry that his face turned blue. This beautiful girl is called Leng Yingxue, and she has just come to the marketing center. But as soon as she arrived, she had already become the most beautiful girl here. It turned out that she was a fitness coach with an incredibly hot body, especially when she put on work clothes. The curves of her body, the height, and the pertness of her body made people's noses bleed and their hearts beat fast all the time. On the first day Leng Yingxue arrived, Yu Junfeng set his eyes on her and tried to please her in various ways. But Leng Yingxue didn't buy it at all. Instead, she told Yu Junfeng that the reason he couldn't continue working as a fitness coach was because some customers wanted to touch her. As a result, he was beaten up by her and had no choice but to resign. Warn Yu Junfeng not to repeat the same mistake. Yu Junfeng was so embarrassed by her that he began to make things difficult for Leng Yingxue, making it difficult for Leng Yingxue to survive and forcing her to surrender to him in the end. Moreover, he deliberately got together with Jia Xiaowen and took care of her in various ways, making Leng Yingxue envious and jealous. It can be said that Jia Xiaowen was his tool to deal with Lang Yingxue. Yu Junfeng was almost going crazy, looking at such a beautiful woman with a perfect figure walking in front of him all day long but unable to make a move. What are you looking at? Lang Yingxue glared at Yu Junfeng with disdain on her face. You've made it so difficult for me to survive here, and I'm still afraid of your glances? He didn't care about Yu Junfeng at all. Yu Junfeng was so angry that he just stared blankly, but there was nothing he could do. Sir, what kind of house are you planning to buy? Lang Yingxue asked Suchi with a smile. Suchi also smiled. Your manager treats me as an enemy, and you still dare to come here? I guess you really can't survive here anymore. What does it matter? If I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Even if you beg me to stay here, I won't be willing to serve you. The worst that can happen is that I'll be delivering food. Lang Yingxue exudes a sense of neatness and elegance. Suchi felt a liking for him and asked curiously, what did you do before? I learned taekwondo and work as a part-time fitness trainer. Suchi nodded. No wonder, she has a chivalrous demeanor. Lang Yingxue chuckled, Sir, you are too kind. Seeing them talking and laughing, Yu Junfeng was so angry that his face turned blue. Yu Junfeng's attention generates jealousy and hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 1000. Suchi heard the system prompt sound. Slightly stunned. Why is Yu Junfeng jealous? I understood instantly that Yu Junfeng must be drooling over Lang Yingxue. After all, Lang Yingxue is obviously the most beautiful here, and she is many times more beautiful than that plastic surgery freak Jia Xiaowen. Yu Junfeng didn't pursue such a beautiful Lang Yingxue, but wanted Jia Xiaowen. There is only one explanation, Lang Yingxue doesn't care about him. So, when he saw Lang Yingxue talking and laughing with him, he would be jealous. Thinking of this, he whispered to Lang Yingxue, do you want to make your manager's mouth twisted with anger? Lang Yingxue's eyes lit up, do you have a solution? Suchi said, if you just put my hand on your waist, his mouth will be twisted with anger. Are you sure? Of course. Think about it, he treats me as his enemy, but he covets you. The woman he wants most is being hugged by his enemy. How do you think he feels? Lang Yingxue was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. That's a good idea. Then what are you waiting for? She has been bullied by Yu Junfeng, but has no way to take revenge, and she feels very frustrated. She directly pulled Suchi's hand and placed it on her slender waist. When he put it up, he secretly glanced at Yu Junfeng. Yu Junfeng's face turned red instantly, and he was shaking with anger, as if he was about to have a seizure. I couldn't help but be delighted that the effect was really so good. It's so refreshing to see that bastard Yu Junfeng get so angry. I feel relaxed, just like eating a refreshing ice cream on a hot summer day. Cool. Yu Junfeng's attention generates extreme jealousy and insane hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 6000. Suchi was overjoyed, and the attention he received instantly soared. This trick is really useful. It seems that Yu Junfeng gave the money for buying the house directly this time. The energy value exchanged for the attention points contributed by Yu Junfeng is enough to provide funds for buying a house. Handsome guy, that's awesome. Not only did Suchi gain huge benefits, but Lang Yingxue also gained huge benefits. Finally, I got rid of the frustration in my heart. How could I be in such a good mood when seeing Yu Junfeng so angry? He chuckled and whispered to Suchi, move your hand down. Suchi was stunned. He looked at the position of his hands. Remind Lang Yingxue, if I move my hand any further, it will reach your butt. Are you sure? Chapter 26. How can I refuse this? Lang Yingxue smiled at him and said, I told you to move down. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I won't beat you up like I did when I was a fitness trainer, treating you like a restless client. Suchi smiled bitterly, did you beat up the client? Just 2 broken ribs and a lost front tooth. Suchi was sweating profusely, if you say that, do I dare to move my hand down? If I allow it, then of course it's okay. I don't allow you to touch me. If you dare to touch my fingernails, I will never forgive you. But I allow you to sleep with me, and I will praise your kung fu skills. Suchi couldn't help but ask, have you ever praised others like this before? There's no chance yet, do you want to try? Suchi said seriously, I don't want to have broken ribs and lose a front tooth. Lang Yingxue chuckled, you are helping me. Not only will you be fine, I will also treat you to a big meal. Be brave and move your hand away. This was the first time that Suchi had encountered such a good thing. You can't help but touch it. He was also encouraged to move forward bravely, glancing at the curvature and tilt of it. I couldn't help but swallow. Even if my hand is broken, I still want to give it a try. What's more, they invited me on their own initiative. So, I naturally moved my hand down. Yu Junfeng clearly saw Suchi's big hand covering that charming curve. My mind exploded instantly. He tried to please this beautiful woman in every possible way, but he didn't even touch her with a finger. Now Suchi just came and he went straight for it? The point is, isn't Langing Shue a hot-tempered person? How come he doesn't mind at all and is still laughing and joking? He hooked up with a plastic surgery freak who was just showing off her superiority in front of Suchi. As a result, Suchi directly took the most beautiful woman in the marketing center? Angry. I'm unwilling. Hate it. I felt the blood rushing to my head, and my vision went black. Plop. He fell headfirst into the air, twitching on the ground. Yu Junfeng's attention generates jealousy and hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 8,000. Oh shit. The attention has soared again. It can't be seen that this Yu Junfeng is very strong in combat. Langing Shue naturally also saw that Yu Junfeng fainted on the ground in anger, his body twitching. I was so happy. Looking at Suchi in surprise, you are really my great benefactor and savior. Why didn't you come earlier? I really love you so much. He put his arms around Suchi's neck and kissed him hard on the face. She has a straightforward personality and can't stand being frustrated. But Yu Junfeng used all kinds of dirty tricks, leaving her speechless. Even if he wanted to beat Yu Junfeng up, he had no excuse. I've been holding it in for so long that I'm almost getting internal injuries. Suchi saved her from danger, and all the frustrations in her heart were completely released. How could she not be surprised and excited? Langing Shue's attention generates a plus 5,000 joy critical hit. Although Langing Shue also contributed some attention before. But they are not many and insignificant. This time it directly contributed 5,000 attention points. She truly regarded Suchi as her savior. Suchi really made a fortune this time. One is very greedy, the other is very aggrieved. He ignited everything, and all the attention was focused on him. He made a lot of money. In a good mood, he raised his hand and touched the place on his face where Langing Shue had kissed him. I didn't expect that buying a house here would give you such benefits. If I had known earlier, I would have come here earlier. Langing Shue clenched her fist and punched him. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have been so depressed for so long. Suchi couldn't help but grin. Langing Shue was indeed a trained martial artist. The punch came with great force. If his body had not been able to turn stone into gold, he would have been really hurt by this blow. Langing Shue, listen to me, you can't turn things around by relying on him. I'm such a great guy, I gave you face but you didn't want it, you insisted on flirting with a loser, you are a slut. Yu Junfeng was rescued by everyone and could no longer hold back and started cursing at Langing Shue. In the past, when there was no competitor, he could slowly control Langing Shue. But now, Suchi has come, and Langing Shue has let Suchi touch her, so how can he still remain calm? Langing Shue, your performance has been 0 for 2 months. This month will definitely be 0 as well. If it's 0 for 3 consecutive months, you will automatically be fired. Now, only I can save you. Come to me and beg me. Maybe I will forgive you. There was no time to play dirty, so he could only make threats openly. Langing Shue snorted, just get out, I don't want to work here anymore. Yu Junfeng gritted his teeth and said, don't think I don't know your background. Your brother is getting married and has no house. He's about to break up with his girlfriend. Do you really not need money? He really put in a lot of effort to win over Langing Shue. Investigate Langing Shue thoroughly. Langing Shue gritted her teeth and said, my business is none of your business. Yu Junfeng said, if you give in to me now, I can lend you money for your brother's down payment, and I can also ask my father's bank to make an exception and give you a mortgage. Whether your brother can get married depends on you. Do you want to ruin your brother's happiness for life? In order to get Langing Shue, he used all his tricks. Langing Shue stamped her feet in anger. It seems like I'm really threatened. I'm telling you, if you get out of here, you'll lose more than just this job. With my father's connections, it's enough to make it impossible for you to find any job in Yanjian City. You won't even be able to support yourself. Yu Junfeng is no longer reserved at all. directly force Lang Yingshui. Lang Yingshui was so angry that her eyes turned red. You Junfeng, is my body really that fragrant? You're staring at me like a dog, right? Yu Juanfeng's face was ferocious, and he said without hiding it, yes, there is no woman that I can't get. Now I'll give you one last chance. Slap that loser next to you hard right now, come over and hug my legs, beg me to forgive you, and I will make sure you have enough food, drink, a car, and a house. Lang Yingshui gritted her teeth. You just want to support me, right? Yes, I'll be straightforward. Do you dare to disagree? Lang Yingshui was about to speak when Yu Junfeng immediately said, think about your brother. He's your own brother. For a mediocre guy like him, marrying a beautiful wife is not an easy task. Lang Yingshui couldn't help but hold her forehead. She sighed, I didn't expect that even though I'm pretty, I actually attracted a mad dog like you. Okay, let me ask you, do you still like me becoming like this? Suddenly the pad in my hand fell. He grabbed the sharp shard of the screen and slashed it directly at his face. Suchi was surprised. This girl was really fierce. She would rather be disfigured than submit to Yu Junfeng. In ancient times, she would definitely be a female knight. He quickly reached out and grabbed Lang Yingshui's hand, smiling faintly, it's not a big deal, is it necessary to be like this? Lang Yingshui glared at him, didn't you hear? This mad dog has forced me into a desperate situation. Suchi smiled and said, who said you are desperate? If you sell a dozen or even dozens of houses today, who would dare to fire you? Wouldn't it be nice to get a commission of tens or even hundreds of millions and buy a house for your brother? Lang Yingshui laughed angrily, that's easy for you to say. I've been ostracized by this mad dog. He doesn't give me any valuable customers. I've been selling zero for 2 months. How can I sell a dozen or even dozens of houses? I can't even sell a single one. Even if I wanted to sell, who would I sell it to? Suchi pointed at himself, me. Chapter 27 A Huge Fish. You? Lang Yingshui was stunned. Suchi nodded, I want to buy a house, are you still reluctant to sell it? Lang Yingshui sighed, if you are really someone who can buy a house, do you think it will be my turn? They have already snatched it away long ago. Suchi smiled and said, there are always some fish that slip through the net, and they might be big fish. Lang Yingshui looked Suchi up and down and shook her head, I can't tell where you are older. Suchi said seriously, some things are so big that they cannot be seen. They will only appear when they are needed. You are still teasing me now? Suchi said seriously, I'm speaking seriously, what are you thinking about? Isn't it better to have a pure mind? Seeing his serious look, Lang Yingshui couldn't help laughing. I patted his shoulder vigorously and said, don't mention it, you're really my type. I really want to go out for a drink and a chat with you. What do you do after drinking, eating skewers, and chatting? Suchi smiled. Lang Yingshui chuckled, sleeping with you is fine, right? Anyway, I won't give advantage to anyone but that bastard. She is definitely stubborn. If you feel comfortable, in a good mood, and are willing to do something, you can do anything. If you don't want to, 10 oxen can't pull you back. Yu Junfeng was furious after hearing this, Lang Yingshui, are you a bitch? I'm such an outstanding man chasing you, but you don't want me. You actually want to give in to such a loser? Why are you so cheap? Lang Yingshui sneered, I'm such a cheapskate, and you still treat me like a treasure and chase me with a sly face. Aren't you even more cheap? You. Yu Junfeng was so angry that his lips turned purple. He kept cursing, bitch, bitch, if you don't give in to me, you will regret it one day. Lang Yingshui ignored him and only looked at Suchi, don't you want to buy a house? Let me introduce you to one. Although this is a high-end property, we also have small apartments, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, about 60 square meters. I'm going to take Suchi to see the floor plan. Suchi smiled and said, why should I look at a small apartment? Lang Yingshui rolled her eyes at him and said, alright, I appreciate your kindness. You don't have to act all hypocritical just to save face for me. It's not like I didn't see the t-shirt of yours was given by the food delivery company, right? There's even the food delivery company logo on the arm. If you can buy me a small apartment, so that I don't have to pay zero this month and keep my job, you are my lifesaver. Don't get carried away. Be realistic. We're just ordinary people. It's okay to brag, but if you get too carried away, you'll probably fall. Suchi said seriously, I am very realistic. A 1-bedroom apartment is really not suitable for my financial situation. Lang Yingxue chuckled, then what suits your financial situation? A storage room? The storage room is not sold separately. Su Qi turned and walked away, circling the building model. Then, he pointed to the villa area. Have you sold any of your villas yet? Lang Yingxue covered her face directly. If I say you are floating, you are going to rush out of the Milky Way, right? Su Qi glared at her and said, real estate consultant, could you please be more professional? Is this how you treat your clients? Lang Yingxue sighed, okay, then I'll tell you. Our villa is a sea view villa, belonging to the top luxury grade, not only has a good location and a good layout, but also fine decoration. Especially the remaining 10 units, they are like the crown jewels of Yinjiang City. Not to mention the rich, even ordinary wealthy people don't dare to make a move easily. Hold Su Qi's arm. Customer, stand still. I will tell you the unit price now. The price of each of these 10 villas is 150,000 yuan, so the price of each villa is around 50 million yuan. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Su Qi. Still floating? Su Qi smiled and said, it's a bit expensive indeed. You're so arrogant. Is this a bit expensive? Lang Yingxue stared, it's quite expensive. Su Qi nodded, it's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. Can you calculate for me how much these 10 sets cost in total? What did you say? Lang Yingxue was stunned. Su Qi smiled and said, calculate how much the 10 sets cost in total? Lang Yingxue jumped up and slapped Su Qi on the head in an angry tone. Are you a kite? Flying higher and higher? Just to satisfy your craving. 10 sets for 500 million, what are you going to buy with? Su Qi took out his bank card, of course I'll use this to buy it. He said calmly, I want all 10 sets, full payment. Lang Yingxue was stunned again. After staring at Su Qi stupidly for a long while, he finally came to his senses. Handsome guy, don't scare me, is this true? Can this card, can it swipe out 500 million? Before Su Qi could answer, the property consultants around him all laughed. These two are such a funny couple. Are they telling us some crosstalk? It's so funny. I guess he's crazy. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The real estate consultants were still standing there in line, waiting for the incoming billionaire, but that didn't stop them from laughing at Su Qi. Everyone treated Su Qi as a joke. Go swipe your card, don't you want to open a bill? Su Qi pushed Lang Yingxue. Lang Yingxue was a little hesitant. How could there be 500 million in this seemingly ordinary bank card? It's easy to be embarrassed if you use this card to pay. Su Qi said, I originally only wanted to buy one villa, but in order to make an order for you, I bought the other 9 as well. You wouldn't be so ungrateful, would you? Lang Yingxue bit her lip and glared at him fiercely. I'm telling you, if you dare to cheat me, don't even think about sleeping with me, I will break your legs, even your middle leg. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get this done. Today we're going to have a hand-to-hand fight in our newly bought villa. We won't stop until we can determine the winner. Lang Yingxue blushed. Finally took the card to the finance department. When I got to the finance department, I didn't dare to directly swipe 500 million. If there was only $5 in the card, and she said she would use 500 million, wouldn't people laugh out loud? Let him swipe 100,000 yuan first. It was easily brushed out. Another million. Still brushed out quickly. Lang Yingxue couldn't help but be surprised. Oh shit. Is this delivery guy really that rich? Let us quickly spend 10 million. As a result, it was also successfully refreshed. Lang Yingxue was really shocked. This is really a low-key rich man. That's so awesome. She finally got bold enough and let go. Let the finance department directly swipe 488.9 million. The card was swiped successfully without any problems. Lang Yingxue jumped up with a scream, my dear, what kind of shit luck am I, to actually meet such an awesome rich guy? I'm definitely going to turn things around this time. Chapter 28, I don't care about my beautiful image. The sudden scream scared the finance department. I almost hit the alarm. Outside, Su Qi was still enduring everyone's ridicule and gossip. This guy still refuses to leave. He really thinks he can afford a villa. Of course he has to act the whole part. He still has a strong professional ethic. But this is so fake. We can see it, but you're still acting. Do you think we're fools? While everyone was mocking him, Suchi was also constantly reaping the attention brought by their mocking crit. Despite the ridicule, we are still reaping the rewards. It was Yu Junfeng who calmed down. He just looked at them coldly, with a vicious face, wanting to see how Lang Yingxue and Suchi would end up. Just then, Jia Xiaowen, who had been out for a long time, ran back. His face was full of shock. He ran to Yu Junfeng and stammered, I really found it. There really is a Pagani sports car outside. After hearing this, Yu Junfeng's head buzzed. He kept shaking his head, impossible, impossible. How could a guy who even clings to someone like Alyssa Chia afford a Pagani sports car? If you can afford a Pagani sports car, you can have all kinds of beauties. But you won't even look at a woman of Jia Xiaowen's level. Suchi definitely doesn't own a Pagani sports car, absolutely not. He grabbed Jia Xiaowen and pulled her over. Did you misread the car logo? It's easy to confuse the car logo. Especially the Pagani logo, it's not that conspicuous. Jia Xiaowen shook her head. No, I checked it several times and it's correct. I even took a picture of the car. Look, it's right here. He quickly took out his cell phone, found the photo and showed it to Yu Junfeng. When Yu Junfeng saw it, he almost vomited blood. All expressions froze in an instant. Jia Xiaowen asked anxiously, isn't this a Pagani sports car? No. Really not. Jia Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and patted his chest. I was so scared. I thought this toad could really drive such a nice car. Before he finished speaking, Yu Junfeng uttered 3 words, impossible. It turns out that he didn't mean no, but that it was impossible. His face was filled with horror. Absolutely not. Jia Xiaowen was puzzled. What's impossible? Yu Junfeng said in a trembling voice, this isn't an ordinary Pagani sports car. This is the Pagani Wind Shadow, a legendary car that only exists in legends. It's worth 100 million. 100 million? After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen sat down on the ground. His voice was shaking even more than Yu Junfeng's. Are you kidding me? That toad can drive a car worth 100 million? She felt her head buzzing. I'm really going crazy. The guy who was pestering her actually drives a luxury car worth 100 million? Compared to this, his proud boyfriend Yu Junfeng's annual salary of 300,000 is nothing. It's not even a fraction of what others have. Isn't this world crazy? She avoided the suitor who drove a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, and even brought her boyfriend who earned 300,000 yuan a year to humiliate him? Jia Xiaowen grabbed her hair. He felt that his rationality was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, a voice of great surprise rang out. I opened a single, I finally won, wakakaka. Lang Yingxue jumped out of the finance department. She laughed so exaggeratedly that she totally ignored her image as a beauty. Lang Yingxue, what order did you place? Someone couldn't help but ask. What kind of order would make you so happy? Don't even care about your image. Lang Yingxue put her hands on her hips and proudly announced, I sold 10 villas and cleared out all the remaining villas for a total of 500 million yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire marketing center fell silent. 10 villas were sold in one go, for a total of 500 million yuan? This is definitely a record for a single house sale at Shuyun Garden. Lang Yingxue looked at the stunned crowd and shouted, you guys keep making fun of me for having 0 sales for 2 months. You guys are bullying me again. I haven't made any orders for 2 months. If I did, you guys who are Yu Junfeng's followers would be scared to death. Everyone kept their mouths open, and no one refuted Lang Yingxue's provocation. At this moment, my mind is completely blank. No one expected that something like this would happen. I can make 1.5 million from this business, and live a life of luxury. You mad dog, if you keep threatening me with my brother's house, I'll buy him a house in a minute. Are you convinced? Lang Yingxue pointed her spearhead directly at Yu Junfeng. Just now, Yu Junfeng really forced me into a desperate situation and I was about to disfigure myself. It feels so refreshing to have suddenly turned things around. Cough. Yu Junfeng started coughing violently. I'm so angry that I want to spit out blood. He knew that he could never get a piece of the fat meat that was Lang Yingxue. The cooked duck just flew away. Jia Xiaowen looked left and right, bewildered, and asked, what on earth happened? Why did this woman turn over? What's going on? It feels like everything is spinning out of control. Finally, someone told her, "Why are you still asking? Wasn't you the first one to greet the gentleman over there with the building model? How did Long Yingswabai get the advantage?" That gentleman bought 10 villas in Shuyun Garden for a total of 500 million yuan, which immediately allowed Leng Yingxue to earn a commission of 1.5 million yuan. These commissions should have been yours, but you just gave them away like that. When Jia Xiaowen heard this, her lips began to tremble. This is fake, isn't it? If Su Qi really spent 500 million to buy 10 villas, she would have lost more than 1.5 million in commission. She lost 500 million. Su Qi was pestering her relentlessly. If she gave in to him, she would have a share of the 500 million yuan villa. She also got a share of the sports car worth 100 million. Her loss was truly enormous. His face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. Suddenly, she shouted, "Su Qi, I promise you, I agree to be your girlfriend." The attention from Jia Xiaowen generates extreme admiration crit plus 10,000. At this moment, Jia Xiaowen simply loved Su Qi to death. Su Qi is so rich and so handsome, he must be his true love. I must not miss such an outstanding man. Even if I have to sacrifice my reputation, I will throw myself at Su Qi. Su Qi was stunned. This woman, who was always self-indulgent, always avoiding him, and full of disgust towards him, actually developed a love attack on him with 10,000 attention points? It has tied the highest record of attention points. Now that you have money, does your charm become so great? It can make a woman go from extreme disgust to extreme admiration. But when I saw Jia Xiaowen's appearance, I felt a chill. He didn't want anything to do with this woman. He waved his hand coldly. "Are you really that stupid? Do you really think I want you to be my girlfriend?" His face was full of disgust. Jia Xiaowen was still asleep. "Haven't you always been secretly in love with me and been pestering me? Now, I agree, you can have the beauty." Chapter 29. I just like you. Su Qi almost vomited. I said, "Can't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you really think I need a girlfriend?" He shouted to the beautiful real estate consultants, "Who wants to be my girlfriend?" In an instant, the beauties all rushed to answer excitedly, I. Who could resist being the girlfriend of such a young billionaire? Jia Xiaowen still didn't give up, "But I'm the one you've always had a crush on. I'm your first love." Su Qi gritted his teeth. "I'll say it again, I have a crush on Chu Xiaowen, not you. Don't be ridiculous. Chu Xiaowen is the second daughter of the wealthy Chu family. How can you be worthy of her?" Su Qi snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm not worthy of you now?" Jia Xiaowen was suddenly speechless. But I really can't give up on Su Qi. It is obvious that Su Qi is a billionaire who can provide her with wealth and glory that she can enjoy for several lifetimes. She shouted excitedly, "But I really love you. I don't want this Yu Junfeng anymore. For you, I can kick him out. Yu Junfeng, is nothing. You are my only boyfriend from now on." Su Qi smiled bitterly. This woman still feels good about herself. It's completely hopeless. "You stupid bitch, you actually wanted to kick me?" Yu Junfeng was extremely furious. I was already feeling depressed and had no place to vent. Unexpectedly, his tool man dared to kick him. Does everyone despise him so much? He grabbed Jia Xiaowen's hair and slapped her in the face. "You're so stupid, yet you have the guts to kick me. You're just a tool for me to pick up Ling Yingxue. I'm just playing around with you. I don't even like you. How could that guy who drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions like you? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey, or was you squeezed by a door?" Compared to Jia Xiaowen kicking him and Leng Yingxue humiliating him, it became less painful. Leng Yingxue is a great beauty after all, so it is completely acceptable for her to reject him. But this Jia Xiaowen is nothing. She is just a tool that is used and thrown away after use. How dare she kick him? This is the real shame and humiliation. I'm going to make you wake up today. I really thought you were a fairy. He hit Jia Xiaowen in the face again. After 2 slaps, Jia Xiaowen's face was deformed. After all, there is a prosthesis inside, and the beating made the face crooked. Jia Xiaowen hurriedly shouted to Su Qi, "Su Qi, save me quickly, I am the girl you have a crush on." Su Qi was so disgusted by her that he almost vomited. He said coldly, "Give me a few more slaps." Jia Xiaowen was really beaten badly. Yu Junfeng rode on her and slapped her all over the head. There were so many people watching, but no one came to save her, not even anyone to separate them. Jia Xiaowen took advantage of the fact that she was Yu Juanfeng's girlfriend to bully people everywhere. Who is willing to save her? It's good that we didn't do it together. Jia Xiaowen couldn't stand it anymore. In panic, she reached out her hand, touched Yu Juanfeng's face, and scratched him directly. Yu Junfeng screamed, and 5 blood marks appeared on his face instantly. I covered my face in pain. Jia Xiaowen took the opportunity to get up, squeeze out of the crowd, and escape quickly. If he didn't run away, he might be beaten to death by the furious Yu Junfeng. Yu Junfeng covered his face, pushed through the crowd, and wanted to find Jia Xiaowen for revenge, but there was no trace of Jia Xiaowen at all. Today is really a wonderful show. Lang Yingxue had never felt so comfortable watching these scenes. Smiling, he asked Su Qi, "Are you the director? Without you, I really wouldn't be able to watch these good shows. I never dreamed that Yu Junfeng and Jia Xiaowen, a pair of accomplices, would turn against each other." What was even more unexpected was that Yu Junfeng, who was so arrogant, would be so humiliated. Su Qi laughed, "I'm a director? Then aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Dive, dive." Lang Yingxue spread out her hands, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. "You are my savior. Apart from this attractive body, how else can I repay you? Come dive with me as soon as possible, any position is fine." Su Qi was sweating. "With the speed you're driving, how dare you say you don't have a boyfriend?" Lang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? I don't know what's going on, but I have a body that attracts bees and butterflies. There are always stinky men around me who say dirty things. Even if I'm a pure herbivore, I still have to eat meat." Suddenly he kicked Su Qi. "You're not doubting that I'm not the original one, are you? It's okay, you can inspect the goods. I'm going to take you to see the villa. It's decorated to a very high standard, and the bed in the bedroom is so big and comfortable." Su Qi held his forehead and said, "How did you manage to have 0 sales for 2 months when you were so good at flirting? This is simply a miracle." Lang Yingxue snorted, "You don't understand this? That's just my personality. As long as I'm willing, anything is fine. I don't want to, I won't bother with you at all. You think I would do this to other men? I'm already sick to my stomach. You are exactly what I want. I just want to tease you and make you feel like you are in ecstasy." Su Qi smiled bitterly, "Okay, I give in. It really is the style of a chivalrous woman. She is so straightforward." Lang Yingxue's face was filled with a helpless expression. "No matter how straightforward I am, I'm not as straightforward as you. 10 villas, you bought them just like that, 500 million, you really are an awesome person. So, you really cleared out those 10 villas just for me?" Su Qi asked back, "Otherwise, I am alone, what do I need so many villas for? Will I be able to live in them? Just to save my face, you spent an extra 450 million? Su Qi asked, "Did I spend it wrong?" A gleam of light flashed in Lang Yingxue's eyes. In the past, those men all coveted her body and wanted to get her into bed every minute. How could anyone really care about her like this? My heart was filled with warmth and I almost cried. He quickly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes hard. Cry? That's not her style. When he raised his head again, his face was full of smiles. She patted Su Qi's shoulder and said, "There's nothing to say. This coveted body of mine is yours. You can play with it however you want." Su Qi sighed, "You should know that I didn't buy 9 more villas for this." Lang Yingxue curled her lips, "Of course I know, 450 million, with this money, hundreds of beauties can directly empty your pockets. I'm not willing to give my body to you just for this. I really like you. I really want to fight you in close combat. Take Su Qi's hand. Let's go, let's fight hand to hand. No, let's go see the villa." Walked out with Su Qi. As he walked past Yu Junfeng, he snorted coldly, "Aren't you asking me to get out? Aren't you going to threaten me with my brother buying a house? Go on." Yu Junfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. He knew that he had lost all face today. But he still said stubbornly, "Just wait, our business is not over yet." "Why, do you have any other tricks?" Lang Yingxue frowned. "You're not going to use your vice president dad to deal with me, are you? Everyone in this marketing center knows that Yu Junfeng's father is the vice president of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. Yu Junfeng did not deny it, so what? You have no idea how deep my father's connections are. If you fight me to the death, you will die miserably. Lang Yingxue curled her lips in disdain. You're awesome, okay? At worst, I can let my wealthy clients support me. I won't go out to work anymore. What else can you do to me? Having said this, she leaned directly into Su Chi's arms without any hesitation. She took Su Chi's hand and put it around her waist. She said in a sweet voice, Dear, please keep me. I'm easy to support. 500 yuan a month for food is enough. Chapter 30, Picturesque Eyes. Lang Yingxue. Yu Junfeng roared, anger rising in his heart again. He had promised to give Lang Yingxue 20,000 yuan every month, but Lang Yingxue spat in his face with disdain. How come the previously stubborn guy has become so easy to please? Just pay 500 yuan for food expenses. This is a deliberate provocation. This is a humiliation. I couldn't help but grit my teeth and said, Do you think this guy is my father's opponent? With my dad's connections, killing him would be just as easy. Before he finished speaking, two people hurried in from outside. One is a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, and the other is a beautiful woman with a slim and graceful figure wearing work clothes. The visitor was none other than Yu Jinji, the vice president of Yanjiang City Commercial Bank, and Shen Jingjing, the beautiful financial planner he brought with him. Who is Mr. Su Chizu? Yu Jinji asked anxiously. Whether he can keep this big client is related to his future. His urgency can be imagined. Su Chi couldn't help but turn his head and waved, I'm here. Mr. Su, I finally found you. Yu Jinji stretched out his hand from a distance and trotted towards Su Chi. When he arrived in front of Su Chi, he held Su Chi's hand tightly. That familiar feeling was like meeting a long-lost relative. Are you President Yu who called me just now? Yu Jinji nodded repeatedly, looking Su Chi up and down, and marveled, I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so young. He is really young and promising. Young and promising. Mr. Su, I'm Qian Jingjing, and I'll be your personal financial advisor from now on. Shen Jingjing knew the importance of this client and quickly introduced herself. Su Chi glanced at her and his eyes lit up. Qian Jingjing has short, fine hair, a slim figure, and picturesque features, looking quite capable and neat. At first glance, she is the kind of girl who is very efficient and motivated at work. Yu Jinji hurriedly introduced her. Jingjing is the most beautiful and charming financial planner in our bank. No, she's the one with the best financial management performance. She has a very promising future. She will serve Mr. Su exclusively from now on. Mr. Su, if you have any questions, just tell her. Shen Jingjing nodded vigorously. Yes, even if it is inconvenient for you to buy groceries and cook, I can still help. Without being modest, I can cook very well. She cherishes this opportunity to serve such a big client. If you seize this opportunity, you can really soar to the sky. As long as I can grab this super big client, I feel like I can give up anything. Yu Jinji's attention generates a passionate crit of plus 1000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates a critical hit of plus 1000. Yu Jinji's attention generates a passionate crit of plus 1000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates a critical hit of plus 1000. The two people's passionate attack continued. It feels like it's never going to end. Lang Yingshue's attention generates a vinegary critical hit of plus 2000. Su Chi was slightly stunned. Turning to look at Lang Yingxue, this girl is starting to get jealous? Are you really in love with yourself? He glanced at Lang Yingshue's hot body. It would be awesome to have a girlfriend like this. Not only will you feel proud when you take it out and make others envious, but you will also enjoy it very much when you get home. Of course, it will definitely hurt your waist. Mr. Su, I see that you just spent 500 million yuan. You must have bought a satisfactory house, right? Yu Jinji asked hurriedly. Su Chi nodded, not bad. My son's service should be pretty good, right? I told him that he must serve you well, Mr. Su. Yu Jinji said excitedly. Su Chi glanced at Yu Junfeng, who was stunned beside him, and asked, Is this the son you are talking about? Yu Jinji turned around and saw the scratches on Yu Junfeng's face. He was shocked. Junfeng, what's wrong with your face? Yu Junfeng woke up as if from a dream, trembling all over. Ever since Yu Jinji arrived, he was completely dumbfounded. Even if he was a fool, he realized that Su Chi was clearly the billionaire his father mentioned. Otherwise, why would Dad be so enthusiastic about Su Chi? The moment I realized this, I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar. My whole body was so cold that there was no warmth at all. He really never expected that this guy in a t-shirt and shorts was the billionaire his father had mentioned. In his opinion, since he is a billionaire, he must be older. At least he's middle-aged. How could I have imagined that it was such a young guy, and a classmate that Jia Xiaowen despised so much? The key point is that Su Qi was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. A billionaire, no matter how low-key he is, shouldn't be so cheap. What a mistake. I knew in my heart that I was doomed. He just said that it would be easy for his father to kill Su Qi. Now I have completely lost that confidence. All that is left is fear, endless fear. My father said that this Su Qi is related to his future. That is to say, instead of killing Su Qi, his father asked Su Qi to do something. It's over. It's really over now. Junfeng, what are you thinking about? Why don't you answer me? Yu Jinji saw that Yu Junfeng's face looked quite ugly. I became more and more worried. What happened to you? Are you injured anywhere else? Yu Junfeng had no time to think about his injuries. With a last glimmer of hope in his heart, he asked Yu Jinji in a trembling voice, Dad, the billionaire you're talking about isn't him? His finger pointed at Su Qi. Yu Jinji glared at him and said, You kid, you're such a joker. If the billionaire is not this Mr. Su, who else could it be? He just spent 500 million here. Doesn't that make him a billionaire? After hearing this, Yu Junfeng was completely desperate. Junfeng, I asked you to provide the highest level of service to Mr. Su. Did you do that? Yu Junfeng's face was as ugly as it could be. It felt like I had eaten 3 pounds of Coptis chinensis in one breath. Not only did he not provide Su Qi with the highest level of service standards, on the contrary, he treated Su Qi as an enemy. The property consultants were also dumbfounded. The billionaire they were lining up to greet had actually been right in front of them the whole time? Is this the guy in the big shorts that they have always laughed at and despised? They had tried their best to entertain the family, but in the end, they just watched Leng Yingxue take the order from this billionaire. Still here mocking Leng Yingxue. The real joke is them, okay? What's that expression on your face? What's going on? Yu Jinji finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. Leng Yingxue saw what was going on and chuckled, Manager, you always brag about how great your father is, but it seems you don't listen to your father. Not only did you not listen to your father, you also went against him. How disrespectful of him. Chapter 31 Nothing is as beautiful as you. After hearing this, Yu Jinji's face darkened slightly. He stared at Yu Junfeng and asked in a deep voice, What's going on? Yu Junfeng laughed dryly, Dad, let's talk about it later. No, it has to be said now. Yu Jinji could see that there was definitely some unpleasantness between Yu Junfeng and Su Qi. Now Su Qi is the most important bargaining chip for his future advancement, and there must be no mistakes. If something unpleasant does happen, it must be resolved quickly. But how could Yu Junfeng dare to tell the truth? He stammered and didn't say anything. Yu Jinji was extremely anxious and quickly asked Leng Yingxue, Little girl, what's going on? Leng Yingxue sneered, Let me just say this, before you came here, he threatened you to kill Mr. Su. After hearing this, Yu Jinji's head buzzed. It was as if I was struck by lightning, and my mind went blank. Yu Junfeng actually wanted him to kill Su Qi? This is not just a simple unpleasant incident. This is just a direct action. The key point is that his son wants him to kill Su Qi. Doesn't this push him to the opposite side of Su Qi? He is so wronged. Eager to establish a good relationship with Su Qi. As a result, before they even met, his son had already made him Su Qi's enemy. Since they are Su Qi's enemies, why would Su Qi continue to keep so much money in their bank? Even if you originally wanted to keep the money in their bank, you have to transfer it out now. Once Su Qi transferred such a large amount of funds, his only chance to become the bank president would be gone. For a moment, I was so angry and annoyed that I was shaking all over. Dad, this matter is complicated. I will explain it to you slowly when I get back. Yu Junfeng tried his best to appease Yu Jinji. Yu Jinji exploded, What the hell is complicated? You can't even do something as simple as receiving Mr. Su well. What else do you have to say? You're a jerk who can't do anything for you, but always makes things worse. My life's work has been completely ruined by you, a jerk. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. He raised his hand and hit Yu Junfeng on the head. No longer caring whether Yu Junfeng was injured or not. Everyone hurried to separate them. But I can't stop it at all. No matter what Yu Jinji grabbed, he threw it at Yu Junfeng. It's okay that Yu Junfeng is usually not very ambitious, but with him around, at least Yu Junfeng won't go hungry. Yu Junfeng couldn't gain a foothold in the bank, so he used his connections to find a sales manager position for Yu Junfeng in the Chubo group. As a result, Yu Junfeng not only failed to live up to his expectations, but also ruined his future. Once the accumulated dissatisfaction in the past and the current anger erupt, it will be impossible to control. It was simply beating Yu Junfeng to death. Lang Yingxue stared blankly for a long while, then sighed. Yu Junfeng is right. His father is indeed very powerful. He beats him very hard and shows no mercy at all. Su Qi curled his lips. Let's go. Want to watch the excitement for a while longer? Lang Yingxue was still unsatisfied. Su Qi narrowed his eyes at her and asked, which do you think is more beautiful, the lively scene or you taking off all your clothes? Lang Yingxue blushed slightly. It seems that my innocence can no longer be preserved today. Having said that, he still followed Su Qi out. When Xian Jingjing saw this, she wanted to tell Yu Jinji that the super big customer had left. But Yu Jinji was having a great time beating Yu Junfeng, so he definitely couldn't listen. After hesitating for a moment, he had to chase after him and called out to Su Qi. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I know that explanations are unnecessary, but I still hope to have a chance to talk to you, Mr. Su. It is definitely a good choice for you to keep your funds in our bank. I will tailor a series of financial management plans for you to ensure that your money continues to grow in value. Su Qi shook his head. I have a better way to increase value, so there's no need to bother. Xian Jingjing didn't give up and chased after him again. Mr. Su, don't I even have the chance to sit down and have a good talk with you? That's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness. Su Qi patted her shoulder and left with Lang Yingxue. It's not that he didn't give Xian Jingjing a chance, it's just that no financial plan could increase the value faster than his Midas touch. 100,000 yuan became 9 billion in a moment. Is there a faster financial solution than this? Xian Jingjing looked at his and Lang Yingxue's receding backs and felt discouraged. The opportunity for my career to soar is gone just like that? After a long silence, she clenched her hands tightly and murmured, I won't give up. Xian Jingjing's personality is such that she never gives up easily. When Su Qi came to the villa he had just bought, he found that what Lang Yingxue said was true. The decoration of these villas is absolutely of super high standards. The style is elegant, grand, and exquisite. All furniture is available and all are first-line brands. Every conceivable and unimaginable aspect is well done. Even for hygiene, there is a dedicated person to clean every day. After buying these villas, you don't have to do anything, you can just move in with your luggage. Am I right? Aren't these villas very nice? Lang Yingxue smiled. Su Qi coughed and said seriously, I just haven't experienced whether the big bed in the bedroom you mentioned is really big and comfortable. Lang Yingxue blushed slightly. How could she not understand the meaning of Su Qi's words? But he didn't avoid it. Instead, he said openly, isn't it easy to experience it? Open your arms towards Su Qi. Hold me up, and you can experience me however you want. You can experience me from all angles. Since she has agreed, she will not go back on her word. Otherwise, she would not be Lang Yingxue. Su Qi smiled and asked, do you really want to give me this coveted body of yours? Lang Yingxue glared at him, are you still disgusted? I'm just afraid you'll regret it. I'd only regret it if those stinky men I hate succeeded. Take it quickly, so I don't have to sit around and worry all day. Then I will respectfully obey your orders? Lang Yingxue's figure is really hard to resist. Not only is she tall, but she is also very well proportioned, perfect without any flaws. Come on. Lang Yingxue's eyes flashed with charming luster. Su Qi felt a fire burning in his heart. Originally, he was just teasing Lang Yingxue, but the conversation ended here. The atmosphere is also there. I couldn't even break. He walked over and picked up Lang Yingxue. Su Qi, I like you, just want me, don't worry about anything. Lang Yingxue leaned over to Su Qi's ear, breathing hot air. Su Qi has already made up his mind to shoot the arrow, so what else does he have to worry about? Holding her in his arms, he went up the stairs at a brisk pace. Chapter 32, It's impressive enough. After several ups and downs, Su Qi determined several important things. First, the bed in the villa bedroom is indeed big and comfortable. But what was even more comfortable was Lang Yingxue's body. Second, Lang Yingxue is indeed a novice. She may sound like an experienced person, but her body is very honest. But the talent is there is no way around it, it still benefits him greatly. Again, and again. Again, and again. Finally finished, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Suchi didn't wake up until night after this sleep. How about buying a villa and getting a beautiful real estate consultant for free? That's a good deal, right? Lang Yingxue had already gotten up and was lying beside the bed, looking at him. Suchi smiled and said, "It's quite a good deal, but it's a bit harmful to the kidneys." Lang Yingxue blushed and hit him, "You're so ungrateful. Bring over a dinner from the side. I made this myself. Please eat it. I'm leaving now." Suchi frowned. "Where are you going?" Lang Yingxue chuckled, "Is it you who can't bear to part with me, or is it that bad thing of yours who can't bear to part with me?" "Oh, I'm just curious." Lang Yingxue scolded him angrily, "Your words are really chilling. You haven't even put on your pants yet, and you're already so ruthless?" Suchi sighed, "I'm just curious, there's no other meaning." Lang Yingxue said, "My sister-in-law is a bit difficult to deal with. She had a big fight with my brother over the marriage. I want to go meet her." "Standing up for your brother?" "I can't help it. My brother is a bit soft-hearted. I can't let him be bullied by others, right?" Lang Yingxue came over, hugged Suchi, and kissed him on the forehead. Whispered, "I am very happy to give you my first time." Suchi smiled and said, "It's not just the first time. Isn't there a second time, a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time, a sixth time, a seventh time, an eighth time, a ninth time, a 10th time?" Lang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop bragging. It's only been 4 or 5 times. Do you think I can't count? Even though I made you feel dizzy, I can still count 1, 2, 3. Suchi was helpless. "You really don't give me any face at all. As a grown man, don't I have any face?" Lang Yingxue couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I'll count for you 20 times, isn't that impressive enough?" Having said this, he picked up the bag. "You've got my business card in your pocket. Call me if you need me. My phone is on 24 hours a day." Lang Yingxue left in a hurry. Although his walking posture was a little awkward, his momentum was not diminished at all. It's like going to the battlefield. It seems that this battle between her and her brother and sister-in-law cannot be underestimated. Suchi glanced outside and saw that the streetlights were on. The bustling city is not far away, with thousands of lights. As soon as Lang Yingxue left, the place felt deserted. I picked up the dinner next to it and took a few bites. It tasted quite good. Who would have thought that such a carefree girl like Lang Yingxue actually had this skill? Suchi was very suspicious that Lang Yingxue had ordered takeout. After dinner and a shower, I came back and found that there were several missed calls on my phone. They were all calls from Xue Chuchu. He quickly replied to Xue Chuchu. "Suchi, can you come to the hospital?" Xue Chuchu's voice was choked. Suchi's heart sank. "What happened?" I want to talk to someone. Can you come over?" At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a plus 2000 critical hit for longing and needs. Without listening to the system prompt, Suchi could feel that Xue Chuchu was helpless and needed him very much. I quickly said, "Wait a minute, I'll be there soon." I went out, drove the car, and rushed to the hospital. Xue Chuchu was actually already waiting for him at the hospital entrance. When she saw him, she threw herself into his arms and started crying. Suchi asked anxiously, "What happened? Did your mother's operation fail?" Xue Chuchu hurriedly shook her head. "The operation was successful, but it didn't have the expected effect. The doctor said my mother only has a week left." As she spoke, she sobbed even harder, her shoulders shaking. Suchi hugged her and found a secluded place to sit down. Just hugged her quietly. He knew that Xue Chuchu's weak shoulders had shouldered too much. After taking on so much, and still getting this result, she really needs a good cry. Cry out all the grievances in your heart. When Xue Chuchu finally stopped and calmed down, Suchi asked, "Is there no other way?" Xue Chuchu shook her head. "The doctor said that we can only use medicine to temporarily maintain mom's life, but that medicine is not very effective and will soon be gone." "Is there no effective medicine?" "It doesn't matter. No matter how expensive the medicine is, just use it." Xue Chuchu sighed softly. "We have used the best medicine, but this disease is very rare and there is no specific medicine. Even surgery is a trial by heart, a last-ditch effort. Now it's proven to be useless. The last avenue is blocked. She is now completely desperate. Suchi, the total amount of money you gave me is 590,000. The surgery cost 200,000, and I owed 50,000 for medical expenses. I should spend another 50,000 or 60,000 during the remaining period. I'll give you the rest of the money then. I'll write you an IOU for the money you owe me and pay it back slowly. Suchi waved his hand and interrupted her. You just said that your mother is being kept alive with medicine? So, even though that medicine isn't very effective, it still works, right? Shuechuchu nodded. Yes, this is the last resort. Suchi became excited. Suddenly I thought of a solution. He has the Midas touch system. Stones can be turned into gold, and electric cars can be turned into Pagani supercars. So is it possible to just take a little bit of this medicine and make its effect turn from bad to good? This method definitely has the potential to succeed. He suddenly grabbed Shuechuchu's hand and said, "Give me some of the medicine your mother is using." Shuechuchu was surprised. What are you going to do? I want to save your mother. Shuechuchu shook her head. Suchi, I appreciate your kindness, but the doctors in this hospital are the best in Yanjiang City. They are helpless and useless. You don't believe me? No. Whether you believe me or not, instead of just sitting there and waiting for death, you should at least try something, right? But Suchi grabbed Shuechuchu's shoulders and said, "Believe me, I can definitely save your mother." Shuechuchu looked into his eyes. To be honest, she really couldn't believe Suchi. But since Suchi was helping her so much, she really couldn't refuse. Biting her lip, she asked, "Will your actions make my mother very painful?" Suchi shook his head. "I'm just looking at the medicine." That's it? Shuechuchu was stunned. Just looking at the medicine can save my mother? It feels like Suchi is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 33, Turning Decay into Magic. Suchi glanced at her and said, "You may not believe me, but do you have any other options?" Shuechuchu really had no other choice. Even if Suchi is just fooling around, I have no choice but to go for it and go through it with him. I quickly took out my phone and checked the time. The nurse will give my mother some medicine tonight. We'll make it in time. Come with me. I took Suchi into the hospital and came to my mother's ward. Shuechuchu's mother was lying there and had already woken up. However, she looked very listless, her eyes were dull, and she felt as if life was draining away from her body like an hourglass. Just then the nurse came to deliver the medicine. There were 5 kinds of medicine in total, which were put together. Shuechuchu nodded and signaled to Suchi that this was the medicine her mother was going to take. Suchi also nodded. I thought to myself, start turning stone into gold, consume 10,000 energy points. In order to ensure that the effect of the medicine can really turn decay into magic, 10,000 energy values were directly used. Looking down at my hands, I saw a faint glow on my fingers. He quickly put his hand on one of the pills. The nurse was a little annoyed. This is the medicine the patient needs to take, why are you touching it? Suchi snorted coldly. I see this medicine is different from the last time. Did you guys change it to a cheaper medicine? As he said this, he consumed another 10,000 energy points, used Midas touch, and applied it to another pill. I remember the medicine last time wasn't this color. And this pill, it's a different size now. I think I took 6 pills last time, but only 5 this time. You must have cut corners. By being so unreasonable. Use the Midas touch on all 5 pills in the box. A total of 50,000 energy points were consumed. In order to save Shuechuchu's mother, I really spent a lot of money. Look at those medicines. After turning stones into gold, their form's Haven tea changed much. Still the same. Suchi was slightly worried. Did the Midas touch fail? Did he just waste 50,000 energy points? I hurriedly comforted myself. When I clicked on the bank card, there was no change in the bank card itself, but the balance and bank card permissions had changed. The same may be true for these drugs. It may seem like there is no change, but the drug ingredients and effects are vastly different. Everything can only be judged by the results of Shuechuchu's mother taking the medicine. What nonsense are you talking about? These medicines are the same as before. The nurse argued angrily. Are you sure? Of course I am sure. Suchi smiled, then I feel relieved. Okay, I'm fine. He was fine now, but the nurse didn't intend to let him go. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? This is a very important area in the ward. How did you get in? Suchi smiled and said, I'm Shwechuchu's classmate. I came here to visit. The patient's condition is special. If you are not a relative of the patient, you cannot stay in the ward. Please leave immediately. The nurse's face was serious. Shwechuchu hurried over and hugged Suchi's arm. Actually, he is my husband. Suchi was stunned. Is this possible? He just became the school bell's husband in such a confused way? The nurse was even more suspicious. Are you sure it's your husband? You got married so young? Well, we were childhood sweethearts and got married young. But why hasn't he appeared before? He's out of town, very busy with work, and hasn't had time to come over. The nurse still didn't believe it. My mother-in-law's condition is so serious, she has to come no matter how busy she is. Unless you can prove you're a couple, he can't stay here. Shwechuchu was embarrassed. How can I prove this? You're all married, but you don't even have a marriage certificate? Of course Shwechuchu didn't. Looking at Suchi, she bit her lip lightly. Suddenly he walked over, grabbed Suchi's shoulders with both hands, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Suchi on the mouth. The moment I kissed her, it felt like an electric shock. Both of them were stunned. Suchi didn't expect Shwechuchu to kiss him. Shwechuchu has always been a very introverted and elegant girl. Shwechuchu didn't expect that kissing would feel like this. My whole body feels numb. If she had drunk water from Suchi's cup before, it would have been just an indirect kiss. This time, they kissed for real. Real stuff. Suchi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shwechuchu's kiss turned him into a scumbag. He had just been in close combat with Lang Yingxue, and now he was kissed by Shwechuchu. Passively became a scumbag. If you don't want to be a scumbag, you will be forced to be one. Who can I go to for justice? Shwechuchu's attention generates a love critical hit of plus 10,000. Suchi was shocked. A love story hit 10,000 attention points. Is Shwechuchu really in love with him? Was this kiss completely from the heart? If you are not completely moved, it is impossible to attract so much attention. Alright, I asked you to prove it, but you don't have to prove it this way. Besides, there's no need to prove it for so long. Stop being so cruel here. I'm still single. The nurse really couldn't find an excuse to get rid of Suchi. He picked up the medicine and gave it to Shwechuchu's mother. Then, he pushed the treatment cart away. Shwechuchu hurriedly stepped back and quickly glanced at her mother Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei didn't mind, instead a gleam appeared in her eyes. If she really gave up and left, the one she would be most worried about would be Shwechuchu. But Shwechuchu is a kind, introverted and quiet girl. Without anyone to take care of her, it is really dangerous for such a girl to survive in society. It is easy to be manipulated by people with ulterior motives. If someone could help her take good care of Shwechuchu, she would not mind, but would be very grateful. Chuchu, this is the Suchi you told me about, right? Shwechuchu blushed and nodded slightly. Suchi, come here and sit here with your aunt. Lu Xinmei pointed to the bench beside the bed. Suchi went over and sat down. Lu Xinmei coughed lightly and her face turned even paler. He sighed, Suchi, I know our Chuchu best. She is an introverted girl and rarely expresses any emotions. To be able to treat you like this means that she really likes you, and she likes you very deeply. Can you promise me that you will take good care of her for me in the future? Even if you can't make it, please treat her like your sister, okay? Suchi smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry, you will be fine. Lu Xinmei smiled bitterly, don't worry about comforting me, don't I know what's going on with me? I know you come from a good family and are very rich. Our Chuchu may not be worthy of you. But I really don't have anyone else to entrust my care to. The fact that Chuchu likes you shows that you are a good person. Please help me take care of her. He waved and called Shwechuchu over. He took Shwechuchu's hand and put it in Suchi's hand. I don't force you to marry her, but please protect her, okay? Chapter 34 Beautiful and Cool. Suchi didn't know how to explain further. If he explained, it would seem like he disliked Shwechuchu. I could only nod, Auntie, since you said so, why should I not agree? Chuchu is our school beauty. She drinks water from my cup and thinks highly of me. Even if it's just a favor in return, I will take good care of her. Lu Xinmei finally smiled, I feel relieved now. He warned Shwechuchu, Chuchu, after I leave, you must listen to Suchi and everything. You must do whatever he tells you to do, and you are not allowed to disobey him. Without her, she was worried that Xue Chuchu would not be able to survive in this cruelly competitive society. We must find someone to rely on for Xue Chuchu as soon as possible. Although she didn't know Su Chi very well, it was better than letting Xue Chuchu be hurt by complete strangers. Chuchu, do you remember what I said? Lu Xinmei looked at Xue Chuchu seriously. Xue Chuchu had no choice but to nod, but tears flowed uncontrollably. This seems to be my mother's last words. She cried and said, Mom, you will be fine, you really will be fine, Su Chi said he can cure you. Lu Xinmei smiled bitterly, silly child, stop talking nonsense. I am already satisfied to find you a support before I die. Having said this, he closed his eyes. Xue Chuchu was startled. Mom 1T just give up and leave, right? I quickly and carefully reached out and checked my mother's breath. Fortunately, I'm still breathing. However, Lu Xinmei never opened her eyes and seemed to be asleep. Breathing is steady and sleeping is sound. Xue Chuchu was surprised and whispered to Su Chi, my mother couldn't sleep because of the pain after the operation. How come she is sleeping now? Su Chi was secretly happy, thinking that the medicine he used to turn stone into gold must have worked. At this moment, I suddenly heard people whispering outside the ward. Although it was whispered, after Su Chi turned his body into gold, his physical fitness soared dramatically and his senses became extremely sharp. You can hear the whispers outside clearly. Is the patient in this ward the one with the same illness as my father? Hey, that voice sounds familiar. Why does it sound like the voice of Chu Yunyi, the arrogant and cold eldest daughter of the Chu family? Another voice sounded. This patient is Lu Xinmei, and she just had surgery. How was the surgery? That voice was indeed Chu Yunyi. There was anxiety in his voice. The effect is not very good. Just tell me if it works? No. So, my dad is also hopeless, isn't he? To be honest. For now, we can only try to delay the onset of the disease and prolong survival time. Is there really no possibility of cure? This disease is really strange, but don't worry, Miss Chu, I will do my best. There's no point in giving it my all. What I want is to cure my dad. Chu Yunyi was impatient and disappointed, and her voice gradually became louder. Su Chi opened the door of the ward and walked out. Hey, the patient is resting, can you please shut up? Chu Yunyi recognized Su Chi at a glance. Wasn't this the bastard who humiliated her and wanted to eat her swan flesh? She didn't find Su Chi, but Su Chi bumped into her again. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. He gnashed his teeth and said, it turned out to be you, a stinky toad. Su Chi smiled, why, did you miss me? Are you eagerly looking forward to me eating your swan meat? You bastard. Chu Yunyi was feeling depressed about her father's affairs, and Su Chi teased her like this. This completely aroused Chu Yunyi's anger. He raised his hand and hit Su Chi. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Su Chi was overjoyed, as he could happily attract attention again. I just used up too much energy treating Lu Xinmei, so it's a good opportunity to replenish it with Chu Yunyi. Chu Yunyi has the temper of a spoiled young lady and is easily provoked. One move will continue to contribute attention. It's just like a dairy cow. Other cows can only produce one bucket at most. Chu Yunyi can fill up a pool of water in one go. He raised his hand and casually took Chu Yunyi's hand. He squinted at her hand and deliberately teased, is this the swan's palm? Sure enough, it's thin and long, soft and fragrant. He lowered his head and sniffed hard. Yes, it smells so good that it makes me drunk. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 8,000. It's going crazy. It's going crazy. The attention really soared. This has soared to 8,000. How can Chu Yunyi not be so angry? He was so angry that his face turned red. Even her fiancé, Chi Ziheo, the eldest son of the Chi family, had never been so frivolous to her. Now I am being teased by this guy of unknown origin. How can this be tolerated? He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Su Chi in the lower body. But this kind of attack was not even as good as a tickle to Su Chi. He clamped his legs together and clamped her legs. He smiled and said, are you so eager to show me your long legs? Let me see, they are indeed good legs. Long, straight, and white. He snapped his fingers and looked amazed. The elasticity is also top-notch. It's like having legs that last forever. The more arrogant Chu Yunyi was, the more he wanted to tease her and destroy her prestige. By the way, it's a crazy way to gain attention. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a crazy and hateful critical hit of plus 9,000. Attention has soared again. Reach new highs. Su Qi was very excited. He was about to earn back the energy he had spent on Lu Xinmei. You boy, let go of Miss Chu. The man next to her is Zhang Sanglu, the attending physician of Chu Yunyi's father Chu Tianbua. He is also the attending physician of Xuechuchu's mother, Lu Xinmei. He was wearing a white coat, was of average talent, and looked gentle and refined. Seeing Chu Yunyi being humiliated, his eyes lit up. This is definitely a great opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Who wouldn't want to perform well in front of this beautiful and cool young lady? What if I could get the favor of the young lady? If I could have a romantic encounter with a young lady like Chu Yunyi who has a perfect figure and is naturally noble, I would definitely not trade it for anything. He reached out and pushed Su Qi. Miss Chu is my friend. I will never allow anyone to touch her. It is said with great righteousness. Su Qi glared at him and said, none of your business. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Sanglu retreated rapidly. After retreating more than 10 steps, he still couldn't stand and sat down on the ground. I couldn't help but be shocked. This guy doesn't look like a muscular man, so how come he is so strong? Zhang Sanglu's focus generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000. With only 1,000 followers, Su Qi really doesn't like it. My appetite has already grown. It's still Chu Yunyi's milk production, no, her contribution that attracts the most attention. Because she has a bad temper. Chapter 35. The young lady was hit against the wall. Asshole, let go. Chu Yunyi struggled hard. Su Qi sneered, if you want me to let go, be polite. You want to say, sir, please let go of your hands, okay? Of course, if you insist on calling me dear, I won't stop you. You're abominable. Chu Yunyi angrily hit Su Qi in the face with her other hand. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 9,000. Su Qi grabbed her hand again and pushed her forward. Chu Yunyi leaned her back against the wall and was pushed against it by Su Qi. Su Qi approached, looking down at her charming yet flustered eyes. When you see me next time, be respectful to me. If you dare to call me a toad again, I will eat your swan meat. As he said this, he pretended to bite. Chu Yunyi screamed in fright and quickly lowered her head to avoid it. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a triple crit of panic, shame, and shyness plus 10,000. Finally broke through 10,000 followers. But what about shyness? What about the previous hatred? Why is there only panic and shame left? Still shy? This is not normal operation. Chu Yunyi was pinned against the wall by Su Qi, unable to resist at all. I felt like I had completely fallen into Su Qi's clutches and could only let Su Qi control and manipulate me. My breathing became rapid. How could I have the heart to hate? All that's left in my heart is panic. Endless panic. This bastard wouldn't kiss her, would he? After the kiss, no. Not only were her cheeks red, but even the bases of her ears were red. My whole body is running hot. Just as she was daydreaming, unexpectedly, Su Qi let her go. Su Qi has already made his money back. The energy consumed at Lu Xinmei's place was completely compensated. The key point is that Chu Yunyi has become a little weird and her reactions have become less normal. Su Qi is worried that he has driven this young lady crazy or something. It's better to stop at the right time, after all, there is still a long way to go. He said coldly, the patients in the ward need to rest. Anyone outside please get out of here. Chu Yunyi's face flushed red, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Pointing at Su Qi, you bastard, let me tell you, you are finished. I'm the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. You bully me like this. You have no idea how serious the consequences will be. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of shame and hatred plus 5,000. Finally, there is another hateful critical hit. Finally back to normal. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. This was Chu Yunyi's normal behavior. He smiled and said, how serious are the consequences? Don't tell me, I really don't know. All I know is that if you piss me off, your dad will be completely hopeless. Chu Yunyi's expression changed drastically. What did you say? What are you going to do to my dad? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my dad, I'll tear you into pieces. Suchi smiled and said, "It's not that I want to do anything to your father, but your father's illness is something only I can cure." As soon as the words fell, the Dr. Zhang Sanglu on the other side could no longer bear it and spoke loudly. "That's bullshit. Mr. Chu's disease has no cure at the moment. Surgery is useless. We can only use medication to temporarily delay the disease and try to prolong his survival time. In this regard, he is professional." It was finally his time to shine. Every word was spoken with confidence. Suchi glanced at him. "That's for you." Zhang Sanglu immediately retorted, "It's the same for everyone. We've video linked with foreign experts more than once to jointly diagnose and treat patients. Everyone is helpless." Ms. Chu was very clear about this. Chu Yunyi glared at Suchi fiercely. "If you want to deliberately make up this lie so that I dare not touch you, then you are too naive. Who do you think you are? You have the audacity to say you can cure my father's illness. Are you, a toad, more capable than all these experts?" She grew angrier as she spoke. "You lied like this, which means you are afraid. You are afraid of my revenge. I'm telling you clearly here that I will definitely take revenge. I will never forgive you for what you did to me. I will let you see how powerful our wealthy Chu family is." Every word she said seemed to be uttered through gritted teeth. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Suchi spread his hands. "Whatever you want. I just have one thing to say. If you make me angry, it will kill your father." Chu Yunyi roared, "Stop making alarmist remarks here. No matter what you say, I will not let you go." Suchi nodded. "Okay, I hope you won't slap me in the face." Pointing to the ward next to him, he said, "I have already treated the patient in this ward and he will recover soon. We'll see." He turned around and went into the ward. Chu Yunyi couldn't help but look at Zhang Sanglu. Zhang Sanglu hurried over and assured her solemnly, "Miss Chu, I have only one word to say, it is absolutely impossible." "Who is he? He looks like a scoundrel with no job. How can he know how to treat illnesses?" "Lu Xinmei in this ward has less than a week left. She's beyond saving. No one can help her." Chu Yunyi nodded. "Dr. Zhang, I believe you." Zhang Sanglu was very proud. "Miss Chu, you are absolutely right to trust me. That guy said that because he was afraid of your revenge. He has no medical knowledge at all. Just go ahead and deal with him. If there are any problems, I'll take care of them." Chu Yunyi gritted her teeth when she thought of Suchi. "Of course I won't let him go." He took out his cell phone and called his father Chu Tianhua's bodyguard. "Xiaojing, I have something for you. You must do it well for me." In the ward. The system prompt sound in Suchi's mind never stopped. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Ever since he returned to the ward, Chu Yunyi has hated critical hits and can't stop. Although the number is not large, the accumulation of small amounts will result in considerable gains. This Chu Yunyi is simply his super ATM. I feel like a lot of attention can be gained from Chu Yunyi. Plus 500 attention points from Qian Jingjing. Suchi was slightly surprised. Qian Jingjing's basic attention points have reached 500. Without any critical hits, you can reach 500. This is really the first time I've seen this. Liang Yingshue's attention generates a thought crit plus 2,000. Liang Yingshue's attention generates a plus 3,000 critical hit. Reminiscing about a critical hit? What is aftertaste? Could it be that my performance in bed today was so great? Even now, Liang Yingxue is still reminiscing about it? For a moment, I felt so proud. I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 36: The Strength of the Super Bodyguard. "Suchi, what are you laughing at?" Shui Chuchu next to her asked in a low voice. Suchi couldn't say that he was proud of his masculinity, right? A reserved girl like Shui Chuchu would definitely call him shameless and vulgar. Look at Shui Chuchu, with dark circles under her eyes, she almost looks like a giant panda. She stayed with Lu Xinmei day and night. Not only did she have to take care of Lu Xinmei, but she also had to worry and be afraid. She was not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. Suchi was really worried that she wouldn't be able to hold on and would suddenly fall down. "Shui Chuchu, your mother will be fine. She will definitely sleep until tomorrow. You should go home and have a good sleep too." Shue Chuchu shook her head. How can that be possible? I have to stay here to take care of my mother. Why, you don't listen to me? Your mother told you to listen to me. Shue Chuchu said hurriedly, it's not that I don't listen to you, I'm not sleepy, really. Bullshit indeed. Suchi is not stupid. He can see that Shue Chuchu is relying entirely on willpower to hold on. My body couldn't take it anymore. Just say, then what if I ask you to go out with me and get a room? After hearing this, Shue Chuchu was stunned. Then, his face turned red. Book a room? A man and a woman go to get a room? No matter how naive she was, she knew what that meant. You owe me so much money, and you can't pay it back anytime soon. I'll ask you to pay it back with your body. Isn't that too much? In order to let Shue Chuchu sleep well, Suchi can only choose to be a bad guy. Even if Shue Chuchu called him shameless, taking advantage of others, vulgar, and a hooligan, he didn't care. Waiting for the system prompt to tell him that Shue Chuchu had developed a critical disgust towards him. But I didn't wait until. Shue Chuchu's attention generates shy crit plus 1000. Only shy crit? Is that it? Suchi couldn't help but look at Shue Chuchu in confusion. Shue Chuchu didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly lowered her head. She bit her lip and whispered, You, wait for me. Get up and pack your things. After packing up the things, he tucked the quilt in for Lu Xinmei. Then, he came to Suchi and said softly, Let's go. Suchi turned and walked out, and Shue Chuchu followed him silently. As fragile as a homeless kitten. Suchi sighed secretly. She must be the worst performing campus beauty, right? She is so hardworking and diligent, and there is no gossip about her. She has never tried to curry favor with any rich man or been kept by anyone. Instead, he fell to the bottom. How can this be justified? After leaving the hospital, the night wind blew and it was a little cold. Suchi took off his coat and wrapped it around Shue Chuchu. Shue Chuchu was flustered for a moment and said quickly, Thank you. Let's go to the hotel across the street. It's not far away. Suchi said. Shue Chuchu nodded hurriedly, her face turning even redder. Shue Chuchu's attention generates panic and shyness, critical hit plus 2000. Suchi was really puzzled. Doesn't the Shue Chuchu know how to curse? Doesn't she get angry? Why is there no rage critical hit, no hatred critical hit, and no taunt critical hit? Doesn't she feel that she is taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Just as I was about to go to the hotel across the street, a figure flashed before my eyes and a man appeared. He is a young man. Tall and cold. In a suit and tie. There are very obvious muscle lines on his face, giving him a tough look. The attention from Jing Wudi generates a disdain critical hit plus 1000. Suchi looked at the young man in front of him. This guy must be Jing Wudi. He is so disdainful of himself. We didn't know each other at all and it was the first time we met, but he didn't bother to give me 1000 followers. How much you look down on yourself. Judging from his posture, he must have been sent by an enemy to deal with me. I simply said, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here. The young man was none other than Jing Wudi, the personal bodyguard of Chu Yunni's father, Chu Tianbua. Chu Yunni was really infuriated by Su Qi. Just find Jing Wudi and avenge her. This Jing Wudi is extraordinary. Chu Yunni's father spent tens of millions of his annual salary to snatch him from others. Although the Chu family has many bodyguards, Jing Wudi is definitely worthy of the title of the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. Sir, I'm afraid you need to have a good talk with me. Jing Wudi said coldly. Suchi shook his head, I'm not in the mood now, and I don't have time. Now he just wanted Shue Chuchu to have a good sleep. Jing Wudi sneered, I'm afraid this is not up to you. To tell you the truth, I'm Jing Wudi, the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. You've angered our eldest lady, so I have to make you suffer and stay in the hospital for a few months. Of course, you can choose to break your arms or legs. If you don't choose, I can only. Shut up. Get out of here. Su Qi was very impatient. He reached out and pushed Jing Wudi. Jing Wudi frowned and subconsciously straightened his chest, trying to push Su Qi's hand back. This is a very simple operation. He is very confident about his pecs. But the moment his pectoral muscles met Su Qi's hand, his face changed immediately. The person also flew backwards. Flying more than 3 meters high, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the parking lot below. His body was still flying backwards, completely out of control. Finally, it fell onto the roof of a car with a bang. Then he rolled off the roof of the car and his head hit the tire of the car in front heavily. His eyes rolled back and he passed out. In the moment of coma, thoughts flashed like lightning. He is the #1 bodyguard of the wealthy Chu family and an elite talent with an annual salary of tens of millions. He was actually sent flying by a push from an ordinary young man? Is this fucking true? Does Su Chi have superpowers? Something must be wrong. This is totally unscientific. The focus from Jing Wudi produces a terrifying critical hit plus. Su Chi is looking forward to continuing to add another focus. But I found that there was nothing after the plus sign. Before Jing Wudi could even devote his attention, he fell into a coma. Su Chi glanced at Jing Wudi, who had fainted beside a car in the distance, with a look of contempt on his face. Xuechuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000. Su Chi turned around and saw Xuechuchu looking at him in disbelief. Su Chi smiled and said, "I do push-ups often, so my hands are quite strong." After hearing this, Xuechuchu blushed suddenly. Su Chi was surprised. What's wrong with doing push-ups? Why is she blushing? She suddenly realized that she seemed to have overthought. I really can't tell that although this school beauty is reserved and elegant, she has a very rich imagination. He didn't even think about it that way, but Xuechuchu thought of it. He hurriedly explained, "It's not the kind of push-ups you think it is. It's just normal push-ups, very simple." Xuechuchu lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes, her face still red, and she said nothing. I don't know if anyone believed Su Chi's explanation. Su Chi couldn't say anything more, so he took Xuechuchu to the hotel across the street and booked a room. "Go take a shower," Su Chi said. Xuechuchu hummed softly and went into the bathroom. Xuechuchu's attention generates shy crit plus 1,000. Xuechuchu's attention generates panic and critical hit plus 1,000. Xuechuchu's attention generates a wandering critical hit plus 1,000. Chapter 37. This feeling so smells good. While Xuechuchu was taking a shower, Su Chi kept receiving attention from Xuechuchu. It seems that although Xuechuchu was taking a shower, she was thinking about him. Su Chi sighed. No one could understand how much he tried to make Xuechuchu sleep. He shook his head, lay down on the bed, found a comfortable position, and started playing with his cell phone. After a long time, Xuechuchu finally finished her shower. She was wearing a bath towel, her hair was wet and slightly messy, but she looked even more fresh and refined. Just like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally without any decoration. Especially the skin, which is as white as snow, and under the bright light, it shines with a dazzling luster. It's simply unbearable to look at. Su Chi stared with his eyes wide open. I know it's rude, but I can't control my eyes. Xuechuchu's face turned red as she was looked at. She stood there feeling uneasy and didn't know where to put her hands. Su Chi finally came back to his senses and laughed dryly. Come up. Xuechuchu hummed softly, lowered her head and walked over, lifted the quilt and got into bed. After hesitating for a moment, he took the towel out of the bed and said softly with a trembling voice, I'm fine, you can. Su Chi's throat was a little dry, but if he bullied Xuechuchu, who was so tired at this time, he would be worse than a beast. He smiled and said, now that you're well, go to sleep. Xuechuchu nodded. What Su Chi meant was, let her sleep. But she always thought that Su Chi really wanted her to pay with her body. I understood Su Chi's words as, let us go to sleep. Curled up in the quilt, waiting for Su Chi to make a move. Su Chi was still browsing his phone seriously. Xuechuchu couldn't help but wonder, does he want me to take the initiative? This bad guy, doesn't he know how shy and nervous he is now? I even have to take the initiative to serve. It's just bad, so bad. Seeing that Su Chi still didn't make any move, she became more determined in her idea that Su Chi was just waiting for her to take the initiative. Considering how much she owed Su Chi, she should take the initiative to repay him. Finally, she bit her lips hard, suppressed her shyness, reached out her hand, and unbuttoned Su Chi's clothes. Su Chi was startled. What are you doing? Xuechuchu said shyly, for you, take off your clothes. Su Chi waved his hands quickly, I don't need to take it off. If he really took it off, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his anger. Xuechuchu was so embarrassed, if you don't take it off, how can we sleep together? Only then did Su Chi realize that she had been misunderstanding him all along. He hurriedly said, it's not that we sleep together, it's that you sleep alone. Shue Chuchu was stunned. Sleeping alone? How is this played? Suchi sighed. You've been guarding your mother all day, you're too tired, you need to rest. Hurry up and have a good sleep, otherwise your mother will recover and you might fall ill instead. Go to sleep. When you wake up, your mother will be fine too. Shue Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. You brought me to the hotel, didn't you just want to sleep with me? Suchi smiled and said, if I hadn't said that, you would still be staying in your mother's ward, right? This is purely a temporary measure to let you have a good rest. Don't be offended. After hearing this, Shue Chuchu's tears flowed out. Suchi actually did this just to show his concern for her. She had never felt this kind of warmth from anyone other than her mother. I couldn't control my tears at all. Okay, have a good sleep. Sleep is what you need most right now. Suchi tidied up her slightly messy hair. Shue Chuchu looked up at him and said with emotion, Suchi, thank you, thank you. Suchi chuckled, we are all classmates, it would be awkward to say that. Just as he finished speaking, Shue Chuchu threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. She had nothing on, not even a bath towel. Suchi didn't even dare to touch her. Now it was Suchi's turn to feel embarrassed. He opened his hands, not knowing where to put them. Suchi, can you hold me while I sleep? Shue Chuchu asked softly in his ear. Holding the school beauty who has no clothes on is simply the best thing you can wish for. How could Suchi not be moved? Besides, Suchi couldn't refuse even if he wanted to, because Shue Chuchu hugged him so tightly. It seems like I will never let go in this life. He laughed dryly, it's my pleasure. He picked up the quilt, wrapped Shue Chuchu in it, and held her in his arms. Shue Chuchu's attention generates a triple critical hit of plus 10,000, touched, loved, and dependence. Suchi was startled. Directly 10,000 followers. It seems that Shue Chuchu was really moved this time. Without extreme emotional fluctuations, such high attention would not be possible. I lowered my head to look at Shue Chuchu and saw that she had fallen asleep. She is really too tired. She had previously misunderstood that Suchi wanted to sleep with her, and was nervous and shy, but now, she was completely relaxed. And she was absolutely sure that Suchi would not hurt her. Being in Suchi's arms is definitely the safest corner in the world. Fatigue came over me like a roaring tide, and I fell asleep immediately. Her pretty face is so white and delicate, like fine porcelain. Long eyelashes and petal-like lips. It's so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat fast and their souls shaken. Holding such a beauty in my arms, I feel happy even if I do nothing. Shue Chuchu's attention generates a double critical hit of shyness and happiness plus 5,000. Suchi was surprised. How could Shue Chuchu still attract attention when she was asleep? Did I dream about him? What did you dream about him? Would you feel both shy and happy? The point is, why be shy? While Suchi and Shue Chuchu were sleeping in each other's arms in the hotel, Chu Yunny was still waiting for good news from Jing Wudi. In order to deal with Suchi, she specially transferred her father's bodyguard Jing Wudi. Just to beat Suchi to a pulp. Thinking of Suchi's hateful and disgusting face, I feel so angry that my teeth are itching. But thinking about how Suchi was beaten black and blue, crying for his parents, he almost laughed. Chu Yunny's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 2,000. Chu Yunny looked at the time. A long time had passed. Why was there no news from Jing Wudi? I couldn't help it, so I called Jing Wudi. The call went through, but no one answered. Fight again, still the same. Chu Yunny was puzzled. What was going on? After thinking about it, I decided to go and see what was going on. She asked Jing Wudi to block Suchi at the hospital gate, so of course she had to find Jing Wudi at the hospital gate. Bring the stone forest barrier outside. It was already very late and there were almost no people outside the hospital. After searching for a while, I couldn't find Jing Wudi at all. Could it be that this guy failed and was so ashamed that he ran away quietly? Sure, Linjiang couldn't help but say. Chu Yunny glared at him, do you think it's possible? He's my father's favorite bodyguard, earning tens of millions a year. More than a dozen strong men couldn't get close to him. So, we might fail against that stinky toad? Are you questioning my father's judgment? Chapter 38 Very Creative Posture. Sure, Linjiang was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. I dare not, miss, I was wrong. I guess Jing Wudi didn't catch that bastard, so he went to find a place to rest. Chu Yunny frowned, but why didn't you answer my call? Still not giving up, he called Jing Wudi again. A cell phone suddenly rang nearby. Shu Yunyi was startled and quickly followed the ringing sound of the phone to find the place. I saw Jing Wudi at first sight. Jing Wudi was seen with his head hit on a tire and his legs resting on another car, and he was sleeping. The posture is quite awkward, embarrassing, and even a little weird. Shi Linjiang laughed out loud. What kind of pose is this guy making? It's so creative. Shu Yunyi looked very unhappy. No matter what posture Jing Wudi made, in short, Jing Wudi definitely failed. This was a slap in her face. After all, she had just been bragging about Jing Wudi. He was so angry that he rushed over and kicked Jing Wudi hard twice. Jing Wudi woke up suddenly in pain, and when he saw the tire right in front of him, he was shocked. He rubbed his forehead, his mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? Tell me, what happened? Shu Yunyi shouted. I feel so helpless. Why is it so difficult to teach that bastard a lesson? Even Dada's bodyguards can fail. Jing Wudi finally recalled what happened before she fell into a coma. She looked embarrassed and gave a dry laugh. Miss, I. Tell me, what's going on? Shu Yunyi's face was as cold as ice. Jing Wudi was too embarrassed to say it out loud. As a bodyguard with an annual salary of tens of millions, I come to stop a bad boy. As a result, he was knocked over with just a push from someone. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. How can I justify an annual salary of tens of millions? I used to feel at ease taking the money, but now it's burning to the bone. Speak. Miss Shu Yunyi had a bad temper and didn't have much patience, so she simply kicked Jing Wudi again. Jing Wudi didn't dare to get angry, he really didn't have the face to be angry. He hurriedly explained, Miss, it was a mistake, purely a mistake. Shu Yunyi shouted angrily, Did you make such a mistake that you hit the tire with your face? I wasn't prepared and was attacked by that guy. Yes, I was attacked by that guy. Miss, please give me one more chance. This time I will be careful and will not give him another chance. I will definitely beat him up. Jing Wudi was anxious to save face. Otherwise, I really can't stay in the Chu family. Not to mention calling himself the Chu family's #1 bodyguard or something like that. Are you sure it was just a mistake? Shu Yunyi asked angrily. Jing Wudi quickly assured him solemnly, it was definitely a mistake. Absolutely. I misjudged him. I didn't expect that guy to have even a little bit of skill. Shu Yunyi gritted her teeth and said, Do you know that because of your mistake, I lost face again? Ever since she met Su Qi, she has never gained any advantage from him. Only to be taken advantage of by Su Qi time and time again. It's really strange. Could it be that Su Qi is her nemesis? Yes, miss, it's all my fault. I will definitely make amends. Jing Wudi looked around. Where is that kid? Where is he? Shi Linjiang sneered, You knocked yourself out, didn't you? You almost slept until dawn, how could I stay here with you? You? Jing Wudi was furious. Shu Yunyi waved her hand suddenly, Shut up. He glanced at Jing Wudi and said, I'll give you one more chance. Chuchu's mother is still in the hospital. That bastard will definitely come back. If you fail again, get out of here. The Chu family doesn't need trash. Jing Wudi nodded awkwardly, Don't worry, miss, I will definitely deal with that guy this time. If I can't even handle a brat like that, I might as well just kill myself. Shu Yunyi looked at the time and it was already early morning. He ordered Jing Wudi, You just wait here until that Su Qi shows up. Turned around and went into the hospital. Came to the hospital's special ward. His father, Chu Tianbo, chairman of the Chubo Group, was lying in a hospital ward that was comparable to a 5-star hotel suite. However, Chu Tianbo's condition is very bad. I would faint from time to time. Shu Yunyi was really worried that Chu Tianbo would suddenly not wake up. What a headache. Sitting in front of the hospital bed, holding Chu Tianbo's hand tightly, her eyes couldn't help but become wet. Dad, tell me, what should I do? How can I make you feel better? As long as you can get better, your daughter is willing to do anything, but now I don't even know what to do. Tears rolled down silently. Although she is cold and arrogant, she also has a soft and fragile heart. I really don't know what would happen to the Chubo group without Dad. The family is like a powder keg, and the issue of property distribution after Chu Tianbo's death has reached a climax. Once Chu Tianbo dies, this powder keg will definitely explode. I really don't know where the Chu family will go. Looking at Chu Tianbo lying on the bed, tears blurred my eyes. When Su Qi woke up, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him tenderly. Those eyes were so soft, bright and clear, like autumn water. I almost thought it was Linging Shui. When I looked closely, I found that it was Xue Chuchu. Xue Chuchu had woken up a long time ago and had been lying on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Qi so tenderly. It seems like I can never see enough. This man was definitely deeply engraved in her heart. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a super strong love critical hit of plus 10,000. Su Qi was absolutely certain that this girl was definitely in love with him. Have you seen enough? Do you want a kiss? Su Qi smiled. Xue Chuchu suddenly came to her senses and stepped back in fright, ending up sitting down on the ground. Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll go get breakfast. Xue Chuchu got up and ran away in a hurry. Su Qi got up and went to the bathroom. I saw that the toothbrush was ready, toothpaste was squeezed out, and the cup was filled with water. This Xue Chuchu definitely has the potential to be a good wife and mother. She is so good at taking care of people. In the past, I never dared to imagine that this school beauty would serve me like this. Shortly after washing up, Xue Chuchu came back with breakfast. A pretty hearty breakfast. You're so rich, I don't know what kind of breakfast to buy for you. I hope you can get used to it. Su Qi smiled and said, these are what I usually eat. I'm not as noble as you think. I'm just an ordinary person. After breakfast, the two rushed to the hospital. Just as they arrived at the hospital entrance, a figure flashed before their eyes and Jing Wudi appeared in front of them. Xue Chuchu was startled and quickly hugged Su Qi's arm. It was obvious that Jing Wudi was here with bad intentions. His face was ashen, his fists were clenched, his teeth were gnashing from time to time, and veins bulged on his forehead. He looks like he's ready to fight to the death. Looking at Su Qi, his voice was frighteningly low. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come back. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Why shouldn't I come back? He didn't care about Jing Wudi's scary appearance at all, and instead asked, by the way, did you sleep well last night? This sentence almost made Jing Wudi explode with anger. He was sleeping with his face pressed against the tire. This is humiliating. Naked humiliation. His face turned from ashen to red, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Chapter 39 Invincibility is not a legend. If you want to do it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Su Qi said lightly. Jing Wudi suppressed his anger and waved his hand, follow me. Su Qi shook his head, I don't have time to play hide and seek with you, hurry up and do what you need to do. You don't dare to follow me? You're still afraid of me, aren't you? I wasn't on guard last night, so I fell into your trap. You're afraid that if I get serious, you'll get beaten, right? Jing Wudi stared into Su Qi's eyes. Su Qi sighed, it seems that you fell really hard last night, even your head was broken. Shut up and just tell me, do you dare to follow me? Jing Wudi said provocatively. Xue Chuchu quickly shook her head at Su Qi. Su Qi curled his lips and said, okay, where are we going? It just so happens that I haven't done my morning exercise yet. If someone wants to get beaten up, I'll just treat it as morning exercise. Said to Xue Chuchu, go see your mother first. Xue Chuchu held onto his arm and refused to let go. No, I'll go with you. He was afraid that Su Qi would fall into Jing Wudi's trap and suffer losses. If she goes along, at least she can take care of him. Now this man is the most important person to her, and she will never allow anyone to hurt him. Although Su Qi did not possess her body last night, he completely captured her heart. Su Qi didn't care. Even if Xue Chuchu followed him, he could still protect her. He glanced at Jing Wudi and asked, why don't you lead the way? You're brave. A look of joy appeared on Jing Wudi's face, and he turned and left. Last night was really embarrassing, especially being so embarrassed in front of the eldest lady. He was too embarrassed to face anyone. This shame must be returned to Su Qi with interest. He wanted to bring Su Qi to Chu Yunyi, and under Chu Yunyi's witness, regain all his lost face. Take Su Qi and Xue Chuchu to find Chu Yunyi. Soon, they arrived at Chu Tianbu's special ward. He knocked on the door and took Su Qi and Xue Chuchu in. Inside, Chu Yunyi was eating. He doesn't look very well, his eyes are red and he has faint dark circles. He probably didn't sleep well last night. When he turned around and saw Su Qi, he was so angry that he threw his chopsticks away. Scolding Jing Wudi, why did you bring this stinky toad? When I see him, I feel sick. Jing Wudi hurriedly apologized. Miss, I'm sorry, I took the initiative. But to protect my reputation, I have no choice but to ask you, miss, to personally bear witness. I was truly careless last night, which is why this brat successfully ambushed me. Today, I must clear my name and maintain my reputation as the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. Of course, he must kneel down and apologize to you personally, miss, and swear not to offend you again. Chu Yunny was very impatient. Hurry up, quickly deal with this stinky toad, otherwise it will affect my mood. I can't even eat when I see him. I couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Chi pushed her against the wall. She was actually pushed against the wall by this stinky toad. I was almost killed by this stinky toad. This is intolerable. I simply pushed my breakfast aside, crossed my legs, and folded my arms across my chest. He ordered in a cold voice, hurry up and do not show mercy. I want to settle accounts with that stinking toad for all of those awful things he did to me. Jing Wudi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help, Mississippi. I will definitely not let you down this time. Facing Su Chi, his whole body shook and he immediately made a fierce starting move. He hooked his finger at Su Chi and said, let's have a head-on confrontation, come on. Su Chi sighed, to tell you the truth, I am invincible in front of you. You are no match for me. Don't humiliate yourself. Over there, Shi Linjiang burst out laughing. You're invincible, kid? Have you played too many games? Do you think there's an invincibility potion in real life for you to drink? You're so immature. I almost laughed my breakfast out. Chu Yunny's face was still cold. However, he became more and more contemptuous of Su Chi. The more someone brags, the worse he is. Because they appear to be powerful but are actually weak, they have to say some bluffing words to cover up their behavior. He urged Jing Wudi impatiently, stop talking nonsense with him and get started. How long are you going to let him disgust me? After hearing this, Jing Wudi nodded quickly. Boy, I won't be polite then. He leaped up and punched Su Chi in the face. Su Chi sighed, I told you not to humiliate yourself, why didn't you listen? Just wave your hand casually. It didn't matter where the blow hit Jing Wudi. It doesn't matter. As long as he hits him, Jing Wudi will definitely fly. After he turned his body into gold, he would normally be invincible against ordinary people. Although Jing Wudi is a very powerful bodyguard, he is actually just an ordinary person. Then there was a bang. Jing Wudi indeed flew backwards. The expression on his face was originally vicious, but the moment he flew out, it turned into astonishment. In astonishment, flying backwards. Bang! Hit the wall of the ward. His face instantly filled with pain and flushed red. Then, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. It stagnated on the wall for a moment before falling straight down. Puff! He fell face down on the ground and lay there motionless. It just happened in a split second. It was also at this moment that the ward became quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear the dripping sound of the liquid from Chu Tianhua's infusion. Shi Linjiang was stunned. Chu Yunny opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it at all. Even Xue Chuchu covered her mouth in shock. Although she witnessed Su Chi pushing Jing Wudi into the air last night. But I always feel that it is the result of various coincidences. Today is definitely a real head-on confrontation. Result? That's it? The three people's eyes first fell on Jing Wudi, who was lying motionless on the ground. Then, they all looked at Su Chi. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates shock and panic, with a double critical hit of plus 5,000. Chu Yunny's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. Su Chi couldn't help but glance at Xue Chuchu. Xue Chuchu wasn't very helpful this time. There are so few focuses on the critical hit. But it is understandable. Xue Chuchu has seen his paralysis before, so she is not that shocked. But this Chu Yunny is quite powerful. Just a shocking critical hit attracted 5,000 attention points. It turns out to be his unlimited ATM, a super big cow, which can produce a large amount of attention with guaranteed quality every time. Now that I'm in front of Chu Yunny, how can I miss the opportunity to use this unlimited ATM? He walked over calmly and came in front of Chu Yunny. Chu Yunny was so scared that she wanted to get up and run away. No more crossing your legs or folding your arms across your chest. The previous coldness and arrogance disappeared completely, leaving only panic and fear. Chapter 40 Unlimited ATM. Suchi snorted coldly, sit still, you can escape, but can your father escape? Shu Yunni's face changed drastically. She was halfway to her feet when she had to sit back down. He quickly signaled to Shi Linjiang with his eyes, asking him to find a nurse or security guard to come over. Suchi naturally saw it and laughed. How much do you think I can do before the security arrives? There are some things I wouldn't do otherwise, but knowing security is coming, I have to do them. Shu Yunni's expression changed again, and she quickly said to Shi Linjiang, don't move. What are you going to do? Shu Yunni looked at Suchi in panic. Shu Yunni's attention generates a plus 3000 uneasy critical hit. Suchi sneered, you hired bodyguards to deal with me, but you asked me what I want to do? Don't hurt me and my family. I can make it up to you. Now Shu Yunni has no way to deal with Suchi, she is completely in Suchi's hands. She is afraid of Suchi's revenge and can only give in. I really hate Jing Wudi for bringing the enemy directly to her. I don't have that ability, and I even lured the enemy to their lair. Wouldn't this mean Suchi would be wiped out? He was so angry that he wanted to rush over and kick Jing Wudi hard a few times. He asked the number 1 bodyguard, and that is it? Suchi looked at the breakfast on the table and smiled, as expected of a wealthy lady, she even eats such a sumptuous breakfast. Is this bird's nest? It looks delicious. Shu Yunni bit her lip, what exactly are you going to do? I haven't eaten bird's nest yet. I want to try it. You, please do as you please. Shu Yunni had no way to resist and could only give in. Suchi smiled and said, I want to eat, but I'm too lazy to do it. What should I do? Shu Yunni's expression changed, and she immediately understood, you want me to feed you? No? Suchi narrowed his eyes and looked at her. You? Shu Yunni's face suddenly turned red with anger. She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. Suchi actually asked her to feed him? From childhood to adulthood, she has always been served meals by others. When has she ever served others meals? Even when her father was seriously ill, she never fed him herself. The nurse did it for her. Now, Suchi actually asked her to feed him. How outrageous! How outrageous! I really want to slap Suchi's ugly face. Shu Yunni's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6000. Suchi was secretly delighted. This unlimited ATM had never let him down. Looking at Shu Yunni leisurely. Why, you've never fed anyone before, right? That's right, you are a princess. But what I want to say is that I might take away all your first times in the future, including that first time. Shu Yunni couldn't bear it any longer and started cursing, you bastard. Shu Yunni's focus generates a deep rage critical hit of plus 8000. This rate of increase is too fast. Even for the attention that was coming his way, Suchi was reluctant to let Shu Yunni go. I couldn't help but laugh, you didn't deny it, do you still have that virginity? By the way, don't you have a fiancé? Why is he so lazy that he hasn't touched you yet? Your first time is not reserved for me, right? Asshole. Shu Yunni was filled with shame and anger, and raised her hand to hit Suchi in the face. Shu Yunni's attention generates a double critical hit of humiliation and anger plus 10,000. Suchi was excited, it had reached 10,000. Although he didn't want to fleece Shu Yunni was too easy to fleece. The yield is sufficient and the portion is large. It would feel like a waste if I didn't pick it up. I thought to myself, I'm sorry, it's your fault that you have such a spoiled little girl temper and it's easy to attract attention. I can only take advantage of you to my heart's content. He raised his hand and grabbed Shu Yunni's hand, you actually want to hit me? Have you forgotten how I just knocked your bodyguard away? Do you want me to do this to your dad? Shu Yunni was frightened and shook her head hurriedly. She was really angry with Suchi, so she lost control and attacked Suchi. Suchi was so frightened by this reminder that he broke out in a cold sweat. Dad is seriously ill and no one here can stop Suchi. If Suchi really wants to do something to her father, she won't even be able to regret it. Quickly apologize, I'm sorry. But it's really unfair. He was clearly bullied by Suchi, but he still had to apologize. I've never been treated like this before. Tears of grievance welled up in my eyes. If she didn't have a strong personality and didn't want to show her vulnerability in front of others, she would have cried a long time ago. Shu Yunni's attention generates a critical hit of plus 8000. Suchi frowned slightly. Why did he fall down again? It seems we need to work harder. He tilted his head and looked into Chu Yunny's eyes. Now let me ask you one more question. Do you want to feed me or not? This is the last chance. Does Chu Yunny dare to refuse? I could only nod. Hey. Then let's get started. Suchi opened his mouth and waited. Chu Yunny wanted to slap Suchi hard, pull Suchi over, tear him into pieces, and then trample on him with her feet. But it's just a thought. He suppressed the endless grievances in his heart and lowered his head to pick up the spoon. The moment I lowered my head, I couldn't control my tears anymore and they fell down. He scooped up some bird's nest and brought it to Suchi's mouth. Suchi didn't move at all, so she could only feed it directly into Suchi's mouth. Chu Yunny's attention generates a critical hit of extreme grievance plus 10,000. Suchi was puzzled. Is this 10,000 the highest value that cannot be exceeded? I have reached 10,000 followers many times, but never higher. I really don't want to give up, I still want to make a breakthrough. Especially when there is such a good target for fleecing. If I can't make a breakthrough with Chu Yunny, it will be even more impossible with others. Eat the bird's nest in your mouth. He smacked his lips and said, yes, the bird's nest fed to me by your delicate hands, miss, is delicious. Ignoring Chu Yunny's hateful look at him. Come on, hurry up, give me another spoonful. Chu Yunny could only scoop out some bird's nest again. Just feed it to Suchi. This time, Suchi avoided it and said coldly, your position is too high. I'm not used to looking up. Since you are serving someone, please put yourself in the right place first. You. Chu Yunny gritted her teeth. This bastard is getting more and more outrageous. What's wrong with me? Do you want to feed me? Suchi deliberately glanced at Chu Tianbo lying on the bed. Chu Yunny is really going crazy. I wish I could tear Suchi into pieces. But now, he was completely dominated by Suchi and had no room for resistance. After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth, hey. He brought the spoon to Suchi's mouth again. This time lower your arms. This way, Suchi doesn't have to look up. Suchi didn't need it, but glanced at her and said, are you just being so perfunctory? I told you to position yourself, so you just lower your arms. Is that all? He leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, and crossed his legs. It was exactly the same attitude Chu Yunny had when watching the battle before. I don't feel like eating anymore when you're like this. Chu Yunny cursed in her heart, if you don't want to eat it, just get out, I would rather feed the bird's nest to the dog. But no matter how much he cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to refuse on the surface. He gritted his teeth and finally got up from his seat. He came in front of Suchi, endured the great humiliation, and squatted down in front of Suchi. In this case, you will be looking up to Suchi's position. A pair of long legs becomes even more seductive when squatting. From Suchi's perspective, he could also see the beautiful scenery on her chest. Chu Yunny looks really unique in this posture. Chapter 41 Finally a breakthrough. Are you ready to eat? Chu Yunny handed the spoon to Suchi. I really want to cry. She is no longer the cold and arrogant young lady of a wealthy family, but has become like Suchi's maid. Chu Yunny's attention generates multiple critical hits of shame, indignation, hatred, and humility plus 12,000. 12,000. Finally a breakthrough. Finally a breakthrough. Suchi was such a surprise. Sure enough, Miss Chu never lets him down. He ate the bird's nest in one bite, laughed heartily, and squinted at Chu Yunny. You are such a lovely girl, I love you so much. He stood up, still unable to control his excitement, and laughed out loud towards the sky. The joy of breakthrough was so intense. Coming to Shuechuchu, he said, I've eaten and drunk enough. Let's go. Your mother should be waiting for us in good spirits now. He took Shuechuchu's hand and left. This trip was so rewarding. Even though he had walked a long way away, his laughter could still be heard in the ward. Chu Yunny had been squatting there, as if frozen. Suchi said she was a lovely girl. He also said he loved her to death. What does this mean? Is Suchi, the stinky toad, really interested in her? Does he really want to eat her swan flesh? So disgusting. It's so disgusting. Thinking that one day Suchi might lie on top of her and gallop freely. I couldn't help but feel chills all over my body. This is absolutely unacceptable. She really misunderstood Suchi completely. Suchi said that because he was so happy that he gained 12,000 attention points from her in one go. To Chu Yunny, she thought that Suchi was drooling over her body and was eager to possess her. After a long while, his face flushed, he suddenly stood up, jumped up and cursed, "You bastard, I will never forgive you. You think you're worthy enough to covet me? I will never let you succeed. You disgusting, hateful bastard, I hate you so much." He knocked all the breakfast on the table to the ground. Chu Yunni's attention generates hatred and shame, with a critical hit of plus 10,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. Su Qi was a little surprised. The stone forest barrier had been silent for a long time, so why did the attention suddenly continue to rise? Were you stunned just now and only come to your senses now? That's the only explanation. This is really what the stone forest barrier is like. He was really dumbfounded when he saw Su Qi training, no, teasing, no, making things difficult for Chu Yunni. As Chu Yunni's driver, he knew Chu Yunni's temper too well. When he becomes arrogant, he doesn't give face to anyone. Even Chu Yunni's fiancée Chi Ziheo was wary of her. So, even though they were engaged, Chu Yunni didn't want to live with Chi Ziheo, and Chi Ziheo had no way to stop her. Although I have tried many ways, I have not succeeded yet and have not slept with Chu Yunni. Instead, he was like a nobody being ordered around by Chu Yunni, who ordered him here and there. Now, he usually didn't dare to appear in front of Chu Yunni. The woman who even Chi Ziheo was helpless against was actually completely subdued by Su Qi. She actually squatted down and fed Su Qi like a maid. If Chi Ziheo saw this, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot and die of anger. Asshole. Chu Yunni was so angry that she kicked over the chair that Su Qi had just been sitting on. I covered my mouth and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Shi Linjiang said carefully, "Miss, why don't you tell young Master Qi about this? As long as young Master Qi takes action, it will only take a few minutes to deal with that bastard." Chu Yunni glared at him. Am I really that incompetent? The eldest daughter of the Chu family can't even handle a stinky toad, and yet she has to ask him for help? Shi Linjiang laughed dryly. It's not that you are incompetent, miss, it's that the bastard is too shameless. Master Qi is the best at dealing with such scoundrels. Don't look at him being so arrogant now, Master Qi can definitely make him kneel down and act like his grandson. Chu Yunni thought about it and shook her head. She has always been cold and arrogant and doesn't like to ask others for help. Even though Chi Ziheo was her fiancé, she couldn't lower her head. I have always been a maverick, and it is really embarrassing to suddenly bow my head and ask for help. He gritted his teeth and said, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. There's no need for Chi Ziheo to take action now. She thought of Wei Baofa, who had always depended on the Chu family for survival. I heard from my father Chu Tianbua that Wei Baofa is very capable and has many people under him. If you need to solve some problems that are inconvenient to deal with personally, Wei Baofa is the most suitable person to do it. Chu Yunni used to look down on people like Wei Baofa. But now she realized that at this time she really needed someone like Wei Baofa to help her solve the problem. She really had no way to deal with Su Qi. Evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. Perhaps Wei Baofa is the best way to deal with Su Qi. In the past 2 days, Wei Baofa often came to visit his father Chu Tianbua, bringing a lot of gifts every time and showing great respect. Especially yesterday, hundreds of thousands of gifts were given away in one go. There seems to be something he wants from his words. But Chu Yunni was in a bad mood and didn't respond. Now I see the value of Wei Baofa. How can you not use the tools that are right at your fingertips? He said to Shi Linjiang, I'm going out for a while. Go and see Lu Xinmei. Shi Linjiang was puzzled. Miss, what am I going to do with Lu Xinmei? To be honest, he was a little nervous. Su Qi must be with Lu Xinmei now. What if he took the initiative to go over and Su Qi thought he was provoking him and beat him up? Chu Yunni said in a deep voice, that stinky toad said that he treated Lu Xinmei last night. When he left just now, he also said that Lu Xinmei must be waiting for them in good health. Shi Linjiang was surprised. Miss, you don't really believe that he can cure Lu Xinmei, right? Why does he become a famous doctor just because he drives a nice sports car? With just a few tricks, you can cure diseases and save lives? Are you kidding me? You think too highly of him. Chu Yunni was very unhappy. Why are you so anxious? Did I say I believed he could cure Lu Xinmei? I don't believe it, but I can't give up any hope. After all, Dad's illness is critical. What if a miracle happens to Lu Xinmei? Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance, I can't let it go. She really didn't believe that Su Chi could cure Lu Xinmei. For my father, I cannot let go of any glimmer of hope. He waved his hand angrily at the stone barrier and said, "Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your time talking?" Having said this, he turned and left. I asked the nurse about the ward of Wei Dicheng, Wei Baofa's son, and went to Wei Dicheng's ward. Sure, Linjian shook his head. There was really no other way, so he had to go to Lu Xinmei's ward to check. As he walked, he muttered, "This Chu Yunny is so overbearing. Whatever she says goes. It's impossible. I made this trip for nothing." Chapter 42. Is this a factory upgrade? Lu Xinmei's ward. The moment Xue Chuchu opened the door, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. I saw that my mother Lu Xinmei was not on the hospital bed, but cleaning the room. Cleaning? My mother, who could only lie in bed and would faint from time to time, was actually cleaning. And his movements are very agile, even more agile than before he got sick. Xue Chuchu really thought she had seen it wrong and quickly rubbed her eyes. She has been worried that something might happen to her mother if she wasn't here for a night. I never expected to see this scene. It's really shocking. Mom, why did you come down here? Xue Chuchu hurried over and supported Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei turned around and saw her, and smiled. I was feeling uncomfortable in bed, and when I saw the floor was dirty, I couldn't help but come down to clean it. Xue Chuchu was startled and asked quickly, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me quickly, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Xinmei replied, "It's so uncomfortable." Ah. Lu Xinmei said excitedly, "I feel full of energy now, and my mind is very clear. I want to go out for a run, listen to the birds singing, smell the flowers, and rush to work. I think I can work for another 20 years without any problem." Xue Chuchu looked at her in disbelief. Is this the same mother who was lying in bed last night and began to give her last words? I felt like I couldn't hold on last night, and now I have to go to work for another 20 years? Is this true or false? But looking at my mother, she is indeed full of energy and in good spirits, her cheeks are even rosy. Such a big change just after one night? Isn't it incredible? Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Is this a last gasp? The last bit of vitality before life is exhausted? Thinking of this, I broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and ran out to find the attending physician, Zhang Sanglu. Su Chi tried to stop him but failed. Deep down in Xue Chuchu's consciousness, she trusted her mother's attending physician more than Su Chi. After all, he is a professional doctor. When encountering an emergency, the first person I think of is Zhang Sanglu. Rushed into Zhang Sanglu's office and said anxiously, "Doctor, go see my mother." Zhang Sanglu snorted coldly, "Isn't your boyfriend taking over your mother's illness? Let him handle it. Why are you looking for me? He's still holding a grudge." Xue Chuchu was extremely anxious. "Dr. Zhang, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please go see my mother." Zhang Sanglu sneered, "If I had known this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? Your apology is useless. Let him apologize in person." Xue Chuchu was about to cry, "Doctor, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. My mother is now in her final moments of life and has been working in the fields. She will surely pass away soon." Hearing this, Zhang Sanlu was shocked. Lu Xinmei has gone to the fields to work? Even if it is a last gasp, it can't be this powerful. I was really curious, so I finally stood up and said coldly, "I can go and take a look. But let me be frank. Originally, according to my treatment, your mother could have lived for another week. But your clueless, idiotic boyfriend meddled in everything, and your mom suddenly had a moment of clarity. I guess she only has 2 days left. This responsibility is all your boyfriend's, it has nothing to do with me." Xue Chuchu nodded vigorously, "Anyway, please go and have a look." Zhang Sanglu finally put on a stethoscope and followed Xue Chuchu out of the office. As she walked, she asked Xue Chuchu, "Is your boyfriend here?" Xue Chuchu nodded quickly. Zhang Sanglu sneered, "Wasn't he very arrogant last night? Didn't he want to cure your mother? Let's see how he can face me now." Thinking of Su Chi's embarrassed and ashamed look, he felt a sense of pride in his heart. When he arrived at Lu Xinmei's ward, Zhang Sanglu stopped. Xue Chuchu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "Hurry up and help Zhang Sanglu open the door." Zhang Sanglu then walked in with a sneer on his face. "Where is that guy who claims to be a miracle doctor? He is so awesome, why did he ask me to come?" He was just about to ridicule Su Qi to avenge what happened last night. As soon as he saw the scene in the ward, the following words were stuck in his throat. Then I saw Lu Xinmei dancing there. It seems like he is demonstrating square dance moves to Su Qi. He kept saying excitedly, I haven't jumped since I got this disease. In the past, I was the dancing queen of our neighborhood. I'm really dying of frustration. I thought I'd never be able to dance again. I can't wait to go back and exchange dance skills with my old sisters. As he said this, he performed a few difficult dance moves. After a series of movements, he didn't even breathe hard. Is this a patient? Is this called a last flicker of light? This is literally a factory upgrade. That vitality makes me feel many years younger. Zhang Sanglu opened his mouth and couldn't close it. Shui Chuchu didn't expect that her mother would even start square dancing. This last burst of energy is so amazing. He turned to look at Zhang Sanglu. Doctor, is this a last gasp of life? Zhang Sanglu thought, what the hell is this, a last gasp of youth? This old woman is now healthier and more energetic than him. It's really unbelievable. What happened? It can restore a patient who he has deemed incurable to health overnight. The key point is that Lu Xinmei had just had surgery 2 days ago. It's impossible for the surgical wound alone to heal so quickly. As a result, Lu Xinmei was so lively and energetic, as if it was not her who had the surgery 2 days ago. This is simply a miracle. How could this happen? Zhang Sanlu was shocked. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Qi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Is it really because of him, because of his interventional treatment? Could this guy really be a miracle doctor, as he could cure this strange disease that has never been successfully treated before? The successful treatment of Lu Xinmei alone was enough to cause a sensation. This is the first case in the world. Once the news gets out, Su Qi will instantly become a star in the medical community at home and abroad, and will be the talk of the town. Just thinking about it made Zhang Sanglu extremely jealous. It would be great if he did it. Attention from Zhang Sanglu generates jealousy crit plus 3000. Su Qi glanced at Zhang Sanglu coldly. What were you going to say just now? Why didn't you say it? Zhang Sanglu was so embarrassed. I felt like I was slapped in the face. Is this to invite him to see a doctor? This is pure showing off. Let him be embarrassed. Lu Xinmei also saw him and immediately smiled. Dr. Zhang is here, please come in. He didn't know that Su Qi had tampered with her medicine, and thought that it must be her attending physician Zhang Sanglu who cured her. He quickly rushed to the door and grabbed Zhang Sanglu's hand. Dr. Zhang, thank you so much. You are such a miracle doctor, you actually cured me. Didn't you say I couldn't hold on much longer? You scared me half to death. Zhang Sanglu became more and more embarrassed. Lu Xinmei, who he had judged to be incurable, recovered overnight. He was the most embarrassed. He simply wanted to disappear right there. But Lu Xinmei held his hand tightly. Oh, you have such strong hands. He couldn't get rid of it or escape. I could only say awkwardly, I was just joking. I'm just kidding. Lu Xinmei has fully recovered and is in a good mood. Even though Zhang Sanglu's previous words had frightened her to the point of despair, she didn't feel like getting angry now. My heart is full of joy. He clenched his fist and hit Zhang Sanglu. Dr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Seeing you always have a stern face, I thought you were very serious. Zhang Sanglu grimaced in pain. Lu Xinmei is really strong. Is this really a factory upgrade? You can become a boxer. He coughed quickly and said, there is a bit of a funny side to my personality. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Xinmei laughed and punched Zhang Sanglu in the chest again. Little did she know that not only had she recovered, but her physical fitness had also improved. Especially the strength, which is much greater than before. Dr. Zhang, I always thought you were serious. I always get nervous when I talk to you. If I had known you were this kind of person, it wouldn't have been so difficult for me to communicate with you. He clenched his fist and was about to hit Zhang Sanglu again. Zhang Sanglu was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. Although I am humorous, I still have to respect your attending physician. Don't hit me, or I'll get angry. I feel like if Lu Xinmei hits me a few more times, I'll be knocked out. Doesn't Lu Xinmei know how powerful her fists are? Ha, you must be joking again, you're really pretending. Lu Xinmei laughed loudly. Bang! He punched Zhang Sanglu again. Chapter 43 The eldest lady arrives. Zhang Sanglu's face suddenly turned pale and he fell down. I was really beaten by this old woman and couldn't hold on any longer. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with you? Lu Xinmei quickly supported him. Zhang Sanglu hurriedly shook his head, nothing, nothing. Dr. Zhang, to express my gratitude, I must treat you to a meal. Please do me the honor of attending. Lu Xinmei's gratitude is sincere. Zhang Sanglu suddenly saw Su Qi giving him a cold look from a distance. My heart trembled. Although Lu Xinmei misunderstood that he cured her. But Su Qi and Xue Chuchu both knew the truth. They could easily expose him. He hurriedly said to Lu Xinmei, let's talk about dinner later. You should do some necessary examinations first. We need to make sure you're truly healed. This is his last straw. If Lu Xinmei can pass all the physical examinations, it means that Su Qi has indeed cured Lu Xinmei. He was completely defeated by Su Qi. He would lose all face. Therefore, he hoped that Lu Xinmei could be diagnosed with some physical condition. From this point of view, his medical ethics are definitely questionable. Ms. Lu, come with me. I'll give you some checkups. He quickly took Lu Xinmei away and gave her a lot of checkups. No matter what, we have to find out some problems with Lu Xinmei. Xue Chuchu naturally had to follow. She still isn't sure if her mother has really recovered. Chu Yunyi appeared in Wei Diqing's ward. Wei Diqing was lying on the hospital bed eating an apple. The first time I saw Chu Yunyi, I was stunned by her beauty. Chu Yunyi's cool, noble, and moving temperament can definitely not be faked or imitated. That's the temperament that only comes from growing up in a wealthy family. At first glance, she looks like a princess high above everyone else. The apple in Wei Diqing's hand fell and rolled to the ground. He hurriedly kicked Wei Baofa beside the bed. Dad, beautiful, beautiful girl, beautiful girl. His voice trembled with excitement. I always thought that Xue Chuchu was the most beautiful woman. I only now realize that I was so ignorant before. This Chu Yunyi can easily rival Xue Chuchu. Although she doesn't have the scholarly air of Xue Chuchu, she is as cold and noble as a princess, which makes her even more captivating. I secretly thought that if I could have a wife like this, I would be willing to lick her every day. Wei Baofa was discussing with Zhao Xinfu about transferring Wei Diqing to another hospital. Wei Baofa was completely frightened when he saw Su Qi's terrifying behavior with his mobile phone camera yesterday. He almost peed his pants. I was worried that Su Qi would really come to my house, so I was always worried. He wanted to cling to the Chu family and have them protect him. I brought so many gifts to visit Chu Tianbo yesterday and gave Chu Yunyi all kinds of hints. But Chu Yunyi was in a bad mood and didn't even bat an eyelid at him. Naturally, he couldn't make his request, and finally could only leave in embarrassment. Since I can't get the support of the Chu family, I can only think of other ways. I can't just sit here and wait for death. It was too easy for Su Qi to find them in this big hospital. We plan to transfer Wei Diqing to a smaller hospital so that the chances of him being found by Su Qi will be much smaller. After being kicked by Wei Diqing, Wei Baofa turned around and saw Chu Yunyi. I was shocked. Why did the eldest daughter of the Chu family condescend to come here? Although he told Chu Tianbo when he visited him that his son Wei Diqing was also hospitalized here. But he never expected that Chu Yunyi would come here to visit his son. Who is Chu Yunyi? She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. How could she, a wealthy woman, come to see his son? His son is nothing in other people's eyes. So, I was really surprised to see Chu Yunyi appear. He hurriedly stood up and came to the door to greet her, nodding and bowing. Miss, why are you here? How could I possibly have the goodness to trouble you, miss, to come and visit me in person? Chu Yunyi said coldly, I'm not here to see him. Well. Wei Baofa then realized that he was just being wishful thinking. He laughed dryly. I wonder what orders you have for me, miss. Go inside and talk. Chu Yunyi walked into the ward. He wanted Wei Baofa to take people to beat Su Qi up. This is not a glorious thing. If outsiders knew about this, it would affect her image as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. When I entered the ward, I saw Zhao Xinfu, who was wrapped in gauze like a dumpling. I couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this person? It just looks ridiculous. Wei Baofa quickly bent down and replied, Miss, this is a work-related injury. We are contracted for projects, and this is a common occurrence. Zhao Xinfu nodded quickly. Yes, miss, it's a work-related injury. Miss, please sit down. Wei Baofa quickly brought a stool over. He wiped it quickly with his sleeve. With a smile on his face, he said, "Miss, please sit down." He lost all his usual arrogance and instead acted like a slave. Chu Yunny nodded slightly and sat down on the stool. Then he crossed his legs. The long legs in stockings are so dazzling that it makes people dizzy. But Wei Baofa and Zhao Xinfu didn't dare to look at it at all, not even once. Chu Yunny said lightly, "I have something for you to do, I hope you can help me do it beautifully." Sure enough, something happened. Wei Baofa had guessed it and laughed hurriedly, "Miss, just give me your orders. My brothers and I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." They relied on the Chu family for their livelihood, so it is normal for them to do some things for the Chu family. Even desired. Because this can strengthen their relationship with the Chu family. The Chu family asked them to do these private matters because they treated them as their own family, and they felt very honored. Especially now, he needs to ask the Chu family for protection to prevent Su Qi from coming to seek revenge. If I can help Chu Yunny get things done beautifully, it will be easier for me to make my request. He was worried that he couldn't cling to the Chu family, and Chu Yunny gave him this opportunity. "I can't thank you enough. I was so excited that I almost cried. Now that's good, if he helps the Chu family will help him. He can continue to stay in Yanjiang City." Chu Yunny was very satisfied with his attitude. No wonder Dad is so satisfied with this Waibafa. He said calmly, "It's like this. There's a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. I really don't like him. Find some people to help me deal with him." Is there such a thing? Wei Baofa was suddenly filled with indignation. "Someone dares to offend you, miss? You really don't know how to live or die. Miss, please rest assured and leave this matter to us. We will definitely help you do it properly. Tell me, do you want an arm or a leg?" Chu Yunny was startled. This Wei Bao is too cruel. Although Su Qi made her furious, would it be a big deal to just take Su Qi's arm or leg? She's not that vicious yet. Breaking Su Qi's arms or legs would be acceptable. He coughed and pretended to be calm. "It's not that serious. Just make him suffer a little so that he won't dare to come near me again. If you don't change after repeated warnings, I'll make it even more ruthless." "Okay, we will strictly follow your requirements, Mississippi," Wei Baofa quickly assured. Chu Yunny emphasized, "This guy is quite good at fighting, you guys should be careful." After hearing this, Wei Baofa laughed out loud, "Miss, you underestimate us. When it comes to fighting, we've never been scared of anyone." When Zhao Xinfu heard this, his face flushed. All the wounds on my body began to ache slightly. It was possible to say that before, but after what happened with Su Qi, if Wei Baofa still said that, it would be pure bragging. He raised his foot and gently touched Wei Baofa's leg, asking Wei Baofa to be a little more low-key. But Wei Baofa was anxious to show his loyalty to Chu Yunny. He was still blowing his trumpet. Even if he's powerful, what can he do? More than a dozen of US will go up together and attack him with iron rods and shovels. Even if he was made of iron, he would be beaten into dust. "Miss, you have come to the right person to ask us to handle this matter." Chapter 44 Out of Reach. Chu Yunny was very satisfied. "Then prepare your men. When I tell you to take action, you must arrive immediately." "Yes, we are always waiting for your orders, Mississippi." Chu Yunny nodded and stood up. But he did not leave immediately, but glanced at Wei Dicheng on the bed. "This guy has been staring at me for a long time. Whoever he is, I hope he will have some manners. Otherwise, I would be very rude." Wei Baofa turned around and saw Wei Dicheng still staring at Chu Yunny in a daze. "Isn't this just courting death?" Wei Baofa's head buzzed and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. How dare this kid? It's so shameless. Although they have some money, it is purely from the Chu family's savings. He lives on others and is disrespectful. How dare this guy have such impure thoughts about the young lady? Don't even look at his character. Compared with others, one is in heaven and the other is underground. What good things are you thinking about? The key is that if Chu Yunny is angered, he will lose the support of the Chu family. Are you going to starve from now on? Wei Dicheng is about to destroy his job. This is outrageous. Rushing over, he slapped Wei Dicheng in the face. Where the hell are you looking at? You don't want your eyes anymore, right? Can you look at the young lady casually? Who gave you the courage to do this? Wei Dicheng was beaten awake. I was really daydreaming just now and my saliva was almost watering. What are you still standing there for? apologize to the young lady immediately. Wei Baofa pulled Wei Diqing down from the ward and threw him to the ground. Follow up with another kick. Apologize, or I'll beat you to death. Wei Diqing was speechless. Why do I always get beaten recently? Ever since Su Qi beat me at the class reunion, it seemed like I never stopped getting beaten. While recuperating in the hospital, I was beaten at any time. His injury is irreparable. I want to cry but I have no tears. Apologize. Wei Baofa grabbed his hair and pushed his head down. I really feel so sorry for my son. He just provoked such a terrible enemy like Su Qi. Now that Chu Yunyi, the savior, has arrived, Wei Diqing starts looking at others again. Is this really going to push them into a desperate situation? I felt so angry that I really wanted to beat this useless guy to death. Wei Diqing dared not resist and could only apologize. Miss, I was wrong. Give yourself 2 slaps. Wei Bao shouted angrily. Wei Diqing quickly slapped himself twice in the face. Miss, I will never dare to do that again. Now, I really don't dare to have any thoughts about Chu Yunyi. Don't even dare to fantasize. I'm telling you, if you show any disrespect to the young lady again, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Wei Bao roared. Wei Diqing was so frightened that he trembled all over. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Chu Yunyi glanced at Wei Baofa and said, not bad, no wonder Dad always praises you, you know your place very well. She shook her hair slightly and turned away. Wei Diqing collapsed on the ground. His old wounds had not healed yet and he had new wounds. He was in so much pain that he cried. Wei Baofa pointed at his forehead vigorously and said, you bastard, you really deserve to be punished. You almost ruined our jobs, do you know that? Dad, I was wrong. Remember this, there are some women you can touch, but there are some women you shouldn't even think about. Wei Baofa felt that he really needed to teach him a lesson. To prevent him from getting into trouble again. Just like this eldest lady of the Chu family, what is her status? What is your status? You still dare to have wild thoughts. Do you think you live too comfortably? Wei Diqing was scolded so badly that he couldn't say anything. Old Zhao, go and gather all our brothers together. Tell them to put down their work and get their weapons ready. Wait for the eldest lady to give the order. Anyone who dares not fight to the death will be killed. Zhao Xinfu nodded, a sneer on his face. Who's so blind as to anger the eldest daughter of the Chu family? He's going to have to deal with it. Xue Chuchu accompanied Lu Xinmei to do various examinations. The examination results came out and all the physical data were quite normal. Although he is in his 50s, his physical age is equivalent to that of a man in his 40s. Xue Chuchu was horrified. Not only did Lu Xinmei recover from her illness, but she also became younger? Is this okay? Suddenly I thought of Su Qi. This is all because of Su Qi. It was Su Qi who tampered with the medicine. No, it must have been magic. That's why I cured my mother's illness and made her so healthy. As for her, when she saw her mother getting better, she often suspected that it was a terminal recovery. This is a complete lack of trust in Su Qi. He even ran to find Zhang Sanglu, and Su Qi couldn't stop him. Her actions must have hurt Su Qi so much. Su Qi gave her money so that her mother could have surgery and her mother's illness was cured. He also took her out and had a good sleep. But she showed so much distrust towards Su Qi. He even accompanied his mother for the checkup and completely ignored Su Qi's existence. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel, and the more guilty I feel. I just want to slap myself hard. Chu Chu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Lu Xinmei noticed that Xue Chuchu was acting strangely. Mom, I want to go find Su Qi. Xue Chuchu felt that there was no time to lose, so she ran towards the ward. She wanted to apologize to Su Qi and ask for his forgiveness. She wants to thank Su Qi very much. She even impulsively thought that she should give her body to Su Qi to repay Su Qi's kindness and make up for her guilt towards Su Qi. Even if Su Qi asked for her in the ward, she wouldn't care. She risked her life. As long as Su Qi is not angry with her, as long as Su Qi is still nice to her, she can do anything for Su Qi. Halfway through the rush, he ran into Chu Yunyi's secretary Shi Linjian. Seeing her so anxious and hurried, Shi Linjian couldn't help but sigh, "Beautiful lady, I am so sorry for your loss." He followed Chu Yunyi's orders to check on Lu Xinmei's condition. When I rushed to Lu Xinmei's ward, I saw that it was empty and there was no one there. In his opinion, it was impossible for a patient with such a serious condition to recover suddenly. It is impossible to be discharged from the hospital. There is only one explanation. Lu Xinmei has passed away. When I met Xue Chuchu here and saw how panicked she was, I became more certain of my judgment. What are you talking about? Xue Chuchu was very angry. Isn't your mother dead? Shi Linjiang sneered. Xue Chuchu was furious. Can you speak human language? Shi Linjiang snorted coldly. Is it useful to deny it like this? I've already been to your mother's ward, and she's gone. He sighed again. No wonder, you're such a beautiful girl, but you're with such a scoundrel. Even if your mother could have lived another week, she would have been pissed to death. Xue Chuchu couldn't help it anymore. Even though she had a good temper and was very tolerant, this stone forest barrier was really too much. She actually said that her mother was dead and slandered her benefactor as a scoundrel. How can this be tolerated? He clenched his fist and punched Shi Linjiang in the nose. Chapter 45, Becoming an Eternal Secret. Shi Linjiang was caught off guard and was beaten so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The nose soon started bleeding. Quickly raise your hand to cover your nose. Xue Chuchu said loudly, my mother is fine. Her illness has been cured. She is very healthy now. It was Su Qi who cured my mother. Besides, you are the scoundrel. Not only a scoundrel, but also a foul-mouthed one. He kicked Shi Linjiang's leg again and then ran away. Ran to the ward to find Su Qi. The stone barrier was jumping with pain. My heart was filled with shock. Lu Xinmei didn't die? She was cured? How is this possible? It's hard to believe. In Lu Xinmei's case, wasn't she just lying there waiting to die? Hurry up and go find Zhang Sanglu to find out what happened. When I entered Zhang Sanglu's office, I was immediately shocked. Lu Xinmei was sitting there, showing Zhang Sanglu a pile of checklists. Looking back at the stone forest barrier, Lu Xinmei greeted him with a smile. Shi Linjiang was completely stunned. Lu Xinmei was really still alive. And he looks energetic and full of vitality. This is not recovery. This is resurrection on the spot. Did Su Qi really do this? Did that scoundrel really become a miracle doctor? Suddenly I broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Xinmei and Chu Tianbo suffer from the same disease. If Su Qi can cure Lu Xinmei, he can naturally cure Chu Tianbo. Everyone else is helpless, only Su Qi can cure Chu Tianbo. Doesn't this mean Su Qi can use this to keep Chu Yunyi under control? Now, Chu Yunyi can no longer escape from Su Qi's control. How can this be? Su Qi looks like a loser, even worse than him. How could Su Qi get such a noble lady like Chu Yunyi? My heart was instantly filled with deep jealousy. The swan meat that he never dared to dream of was really going to be eaten by Su Qi, a toad in his eyes? How can this be? Anger surged in his heart. He would never allow this to happen. He coughed and waved to Zhang Sanglu. He was Chu Yunyi's driver, so Zhang Sanglu naturally didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly left Lu Xinmei behind and came out to meet him. Has Lu Xinmei really recovered completely? Shi Linjiang asked anxiously. Although Zhang Sanglu was reluctant to admit it, he could only nod. She is completely healed and very healthy. Was it that bastard Su Qi who cured him? Zhang Sanglu hurriedly said, I also put in a lot of effort. Shi Linjiang glared at him unhappily. Stop flattering yourself. If you really had that ability, you would have cured our chairman long ago. You know very well how much benefit there is in curing our chairman. I don't believe you don't know the reward our chairman has set. Whoever can cure him can get 10% of the shares of Chubo Group. 10% of the shares of Chubo Group is more than $1 billion. Wouldn't you be tempted? You worked so hard to get this reward. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given Lu Xinmei a surgery that had no precedent and no theoretical support. You were simply using Lu Xinmei to validate your treatment method. You used Lu Xinmei as a test subject, just to find a way to cure Mr. Chu. You are taking human life lightly. Others are being kept in the dark by you. How can I not see it? I'm just too lazy to expose you. Zhang Sanglu's expression changed. Unexpectedly, Shi Linjiang told him everything that was hidden in his heart. You still don't admit it? Do you want me to talk to your dean and let him know that this hospital has a doctor with such corrupt medical ethics? Zhang Sanglu's face changed drastically, and he quickly apologized with a smile. Mr. Shi, am I not doing this to save Mr. Chu? You're not telling the truth? Okay, I do want to get that reward from Mr. Chu, but this is human nature, right? Zhang Sanglu could only admit it. Now tell me, is it your contribution to curing Lu Xinmei? Shi Linjiang asked coldly. Zhang Sanglu smiled awkwardly. Mr. Shi, you already know everything, why are you still asking me? I'll let you say it yourself. Zhang Sanglu was embarrassed, but Shi Linjiang had caught him, so he had no choice but to give in. Yes, curing Lu Xinmei has nothing to do with me. Are you still trying to flatter yourself? Zhang Sanglu shook his head embarrassedly. I was completely subdued by the stone forest barrier. Shi Linjiang glanced at Lu Xinmei in the office and asked, do you know how that bastard Su Qi cured that woman? Zhang Sanglu shook his head. I am more curious about this than you are. I have thought about it for a long time, but I have no idea how he did it. In that case, let it remain a secret forever. Zhang Sanglu was stunned. Mr. Shi, what do you mean? Shi Linjiang gritted his teeth and said, I can't let that bastard use this treatment method to threaten the young lady, and I can't let this loser get 10% of the shares of Chubo Group. I don't want this guy who I look down on to suddenly become someone I can't look up to. Zhang Sanglu finally understood. Are you trying to hide the fact that Lu Xinmei has recovered? Shi Linjiang nodded. If we don't hide this, that loser will definitely rely on this treatment method to get the young lady. Even if I die, I won't let this stinky toad eat the swan meat. Zhang Sanglu murmured, I don't want to either. I was thinking how great it would be if he had this treatment method. In that case, he could get Chu Yunny and the shares of Chu Bo Group, which would be a win-win situation. He knew how anxious Chu Yunny was right now. As long as Chu Tianbo can be cured, this cold and arrogant young lady will definitely be willing to pay any price. Shi Linjiang sneered, it turns out that we heroes think alike, then let's cooperate. How do we cooperate? Shi Linjiang said quickly, since Lu Xinmei is already well, you should quickly have her go through the discharge procedures and let her leave. As for me, I told the young lady that Lu Xinmei died suddenly despite medical treatment. In this way, the young lady wouldn't know that Su Qi can cure this disease, and she wouldn't succumb to that toad. Zhang Sanglu hesitated a little. If that's the case, wouldn't Mr. Chu be doomed? Shi Linjiang growled, I'd rather Chu Tianbo die than let such a beautiful and noble young lady be defiled by that stinky toad. This matter was so serious that sweat broke out on Zhang Sanglu's forehead. Shi Linjiang grabbed him and said, you have no other choice now. If you don't cooperate with me, I will tell your dean what you did to Lu Xinmei. You're risking patients' lives for your own selfish gain. Do you think any hospital would want you if your reputation gets ruined? Do you want your future to be ruined? Zhang Sanglu's face turned pale. Do as I say right now. Shi Linjiang pushed him hard. Chapter 46 Can't Lose You. Zhang Sanglu had no choice but to finally nod. After entering the office, he told Lu Xinmei that she had fully recovered and could be discharged immediately. Lu Xinmei was naturally overjoyed and couldn't wait to go back and dance square dance. He thanked Zhang Sanglu profusely, then hurried to complete the discharge procedures. She is now full of energy and there is no need to trouble Xue Chuchu at all, she can do it herself. When she was going through the discharge procedures, she couldn't wait to call her old sister. We agreed to meet at the small square outside the community tonight. Xue Chuchu arrived at the ward. But I saw that the ward was empty. Su Qi was not there at all. Suddenly, my heart felt empty. Su Qi must be angry with her. It must be her fault for not trusting him and ignoring him. So in a fit of anger, he left. I felt more and more sad, bit my lips, and tears fell down. Xuechuchu's attention generates guilt crit plus 5,000. Xuechuchu's attention generates a plus 5,000 critical hit. Xuechuchu's attention generates a regret crit plus 5,000. Xuechuchu's attention generates heartbreak crit plus 8,000. Su Qi is in the bathroom. I had Chu Yunny's bird's nest and had a stomach upset. While squatting, he browsed his phone. As a result, Xuechuchu's attention kept coming in. Moreover, the negative emotions are getting worse. If this continues, I might become depressed. This is serious. Su Qi really couldn't continue squatting in the bathroom. He quickly pulled up his pants and ran back to Lu Xinmei's ward. In the ward, Xuechuchu was crying loudly. Can't help but be surprised. Xuechuchu, why are you crying? Could it be that your mother is really experiencing a last burst of energy? Hearing Su Qi's voice, Xuechuchu quickly turned around and looked over. When I saw that it was really Su Qi, I was surprised and happy. She immediately rushed over, threw herself into Suchi's arms, and apologized hurriedly. Suchi, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Suchi was stunned. In just a short while, what have you done to me? I shouldn't have distrusted you. You said you could cure my mother, so I should have believed you. I shouldn't have panicked and ignored your feelings and went to see Dr. Zhang. I shouldn't have ignored you and left you alone in the ward. This is all my fault. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Xuechuchu's voice was choked with sobs. Suchi smiled bitterly. That's it? Is it worth crying so hard? Isn't this human nature? Your mother suddenly got better, you must think it's abnormal, so it's only right to see a doctor for a checkup. There's nothing wrong with accompanying your mother to the checkup. What's wrong with leaving me behind? I'm not a 3-year-old child, how can I get lost? Xuechuchu suddenly understood why she was so sad. She was just afraid that Suchi would get lost. She was afraid that she would lose Suchi, and also afraid that Suchi would lose her. Unconsciously, Suchi had already occupied an absolute position in her heart. A weight that is hard to give up. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Suchi. Are you really not angry with me? Suchi smiled and wiped her tears. I'm not that bad-tempered, and I'm not that tolerant either. He looked around and asked curiously, where's your mother? I was so anxious to come to you and apologize that I left her behind. Suchi sighed, you are so heartless. Your mother happened to be fine, and you threw her away. Isn't this normal? Suddenly a voice came from behind. Girls are extroverts. Chuchu has forgotten her mother since she got a boyfriend. It turned out that Lu Xinmei had returned. She recovered from her illness and was healthier than before. She was in a good mood and even started joking. Xuechuchu blushed immediately and hurriedly explained, Mom, Suchi is not my boyfriend. When she said this, she was shocked, afraid that Suchi would misunderstand that she didn't want to be his girlfriend. He quickly said, I don't know if Suchi is willing to let me be his girlfriend. Lu Xinmei smiled, my daughter is so beautiful and sensible, and she's also the school belle. I really don't know which boy can refuse such a good girlfriend. As he said this, he looked at Suchi with a smile. Suchi was really in a dilemma. The relationship between him and Lang Yingxue has not been clarified yet. If he becomes Xuechuchu's boyfriend here, doesn't that make him a scumbag? Am I destined to be a scumbag? It's not okay to not be a scumbag? In this situation, not being a scumbag would hurt Xuechuchu's heart. Xuechuchu glared at Lu Xinmei, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not that good. Actually, I'm not worthy of Suchi. Although she could no longer see through Suchi. But what is certain is that Suchi is definitely quite rich. Although she is a school beauty, in society, money is king. A rich man, does he still worry about not having a woman? Young models from Tian Tian Club are all welcome. Lu Xinmei then remembered that the money for her surgery was given by Suchi. I hurriedly thanked you, Xiao Su, thank you so much. Without you lending me the money for the surgery, I, an old woman, would definitely not be able to save my life. Don't worry, we will definitely return the money to you. Xuechuchu sighed, Suchi more than paid for your surgery. In fact, he saved your life with his own hands. Lu Xinmei was stunned, Chuchu, what do you mean? It was Suchi who tampered with your medicine, no, cast a spell on it, that cured your illness. Lu Xinmei was stunned, Chuchu, even if you like Suchi, you shouldn't flatter him so much. It was obviously Dr. Zhang who saved me. What did he save? Did he cure you before Suchi came? After hearing this, Lu Xinmei really became confused. Indeed, before Suchi came, Zhang Sanglu was completely helpless. Even surgery is the last resort. How come she suddenly got better? Could it be that it was really not Zhang Sanglu who cured her illness? He couldn't help but look at Suchi strangely. Xiao Su, is it really you who cured me? Suchi nodded, you can say that. But I didn't see what you did. Suchi couldn't say that he really cast a spell on her medicine, or turned stone into gold. Lu Xinmei wouldn't believe that. The only reasonable explanation I could give was, I have a secret recipe for this disease. When the nurse gave you the medicine, I changed your medicine. Is that so? Lu Xinmei suddenly understood. Turn around and look at Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu nodded quickly, although I don't know how Suchi did it, it was Suchi who saved you. It has nothing to do with Dr. Zhang. Lu Xinmei was really grateful. I couldn't help but grab Suchi's hand, Xiao Su, How can I thank you? Look at you, we are not even related, yet you borrowed money and treated my illness. How can I, your aunt, repay you? Suchi shook his head and smiled. This is what I should do, no need to repay. How can that be? Even though I'm just an ordinary person, I know I should repay a favor. Lu Xinmei glanced at Xue Chuchu. I thought that Suchi must have done this for his daughter's sake. If there was no Xue Chuchu, who would Suchi know her as? She laughed hurriedly and said, Auntie doesn't have much money, nor does she have any heirlooms or anything like that. The only treasure she has is me, her daughter. Don't worry, no matter how late you take my daughter out, I won't care. I will dress her up beautifully and send her out. No matter how late you come to see my daughter, I will open the door for you and even quietly open the door to her bedroom for you. When you have children in the future, I will take care of them all. I'll take good care of all the 8 or 10 of you. That's all I can do for you. Chapter 47, Beauty's Angry. Lu Xinmei was a straightforward person, but Xue Chuchu was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Have 10 or 8 children. Then will she have to do anything else in the future? Besides doing that with Suchi, what about having children? I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, Mom, what are you talking about? That's the truth. No. I won't talk to you anymore. You're so talkative. I'll get you discharged from the hospital and let you talk to those aunties. Xue Chuchu lowered her head and was about to run out. Lu Xinmei hurriedly grabbed her and said, I've already completed the discharge procedures. Please help me pack up quickly. I really want to have a good chat with those old ladies. As soon as I entered the ward, I started packing my things. Xue Chuchu simply didn't know how to face Suchi. The blush extended all the way to the base of the ears. She stammered, Suchi, I'm sorry. My mother is outspoken. Please don't mind. Suchi smiled and said, Auntie is so nice to me, why should I mind? As for you, you have to be prepared. Giving birth to 8 or 10 children is not easy. We have to work hard day and night. Working hard day and night? Does this mean that she can't get out of bed? Xue Chuchu was so ashamed that she almost lost herself. You are all so mean. I'm ignoring you guys. I hurried to pack my things. Xue Chuchu's attention generates shy crit plus 5,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a sweet critical hit of plus 6,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a happiness critical hit of plus 8,000. Suchi was surprised that Xue Chuchu actually had a sweet attack and a happy attack. Does she really intend to give birth to 8 or 10 children? The ideal is lofty enough. In Chu Tianhua's ward, Shi Linjiang told Xu Yunyi in a sad tone, Miss, Lu Xinmei couldn't be saved in time and has died. What? After hearing this, Xu Yunyi was shocked. This was like a bolt from the blue. It was too sudden. He looked at Shi Linjiang in disbelief and said, I heard from Dr. Zhang that she can still live for another week. Shi Linjiang sighed, he fell ill suddenly and was too late to save him. He just passed away like that. Xu Yunyi stood up excitedly, I'll go and take a look. Shi Linjiang quickly stopped him, she's dead, what's there to see? Besides, the ward is empty. Lu Xinmei's body was taken away by her daughter. Xu Yunyi couldn't help but slump in the chair. That Suchi said he could cure Lu Xinmei, was he just bragging? Shi Linjiang snorted angrily, he's more than just bragging. If it weren't for his reckless actions, Lu Xinmei might have lived another week. Because he pretended to know everything and recklessly intervened, Lu Xinmei died so soon. Xu Yunyi lowered her head sadly, Lu Xinmei died so soon, wouldn't my father also? I couldn't bear to continue. Sorrow quickly enveloped her like a tide. It made her feel like she was suffocating and couldn't breathe. Shi Linjiang hurriedly comforted him, at least Mr. Chu's condition is stable now, don't be too sad. Even if Mr. Chu really passed away, it would be totally worth it for his lifetime of dominance. Xu Yunyi couldn't bear to listen any longer and waved her hands vigorously, go out, let me be alone for a while. Get out! Xu Yunyi shouted. Shi Linjiang didn't dare to say anything more and hurried out. When he left, Xu Yunyi could no longer control her tears, which kept falling. She was truly in despair. This is the best hospital. But here I am helpless. Even consulting with foreign experts was of no help. Suchi's bragging gave her a glimmer of hope. Now, even this last glimmer of hope has been shattered. She was truly in despair. Covering her face, she sobbed softly. In front of others, she has to be strong. Now that there is no one else around, I can completely expose this vulnerability. If Chu Tianbo really died, the Chu family would lose its backbone. The more I thought about it, the sadder I became. Tears burst out like a dam and I couldn't control them at all. Although she hated Su Qi, she could bow to him if he could bring her hope. But now, she didn't even have the chance to bow her head. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head, his face full of coldness and viciousness. Su Qi, you stinking toad, it's enough to humiliate me, but why did you give me hope, but make me more desperate? Is this also your trick to humiliate me? I hate you so much, I won't let you go. Stand up suddenly. She is now filled with sadness and has no way to relieve it, so she must find someone to vent her feelings to. Who could be more suitable than Su Qi? Su Qi made her embarrassed, painful, and desperate. She wanted to vent all her sadness and pain on Su Qi. After wiping away her tears, she took out her phone, called Wei Bafa, and asked coldly, "Is everyone ready?" Wei Bafa quickly replied, "We are calling for a meeting. It will be ready in about half an hour." Chu Yunyi said coldly, 15 minutes. Everyone must be ready within 15 minutes. Then, I will give you an address and you will bring someone over immediately. How could Wei Baofa dare not agree? Yes, miss, just 15 minutes. Chu Yunyi hung up the phone, went to the bedside, and looked at her father Chu Tianbo deeply. Dad, I'm going out to do something and will be back soon. Turned around and left the ward. When I got outside, I looked around and thought that Shi Linjiang would be waiting outside the door. But the stone forest barrier was not there. Shi Linjiang was hiding in a remote corner at this time, secretly calling Chu Yunyi's fiancé, Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. Mr. Qi, I'm Xiaoshi, Miss Chu's driver. Even though it was just a phone call, Shi Linjiang still had a flattering expression on his face. What's the matter? Qi Zihao asked impatiently. Shi Linjiang smiled and said, Master Qi, I want to tell you that now is definitely a great opportunity to win over our young lady. Qi Zihao was slightly startled, then finally became interested. What do you mean? Go on. He has been engaged to Chu Yunyi for such a long time, but he has never touched Chu Yunyi's body. This matter has become a joke in the circle of rich young men. It's not that he didn't try hard, he used all kinds of methods, even stopping short of using drugs. But Chu Yunyi's personality was too strong, and she always failed. She was clearly his fiancée, but he had never even kissed her, which became a big worry for him. After hearing what Shi Linjiang said, I felt really refreshed. Shi Linjiang chuckled softly, it's now certain that Mr. Chu is completely beyond saving, and the young lady is also in despair. She must be very fragile now and needs comfort. This is simply the perfect opportunity for you, young Master Qi, to take advantage of the situation and capture the young lady in one fell swoop. He would rather help Qi Zihao get Chu Yunyi than let Chu Yunyi fall into the hands of Su Qi. His first impression of Su Qi was that he was a loser. A loser who was not even as good as him. If Su Qi got Chu Yunyi, he would be jealous to death. Even though Su Qi had such a cool sports car, in his eyes, he was just like a nouveau riche, and could not hide his inherent rusticity. Qi Zihao, who came from a wealthy family, was different. He has a wealthy background, status, and position. Only such a person is worthy of Chu Yunyi, and he would not be jealous. It is necessary to quickly make Qi Zihao and Chu Yunyi a fait accompli and completely cut off the possibility of Su Qi and Chu Yunyi being together. Since he has already started to deceive Chu Yunyi, he has no choice but to go all the way. Chapter 48. What do you need so much energy for? Are you sure? Is this a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation? Qi Zihao asked excitedly. Certainly. Stone Forest Barrier is very sure. I've been with the young lady for so long, I know her very well. She is very strong, but she also has moments of vulnerability. Now she is completely desperate about Mr. Chu's illness, and this is her most vulnerable moment. She desperately needs someone to rely on right now. Young Master Qi, please come over here quickly and let her cry on your shoulder. If she feels that she needs someone to rely on, then she will definitely listen to you in everything. Qi Zihao laughed out loud. Hearing you say that, it really is possible. Wait, I'll be there soon. Shi Linjiang laughed dryly and asked, Master Qi, does this count as a great achievement? Qi Zihao immediately understood what he meant. Don't worry, you will definitely benefit from it. Chu Yunyi originally wanted Shi Linjiang to check the address of Xuechuchu's home. She guessed that Su Qi must still be with Xuechuchu. If you find Xuechuchu, you can find Su Qi. Since Shi Linjiang was not there, and I was too lazy to look for him. I simply went to the nurse's station to check Lu Xinmei's information myself. Sure enough, Lu Xinmei's home address was easily found. The address of Lu Xinmei's home is naturally the same as Xuechuchu's home. Xu Yunyi took note and gritted her teeth secretly. Su Qi, you hateful stinking toad, even if you hide in a rat hole, I will pull you out and stomp you to death. She turned all her sadness and sorrow into flames of anger and directed them at Su Qi. It seemed as if all this was caused by Su Qi. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 5,000. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6,000. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 7,000. As soon as Su Qi put Lu Xinmei's luggage in the car, he kept receiving system notification sounds. All the attention comes from Xu Yunyi. And the anger crit is rising steadily. Su Qi was worried that if this continued, the young lady would be furious. I was so confused. How did I offend this young lady? Why did she suddenly become so angry? After thinking about it, I realized that I haven't seen Xu Yunyi since I left Xu Tianboi's ward. Even if you want to offend Xu Yunyi, you don't have the chance. Is it possible to anger Xu Yunyi just like this? It's so unfair. However, Xu Yunyi contributed so crazily to the attention. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. Check your focus points. The value of focus points on the system panel has now reached 268,700. For Su Qi, this is money. No, it's more precious than money. Because you can easily point out many things that are more precious than money. For example, his invincible physical fitness. For example, the medicine that saved Lu Xinmei's life. These are things that money can't buy. Su Qi, we can set off now. Xuechuchu saw Su Qi standing there in a daze and reminded him carefully. Su Qi came to his senses, drove away and rushed to Xuechuchu's home. After seeing Su Qi's car, Lu Xinmei completely believed that Su Qi was really a rich man. Although she doesn't know much about cars, just looking at the shape and temperament of this car, she can tell that it is definitely not cheap. She had never seen such a sports car. He whispered to Xuechuchu, "Chuchu, this car must be worth millions, right?" Xuechuchu shook her head. "I think you can buy the steering wheel of this car for over $1 million. I heard from others that this car is worth over 100 million. More than 100 million? Lu Xinmei was so scared that she almost jumped up. Xuechuchu quickly held her down. Su Qi turned his head and took a look. "What's wrong?" Xuechuchu laughed hurriedly. "I accidentally touched my mother's itch." Lu Xinmei excitedly grabbed Xuechuchu's hand and said, "Daughter, hurry up and give birth to his children. Give birth to lots of children. Xiao Su is rich, has good character, and treats you well. Where can you find such a good man? When we get back, I'll make the bed for you. I'll hide away and you can have the baby quickly." Xuechuchu's face flushed red and she quickly covered her mouth. How come mom has become so vulgar? In order to keep Su Qi, she would make the bed right away? Give birth to a child right away? From what she said, it seemed like giving birth was a matter of minutes. Is it really that easy? If Su Qi heard this, she would want to jump out of the car. Mom wasn't such a vulgar person before. In fact, Lu Xinmei didn't want this to happen either. But I really can't help it. If she was told that the car cost 1 million, she would still remain calm. But this car costs 100 million. What concept? This is simply a mobile luxury villa. Is there anything cooler than driving a mobile luxury villa on the street? If you don't grab a son-in-law like this quickly, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. When they were almost home, Lu Xinmei asked Su Qi to take her to the vegetable market. He said he wanted to thank Su Qi very much and prepare a sumptuous meal to treat him. Pulling Xuechuchu out of the car, he came to the vegetable stalls, pointed at Su Qi's car from a distance, and boasted to the vegetable vendors, "That's my son-in-law's car. My son-in-law personally took me back from the hospital." This attracted the envy of the small vendors. "Aunt Lu, you're really rich." "That's right, with such a good son-in-law, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. I really envy you for having such a wonderful daughter and such a wealthy son-in-law. It's truly a perfect match." Lu Xinmei's face was full of radiance. Xuechuchu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He kept pulling at his mother's clothes. "Mom, we haven't even started yet, what are you talking about? Su Qi and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet. We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend right now." Lu Xinmei smiled and squeezed her hand. why do you think I came here to buy groceries? I just want to help you. I want to make some delicious food so that you can accumulate enough energy to do what you need to do. Chuchu was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do? I still need enough physical strength. Lu Xinmei smiled mysteriously. What do you mean by that? Of course, giving birth to a child. Chuchu felt her neck turn red instantly. Why is mom like this? When we were in the car, I thought my mother might have been momentarily overwhelmed by the luxury car. Will wake up. Only now do I realize that the poisoning is so deep that there is no cure. I thought my mother was different from others. I won't do such mundane things. The result is no different from others. Look, my mother bought leeks, oysters, and kidneys. This purposefulness is too strong. But all the vegetables were carried by her, a young girl. She felt so embarrassed. I don't know how I got back to the sports car. Chu Yunyi has already arrived at Lu Xinmei's home. In order to take revenge quickly, he got Lu Xinmei's address and rushed over. I didn't even wait for the stone forest barrier and drove here by myself. The people sent by Wei Bao also arrived quickly. Because this was for Chu Yunyi, not only did Zhao Xian go into battle with injuries, but Wei Baofa also went out in person. He arrived in 3 vans with all his men, holding various weapons in their hands, ready to take action at any time. The van stopped at the gate of Lu Xinmei's community, waiting for Chu Yunyi's order. Chu Yunyi asked Wei Baofa to go to Lu Xinmei's house to inquire first. Neighbors said that Lu Xinmei was hospitalized and had not returned for many days. Wei Baofa asked around and found out that Lu Xinmei and Chuchu were the only ones living in the room, and there wasn't even a man. He sighed inwardly, thinking that it was such a waste of talent to mobilize all his men to deal with a pair of orphans and a widow. Chu Yunyi too, what kind of grudge did she have with an orphan and a widow that she had to mobilize such a large force? When Chu Yunyi heard that there was no one at Lu Xinmei's home, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Lu Xinmei is dead. Shouldn't Chuchu bring Lu Xinmei back to handle the funeral? How come there is no one here? If Su Qi is not here, where would he be? Just as I was hesitating whether to go back to the hospital, my eyes suddenly lit up. She saw Su Qi's car. Su Qi's Pagani wind shadow is so cool and special. I could see it from a long distance away. Because Lu Xinmei went to buy vegetables halfway, she didn't arrive earlier than Chu Yunyi. When Chu Yunyi saw Su Qi's car, she was so excited. Finally, I've waited for this bastard. I am too smart. I went to Chuchu's house and found him as expected. He really couldn't escape from his own poem. He immediately picked up his phone and called Wei Baofa. Did you see that Pagani sports car coming? Stop it. Beat the man in the car hard. She blamed all her frustration and despair on Su Qi, and one can imagine how deep her hatred was. Chapter 49, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Wei Bao was stunned for a moment. Aren't we going to deal with Lu Xinmei and Chuchu, an orphan and a widow? Where did this man come from? But naturally, he did not dare to question Chu Yunyi's orders. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as it is Chu Yunyi's order, just do it. If he doesn't quickly make great contributions to Chu Yunyi, how can he ask the Chu family to protect him? Without the protection of the Chu family, how can we deal with that monster Su Qi? I quickly agreed. Miss, just wait and see, we will make this man regret being born into the same world with you. He took out the intercom and quickly ordered, stop that Pagani sports car. 2 vans in front and behind, block the road. Don't let passers-by get close. Everyone except the driver, grab your weapons and get out of the car. After giving these instructions, the van in front suddenly turned a corner, blocking the way of Su Qi's Pagani sports car. Su Qi was startled and quickly braked. Just as I braked, a van behind me turned from the side of the road and parked across the back of the sports car. It was blocked both front and back. Immediately afterwards, the side door of the van next to them opened and a group of people rushed out with weapons in hand. Not just this van. The doors of the vans in front and behind were also opened, and people rushed out with weapons in hand. In a blink of an eye, a large group of people surrounded Su Qi's sports car. Chu Yunyi saw this situation in a car in the distance and couldn't help but sneer. I secretly admire Wei Baofa, he is really reliable in doing things. He murmured viciously, you stinky toad, I wonder how you're going to escape? I thought silently, even if Su Qi can fight, he will definitely not be able to defeat so many people. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. He was so tired that he died. If you can't beat them, you will be beaten badly. Everyone in the car, get out immediately. In order to show off in front of Chu Yunny, Wei Baofa took the lead and walked out of the crowd holding an iron rod. He smashed the iron rod against the roof of the Pagani sports car. Those inside, get out and die immediately. Don't force me to pull you out myself. Xue Chuchu and Lu Xinmei in the car were completely terrified. Su Qi, what's going on? Xue Chuchu asked in a trembling voice. Su Qi smiled and said, it's none of your business. It's probably directed at me. Don't be nervous. Xue Chuchu hurriedly said, your business is my business, I will bear it with you. Although she was afraid and was an introverted girl, she was not afraid at this moment. Lu Xinmei quickly pulled her hand hard. I was so anxious that I wanted to shout, you're a girl, why are you meddling in other people's affairs? Isn't this seeking death? Xue Chuchu shook off her hand, Mom, Su Qi is so good to me. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Su Qi felt a little warm in his heart. This school beauty definitely lives up to her title. She is definitely a school beauty with both good looks and good character. He smiled and said, I don't need your help. Just sit quietly in the car. I won't let anyone hurt you. Just as I was about to get off the bus, I suddenly noticed an acquaintance in the crowd outside. His whole body was wrapped in gauze, like a dumpling. Although he was wearing glasses, the lenses were broken. Almost laughed. Isn't the Zhao Xinfu, whom he just punished not long ago? Since Zhao Xian is here, could it be that these are people sent by Wei Bao? I turned around and took a look, and there were actually a few familiar faces. Many of the people who ambushed him last time are still here. It turns out they are all old acquaintances. It was completely confirmed that these were people sent by Wei Baofa. Last time he told Wei Baofa and Wei Diqing that he would go and settle the score with them. Unexpectedly, before I had the chance to settle the score with them, they came to my door. Can't you stand loneliness? Are you looking for a beating? Stop pretending to be a coward and get out of here right away. Wei Baofa smashed the iron rod hard on the top of the sports car again. Su Qi sneered, kicked open the door of the sports car, got out and faced those people. Oh shit. Zhao Xinfu, who was standing behind Wei Baofa, saw Su Qi and his heart trembled violently. I almost had a heart attack. Isn't this the monster with infinite strength? Why is it him? Wei Bao was stunned. This guy, why does this guy look so much like the powerful Su Qi he saw on his phone yesterday? That's what I thought. Bang! Plop! Several people in the crowd suddenly dropped the weapons in their hands, their legs went weak and they knelt there. They were the ones who participated in the ambush of Su Qi last time. He had personally experienced how terrifying Su Qi's power was. Last time, he flew away before I could get close to him. That excitement is even more exciting than bungee jumping. I really don't want to experience it again. Everyone has psychological trauma. One big guy was so scared that he peed his pants, and there was a pool of water under his legs. It's Su Qi, it's Su Qi. Zhao Xinfu shouted in a trembling voice. Oh shit. It's really Su Qi. Wei Baofa trembled all over and quickly retreated. He was originally leading the way, but now he retreated directly to the front of the crowd. The crowd was frightened and retreated 2 or 3 meters away. Even if I didn't participate in the ambush on Su Qi yesterday, I heard from people who returned that how terrifying Su Qi was. Look at those brothers who are lying in the hospital and cannot come, that is the best evidence. No one wants to become like that. In the past, when we fought, I basically always won. After all, there is strength in numbers. But now that they are so numerous, they have become a mob. It is very likely that everything will be lost and the entire army will be wiped out. Who isn't afraid? Why is it you? Although Wei Baofa was not present yesterday, he saw with his own eyes how awesome Su Qi was from his mobile phone screen. They were all scared by Su Qi and wanted to flee Yinjiang City. Later, thinking of clinging to the Chu family, he stayed trembling with fear and did not run away. As a result, it was delivered to Su Qi today. There was no time to dodge, and it fell directly into the wolf's mouth. My heart was broken. He wanted to cling to the Chu family and use the Chu family's power to protect them from Su Qi's harm. As a result, Chu Yunny actually sent them to Su Qi. Chu Yunny wants them to die. It's a pity that they are so enthusiastic and run here to work for Chu Yunny. Wei Baofa wanted to curse Chu Yunny. This girl is such a jerk. It's simply a scam that kills people without any compensation. Now that I'm out, what are you guys standing there for? Get started. Suchi glanced around with a look of contempt on his face. Everyone looked at each other, their foreheads sweating and their hands shaking. But no one dared to step forward. Get started. Suchi shouted suddenly. Such a sudden loud shout actually scared those people and made them retreat quickly. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants and trembled all over. Lu Xinmei and Xue Chuchu in the car were originally full of nervousness. When I saw this situation, I was stunned. Aren't these people here to block Suchi and beat him up? Why does it seem like Suchi is blocking them now? Suchi beat up so many people by himself? They were so aggressive just now, why did they become like this now? Chapter 50, You want to eat it even if it's right in front of you? Lu Xinmei looked at Xue Chuchu in confusion. Xue Chuchu shook her head in amazement. She didn't know what was going on. It's really different from what I imagined. When Suchi shouted, those people hid even further away. I couldn't help but laugh. I say, aren't you here to cause trouble for me? Why are you hiding so far away? Come here. Wei Baofa knew very well that fighting was definitely not an option. No need to think, you definitely can't win. Suchi could kick a car away with one kick. The car was completely destroyed with just one slap. Who can withstand his kick and slap? Whoever goes up will die. Now he was not thinking about how to punish Suchi, but was anxiously thinking about how to escape from Suchi. It's like going after rabbits and running straight into a tiger's den. At this time, if you still rush forward with your head held high, you will definitely die quickly. He laughed dryly. We are just passing by. Just passing by? Suchi sighed. I just happened to be blocked by someone passing by, and there are so many people surrounding my car, asking me to get out? Wei Baofa laughed again. Misunderstanding, we found the wrong person. Sorry, we are going to do our own thing. We won't bother you anymore. Turn around and leave. Suchi snorted coldly. You are Wei Baofa, right? Wei Diqing's father. I was just about to go look for you guys, but you ended up showing up in front of me. Do you think I might let you go? Wei Baofa quickly waved his hands in denial. Who is Wei Baofa? Who the hell is Wei Diqing? I don't have such a son at all. You must have mistaken me, sir. He now really wishes he didn't have a son like Wei Diqing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten involved with this monster Suchi. Originally, he was a contractor with money and connections, and he lived a very comfortable life. It was all because of that bastard Wei Diqing that he had been trembling with fear for the past 2 days. Now it is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Suchi became angry. Wei Baofa, do you really think I'm a fool? You think it's funny to treat me like a fool? 1 foot on the ground. The asphalt ground sank directly into the ground. When Wei Bao discovered it, he was terrified. What a fucking monster! He knelt down with a trembling voice. Young Master Su, spare my life. Suchi snorted coldly. Now you know who I am? Wei Baofa nodded hurriedly. Are you Wei Bergufa? Wei Baofa quickly nodded again. Yes. Are you looking for revenge on me? Wei Baofa quickly shook his head. How dare you? Yes, it was Chu Yunni, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, who asked us to come. It's none of our business. Only then did Suchi realize that the mastermind behind the scenes was Chu Yunni. Considering Chu Yunni's rising anger level, it seemed that what Wei Baofa said was true. I couldn't help but frown. Why did you get involved with that woman? Wei Baofa hurriedly explained. I just work for the Chu family company to make a living. If you work for someone, you must do things for them. If it weren't for Chu Yunni, we would never dare to offend young Master Su. Suchi asked coldly, where is that woman? This. Wei Baofa hesitated. If you betray Chu Yunni, you will never be able to rely on the Chu family again. It is equivalent to cutting off one's own source of income. Suchi sneered and waved his hand. Give me your iron rod. Wei Baofa's voice trembled. Do what? Suchi's face darkened. I said, give me your iron rod. The voice was full of authority. Wei Baofa was terrified and dared not disobey. He walked forward carefully, stretched out his hand, and handed the iron rod to Suchi from a distance. After handing it to Suchi, he quickly retracted his hand. Suchi looked at the iron rod in his hand, then at Wei Baofa. If you think your bones are harder than this iron rod, you don't have to say it. As he said this, he bent the iron rod in his hand easily. Then, it folded several times in succession. Twist the iron rod into a ball of dough like a pretzel. It was so easy that it seemed as if the thing in his hand was not a hard iron rod, but plasticine. Everyone around was stunned. What kind of power is this? He can twist an iron rod into a dough stick. No matter how hard the bones are, they will be more brittle than rice crust in his hands. For a time, everyone felt insecure. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. Suchi didn't expect that with this move, he would instantly receive tens of thousands of attention points from the people around him. He just wanted to intimidate Wei Baofa, but he gained a lot. The focus from Wei Bao generates fear and shock, with a double critical hit of plus 8000. Xuechuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Lu Xinmei's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Xuechuchu and Lu Xinmei in the car were also stunned. Lu Xinmei asked Xuechuchu in a trembling voice, "Xiao Su, has he ever practiced martial arts?" Xuechuchu shook her head, "I don't know." "Chuchu, when you're doing that, please make sure he's kind to you and don't let him tear you apart." Lu Xinmei was deeply worried. Xuechuchu almost collapsed from shyness. "Mom, do you think it's appropriate to say this at this time?" Outside the car, Suchi threw the twisted iron rod at Wei Baofa's feet. "I'll give you one more chance." "Where is Chu Yunyi?" "In the sports car over there on the side of the road." This time, Wei Baofa didn't say anything and pointed his finger over directly. Only a fool would insist on taking it on at this time. With Suchi's strength, if he wasn't careful, he could beat him into a pulp. If you die, does it matter what big tree or what source of wealth you have? The most important thing now is to save my life. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a suspicious critical hit of plus 1000. Suchi smiled. This woman is still confused. Soon she would no longer be confused. Chu Yunyi was indeed very confused. Seeing Wei Baofa and his men surrounding Suchi neatly and efficiently, she thought that she would soon see Suchi being beaten up by a group of people. As a result, after Suchi got out of the car, Wei Baofa was reluctant to take action. What exactly happened? She was far away and the crowd blocked her view, so she couldn't see what was going on inside. I don't know what Suchi and Wei Baofa are talking about, and I'm really anxious. It's like having delicious food right in front of your mouth but not eating it. Or the beautiful woman takes off all her clothes, but you just don't do it. Isn't this going to drive people crazy? I couldn't help but take out my cell phone and call Wei Baofa. Wei Baofa was startled by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. It's Chu Yunyi calling. Catch. Suchi said in a deep voice. Wei Bao took out his cell phone tremblingly, and it was indeed Chu Yunyi calling. Pick it up quickly. Afraid that Suchi would suspect that he and Chu Yunyi were plotting something, he quickly turned on the hands-free mode. Wei Baofa, what are you talking about? Hurry up and get to work. Chu Yunyi scolded loudly. Wei Baofa looked at Suchi with a dry laugh, asking Suchi how to answer. Suchi walked over and Wei Baofa quickly handed the phone to Suchi. Suchi said to the phone, "Beauty, if you want to do it, come in person. Don't worry, I won't dodge your little fists. Of course, if you want to invite me somewhere else, I will accept it. Come on, let's fight one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat, or close combat, or go deep and shallow, it's all fine." Chapter 51, 1000 Miles of Delivery. Wei Baofa was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. How dare Suchi speak to the eldest daughter of the Chu family like this? I finally understand why Chu Yunyi hates Suchi so much. Suchi teased, no, flirted with such a proud and noble young lady, she definitely couldn't stand it. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of shame and anger, plus 10,000. Chu Yunyi was almost driven crazy by Suchi. Yelling into the phone, "You stinking bastard, you stinking toad, you don't even know you're about to die. You've been surrounded by my men. You can't escape today. My men will break your legs, twist your mouth, beat you until you cry for your parents, and beat you until you can't take care of yourself. And I will watch with my own eyes as you, a stinking bastard, get beaten like a dead dog." She no longer hid in the car. Just kick open the door and get out of the sports car. It is not empty, and it is no longer hidden. He got into a head-on confrontation with Su Chi. Looking at Su Chi with a cold expression, he said into the phone, "You'd better not crawl over here and beg for mercy. Even if you crawl over here, hug my legs and beg, I will never let you go." Chu Yunni's attention generates a plus 10,000 rage critical hit. Su Chi saw her standing there coldly and arrogantly like a princess. I couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. "Miss Chu, are you dizzy? The phone's Weibo issued are now in my hands, and you still think they belong to you? The point is, you actually dared to get out of the car. Do you like sending yourself off so much? Do you have to send yourself to my bed before you're satisfied?" Chu Yunni was shocked. Yes, why did Wei Bafa give the phone to Su Chi? Also, they surrounded Su Chi for such a long time, why didn't they take action? Finally realized something was wrong. If she left the sports car, she would not be able to escape once Wei Baofa and the others turned against her. He panicked immediately and quickly turned around to get back into the sports car. Su Chi sneered. Chu Yunni has it right in front of her, and she still wants to run back? Is it possible? He glanced at Wei Baofa coldly and said, "If you want to survive, you know what to do, right?" How could Wei Baofa not understand what Su Chi meant? Su Chi was giving him a chance to make amends. How dare I not cherish it? He immediately turned to look at Chu Yunni over there and shouted, "Quick, keep Miss Chu at all costs. If you dare to let Chu Yunni escape, you will all die." With a wave of his hand, his men immediately rushed towards Chu Yunni, howling. They didn't dare to say a word in front of Su Chi. But when dealing with Chu Yunni, he instantly regained his spirit and was full of momentum. Chu Yunni was so scared that her legs went weak. These guys actually turned against us. This is bad. He hurried back to the sports car and opened the door. But out of fear, my fingers were shaking, and the car door that I could open easily at ordinary times could not be opened at all. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to open it. And those people from Waibafa were already rushing over like a tide. Chu Yunni was almost scared to tears. Bang! Finally, I opened the car door and got in quickly. With trembling fingers, he quickly started the engine. Wei Baofa's men had already rushed over and quickly surrounded her sports car. "Get out of the way, or I'll kill you." Chu Yunni didn't care about anything else. After shifting gears, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward regardless of the consequences. But suddenly I realized that even after I stepped on the accelerator, the sports car still didn't move. When she looked outside, she found that Wei Baofa's men had lifted up her sports car. The tires were spinning wildly, but how could the sports car move if it left the ground? It's not an airplane. Now, her sports car was just hanging there. She was hanging there too. "Miss, stop struggling and come down to meet Master Su." Wei Baofa came to the driver's window with a smile on his face. "Mr. Su?" When Chu Yunni heard this name, she was furious. He pointed at Wei Baofa angrily through the car window and said, "How dare you call that stinky toad young Master Su? Don't you feel disgusted? You old traitor." Wei Baofa still had a smile on his face. No matter how Chu Yunni scolded him, he didn't dare to get angry. After all, this is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and the Chu family is behind her. "Miss, don't be angry, just come down quickly. It's obvious that young Master Su is interested in you. He wants to have a close combat with you, a hand-to-hand fight, or something like that. Please satisfy him and don't make things difficult for us." After hearing this, Chu Yunni became even more angry and her face turned red. Doesn't this old guy Wei Baofa mean to send her to Su Chi's bed? It was a pity that she trusted him so much and asked him to help deal with Su Chi. As a result, this old man changed sides and became Su Chi's lackey. He gnashed his teeth and asked, "What good did that stinky toad give you that made you lick it so happily? Don't forget, it was the Chu family who supported you. You dare to betray me, then you'll be left with nothing." Wei Bao smiled bitterly. "If you betray the Chu family, you may end up starving in the future. But if you don't listen to Su Chi, you will have to lie here today. Choose the lesser of two evils." I can only choose to stand on Su Chi's side. Sighing, "Miss, you don't understand how powerful young Master Su is. Experience it yourself and you'll know." Chu Yunni angrily scolded, "I want to experience it myself? I, my aunt, can become his woman directly after experiencing it myself. How can you, an old thing, be so shameless?" The daughter of a wealthy family completely disregarded her manners and upbringing and started swearing. "I'm really angry." Wei Bao laughed dryly. Miss, when I said young Master Su was amazing, I wasn't amazing in that aspect. What I mean is that young Master Su is very skilled, not that he is good in bed. You are obviously overthinking it, Mississippi. Of course, young Master Su's skills in bed are indeed something only you, miss, can experience. Chu Yunyi blushed instantly. I actually thought of that. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. He pointed at Wei Baofa fiercely and said, let me go now, or I will never let you go. Wei Baofa could only play dumb. Miss, what did you say? Do you want to play with Su Xiao quickly? Okay, I'll do it right away. Give orders to his subordinates. Carry the young lady over to Master Su. Everyone agreed and carried Chu Yunyi's sports car towards Su Chi. Chu Yunyi is really going crazy. But there is no way. He watched helplessly as he was carried in front of Su Chi, who had a smirk on his face, like a gift. I really hate this stinky toad. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he had no way to deal with Su Chi. This time, he fell into Su Chi's hands again. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a triple crit of anger, grievance, and unwillingness, with a damage of plus 12,000. Su Chi glanced at Chu Yunyi in the sports car and said, Miss, you're here to send me off again? You're really trying hard. Wasn't it fun enough being my maid last time? What are you going to give me this time? 1,000-mile gift of blood? Chapter 52, The slap in the face is too fast. Chu Yunyi wanted to curse again. And send a blood from 1,000 miles away? Can I send it to him? However, on second thought, I really am giving it as a gift. Su Chi had already left the hospital, but she still tried every possible means to find out Lu Xinmei's address and drove here on her own initiative. Isn't this 1,000-mile delivery? Miss, come out, don't keep young Master Su waiting anxiously. Wei Baofa tried to persuade him. We are all adults, there is no need to be so shy about this kind of thing. There's a hotel nearby. If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you get a room. Chu Yunyi now hates Wei Baofa to death. Wei Baofa has completely become Su Chi's dog slave, fanning the flames and licking his boots in all kinds of ways. When I first went to find Wei Baofa, I was very satisfied with him. Now I can't get enough of it. He shouted angrily, shut up. I have nothing to do with this stinky toad, and there is no possibility of me being with him. She locked the doors and windows of the sports car. I believe Su Chi and the others won't be able to get in for a while. Su Chi curled his lips. Why, now that you're at the doorstep, you're feeling shy? Chu Yunyi just spit out a sound. You stinky toad, you want me to leave on my own initiative? You're dreaming. With your character, you still want to take advantage of me? Look at your loser self, I will never have any good feelings towards you. Only my fiancé, Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City, is the one who is truly worthy of me. You'd better give up your obscene thoughts as soon as possible and stop dreaming. Having said that, he quickly took out his cell phone. She wanted to call Qi Zihao and ask him to come and rescue her. She was a strong-willed person and was originally unwilling to ask Qi Zihao for help, but in this situation, she had no choice but to ask for help. Su Chi asked calmly, you really won't come out? Chu Yunyi felt that Su Chi was in a hurry to get her out because he wanted to take advantage of her. He said directly, even if I die, I will not leave, and I will not let you touch me. If you dare to force the door open, I will commit suicide. She took the makeup mirror out of her bag and smashed it on the steering wheel. Grab a piece of the splinter and hold it against your neck. If you have the guts, force me to try. He looks quite tough. Wei Baofa secretly admired her. She was indeed the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She was so stylish. Su Chi smiled and said, why should I force you? I want you to come out and kiss me. Chu Yunyi looked at him like a madman. How is this possible? Are you dreaming? I would rather kiss a pig or a donkey than you. Su Chi's lips curled up slightly. Are you sure? He raised his hands and clapped them, then said loudly, Shuechuchu, come out with your mother and show yourselves. Shuechuchu and Lu Xinmei in the sports car heard this and hurriedly opened the door and got out. Shuechuchu's mother? Chu Yunyi didn't react at first. When he saw Lu Xinmei get off the car, he was stunned. Isn't Lu Xinmei dead? How did you get out of the car? In an instant, my back felt cold and I had goosebumps all over my body. Is Lu Xinmei a human or a ghost? One can imagine how horrified she was to see a person she thought was dead standing there alive and well. I dropped my phone in shock. Hey, Yunny, where are you? I know you need me right now and need my solid shoulder to lean on. Tell me where you are and I'll come find you right away. Her phone was connected and Chi Ziheo kept talking on the phone. But Chu Yunny could no longer hear. His eyes were only fixed on Lu Xinmei. What's the matter? Why aren't you coming out yet? Su Qi looked at her. She is Lu Xinmei? Chu Yunny pointed at Lu Xinmei with trembling fingers. Su Qi sneered, if she is not Lu Xinmei, who else could she be? Isn't she dead? Su Qi frowned, who said she was dead? She's standing right in front of you, perfectly fine, and you're saying she's dead? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Chu Yunny hurriedly asked Wei Baofa, can you all see that woman? Her hand was still pointing at Lu Xinmei. I really doubt that the Lu Xinmei I saw was real. Wei Baofa looked at her strangely, Miss, of course she is real, isn't she right there? Chu Yunny still couldn't believe it and kept shaking her head, impossible, even if she is not dead, she is seriously ill. She should only have a week to live, so why is she out there? She should be in the hospital. Su Qi snorted coldly, did I tell you that I treated Lu Xinmei? After you fed me bird's nest this morning, did I say that Lu Xinmei was already alive and kicking? Turning to Lu Xinmei, he said, Auntie, let's do a square dance for everyone. Lu Xinmei was startled, ah? Here? Yes, let's do a difficult one. Lu Xinmei felt a little embarrassed to be on the street. Shuaichuchu hurriedly pushed her, Mom, Su Qi asked you to dance, so hurry up and dance. Lu Xinmei had no choice but to nod and performed a few square dance moves. Light and flexible, stretchable and neat. Not inferior to young people at all. Look, is he jumping around? Su Qi asked Chu Yunny. Chu Yunny was completely stunned. This is more than just being full of energy, he can even participate in competitions. It was unbelievable. I looked at Su Qi and asked, did you really cure Lu Xinmei? Su Qi curled his lips, if this is not considered a cure, tell me, what is considered a cure? Lu Xinmei was still dancing there. Once you start jumping, you can't stop. I've been stuck in the hospital for too long and really need to move around. Chu Yunny looked at Lu Xinmei who was jumping around in front of her, and then thought about what her driver Shi Lingjun said. She finally realized that the stone barrier had deceived her. The person she trusted so much actually lied to her. Moreover, it was more than just a matter of deceiving her. This killed her father's chance of survival. Her father Chu Tianboi is in danger and everyone is helpless. Now, Su Qi can cure this strange disease. But Shi Linjiang concealed this matter. Isn't this going to kill her father? In an instant, I was shaking with anger. Su Qi in front of him suddenly became less hateful, and the most hateful person became Shi Linjiang. Not only hateful, but also terrible. How could he so easily kill Dad's chance of survival? So scary. So cruel. Why aren't you coming out yet? Su Qi looked at her. Chu Yunny blushed. She had just said that she would not go out even if she died. If you go out now, you will be slapping yourself in the face. But the person who can save her father is right in front of her, how can she not go out? Compared to her face, her father's life is definitely more important. But as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she also has to save face, okay? This is so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing that I could even carve out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in my car. However, she still managed to force a smile and opened the car door. Su Xiao, I'm coming out. She never thought that one day she would call the loser and stinky toad in her eyes Master Su. How can I say that? Chapter 53, the first time to take the initiative. Su Qi shook his head, if you don't want to come out, you don't have to come out. No, I figured it out. I figured it out. Chu Yunny laughed dryly and looked up at the sky deliberately. The weather is so nice today, let's come out and breathe some fresh air. Because the sports car was still suspended in the air, she had no choice but to jump down. Wearing high heels is really not very convenient. When he jumped to the ground, he stumbled and almost fell. He quickly reached out and grabbed Su Qi's sleeve, and only then was he able to stand. Su Qi snorted coldly, you dare touch my sleeves? Aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty? Chu Yunny knew that he was still holding a grudge against the harsh words she had just said. He quickly smiled and said, it was just a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Su Qi glanced at her, do you remember what I said just now? Chu Yunny laughed hurriedly, Su. Young Master Su, you said so many things just now, I wonder which one you are asking about? I said, not only will you come out on your own initiative, you will also take the initiative to kiss me. After hearing this, Shu Yunni's face turned red. I instantly understood what Su Chi meant. Now, she came out on her own initiative. Next, you must take the initiative to kiss Su Chi. If it had happened before, she would have wanted to slap Su Chi in the face, not to mention kissing him. But it's not possible now. Dad Shu Tianhua's life is completely in Su Chi's hands. Why, I'm a loser, a stinking toad, not worthy of you touching me, let alone kissing me, right? Shu Yunni hurriedly shook her head, no, no. So what are you waiting for? Deep down, Shu Yunni really felt that Su Chi was not worthy. It was so cheap for her, such a noble lady, to kiss Su Chi on her own initiative. That's so disgusting. But in this situation, there is no way to refuse. Looking around, everyone in Waibeafa was staring at him with wide eyes. They all depend on the Chu family for their livelihood. Who doesn't know Chu Yunni, the cold and arrogant eldest lady? I was looking forward to seeing if this cold and arrogant young lady would take the initiative to kiss a man. They all heard that Chu Yunni's fiancé had never touched Chu Yunni. Now, Chu Yunni takes the initiative to kiss a man? So looking forward to it. Looking at Chu Yunni's cool and beautiful face and charming cherry lips, many people began to swallow their saliva. How would it feel to be kissed by such a beautiful and noble woman? It will definitely fly. Wherever I was kissed, I would never want to wash it. Chu Yunni could see that they were all waiting to see the show. This made her even more embarrassed. It was too difficult to kiss a man she regarded as a stinky toad in the street in front of so many people. Su Chi snorted coldly, you only have 3 seconds left. I don't have time to waste here with you. 3, 2. Chu Yunni was shocked, as if she saw that her father's chance of recovery was rapidly disappearing. He hurriedly shouted, kiss me, kiss me. Even if she looked down on Su Chi, she would still kiss him. He didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to hug Su Chi's neck. She quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Chi's lips fiercely. So sweet. Su Chi was slightly stunned. She just wanted Chu Yunni to kiss his face and temper this young lady. So that she won't be so arrogant anymore. He never expected that Chu Yunni would go straight to his mouth. Of course, with his current reaction speed, he could easily dodge it. But please, kiss me with those soft and charming lips. But he dodged? Is he crazy? Chu Yunni was also slightly stunned. This feeling? Is this what it feels like to kiss a man? Not bad. Thinking of this, his face turned red instantly. What are you thinking about? This is a scoundrel, a hooligan, a loser, and a stinking toad. I kissed him, and it actually felt pretty good? Am I crazy? Are you really going to let go, lie down, and let this toad eat the swan meat? He woke up instantly and stepped back in a hurry. She was surprised to find that as she moved away, a waterline appeared between her lips and Su Chi's. What the hell, it's actually drawn. Chu Yunni only felt a buzzing sound in her head. Just a kiss, is it necessary to draw the thread? Isn't this thread pulled too casually? I can't face people now after doing this in front of so many people. Wherever there is a hole, I will crawl into it and live in seclusion for the rest of my life. Those people in Wei Baofa were all stunned with their mouths opened wide. Saliva almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. So happy. So envious. Su Chi, this is real life. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. Su Chi instantly gained tens of thousands of followers. Not only was he kissed by a beautiful woman, but he also received so much attention. I almost envy myself. Now are you satisfied? Chu Yunni asked with a blushing face. Su Chi glared at her and said, I asked you to kiss my face, but why do you kiss my mouth? And a wet wipe is wasted. He turned around and asked Shuechuchu for a wet wipe. Wiped his mouth vigorously. Oh shit. Chu Yunni was stunned. She didn't dislike Su Chi, but Su Chi disliked her. I really want to rush up, kick Su Chi down, and then kick his stinky mouth hard. Kick his stinky mouth until it's crooked. Don't do it again. Next time, choose the right target and don't kiss your big mouth randomly. Su Chi said it seriously. After hearing this, the people from Wei Baofa all wanted to beat Suchi up. Is this disgust? This is clearly showing off. He is so ungrateful after getting the advantage. How hateful. The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000. Su Chi was startled and glared at the people around him. What are you going to do? Do you still want to fight me? Those people were so frightened that they waved their hands hurriedly and lowered their heads. It's just a thought. Who would dare to really do anything to Su Chi? Shu Yunni's attention generates hatred and embarrassment, with a double critical hit of plus 5000. Shu Yunni had never been so embarrassed. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have run away long ago. But she didn't, she was still waiting for Su Chi to say something definite. He whispered to Su Chi, "When can you help my father with treatment?" Su Chi glanced at her and asked, "When did I say I would help your father with his treatment?" You. Shu Yunni became famous instantly. She has given so much, and yet Su Chi is like this? Su Chi snorted coldly, "Don't forget, it was you who ordered so many people to beat me up. I caught you on the spot and didn't beat you up. I was already showing mercy to you. You just kissed me, and then you want me to save your dad? What are you thinking? Let's think about how to make up for what happened today first." Shu Yunni was angry, but she also knew that she was in the wrong. She asked Weibao to send them to fight Su Chi. She offends others so much and still wants them to save her father? What good things are you thinking about? It's good enough that people don't kick you when you're down. The hatred is incomprehensible. Why should anyone help her? Thinking of this, I hated the stone forest barrier even more. It's all this bastard's fault for making things so out of hand. If Shi Linjian told the truth, she would not have asked Weibao to bring so many people to punish Su Chi. The conflict between them would not be so deep. It's difficult to make compensation now that it has come to this point. She bit her lip and asked Su Chi, "How do you want to make amends?" Su Chi sneered, "I have to ask you that. Aren't you a noble lady from a wealthy family? You must be able to come up with brilliant ideas. Why are you asking me, a loser?" When Shu Yunni heard this, her heart skipped a beat. This guy, is he hinting that she should sleep with him? There is no better compensation than this. Moreover, this guy has always coveted her body and wanted to eat her swan meat. I feel more and more that this is what Su Chi meant. My heart trembled slightly. Is my innocence really going to be ruined in his hands? Chapter 54 Must Eat. Shu Yunni was really unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to let this stinky toad get away with it so easily. But in the current situation, what else can we do? At this moment, she suddenly thought of her fiancé Chi Ziheo. Chi Ziheo is no ordinary person. He is a super young talent who is known as one of the 3 young masters of Yanjiang City. The situation is so critical now. If you don't use this trump card now, when will you do it? Thinking of Chi Ziheo, I suddenly felt confident. He glanced at Su Chi and said, "Young Master Su, I can compensate you as you wish, but I'm afraid someone won't agree." Su Chi frowned. The compensation I thought of? What am I thinking? Shu Yunni gritted her teeth. This bastard, isn't he asking even though he already knows the answer? Suppressing her anger, she said, "Of course it's the kind of compensation that will make my fiancé furious and he will definitely not let you go." Su Chi finally understood what she meant. Do you think I want to eat your swan meat? Shu Yunni gritted her teeth. Isn't this what you've always wanted? I said, I can promise you as long as you can cure my father. But I'm afraid if I give it to you, you won't dare to eat it. Su Chi didn't originally want her to compensate him in this way. But she actually said that even if she gave it to him, he wouldn't dare to eat it? This is outrageous. Even now, this girl still despises him from the bottom of her heart and treats him as a loser. I couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm afraid of your fiancé? Shu Yunni said with some pride, My fiancé is Chi Ziheo, the eldest son of the Chi family. There are 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men, and 2 old men in Yanjiang City. My fiancé is one of the 3 young men. Few dared not to fear him. Although I don't know where you came from, Mr. Su, your family must be very rich. It's impossible that you don't know the name of my fiancé. Su Chi shook his head. I really don't know. What are the 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men and 2 old men in one hall? I don't know a single one of them. Shu Yunny was immediately annoyed and glared at him. Did you do this on purpose? As long as you are in the circle of the rich and the young, there is no way you don't know the name of my fiancé. Su Chi curled his lips. I just haven't heard of it, is that okay? Shu Yunny was so angry that she gritted her teeth, went back to the sports car, and took out a card from the car. This is the second-level customer card of my fiancé's company. If you have the courage, take it and go to his company to meet him, and you will naturally understand how powerful he is. By that time, I believe you will never dare to have any thoughts about me again. Su Chi smiled bitterly. You mean, if I go to see him, I will be scared to death by him? Shu Yunny deliberately provoked. Why don't you try it and know? If you go to his company and meet him, do you still dare to have any thoughts about me? I'll just go get a room with you without saying anything, okay? She stuffed the second-level customer card into Su Chi's hand. Take this card with you, otherwise you won't even be able to enter the door of his company. As long as Chi Ziheo can intimidate Su Chi, she can negotiate other conditions with Su Chi. In short, she would never give her body to Su Chi, a loser. Su Chi looked down at the second-level customer card. You've piqued my interest. Okay, I'll go meet Chi Ziheo. Shu Yunny was overjoyed. The plan succeeded in the first step. Next, it's up to Chi Ziheo to intimidate this stinky toad. As the eldest son of the Chi family and a well-known young talent in Yanjiang City, she believed that Chi Ziheo did have this ability. Just as he was thinking this, Su Chi suddenly changed the subject. I will meet Chi Ziheo, and we have to get a room. What? Shu Yunny was shocked. You dare to check into a room with me? Aren't you afraid that my fiancé will kill you? He's very powerful. It's really amazing. Su Chi sneered. This arrogant young lady still looks down on him after all. She was always afraid that he would really eat her swan flesh. The more this happened, the more he wanted to teach her a lesson. He said lightly, he is so powerful, let him come. I'm waiting for him to come and see if he can stop me from sleeping with you. Anyway, I'm going to book this room with you today. You. Shu Yunny's face turned red with anger. I thought I had successfully used a delaying tactic to hold Su Chi back. In this case, just let Chi Ziheo take over to deal with Su Chi. As long as Su Chi is scared and he doesn't dare to have any improper thoughts about her, she can discuss other conditions with Su Chi. For example, give Su Chi some money as a reward and ask Su Chi to treat her father as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Su Chi did not play by the rules at all. This stinky scoundrel is simply a scabby dog. You're just going to bite her and not let go, right? Is she a meat bun? Coming here to beat this scabby dog this time is like throwing meat buns at a dog, and he will never come back? Are you going to refuse? Su Chi looked into her eyes. I didn't intend to actually eat Shu Yunny's swan meat. But this Shu Yunny was so provocative, and her words were still full of disdain for him. It really made him famous. Swan meat, right? I have to eat it this time. No matter who comes, it won't work. How dare Shu Yunny refuse? If she rejects Su Chi, who will save her father? She must agree to Su Chi's request, and then find a way to delay Su Chi so that Chi Ziheo can come and rescue her quickly. She bit her lip hard and said, I promise you, but you said I can let my fiancé come over. Su Chi nodded, okay. Pointing to the small hotel across the street, she said, go get a room there first, then call your fiancé. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can scare the shit out of me. Shu Yunny turned around and looked at the small hotel. She was shocked. You want me to book a room in such a small hotel? Why, no. This is too shabby. I've never stayed in a hotel below 5 stars. Su Chi sneered, then you have a chance to experience it now. Shu Yunny stomped her feet in anger. Is it possible that I have to give my first time to such a scoundrel, smelly toad in such a shabby hotel? Isn't this too frustrating? Why is my life so miserable? Shu Yunny's attention generates anger and disgust, with a critical hit of plus 5,000. Go! Don't you want me to save your father? Su Chi glared. Shu Yunny gritted her teeth and said, Master Su, I advise you to think about the consequences in advance. My fiancé is not someone to be trifled with. I haven't told him yet that you have those thoughts about me. But once he comes, he will definitely know. Have you thought about how to deal with his anger? Su Chi smiled and said, you should think about yourself. Have you figured out how to face me in bed? Normally, I have to do this more than 3 times, and each session takes 2 hours. Be prepared, don't let that make you cry. Chapter 55, Scared to Death. You. Chu Yunyi was really embarrassed and angry. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she had never been teased or humiliated like this before. Even her fiancé Chi Zihao didn't dare to say such shameless words to her. This stinky scoundrel really made her angry to death. Hurry up and get a room, otherwise, I might change my mind and refuse to help your father with treatment. Chu Yunyi really had no choice. Even if he was furious, he couldn't go against Su Qi. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6,000. Chu Yunyi angrily took out her cell phone from the sports car, glared at Su Qi, and walked towards the small hotel opposite. She was wearing a black silk dress, which showed off her tall and graceful figure, and her back was so charming that it could kill people. Wei Bafa came over with a smile and gave Su Qi a thumbs up. Young Master Su, good tricks. Since you are going to enjoy your pleasure from now on, we will not disturb you. I'll take my leave now. After saying hello, I prepared to leave. Su Qi snorted coldly. Did I let you go? Wei Bafa was so frightened that he hurried back, bowing and nodding. Master Su, do you have any other instructions? You don't want us to help you guard the door? That's not good. With so many people outside, Miss will feel embarrassed and it will affect her performance. He was actually afraid of offending the Qi family. Judging from the current situation, Chi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, will definitely come. If he stayed here and stood on Su Qi's side, he would definitely offend the Qi family. I have already offended the Chu family, and if I offend the Qi family again, I will have no chance of staying in Yinjiang City. Su Qi asked calmly, what does it mean to have 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men, 2 elders, and 1 hall? Wei Bafa quickly replied, the 5 beauties are the 5 famous beauties in Yinjiang City, and this Miss Chu is one of them. The 4 gates are the 4 great families in Yinjiang City. The Chu family and the Qi family you have come into contact with are 2 of them. The 3 young masters are the 3 most famous young talents in Yinjiang City, one of whom is Chi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family. The 2 elders are the 2 super bosses of the Yinjiang City shopping mall. As for the first hall, it's the mysterious Songhai Hall. It's quite powerful, and both the black and white factions are in awe of it. Su Qi suddenly pointed at Xue Chuchu, who was not far away. Is she one of the 5 beauties? Wei Bafa shook his head. He shook his head and quickly explained, I didn't mean to say that your female companion is not beautiful. These 5 beauties are mainly famous and well-known beauties. Your female companion should be more low-key. Su Qi said, she is Xue Chuchu, the school beauty your son drooled over at the class reunion. Wei Ba was stunned and couldn't help but look at Xue Chuchu quickly. Suddenly I began to understand why my son had such a serious conflict with Su Qi. This girl is indeed a rare beautiful girl. He complimented her, the school beauty is just the right match for you, Master Su. My son actually dared to compete with you, Master Su. He really overestimates his own abilities. I'll give him a good beating when I get home so he'll learn his lesson. Su Qi nodded, he should learn his lesson. If you continue to bully others, you will suffer the consequences. Wei Bafa nodded repeatedly, young Master Su's teachings are correct. I will go back and convey young Master Su's words to him. Turn around and leave again. This place was about to become a battlefield, and he really didn't dare to stay any longer. I'm really afraid of being implicated and becoming cannon fodder. Come back here. Su Qi shouted again. Wei Bafa was about to cry. Why couldn't he escape? He can only come back and force a smile. Master Su, do you have any other instructions? Su Qi pointed to the dent on the roof of his sports car made by Wei Bafa with an iron rod and asked, what should we do about this? Wei Bafa looked very sad. What else could he do? Master Su, this is my fault, I will compensate you. Su Qi nodded, then take 10 million. What? Wei Bafa's eyes almost popped out. 10 million? He quickly shook his head, Master Su, please don't do this to me. It's just a dent and some paint chipping, how could it cost 10 million? 10 million can buy several new ones. Su Qi narrowed his eyes at him and asked, are you sure you can buy several new ones with 10 million? Let's check online. How much does this car cost? Wei Bafa quickly took out his cell phone. I took a picture of the car and searched by the picture. He muttered to himself, this bastard Su Qi is too evil, so he should pay 10 million. Do you think his car is made of gold? I quickly searched for information about the car and clicked on the price. The moment I saw the price, I felt dizzy. Damn, how many digits is this? With trembling fingers, he pointed at the phone screen and counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 1,000, 10,000,000, billion, billion. The phone fell straight down. Depend on. This sports car costs more than 100 million. Sue. Young Master Sue. The expression on Wei Baofa's face was uglier than crying. Su Qi said calmly, "This car must be returned to the factory for repair. The entire car must be repainted and the frame must be replaced. Tell me, do you think I'll have to pay you more than 10 million? Wei Baofa almost wanted to break his own hands. Why would you use an iron rod to hit someone's car roof? Why are you so naughty? Now, he has been completely bankrupted. After all these years of hard work, I probably have tens of millions of assets. Now everything is involved. Both the house and the car have to be sold." Bang! A slap in the face. Laughing dryly, "Mr. Su, I don't know if your car is so expensive, can you pay less?" "Why should we pay less? Because you brought people to beat me up? Because the way you knocked on my car roof looked awesome?" Wei Baofa's face turned completely bitter, "But I really can't come up with that much money right now." "Then go back and sell everything you have. I'll give you 3 days. One more day will cost you an extra 100,000 yuan in compensation. It's up to you to decide." Wei Baofa felt weak all over. This is really troublesome. How did I end up provoking such a monster? Yes, it's all because of that bastard Wei Dicheng. All these things happened because of him. Because of him, all the family assets were wiped out. This little bastard must be beaten up when he gets home. "Young Master Su, please wait a moment." Wei Baofa suddenly ran back to the van. "I brought back a cloth bag." He held it out to Su Qi with both hands and said, "Mr. Su, please accept this. Please give me a few days to give you the extra 10 million. Even if I sell my house and car, it will take time, right?" Su Qi was a little curious. What was inside? "Take the cloth bag." After opening it, there was a dagger inside. It looks antique and should be an antique. Especially the scabbard, which is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns. Su Qi couldn't help but pick it up and pull it out. He pulled out the dagger in one go. In an instant, there was a flash of cold light and the chill was overwhelming. This is definitely a good sword. I wonder if it is an antique and whether it will be valuable. This was given to me as a gift from one of my brothers. It should be quite valuable. "Mr. Su, please give me a few more days." Su Qi put away the dagger. "Okay, I'll give you a week." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su. Then I'll go back and sell my house and car." Su Qi sneered, "It seems that you are really afraid of Chi Zihao. He hasn't even arrived yet and you're freaking out. If you're so cowardly, why were you acting so arrogant just now? Okay, get out of here." Wei Baofa felt as if he had been pardoned, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Master Su, for your understanding. Thank you, Master Su, for your understanding." He and his men got into the van and fled in a hurry. In the hotel, Xu Yunyi was calling Chi Zihao. "If you don't come quickly, I'll become someone else's. I sent you the location. You must be there within 20 minutes. Chi Zihao asked anxiously, "You want to become someone else's?" What do you mean?" "I'm going to be slept with by another man." "Is it clear now?" Xu Yunyi said angrily. Chapter 56, Temperament Sparkles Like a Diamond. When Chi Zihao heard this, he became angry. "Fuck, is there anyone who dares to touch my Chi Xiao's woman? Is this a fancy way of courting death? Do you want to see how many ways I can kill him?" Really angry. He hadn't even touched Xu Yunyi. Now someone actually wants to sleep with Xu Yunyi. Xu Yunyi is his fiancée. This is simply like riding on his head and peeing and shitting on him. How can I tolerate this? Tell me, who the hell is this bastard? Who is it? Xu Yunyi said, "It's a guy who looks very loser, his name is Su Qi. He may not look good, but he has a big heart. He always dreams of eating swan meat." Chi Zihao roared, "This bastard, I must kill him. I'll call Brother Shi right away and have him get some of his men to chop this guy up. I'm so angry." She regards all beauties as goddesses, and there are people who dare to set their sights on them. Hateful. Xu Yunyi interrupted him, "You can't hurt him." "What did you say?" Chi Zihao almost couldn't breathe. You are not falling in love with him?" Somehow, after hearing this, Chu Yunny suddenly remembered the electric shock feeling when she kissed Su Chi on the lips. I quickly shook my head and threw these inappropriate thoughts out of my head. He snorted coldly, how is that possible? How could I, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, like a loser? Do I have such bad taste? Am I that obsessed with it? Chi Zihao breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. I was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he asked, if that's the case, why can't we hurt him? I wish I could break this kid's bones one by one. Shu Yunny gritted her teeth and said, because he is the only one who can save my father now. What's going on here? Shu Yunny simply told what happened in the hospital. Of course, nothing was said about her various intimate contacts with Su Chi. Chi Zihao was surprised, this kid is also a miracle doctor? No matter if he is or not, he is the only one who can save my dad now. So, you can't hurt him, you can only scare him. He was so scared that he didn't dare to have any thoughts about me and gave up. Chi Zihao gritted his teeth and said, I clearly want to kill this bastard, but I can't do it. It really makes me feel so angry. I'm going fucking crazy. Chu Yunny was also annoyed, can you please stop saying these useless things? Come here quickly. If you come a little later, I will really be his. I don't dare to refuse any of his requests. Now I can only rely on you to intimidate him. Chi Zihao quickly agreed, okay, I'll go right away. I'll ask Brother Sher to bring a few people and go with me. Chu Yunny hurriedly reminded him, that guy is very good at fighting. If you bring a mob here, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Chi Zihao yelled, is it okay for me to bring the new boxing champion with me? No matter how good he is at fighting, can he beat the boxing champion? Chu Yunny was stunned, are you talking about Tai Yufeng? Yes, you also had dinner with him, so you must still remember him, right? This guy just won the boxing championship belt abroad. He returned home yesterday and I even gave him a welcome party. You know my relationship with him is very close. It's easy for him to help me calm the situation. Chu Yunny became excited, I knew you had a way. Of course I'm better than that guy, right? Nonsense, he's not even worthy of carrying your shoes, otherwise why would I choose to get engaged to you? Anyway, come quickly. I'm really afraid that loser will take advantage of me. Chi Zihao quickly agreed, don't worry, I'll leave right away and call Tai Yufeng in the car. Meet him halfway and go straight to your place. At this point, there was a sudden scream. Shit, I just saw you're actually in a hotel? Chu Yunny said angrily, what do you think? The situation is not serious, how can I rush you like this? Then you can't really go to the hotel with him. Chu Yunny was annoyed, what can I do? He forced me to get a room with him, otherwise he wouldn't treat my father. Tell me, can I refuse? Chi Zihao was anxious, then you better tighten your belt and don't let him succeed. I haven't touched you yet, I can't let outsiders take advantage of me. Fuck. If I had known this would happen, I would have raped you a long time ago. Chu Yunny was furious, you want to die, right? What bullshit are you talking about? I think you are even more vulgar than that loser. Chi Zihao was anxious, I asked you to tighten your belt, isn't that right? I'm wearing a skirt, not a belt. If you want to preserve my innocence, get out of here. Chu Yunny hung up the phone. He walked to the hotel counter and said coldly, get a room. What? The young man behind the counter was stunned. He is here, what kind of people has he not seen? You can tell at a glance the identity of the guest staying here. The beauty in front of me, with her beauty, temperament, and dress, is spotless from head to toe. She looks like a diamond, sparkling. This is definitely a rich lady. You actually booked a room in such a shabby little hotel? It was abnormal for Chu Yunny to appear here, let alone to get a room. Chu Yunny's dazzling appearance made the hotel look even more shabby. The young man felt ashamed of himself. How could he dare to believe that Chu Yunny was here to get a room? I said get a room. Chu Yunny was very unhappy. Is it true, or not? The young man asked stutteringly. Chu Yunny slammed her hands on the counter, are you blind? Get a room. Only then did the young man believe it. He laughed dryly, please show me your ID card. Chu Yunny opened her handbag and threw her ID card to him. The young man took one look and shuddered with fear again. The address on Chu Yunny's ID card is a typical high-end wealthy area. If you are not worth more than 100 million, you would be embarrassed to go there. This is truly a wealthy lady. What was she doing here in this small hotel? Want to experience life at the bottom? So weird. Suchi, do you really want to get a room with Miss Chu? Chuchu mustered up her courage and asked in a low voice. Chuchu's attention generates a jealousy critical hit of plus 3,000. Suchi smiled. Why, are you jealous? Chuchu hurriedly shook her head. What right do I have to be jealous? I'm not your girlfriend. Chuchu's attention generates a jealousy critical hit of plus 5,000. And you still say you're not jealous? The jealousy is rising sharply. Suchi discovered that this school beauty seemed to like saying one thing and thinking another. Suchi, you should go home with us. Lu Xinmei hurriedly persuaded. She bought oysters, kidneys and other things, preparing to facilitate the marriage between Chuchu and Suchi tonight. As a result, Chu Yunyi suddenly appeared and was about to snatch her favorite son-in-law away. Suchi shook his head. The matter between Chu Yunyi and me is not over yet. Once I'm done with her, I'll visit your house. Lu Xinmei was speechless. What's the matter with Chu Yunyi? Isn't that what you're doing? After that, what else do you want to do at their house? All my money has been emptied out by Chu Yunyi, so why should I go to her house for some supplements? I actually bought oysters, kidneys and other things. But that was for my daughter, but now I have to make wedding clothes for others? She was naturally unhappy. But there is really nothing to say about Suchi. Suchi is not only her savior, but also the benefactor of their family. Without Suchi, I don't know what this family would become. With a dry laugh, he said, then you should finish as soon as possible. Auntie has prepared the meal and is waiting for you. Suchi nodded, turned and walked towards the small hotel. Chapter 57, Strong Combat Power. Lu Xinmei sighed. Such a good son-in-law is gone just like that. Chuchu gently kneaded the corner of her clothes and whispered, I'm not worthy of him. Only a girl of Miss Chu's status is worthy of him. She bit her lip and walked into the community with her head down. Suchi came to the hotel and saw Chu Yunyi still at the counter. Beautiful lady, have a bottle of soda. The young man at the counter handed a bottle of soda to Chu Yunyi with a flattering smile on his face. Chu Yunyi snorted coldly, I didn't buy soda. No need to buy, it's free. Free soda today. Chu Yunyi was full of disdain and pushed the soda aside. I don't drink such cheap things. Suchi could see that the young man was trying to please Chu Yunyi. After all, Chu Yunyi is so beautiful, who wouldn't he want to get close to her? Smiling, he walked over and said, there's free soda. That's great. I'm thirsty. He walked over, opened the bottle of soda, and drank half of it in one breath. The young man glared at him fiercely. When Chu Yunyi saw that it was him, she glared at him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? The young man scolded Suchi angrily. Suchi smiled bitterly. What else can we do in a hotel? Of course we come to stay, how can we come to exercise? The speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. Chu Yunyi thought about what Suchi might do to her. Isn't it just a fitness exercise? It felt like Suchi was teasing her on purpose. She blushed unconsciously and glared at Suchi again with a look of disgust. The young man noticed and quickly helped Chu Yunyi scold, You, stay away from the beautiful woman. Look at yourself, you're all dirty and you've soiled a beautiful woman's skirt. Can you afford to pay for it? Stand aside, wait for me to serve this beautiful lady, then I'll get you a room. After that, he smiled and asked Chu Yunyi, Look at these rooms, which one do you like? Chu Yunyi was very impatient, whatever. Okay, I'll help you choose. The young man helped Chu Yunyi choose a room. But he didn't give Chu Yunyi the key immediately. Beautiful lady, please wait a moment. You are our lucky customer today, and you will receive a fruit plate as a gift. The young man turned around and shouted inside. Aunt Lu, is the fruit plate ready? An old lady hurriedly brought out a large fruit plate. The young man picked it up and said to Chu Yunyi with a smile, Beautiful lady, let me take you to your room. Chu Yunyi shook her head, No need. It doesn't matter. I'm free anyway, and I'm always willing to help others. Chu Yunyi was in a bad mood and was too lazy to pay attention to his flattery. His face darkened. I said no. Suchi added, Don't worry, I'll take it. What do you want? The young man was quite angry. Let me tell you, there's only one lucky customer today, and that's this beautiful lady. You won't get a fruit plate. Chu Yunyi became more and more impatient. Is the room ready? Okay, okay. The young man took out the key, wiped it with a tissue, and handed it to Chu Yunny. Chu Yunny's face was full of disgust. You still use keys here? Don't you have room cards? It will be available after we renovate at the end of the year. The young man smiled and said, You are welcome to come again at that time. Chu Yunny gritted her teeth. I will never come here again in my life. He glanced at Su Chi, took the key and walked straight in. You can come over and get a room. The young man looked at Chu Yunny's back with nostalgia, and finally remembered Su Chi. Su Chi shook his head and smiled. I don't need to get a room. What are you doing in the hotel if you're not booking a room? Su Chi pointed at Chu Yunny. Isn't she already opened it? The young man was furious. The beauty has opened her mouth. What does it have to do with you? Su Chi smiled and said, We are together. What does it have to do with me? The young man's face turned green after hearing this. You are with her? She came to get a room to be with you. Su Chi nodded. Congratulations, you got it right. You are so smart. No, that's impossible. The young man couldn't believe it. Quickly called Chu Yunny, Beauty, someone insulted you, come quickly, it's this guy. I caught him. Grab Su Chi's clothes. He's been bad-mouthing you, so come here quickly. Chu Yunny came back angrily, what's wrong? The young man pointed at Su Chi and said, This guy said that you and he came to get a room together. Isn't this an insult to you? After hearing this, Chu Yunny replied unwillingly, He is not wrong. Ah? The young man was stunned. You. Su Chi put his arms around Chu Yunny's slender waist and pulled Chu Yunny over. Looking at the young man, do you believe it now? The young man was completely dumbfounded. Is this okay? Such a noble and elegant young lady comes to this shabby hotel to book a room with a loser guy? Is this crazy? Still don't believe it? Su Chi pointed at his face and looked at Chu Yunny. Come, prove it to him. Chu Yunny bit her lip in anger. But she didn't dare to refuse Su Chi, so she had to give him a quick kiss on the face. Okay, go to the room and take a shower and wait for me. Su Chi slapped Chu Yunny on the butt and let her go first. Chu Yunny was so angry. But he couldn't say anything and left angrily. Su Chi waved his hand in front of the young man. Hey, it's time to wake up. The young man woke up as if from a dream. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 9,000. He was so envious that he almost cried. It seems that Su Chi is not dressed any better than him. How did he conquer such a wealthy lady? Su Chi picked up the fruit plate and said, Thank you. This fruit plate is really generous in quantity. Your hotel is very conscientious. The young man felt heartbroken. Whether it was soda or fruit plate, he bought them all with his own money. Just to please Chu Yunny. Unexpectedly, all of this benefited the bastard Su Chi. Your eyes are wet, are you homesick? Su Chi asked the young man. You leave now. The young man couldn't stand it. The attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, and anger, with a quadruple critical hit of plus 10,000. If Su Chi doesn't leave, he really wants to punch him. You have such a beautiful girlfriend, yet you still show off. Isn't this asking for a fight? Su Chi discovered that although this young man was inconspicuous, his ability to attract attention was amazing. I was about to leave, but now I don't. Get some more wool before leaving. He smiled and said, I still need to buy some things. The young man gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want to buy? Little raincoat. Su Chi said with a smile. The young man's eyes went dark. Is such a beautiful girl really going to be taken advantage of by this loser? It hurts my heart to think of that scene. Heartbroken. Just shook his head, no. Why not? I saw it, isn't it right there on the shelf? It also says it's a super value special offer. Su Chi pointed deliberately. The young man was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fists tightly and finally managed to hold it in. He turned around, took a box and threw it in front of Su Chi. Su Chi shook his head, not enough. Fuck. The young man couldn't bear it any longer and cursed. What's your ability? Aren't 24 in this box enough? Are you an animal? Attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, anger, and resentment. Multiple critical hits plus 12,000. Su Chi sighed, how ignorant. I'm capable, and I'm not proud. Why are you so anxious? Besides, I treated her to a $5 cup of milk tea, so I have to work hard to earn it back. Chapter 58, Just a Cup of Milk Tea? The young man trembled all over. A beauty like this, and you can get her with just a $5 cup of milk tea? Are there too many flowers? Suchi looked annoyed. You. The young man's lips trembled and his face turned pale. This is blatant showing off. So arrogant. Suchi said seriously, if you don't feel well, don't insist on going to the hospital. Of course, before we go to the hospital, give me another box of raincoats. I don't know how the young man got the other box of raincoats. Watching Suchi walk away, he pounded his fists against the counter. Just to treat such a beautiful girl to a $5 cup of milk tea, he prepared 48 raincoats. What does this guy want to do? I feel so heartbroken for Chu Yunny. The attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, anger, and heartache. Multiple critical hits and another critical hit plus 15,000. Suchi was startled when he heard the system prompt sound. This guy has broken the record for the most critical hits so far. It can actually hit critical hits again and again, its combat power is really amazing. Suchi arrived at the room. Chu Yunny was sitting awkwardly on the edge of the bed, but when she saw him, she quickly stood up. She didn't want Suchi to just throw her onto the bed. It's really awkward for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room, especially in such a small hotel. Unfortunately, there was a sudden ups and downs of sound coming from next door, and the walls were clanging. Chu Yunny blushed completely with embarrassment. I'm going to take a shower. Quickly escape into the washroom. After entering, quickly lock the bathroom door from the inside. Then, he hurriedly called Chizaheo. If Chizaheo doesn't come, she won't be able to hold on any longer. The atmosphere was at its peak, and she also noticed that Suchi bought 2 boxes of raincoats. Everything is on the verge of collapse. If Suchi suddenly turns into a beast, how can she resist? Yun and I, hold on a little longer, I'll be there soon, 5 minutes at most. Wait till I get there, and see how I deal with that bastard. Chizaheo said this viciously. He has already met the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng and told him everything. Tai Yufeng had a pretty good relationship with him, and he patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I'll definitely scare the shit out of that Suchi. If I clench my fist, I can scare him to the point of losing his erection. Chizaheo gritted his teeth, that would be best, so that he will be completely powerless against women in the future. Chiziheo's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Chiziheo's attention generates a hostile critical hit of plus 5,000. Chiziheo's attention generates a fierce critical hit of plus 5,000. The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates contempt crit plus 1,000. The attention from Iron Rain Wind generates a critical hit plus 1,000. Suchi sat on the bed, waiting for Chu Yunny to take a shower, but he kept receiving attention from Chizaheo and Tai Yufeng. He knew that Chizaheo was Chu Yunny's fiancé. Who is this Tai Yufeng? Could it be the helper Chizaheo found? Otherwise, why would he be both contemptuous and eager to try? To be honest, I am looking forward to Chizaheo's arrival. Chu Yunny praised Chizaheo so much that I really wanted to see if Chizaheo was really that awesome. I was getting bored waiting and suddenly noticed the 2 boxes of raincoats I had just bought. Suddenly I had an idea. What would happen if I used the Midas touch on the raincoat? Will it become supersized? Or ultra thin? Or is it super exciting? You know what, I'm really curious. Anyway, I have so much energy now and I'm very rich, so I might as well give it a try. Consumed 1,000 energy points and clicked on one of the boxes of raincoats. The box of raincoats suddenly changed. It is completely different from the super value package just now, but has become a cutting-edge technology package. After reading the introduction, I found that it combines various super attributes. Things like ultimate body feeling, automatic lubrication, and so on. Just by reading the introduction, Suchi felt his heart burning with desire and wanted to try it. He shook his head hurriedly. No matter how powerful the technological attributes are, it is better not to use them. Another 1,000 energy points were consumed and clicked again. The raincoat in his hand did not change, but the layout of the room suddenly changed. The lighting becomes soft, the walls turn into beautiful colors, and even the sheets and quilts become full of romance. This is simply the standard between couples. In the past, when people could turn stones into gold, the things they touched upon would be replaced by better things. This time, the raincoat has probably reached the pinnacle of quality. Unable to enhance it further, the mood of the surrounding environment was enhanced. I have to say, this system is indeed smart enough. The raincoat will definitely be more useful when used in this environment. This can be regarded as a disguised enhancement of the raincoat. Su Chi was secretly excited. How could he improve it further? He consumed another 1,000 energy points and clicked on the box of raincoats. The raincoat remained unchanged, but the furnishings in the room changed again. There were many things that Su Chi had never expected. Whips, candles, and so on. Su Chi was startled. No way? I really don't dare to click anymore. He felt that he could no longer bear it. It's better not to be so mean and do something else. He casually touched the card and took out the second-level customer card of Chijia Company that Chu Yunny gave him. His eyes turned slightly. When he ordered the VIP card for the 5-star hotel, he became the big boss of the hotel. I wonder what magical effect clicking this second-level customer card will have. Since I had nothing to do, I took out 10,000 energy points and clicked it. I have received so much attention these days and I have a lot of energy now. He was rich and generous, so he directly used 10,000 energy points. The second-level customer card in front of him changed immediately and became golden. The words on the card also changed to a special customer card. Special customer card? Not satisfying. Keep going. Anyway, there is so much energy, it would be a waste if it is not used. Click again with 10,000 energy points. This time, there was no change in the special customer card. Nothing changes. It is still a special customer card. Su Chi was puzzled. Could it be that this special customer card was the pinnacle? It shouldn't be. He simply took out 100,000 energy points, which increased his energy value tenfold, and clicked on the special customer card. That special customer card finally changed. It became a share certificate. I quickly picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be the share certificate for 60% of the shares of Chijia Company. The owner of the shares is him, Su Chi. He actually claimed the Chi family company Zireo Group as his own. Sure enough, this system of turning stone into gold is quite amazing. He turned a second-level customer card into a share certificate. If he controls 60% of the shares of Chijia Zireo Group, wouldn't he become the big boss of Chijia Company? In other words, Shi Ziheo, the so-called young talent, is now just his employee. He is the real controller of this company. It was all thanks to Chu Yunny that she gave him this second-level customer card, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to order anything. Only items related to the Chijia Company can point out the higher value related to the Chijia Company. Before he knew it, he had become the owner of a 5-star hotel and a huge group. Chapter 59, Knocked Down with One Punch. Shi Ziheo finally arrived. Bring Tai Yufeng to the door of the hotel room. In order to show his power, he kicked the door hard and kicked it open. Honey, I'm here to save you. Shi Ziheo said this and strode in. When I went in and took a look, I was stunned. This beautiful light. This ambiguous atmosphere. Are you sure you're in the right place? Chu Yunny heard the noise and hurried out of the washroom. I was also shocked when I saw the changes outside. Is this still the same room? Shi Ziheo looked at her, the corners of his mouth twitching. Who opened this room? It's very professional. In this atmosphere, the two strangers wanted to hug each other and eat each other. Chu Yunny stammered, I drove it. Shi Ziheo rolled his eyes in anger. You drove it? I'm so angry. Can't you just give him a single room? You actually picked a couple's room like this. What? Do you really want to have something happen with him? Am I here to spoil your fun? Chu Yunny blushed. He hurriedly explained, I don't know what's going on. The room wasn't originally like this. Shi Ziheo sneered, do you think I can believe it? In just a dozen minutes, the entire room's decor changed? Who could be so magical? Is there a magician here? The more I talk, the angrier I get. Chu Yunny, tell me the truth, what exactly did you call me here for? Did you ask me to save you, or did you want to show me your affection? If you want to show off your affection, take off your clothes and start fighting. I want to watch you intently. Chu Yunny raised her hands in anger. Bang! I slapped him, shameless. He turned around and quickly went inside and asked Su Chi, what's going on in this room? How did it become like this? Su Chi smiled bitterly, how do you want me to explain? You opened a room like this and you asked me how I ended up like this? Chu Yunyi was so angry that she almost passed out. This is really hard to defend. He simply stamped his foot and followed Chiziheo in angrily and said, "Yes, this is the room I booked. Chiziheo, if you think you're a light bulb, get out. We still have business to do." Chiziheo was furious. How could he really leave? Chu Yunyi is his fiancée. How could Chiziheo possibly give up his woman? Do you really think I'm just a decoration? You can put me wherever you want? Who the hell dares to touch my woman? He turned around and gave Tai Yufeng a wink. Tai Yufeng naturally knew what to do. He rushed to Su Chi and punched the table beside the bed. Bang! The table fell apart. The table lamps above fell to the ground. Su Chi glanced at him and said, "What for? Do you owe me the table?" Tai Yufeng snorted coldly, "Tell me, do you want to become this table?" Su Chi said with disdain, "The table won't move, but I will." Tai Yufeng laughed loudly, "In front of me, what difference does it make whether you move or not? Do you know what a guy like you looks like to me, a boxing champion? It's just a sandbag. Hit it however you want." "No, I was wrong. You are worse than a sandbag. At least you can't hit a sandbag. With someone like you, I can kill you with just one punch. If you're smart, stay away from Mr. Chi's woman. Mr. Chi is not someone you can afford to offend. Even if young Master Chi disdains to attack you, as young Master Chi's friend, I, the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng, will not sit idly by. Don't let me really attack you, otherwise, this table will be your end." The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates a domineering critical hit of plus 2000. The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates aura critical hit plus 3000. Is this guy the new boxing champion? Are you so talkative? Su Chi couldn't help but sigh, "You talk so much, is it possible that your boxing champion was blown by your mouth?" "You?" Tai Yufeng was furious. Clenched his fists suddenly. "Boy, do you really want to taste my fist? Not only is he tall, but his fists are even bigger." That fist was almost half the size of Su Chi's head. Chu Yunyi was secretly excited. Su Chi had offended the boxing champion and was in big trouble. The boxing champion took the initiative to stand up for her friend, so Su Chi couldn't blame her. Besides, it was Su Chi who asked her to call Chiziheo. He turned around and glanced at Chiziheo. The two smiled at each other, both feeling a little proud. Su Chi dared to challenge the new boxing champion, he was simply too narrow-minded. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a taunt critical hit of plus 3000. Chiziheo's attention generates a double critical hit of taunting and complacency plus 5000. Su Chi glanced at the two guys. They were really happy too early. "Apologize immediately, or I won't be able to hold back my fists." Tai Yufeng shook his fist in front of Su Chi. Su Chi was very impatient. "I say, can you fight? Are you really just good at talking?" Tai Yufeng found it incredible. "Do you really want to challenge me?" Su Chi looked at him and said, "Either do it quickly or shut up and get out. It's your choice." "You're really asking for a fight." Tai Yufeng became completely famous. An ordinary young man dared to provoke him like this. Where can he, the new boxing champion, put his face? Doesn't he have any face? Having just won the boxing championship belt, he was full of energy and confidence. But here he was provoked by an ordinary person. This is intolerable. Since you're looking for a fight, I'll grant you your wish. A punch suddenly came towards Su Chi. Chu Yunyi screamed in fright. Tai Yufeng must not hurt Su Chi with this punch. She still hopes Su Chi can save her father. You must stop at the right time. Chiziheo secretly hoped that Tai Yufeng would attack with a powerful blow. It would be best to kill Su Chi with one punch. This guy who dares to set his sights on her woman must die. Tai Yufeng was furious, so his punch was naturally a heavy one, extremely powerful. He was determined to teach Su Chi a lesson, even if it went against Chu Yunyi's wishes. Just lie down. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Su Chi's head, Tai Yufeng shouted. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Su Chi tilted his head and dodged. The fist hit Su Chi almost against his ear. But he just couldn't hit Su Chi. Su Chi shook his head, his face full of contempt. Too slow. Let me show you a demonstration. He also threw a punch at Tai Yufeng. With his current strength and agility, even if Tai Yufeng is a boxing champion, he can't catch up with him even if he takes off his shoes. Tai Yufeng didn't even react before Su Chi's fist hit him in the face. Bang! Two streams of blood flowed out of Tai Yufeng's nose. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chu Yunni's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000. The two were completely dumbfounded. Tai Yufeng is the new boxing champion. He was knocked down by Su Chi's punch? Is this true or false? Su Chi sneered. It seems that this boxing champion really blew it with his mouth. Glancing at Shi Ziheo, he said, "You came all the way here to be the flower protector. If you have any other skills, use them now. After I take care of you, I still have to get into the main show with Chu Yunni. Don't waste our precious time for exercise." Shi Ziheo was so angry that his face turned red. But I already felt uneasy. Even the boxing champion is no match for him. What would he do if Su Chi attacked him? I have already given up in my heart. But he still said stubbornly, "You should know who I am. I am the eldest son of the Chi family, one of the 3 young masters of Yinjiang City. Do you know how many businesses the Chi family has in Yinjiang City? Do you know what status the Chi family holds in Yinjiang City? If you dare to touch my woman, you will become an enemy of our Chi family. Think about it carefully. Do you think an ant can shake a tree? I can kill you with money." Su Chi sighed. "You don't seem to understand who the big tree is." He grabbed the share certificate that had just been pointed out and threw it directly at Shi Ziheo. "You have no right to talk nonsense in front of me. Tell your father to come talk to me." Chapter 60, Sweating Like a Drowned Rat. Shi Ziheo picked up the share certificate and his face changed drastically. The mysterious person who controls their company appears? Is this the guy in front of me? It was so surprising that I couldn't describe it. Shi Ziheo's focus generates a shocking critical hit of plus 10,000. The controlling rights of the Chi family's Zireo group are indeed not in the hands of the Chi family. The real big boss is someone else. In the past few years, Zireo Group encountered huge difficulties, its stock price collapsed, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. At this time, some people were frantically buying up shares of Zireo Group. The Chi family knew that if this continued, control of the company would soon change hands. But at that time, the crisis was serious and there was no way out. Instead, I'm glad that someone is willing to take over the Chi family's shares. Someone took over the shares, which stabilized the stock price. Moreover, the Chi family sold many of their shares in exchange for a large amount of life-saving funds, and finally saved the situation. But after this incident, the equity structure of Zireo Group changed completely. The major shareholder became an outsider and controlled 60% of Zireo Group's shares. The Chi family sold too many shares and only had 17% left. On the surface, the Chi family is still the same Chi family as before, and is still one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. Only they themselves know that they are now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They were even worried that the major shareholder would suddenly appear, take over Zireo Group, and then drive their entire family out of Zireo Group. If that happens, the status of the Chi family will definitely plummet. What confidence do you have if you no longer have control over your industry? It's really like a lost dog. Shi Ziheo never expected that the real boss of Zireo Group would appear. Still appears in this situation. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. His father Chi Chongshu said that if this big boss showed up, he must not be offended. There can't even be the slightest offense. Because the fate of their Chi family is in their hands. The Chi family's wealthy status, their position in Zireo Group, and even their reputation and face in Yinjiang City are all in their hands. If you make someone angry, you can easily destroy everything they have. This big boss controls 60% of Zireo Group's shares, and no one can stop him from doing anything. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a tense critical hit of plus 8,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates an uneasy critical hit of plus 8,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a fear critical hit of plus 8,000. Are you sweating? Su Chi looked at him with a sneer. From Shi Ziheo's reaction, Su Chi knew that this share certificate was authentic and valid. He has gained experience through turning stones into gold so many times. No matter how much something is enhanced after being transformed into gold by the Midas touch, it is real and exists in reality. For example, if you can turn a bank card into gold, not only will the numbers in the bank card change, but there will really be that much money in the bank card. There is also a broken electric car that was turned into a Pagani supercar. This sports car also exists in reality. It is not created out of thin air. The same is certainly true of this share certificate. It's not just a few pieces of paper, there are real corresponding shares there. I can only say that this is the power of the system. Seamless connection with reality. Su-chi knew in his heart that he must be the big boss of Chi's company now. Moreover, Chi Zihao also knew this. That's why he became so nervous and anxious. Chu Yunny also noticed Chi Zihao's strangeness. Chi Zihao, what's wrong with you? I'm sweating so much I'm almost soaked. Chi Zihao doesn't have the time to think about all this now. My mind was racing. What should I do now? I have already offended this big boss. Will the fate of my family be ruined by him? It's all Chu Yunny's fault. Why involve him? At this moment, Chu Yunny's weight in his heart instantly dropped a lot. What's wrong with Chu Yunny being his fiancée? What's wrong with her being a rare beauty? Once the big boss is offended, the Chi family will lose its status as a wealthy family and he will lose all the glory he has. What are the three young masters of Yinjiang City? Who will care about him in the future? If they were kicked out of Zureo Group and their shares were diluted, the Chi family would be completely finished. Not to mention the luxurious life we have now, even a normal life is difficult. Compared with the fate of the Chi family and his own, what is Chu Yunny? He even wanted to quickly cut off ties with Chu Yunny. He doesn't want to be the love rival of the big boss of Zureo Group. Isn't that courting death? It's completely detrimental to your own future and wealth. It will also bring trouble to your own family. Sweat quickly flowed down his cheeks. Chi Zihao, what's wrong with you? Chu Yunny felt more and more strange and embarrassed. You're my Chu Yunny's fiancé, the eldest son of the Chi family. You shouldn't be so scared in front of such a loser, right? You are one of the three young masters of Yinjiang City. After hearing this, Chi Zihao suddenly shouted angrily, Chu Yunny, shut up. Chu Yunny was completely frightened. She looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? You actually told me to shut up? Chi Zihao glared at her. Who gave you the courage to say that this young Master Su is a loser? If you keep saying this kind of crazy stuff, even if young Master Su is not angry, I will get angry with you. Chu Yunny was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Who are you talking to? Why does it feel like I'm kneeling and licking Su-chi? But how is that possible? Su-chi set his sights on his fiancée and wanted to sleep with her, and he was still trying to lick her? This is definitely a crazy thing. I couldn't help but reach out and poke Chi Zihao's forehead hard. There's something wrong with your brain, right? I'm your fiancé, and that man covets my body. Why don't you go after him instead of yelling at me? Did you take the wrong medicine? Chi Zihao hurriedly shouted righteously, whose fiancé are you? From now on, I am breaking off my engagement with you. We have no relationship anymore. Chu Yunny was dumbfounded again. Su-chi wanted to sleep with her, but Chi Zihao didn't fight back and was so scared that he broke off the engagement with her? How cowardly is this? Is this the young talent she has always boasted about in front of Su-chi? A young talent who was scared by a loser and sweated like a drowned rat. It's really shameful. So embarrassing. Chi Zihao hurriedly smiled at Su-chi and said, Mr. Su, I have already broken off my engagement with her. If you want to sleep with her, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Su-chi glanced at him and asked, have I ever cared about you? Yes. Chi Zihao nodded repeatedly. Why should I be worthy of your care, Master Su? Looking at Chi Zihao nodding and bowing like that, Chu Yunny was completely confused. Chi Zihao really embarrassed her. Su-chi wanted to sleep with her, but Chi Zihao was not angry at all. On the contrary, he looked like he wanted to strip her naked and send her to Su-chi's bed. How come she has a fiancé like this? I lost so much that I wanted to bang my head against the wall. Chapter 61. Very considerate. Chi Zihao didn't want to do this either, but he had no choice. For the fate of the family, he had no choice but to give up Chu Yunny. Instead, he wanted to use Chu Yunny to please Su-chi to make up for his previous offense against Su-chi. Chu Yunny suddenly noticed the papers in Chi Zihao's hand. Yes, Chi Zihao's attitude changed drastically after seeing those pieces of paper. He reached out to grab it. What on earth is on this paper? It can scare you like this. Chi Zihao hurriedly dodged. Chu Yunny must not be allowed to see this share certificate. Not only can it not be seen by Chu Yunny, but it cannot be seen by anyone else. Otherwise, the Chi family's superficial strength would be exposed. At that time, the Chi family was no longer a wealthy family respected by everyone in Yanjiang City, but a joke of pretending to be rich. After knowing the true situation of the Chi family, the other three wealthy families would definitely be ashamed to associate with them. The Chu family will definitely cancel the engagement. After all, Chu Yunyi is very arrogant. She knows that the Chi family does not have the strength of a wealthy family. How can she still be willing to continue to marry him? This secret must be kept. He hurriedly and respectfully returned the share certificate to Su Chi with both hands. Master Su, please keep it safe, please, please. I really remind you again and again. Chu Yunyi was almost going crazy. Chi Ziheo, what on earth scared you like this? Chi Ziheo didn't answer her, but continued to look at Su Chi respectfully. Nodding and bowing, Mr. Su, I won't disturb you in Miss Chu's elegance. Goodbye. Just prepare to leave. Chu Yunyi is really going crazy. He grabbed Chi Ziheo and started beating him. I asked you to save me, and this is how you saved me? Do you still look like a man? You're a piece of shit. Chi Ziheo did not resist, but said seriously, it's your honor if Mr. Su was willing to touch you. It's better not to fight anymore. Save your strength and serve Master Su well. Chu Yunyi's head was buzzing. Chi Ziheo can even say such words? Chi Ziheo gave Su Chi another dry laugh. Mr. Su, it's really inconvenient to disturb you now. When you're free, my father and I will host a banquet for you. You can choose the location. Chu Yunyi was about to cry. Su Chi wants to sleep with her, and Chi Ziheo wants to host a banquet for him? What the hell is going on in this bastard's head? Mr. Su, I'm leaving now. Chi Ziheo hurried to leave. Su Chi snorted coldly, did I let you go? Chi Ziheo was so frightened that his whole body trembled. I did offend Su Chi just now. It seems that it is not so easy to calm Su Chi down. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Why would Su Chi be interested in his fiancée? Why did he ask Chu Yunyi to notify him to come? Is it just to provoke him and make him dare to offend, so that Su Chi will have an excuse to drive their Chi family out of Zireo Group? So, he fell into a trap and was snared? I broke out in a cold sweat again. It feels like their Chi family is on the verge of collapse. Plop. He turned around and knelt directly in front of Su Chi. Mr. Su, I didn't mean to offend you. If I had known it was you, I would definitely not have come. I have already broken off my engagement with Chu Yunyi. You can do whatever you want from now on, really. Please calm down. Chu Yunyi was completely desperate. Chi Ziheo actually knelt down to Su Chi. So servile. He praised Chi Ziheo so highly, saying that he was the only one worthy of her, but in the end, Chi Ziheo actually knelt down before Su Chi, a loser. She felt like she really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Su, is there anything you need? I can buy it for you right away. Do you need a raincoat? Chi Ziheo wanted to do something for Su Chi quickly to win Su Chi's favor. But at a glance, he saw 2 boxes of raincoats thrown on the bed. There is definitely no shortage of that. He hurriedly asked, are you short of something to liven up the atmosphere? I have a few classic love action movies on my phone. Would you like to watch them and liven up the fun? He quickly took out his cell phone and searched for it. Su Chi sighed, even if you are a coward, you wouldn't be so cowardly, right? I just want you to move this guy out. He's really an eyesore here. As he said this, he pointed at Tai Yufeng who was lying on the ground. Chi Ziheo then realized that he was overthinking it. My face couldn't help but feel hot. It was really embarrassing just now. But facing this big boss who can control the fate of their family. No matter how much you try to please someone, it's never too much. Just don't make him angry. He laughed hurriedly, I'll get him away right away. This guy is really too much of a nuisance. He kicked Tai Yufeng, then struggled to lift him up and put him on his shoulders. Staggered out. Mr. Su, I closed the door for you. Chi Ziheo considerately closed the door. Su Chi glanced at Chu Yunyi and said, so this is your awesome fiancé, he's really awesome. Chu Yunyi covered her face with her hands, facing the wall, unable to utter a word. I really hate Chi Ziheo in my heart. It really brought shame to her. It would have been fine if Su Chi wasn't scared, but he himself was so scared that he didn't dare to want her and tried his best to push her to Su Chi. Suddenly I realized that Su Chi seemed to be behind me. I was startled and turned around quickly. Sure enough, Su Chi came behind her. Chiziheo, Chu Yunni's last resort, has already escaped. Now, what can stop Su Chi from eating her? Su Chi can definitely go straight in. I was panicked and quickly retreated. As a result, his back hit the wall and he had nowhere to retreat. You, don't come over here. I'm going to scream. After all, it's the first time, it's impossible not to panic or be nervous. Su Chi sneered, do you think it's useful for you to shout here? I thought you were so into it that you couldn't help but scream when you reached the climax. In the next room, there was indeed a woman screaming. Each sound is louder than the last. Su Chi pointed and said, shout, if you have the ability, suppress her voice. Chu Yunni blushed. I really can't say it out loud. Su Chi came up to her and looked down into her eyes. He sneered, do you think your swan meat is really that delicious? Even if you really smell that good, I will wait for you to bring it to my mouth, and then I will enjoy it slowly. After saying this, he blew gently into her ear. Chu Yunni felt as if her ears were suddenly hit by an electric current, and her whole body went numb. With a cry of surprise, his legs went weak and he couldn't help but squat down. Su Chi walked to the bed and picked up the 2 boxes of raincoats on the bed. Throw it in front of her. If you figure it out, come to me with these 2 boxes. Turn around and walk out. Chu Yunni looked at the 2 boxes of raincoats. Super value special package? Cutting-edge technology? And cutting-edge tech gear? Is this kind of thing also high-tech? I was so curious that I couldn't help but take a look at the product introduction on the outer packaging. After just one look, her face turned red as fire and she almost fainted from embarrassment. I shook my head vigorously and finally came to my senses. I wanted to slap myself twice. What the hell am I doing? I even have the time to read a product description for something like this. Chapter 62, Fists Like a Rainstorm. Chu Yunni looked up at Su Chi and found that Su Chi had left. Su Chi now has no obstacles and can do whatever he wants, but he actually gave up the opportunity to eat her, the swan meat. Does he really have to wait for her to bring it to his mouth? This guy is so hateful. Chu Yunni's attention generates shyness, panic, hesitation, emotional surges, and daydreams. Multiple critical hits plus 10,000. Su Chi listened to the system prompt and walked out of the hotel. He felt that he couldn't help but eat Chu Yunni's swan meat. It all depends on when you start eating. After Chiziheo left the small hotel, he simply threw Tai Yufeng on the side of the road. He quickly got in the car and asked the driver to take him home. The appearance of the major shareholder who controls 60% of the Chi family's company, Zireo Group, is definitely an extremely important news for the Chi family. It is completely related to the future of the Chi family. He must tell his father Chi Chongshu about this as soon as possible. He really didn't dare to hide such a big thing. Because if any consequences are caused, he will not be able to bear them at all. What? The mysterious man who stole 60% of Zireo Group's shares has appeared? When Chi Chongshu heard Chiziheo's report, he almost fell off the sofa. He grabbed Chiziheo's arm and asked immediately, you didn't provoke him, did you? This is what he is most worried about. No matter who you mess with, don't mess with this major shareholder. After all, this guy can decide their fate. Chiziheo laughed dryly, not daring to hide it. I think I was a little provoked. You are sick. Chi Chongshu slapped Chiziheo on the head. What did I tell you? Once this person shows up, you must not offend him. I warned you so many times, and you still wanted to die. Are you willing to ruin our Chi family? Chiziheo quickly explained, Dad, I didn't mean it. He actually covets my fiancée, Chu Yunni. How can I not react? Chi Chongshu was annoyed. Since he's coveting it, why don't you just give it to him? It's better than our family being kicked out of Zireo Group, right? Chiziheo hurriedly said, Dad, that's what I did. We really think alike. After I found out that the guy was our big boss, I quickly broke off my engagement with Chu Yunni and gave her to him. But before that, I still bumped into him a little bit without knowing his identity. Chi Chongshu was very nervous. What exactly do you mean by slightly bumping into him? Chiziheo laughed dryly. Chu Yunni and him went to get a room. I took Tai Yufeng to teach him a lesson. Iron Rain Wind? Chi Chongshu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Is he the professional boxer? Chiziheo nodded. He just won the gold belt and became the new boxing champion. After hearing this, Chi Chongshu's head buzzed. you even brought the boxing champion with you, and this is still a minor collision? You think your father is a fool, right? Another slap came, making Chiziheo stagger. Pointing at Chiziheo, he shouted angrily, "Tell me quickly, is the big boss injured?" Chiziheo hurriedly shook his head. "Tai Yufeng is injured." "What did you say?" Shi Chonshu really thought he had heard it wrong. "Is Tai Yufeng injured? The new boxing champion is injured? Are you sure you're right?" Under normal circumstances, a professional boxer who has won the boxing championship belt would teach an ordinary person a lesson. As a result, the boxing champion was injured? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. He kicked Chiziheo hard and said, "Tell me the truth. If you don't, I'll beat you to death." He had to understand the specific situation before he knew how to deal with it. If Chiziheo didn't tell the truth, it would definitely affect his judgment of the subsequent situation. Chiziheo said with a sad face, "Dad, I am telling the truth. It's really Tai Yufeng who is injured." Shi Chonshu frowned. Did Tai Yufeng accidentally slip? This was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. Chiziheo shook his head. The big boss knocked him unconscious with a punch. Shi Chonshu started coughing violently. This big boss knocked the new boxing champion unconscious? He raised his foot and kicked Chiziheo again. "I asked you to tell the truth, but you are making up stories for me?" Chiziheo was about to cry. "Dad, I'm telling the truth. I believe you're the fool. Tell me, how badly did Tai Yufeng injure the boss?" Shi Chonshu didn't believe it at all. He kicked Chiziheo repeatedly. "It's already this time, and you still don't tell the truth. Do you really want to kill our Chi family? You little brat, don't you have any clue at all?" Not satisfied with kicking him, he simply rode on Chiziheo. He shot Chiziheo's head left and right. Chiziheo felt aggrieved. "Dad, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll video call Tai Yufeng. He should be awake by now. I'll video it right away, you'll know when you see it." He struggled to take out his cell phone and, despite being beaten by Shi Chonshu, made a video call with Tai Yufeng. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have left Tai Yufeng on the roadside. Bring it to Shi Chonshu to see, and Shi Chonshu will believe everything." "You're still acting. I think you're just being stubborn. I must wake you up." Shi Chonshu hated Chiziheo for not telling the truth until now, and continued to beat him. It's already this time, a critical moment for the Chi family's survival, and Chiziheo is still making up stories. How can he not be angry? Chiziheo really had no other choice but to video call Tai Yufeng over and over again. Finally, after calling several times, Tai Yufeng answered. Tai Yufeng in the camera was still standing on the roadside, with messy hair and a confused look on his face. "If I hadn't been woken up by the vibration of my phone, I would still be dizzy now. Looking at the cars passing by, a bunch of question marks popped up in my head. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Dad, look at Tai Yufeng's nose, do you see it?" Chiziheo tried hard to get the phone to Shi Chonshu. Shi Chonshu took a look and found that Tai Yufeng on the screen had a crooked nose. There was blood under the nose. No one's nose is crooked for no reason. This is not fun. He must have been beaten. Shi Chonshu finally began to believe it a little. Could it be that the big boss really defeated the boxing champion? It's called cow paralysis. Tai Yufeng, please help me prove it. Were you beaten by Su Chi? Chiziheo shouted into the phone. When Tai Yufeng heard Su Chi's name, he woke up from his dream. His whole body trembled. He suddenly recalled the punch that appeared in front of him like lightning before he fell into coma. The punch was so fast that he had no chance to react. It was not until he was hit and the pain came that he realized that he had been hit. He has always been invincible in dodging in the ring, but his reaction ability in front of that punch seemed to reach the moon and back. What a terrible punch that was. I couldn't help but ask, who is that Su Chi? Why is he so scary? His face was filled with fear. Even when facing the strongest opponent in the ring, I have never been so afraid. Dad, do you believe me now? Chiziheo turned around and asked Shi Chonshu. Shi Chonshu's voice trembled. Big boss, you're so old, how can your physical fitness still be so good? You can even beat the boxing champion. Chiziheo smiled bitterly. Who said he was old? Chapter 63, Big Deal. Shi Chonshu said, To be able to act decisively and take over 60% of our Zireo Group's shares, this kind of experience and ruthlessness, can he really be a young man? Chi Ziheo sighed. He is not only young, but also very young. Just in his early 20s. Shi Chonshu shook his head directly. Impossible. Chi Ziheo was helpless. Dad, why don't you believe me again? How can we communicate if you're like this? Shi Chonshu looked at him suspiciously. Is everything you said true? At this crucial moment concerning the fate of our family, how could I dare to tell a lie? Am I such a clueless person? Shi Chonshu finally believed it. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At such a young age, he has such courage. He has taken over 60% of the shares of our Zireo Group in one fell swoop. It's really not easy. I dare say that he must have a super powerful family behind him supporting him. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that a guy in his early 20s could have such means and courage. He must come from a very wealthy family. Chi Ziheo nodded. He is definitely a member of a super wealthy family. How much money would it cost just to acquire 60% of the shares of our Zireo Group? Anyone who can spend so much money at once must be a super wealthy family. Isn't he the heir to some super wealthy family? When I said it myself, I was shocked. The more I think about it, the more I realize that Su Chi's identity is not simple. Shi Chonshu sighed. This kind of super rich family is completely a dimensionality reduction attack against us. So what should we do now? Chi Ziheo asked in a trembling voice. Chi Zhongshu looked at him seriously. Are you sure you didn't hurt him? Dad, you've asked this 1,000 times. You also gave Chu Yunyi to him? Yes, I made a prompt decision and reluctantly gave it up. Shi Chonshu nodded appreciatively. You reacted quickly. So, things aren't that bad after all. But I must have offended him before I knew his identity. Dad, should we treat him to a meal and apologize? Shi Chonshu glared at Chi Ziheo and said, Is this all you have? Just treating me to a meal? Do you think someone at the super wealthy level would miss a meal from you? Chi Ziheo was a little embarrassed. Then what do you say we should do? Chi Zhongshu narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy seems to like beautiful women very much, right? Chi Ziheo was filled with bitterness. Not only do I like it very much, I can't wait. In a small roadside hotel, Chu Yunyi is about to be killed. Chi Chonshu smiled and said, As long as you like it. Since you like beautiful women, we can cater to their preferences. Chi Ziheo clapped his hands and said, I understand. Send him a few beauties, and even if he still has some anger about my offense, it will naturally disappear. And they will feel more favorable towards us. How could you have the nerve to kick us out of Zireo Group? Chi Chonshu snorted coldly. Your vision is still narrow. That guy is from a super wealthy family. Would he care about a few young models from the club? The fact that he covets Chu Yunyi shows that he has very high taste, not just ordinary high. Chi Ziheo smiled bitterly. Dad, you're stumping me. I really can't find another beauty on Chu Yunyi's level. At least not in the short term. Chi Chonshu glanced at him and said, Why can't you find it? Isn't there one right next to us? Chi Ziheo was slightly stunned. Then, his face changed drastically and he said in a lost voice, Dad, you are not talking about my sister Chi Bingyue, right? Chi Zhongshu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is she worse than Chu Yunyi? Chi Ziheo was speechless. His sister Chi Bingyue is naturally no worse than Chu Yunyi. Now Yanjian University is undoubtedly the new campus beauty of the university town. But is it really okay to use Chi Bingyue as a tool like this? I can't help but think of a saying, the most ruthless are the royal families. Although wealthy families like them are far from the imperial family, they are basically the same when it comes to weighing the interests. They have basically no say in their marriage. They all have to make sacrifices for the benefit of the family. Even if he was engaged to Chu Yunyi, he still had to consider the interests of his family. The Chi family is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They have lost most of their shares and are in urgent need of support. Being engaged to Chu Yunyi is equivalent to forming an alliance with the Chu family, which will undoubtedly boost the confidence of the Chi family. Of course, although this engagement was based on considerations of interests, he had no objection. Because Chu Yunyi is so beautiful. She is rich, beautiful, and helpful to the family, which is of course what he wants. But can Chi Bingyue be the same as me? He knew that his sister had a very hot temper. It's hard to use feelings as bargaining chips, even for the sake of family. What's on your mind? Don't you agree with my idea? Chi Chonshu glanced at Chi Ziheo. Shiziheo hurriedly shook his head and laughed dryly. Dad, I just lost my fiancée to that guy, and now I have to send my sister over there. Isn't this too aggrieved? After hearing this, Shi Chongshu scolded him directly. How foolish. I see your vision is not big, is it limited to this little love affair? This is an opportunity, you know? Once the big boss really falls in love with Chu Yunny, and Chu Yunny finally marries into the big boss's super wealthy family, it will be a step to heaven. By that time, the Chu family will also benefit from it and directly surpass the other 3 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. We might not even be fit to carry someone else's shoes. Are you really willing to accept that? On the contrary, if Bingyue seizes this opportunity, successfully captures the heart of the big boss, and successfully marries him, then we still need to worry about him kicking us out of Zireo Group? We still need to worry about our cards being exposed and others seeing that we are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? No, by then, all these concerns will no longer exist. We can even use this relationship to step on the heads of the other 3 giants. Do you want to be stepped on by the Chu family, or do you want us to strike back and surpass the other 3 powerful families? Shiziheo was so excited when he heard this that he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dad, you really have a big vision. I hadn't expected any of that. Shi Chongshu sneered. Now that the big boss has appeared, he is absolutely a hot commodity. It's the kind of elixir you see in novels. Whoever can successfully eat it will not only ascend to heaven in broad daylight, but also bring their entire family with them. Chu Yunny definitely doesn't know the identity of the big boss yet, and doesn't know that there's a super wealthy family behind the big boss, but we do know. We have the advantage in this regard. We must attack as soon as possible and let Bingyue defeat Chu Yunny to seize the initiative. If the big boss wants to marry a beautiful woman, it must be our Bingyue. He has already decided that Chi Bingyue will be Su Chi's from now on. He had to force it into Su Chi's arms. Shiziheo became more and more excited. If Bingyue and that boy really become together, and that boy kicks Chu Yunny will be mine again. The hope of getting Chu Yunny was rekindled in my heart. Thinking of Chu Yunny's charming face and graceful figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Unexpectedly, Shi Chongshu slapped him on the head again. Shiziheo was stunned. Dad, I said something wrong again? Shi Chongshu snorted coldly. You dare to touch the woman our big boss has fallen in love with? Are you looking for death? Shiziheo felt aggrieved. It seemed that there was really no hope for him and Chu Yunny. Quick, call Bingyue and ask her to come back today. We have to hurry up on this matter. If we delay, the opportunity will be lost. Shi Chongshu urged. Shiziheo quickly agreed and called Shi Bingyue. Bingyue, where are you? Dad asked you to come back today. Shi Bingyue's unhappy voice came from the other side. I'm busy today, let's do it another day. Shiziheo hurriedly said, Dad has something important to tell you. Shi Bingyue replied directly, my business is more important. We at Yanjiang University have been selecting the most beautiful campus beauties for the past 10 years, and I'm not even number 1. She got less votes than that stinky girl named Shuechuchu who has already graduated. I'm not convinced. Today I'm going to Shuechuchu's house and asking her to hold my shoes for me. Then I'll post the photos online. I wonder who will still look up to Shuechuchu. Chapter 64, Surrounded by Beautiful Women. Shiziheo sighed. I thought it was a big deal, but it's just a selection. Why bother with that? It's not important. What Dad wants to discuss with you is the most important thing. It concerns the prosperity and decline of our family. Come back quickly. Shi Bingyue didn't buy it at all. If you don't care, I will. From childhood to adulthood, who have I ever lost to? I must be the most beautiful campus beauty in the past 10 years. I won't go back until this is resolved. Shiziheo couldn't help but look at Shi Chongshu in embarrassment. Shi Chongshu knew his daughter's temper was like a rose with thorns. She would only respond to soft words and not harsh ones. If you force her, you will only end up with blood on your hands. He waved his hand and said, let her finish her business first. Tell her to do it quickly and not waste time. Shiziheo nodded, coughed, and said to Shi Bingyue, then finish your work as soon as possible. Come back as soon as you're done. What we need to discuss with you cannot be delayed. Okay, got it. I found Shuechuchu's neighborhood, hang up. Shi Bingyue hung up the phone quickly. After Su Chi left the hotel, he was going to Shuechuchu's house for dinner. At the gate of the community, I couldn't help but stop. He saw an old woman selling things on the street at the entrance of the community. There are toys and small accessories on the stalls. The old woman is very old and has a head full of white hair. He was holding a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, in his arms. The little girl was nagging her, "Grandma, I'm hungry and want to eat buns. Can you buy me some? Please." The old woman consoled him softly, "We haven't opened yet today. I'll buy it for you when we make the money." "No, no, I'm hungry and I want to eat now." The old woman couldn't help rubbing her eyes and said, "Your parents haven't given us living expenses for 2 months. When I get back, I'll make noodles for you, okay?" "No, I eat noodles every day. I want to eat buns." The little girl pouted and started crying. The old woman's eyes turned red as she hurriedly called out to a few fashionable beauties who happened to be passing by, little girls, buy some of my things. It's not expensive. Buy some of my things so I can have money to buy buns for my granddaughter." The beauties stopped, looked at them, and laughed at them. "A sad story, huh? Your acting skills are a bit poor, keep working on it." The leading beauty snorted coldly, "You wouldn't even want this shabby thing if it was given to me for free, but you still want to sell it to me? What are you thinking?" "Ha, this old woman's eyes are dim, she definitely didn't realize you are a rich lady." "That's right, I actually sold you these cheap goods. It's really hilarious." Not only did those beauties not buy anything, they also kept mocking it. Suchi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "It reminds me of the time when I was a kid and followed my mother to set up a stall to sell things. I feel sad." I walked over and took a quick look. There was nothing I needed on the street stalls. I simply picked up a necklace and said to the old woman, "I'll buy this." The old woman was so grateful that she quickly said, "The necklace is $6, and you can buy a bracelet, which will be $10 in total." The attention from XXX generates a grateful critical hit of +100. Suchi nodded and took out another bracelet. The little girl in the old woman's arms was happy. "Grandma, do I have money to buy buns now?" The old woman nodded, "Yes, yes, the buns are just out of the oven over there. Go buy some if you have the money." Suchi felt around and found $10 in his pocket. "Take it out and give it to the old woman." A hand beside him suddenly pushed him. "You kid, are you deliberately trying to ruin my show?" It was the beautiful lady leading the group. She was mocking the old woman, but Suchi bought her things, clearly going against her. Suchi sneered, "You say yours, I buy mine, it's none of your business. How do you talk?" The girls around the beauty immediately got angry and surrounded Suchi. "Do you know who you're talking to? She is the eldest daughter of the Chi family. How dare you be so rude to her? Are you looking for death? Apologize immediately, or I won't let you go today." Those girls spoke harshly to Suchi. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit +100. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit +100. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit +100. Suchi laughed. "Which eldest daughter of the Chi family is so awesome? It's unbelievable." The girl snorted coldly, "Stand still, don't fall down in fear. She is Chi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Chi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City." It turns out that the beauty is Chi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Chi family. That is Chi Chongxiu's daughter and Chi Ziheo's sister. Suchi smiled bitterly, "So it's that Chi family." I couldn't help but look at Chi Bingyue a few more times. Although both are daughters of wealthy families, Chi Bingyue does not have the noble and cold feeling of Chu Yunni. He doesn't have that strong aura of a wealthy family, but he is full of youthful energy. The whole person is like a rose in full bloom, delicate, eye-catching, and with thorns. It attracts people's attention, but people dare not touch it casually. "So, are you scared?" The girls looked smug. Suchi shook his head. "No," I laughed. He was really about to laugh. He had just taught Chi Ziheo, the eldest son of the Chi family, a lesson when he ran into Chi Ziheo's sister Chi Bingyue. Is he so destined to be with the wealthy Chi family in Yinjiang City? Seeing how arrogant Chi Bingyue is, I wonder what Chi Bingyue would feel if he knew that he is the big boss of Chi Jia Zireo Group? You dare to laugh. The girls became even angrier. They are all Chi Bingyue's followers. I must find every opportunity to flatter Chi Bingyue. Of course, Chi Bingyue would not treat them badly. She would give them various brand name cosmetics, bags, and clothes. Having tasted the sweetness, they will of course work harder. Anyone who dares to offend Chi Bingyue will be immediately besieged by them. Act completely according to Bingyue's instructions. Su Chi sneered, laughing is my freedom. I can laugh however I want. Chi Bingyue was angry, pushed the girls away and walked in front of Su Chi. He looked Su Chi up and down, then looked at the $10 in Su Chi's hand. Why, you really want to play the good guy, right? You really want to make us look mean and heartless? Okay, if you want to play the role of a good guy, don't just give me $10. $10 is useless. If you can just throw $10,000 at me, I'll admire you. Su Chi curled his lips. I really appreciate your admiration. You admire me, can it make me gain more weight or something? Chi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 500 rage critical hit. Chi Bingyue became more and more angry. She is not only rich and powerful, but also beautiful. Which boy doesn't try to please her in various ways? This is the first time I have encountered such a smelly and hard guy. He gritted his teeth and said, if you can give them 10,000 yuan, I will apologize to you and admit that you are a really good person. Su Chi sneered, do I need you to admit whether I am a good person or not? Who do you think you are? You say I'm a good person, so I'm a good person? If you don't admit that I'm a good person, then I'm not a good person? Ridiculous. You. Chi Bingyue was so angry that her face turned red. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 800. Chi Bingyue had never met such a stubborn guy before. He couldn't help but yell, so what do you want? Su Chi smiled and said, if I can give them 10,000 yuan, you will let me spank you. You're so mean at such a young age. I'm going to discipline you on behalf of your father. Chapter 65, spent $10, tipped 100,000. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 1,000. Chi Bingyue was completely annoyed. You damned fellow, you actually tried to take advantage of me. This guy is going to spank her. Don't you know that you can't touch a girl but casually? She also said that she was disciplining her on behalf of her father. This is to play the role of her father, and take advantage of her. You guy, do you want to be beaten? Chi Bingyue's followers surrounded him again. Su Chi didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. He just looked at Chi Bingyue and said, weren't you very awesome just now? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Chi family? Why, you don't even dare to make a bet with me? Even then, you still dare to be so arrogant outside? Chi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 1,500 rage critical hit. Chi Bingyue was still young after all, and Su Chi's provocation made her very excited. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily, why wouldn't I dare? Whoever dares not is a dog. No one had ever dared to shout at her like that before. I can't stand this at all. Her followers were busy trying to persuade her in a low voice. Chi Bingyue waved her hands vigorously, it's decided. She had already seen that Su Chi was just wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Only the big pants have pockets. It can be clearly seen from the outside that there is a mobile phone and keys in the pocket. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to have 10,000 yuan. She should be sure to win. Besides, with Su Chi in this state, would he be willing to give 10,000 yuan to others? 10,000 yuan is enough for him to earn several months' salary. He must have been putting on an act on purpose to scare her out of gambling and gain her face. Staring at Su Chi, I made a bet with you. Give them 10,000 yuan. If you can't come up with it, my sisters will never let you go. The girls all rolled up their sleeves in cooperation, looking like they were ready to take action at any time. Su Chi laughed, you'd better get your butt ready. Put the $10 in your trouser pocket. Say to yourself, consume 1,000 energy points and turn stone into gold. 1,000 energy points, that's enough. If there was too much, he was afraid that his pockets wouldn't be able to hold all the money he counted. He tapped the $10 bill with his finger. Suddenly, I felt my pockets become bulging. $10 has become a stack of money. It feels like the thickness of the money should be at least 10,000 yuan. Hurry up, take out the money, what are you dawdling for? Seeing that Su Chi did not take out the money immediately, Chi Bingyue urged him proudly. Yes, take out the money quickly. Don't try to delay, and don't try to escape. You can't escape today. The girls all agreed. Su Chi smiled and said, what's the rush? Isn't it? Just took the money out of your pocket. A thick stack. He casually threw it into Chi Bingyue's arms and said, look, is it enough for 10,000? Chi Bingyue was dumbfounded. I clearly saw that Su Chi's pocket was empty just now, there was no way he could have 10,000 yuan. But the money in my arms is real. What's going on? I'm really confused. Suchi glared at her and said, hurry up. If you don't order, get your butt ready quickly. Chi Bingyue couldn't help but blush. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. If the money was really worth 10,000, she would really be spanked by this strange man. Then how can she face people? She is the eldest daughter of the Chi family and the campus belle of Yinjiang University. She absolutely cannot endure such humiliation. Go count the money now. The more I click, the more disappointed I feel. I've already ordered 8,000 yuan, and there's still a lot of money left. This money is definitely more than 10,000. Estimated to be at least 15,000. I really couldn't click any further. I was filled with frustration and depression. Do you have 10,000? If you don't know the order, I can ask passers-by to come over and help me order. Su Chi pretended to greet others. Chi Bingyue was shocked. She thought that this matter must not be known to more people, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. He quickly pulled down Su Chi's raised hand and said through gritted teeth, even if it's 10,000, I don't believe you're really willing to give it to that old woman. This is a few months' salary for you. If you give the money to others, will you starve? Su Chi smiled and took the money. Take out $100 and put it in your pocket for emergencies. He shook the remaining money at Chi Bingyue, and then handed it all to the old woman. This money is for you, take it. The old woman was very surprised and quickly waved her hands. The necklace and bracelet are only 10 yuan, you don't need so much. Su Chi smiled and said, $10 is for the bracelet and necklace, and the rest is a tip. The old woman was stunned. This money is definitely more than 10,000. I bought something worth $10 and gave a tip of more than $10,000? This is the first time I've seen people buy things this way. Su Chi smiled and said to the little girl, now that you have money, go buy some buns. Thank you, big brother, the little girl said sweetly. He glanced at Chi Bingyue and said, big brother, this auntie has a bad temper. You have to be gentle when you spank her, otherwise she will be angry. After hearing this, Chi Bingyue was so angry that she almost passed out. Damn, she looks obviously younger than Su Chi. The girl actually called Su Chi big brother and called her auntie. Is she that old? Su Chi spread his hands to her. I gave you the money, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? I don't know what you are talking about. Chi Bingyue's eyes dodged. Su Chi sneered, so this is the character of the so-called eldest daughter of the Chi family. She can't afford to lose. Who can't afford to lose? Chi Bingyue got angry. Since you can afford to lose, then bring your butt over here. Chi Bingyue's face suddenly turned red. I couldn't help but look at the girl next to me. The followers looked at each other in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. It feels like I've really met my match. What are you still holding back on? Waiting for the interest rate to go up? If you keep dawdling, one spanking will turn into two. Chi Bingyue stamped her foot fiercely. Isn't it just a spanking? Come on, fight. She is really a bit of a shrew. He really turned around and faced Su Chi. Seeing that she was wearing a short skirt, Su Chi lifted it up and slapped her hard on the butt. This girl really needs to be taught a lesson. He is such a mean person. Chi Bingyue screamed in surprise. She never expected that Su Chi would lift up her skirt and hit her. What I didn't expect was that Su Chi hit me so hard. She quickly covered her skirt and ran away in embarrassment. Turning back, his cheeks filled with shame and anger. You bastard, why did you lift my skirt? Su Chi curled his lips and said seriously, I want to spank you, not your skirt. How can I spank you without lifting my skirt? I'm already giving you face by not taking off that black lace thing of yours. Even a fool knows what that black lace thing is. This bastard looked carefully enough. You filthy scoundrel. Chi Bingyue was so angry that she raised her hand and hit Su Chi. Su Chi grabbed her hand and asked seriously, why did you hit me? You are shameless. Su Chi asked, how am I shameless? Look at what I'm wearing, isn't it shameless? Su Chi curled his lips, I didn't want to see it. Who told you to wear it? If you don't wear it, then I won't be able to see it, right? You're wearing that and it affects the feel of my spanking. I haven't even blamed you yet, and you still have the nerve to spank me? Chapter 66 Must Win. Chi Bingyue was speechless. Suddenly she realized that this guy was really good with his mouth and she was no match for him. Su Chi shook her hand away. We are even now. You go your way, I go mine. Goodbye. Take the necklace and bracelet and leave. Shi Bingyue had suffered so much anger and humiliation, how could she let him leave so easily? Wave your hand. Her followers immediately surrounded Su Chi. Su Chi turned around and looked at her in confusion. You've taken advantage of me so much, do you really think you can just walk away? Shi Bingyue's face was full of hatred. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a triple crit of anger, shame, and hatred plus 3,000. Su Chi frowned. What do you want? Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I want to bet with you again. Su Chi smiled bitterly. Haven't you lost enough yet? I won't lose this time. Besides, you must bet with me. Otherwise, you won't be able to go anywhere today. Shi Bingyue's followers shook their heads and waved their hands, as if they were warming up before a fight. He is quite imposing and looks like he fights often. Su Chi really laughed. He knocked the new boxing champion down with one punch. These girls actually wanted to beat him up. Well, I can only say that it is true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Come on, you have no choice but to bet with me. Shi Bingyue has always been stubborn. Moreover, he has always been competitive. Because she ranks second in the university town's most beautiful campus beauty contest of the past 10 years, behind Xuechuchu, she deliberately went to Xuechuchu's community to find a way to make Xuechuchu submit to her. I've been so angry now. It's the biggest humiliation in my life. How can I just let it go? I will never give up until I regain my face and avenge my previous humiliation. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a critical hit of plus 5,000 in fighting spirit. Her fighting spirit was fully aroused. Su Chi discovered that this girl was very clear about her contribution to the attention. Compared with Chu Yunyi, she is not inferior at all. Sure enough, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family is extraordinary. Not only does his status exceed that of ordinary people, but his fighting ability is also extremely strong. Since there are so many attention points right in front of you, it would be a waste not to pick them up. With a smile on his face, he said, What am I afraid of? Since your butt is itchy, I'll let you go today and give you a good spanking. Don't mention it, your place is very elastic when you hit it, and it feels really good. Thumbs up for you. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 5,000. Shi Bingyue really made Su Chi so angry that his head was buzzing. I really don't understand why this guy dares to be so arrogant in front of her. Everyone knows that she is the eldest daughter of the Chi family, yet she still dares to do this. Is she really not afraid of death? Gritting his teeth, he said, Listen to me. I bet you can't come up with another $100,000 to give to that old woman right now. Remember, it has to be cash. Su Chi frowned. You are simply playing rogue. Shi Bingyue is just acting like a rogue and trying to save face by force. Even if the pocket of Su Chi's shorts can hold 10,000 yuan, it definitely can't hold 100,000 yuan. She is determined to win this time. I made this bet knowing that Su Chi could never do it. What's wrong with being a rogue? She is the eldest daughter of the Chi family and has the capital to act like a rogue. If Su Chi dared to disagree, she would have an excuse to beat him up. If these followers come together, even if Su Chi is a man, he can be defeated. What? Are you finally scared? Shi Bingyue smiled proudly. I'm telling you, if you can't get it out, you must kneel down and call me mom 3 times. Of course, I will accept you as my good son. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of plus 6,000 due to her complacency and winning mentality. Su Chi sneered, What if I can take it out? Do you think it's possible? Shi Bingyue sneered. Anything is possible. So, you agree to bet with me? Su Chi asked back, Do I disagree with this option? Shi Bingyue sneered, You're smart. You haven't told me yet, what if I can come up with 100,000 yuan? Shi Bingyue was confident of victory, so she had nothing to fear. She simply said, We'll do whatever you say. Su Chi looked at his hand and said, Just now, it felt good, elastic, and smooth. I still feel unsatisfied. If I can come up with $100,000, I'll spank you 10 more times. 10,000 yuan, that's fair, right? Shi Bingyue was furious, you scoundrel. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 6,000. This bastard actually wanted to spank her. Are you really addicted to it? How abominable. Su Chi curled his lips, Didn't you say so? I'll do whatever I say. You're getting slapped in the face so soon? Shi Bingyue was so angry that she wanted to strangle Su Qi to death. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and anger plus 6,000. But she did say something big just now. I couldn't help but grit my teeth, okay, I promise you. In any case, Su Qi will definitely lose this time. There's no way he could fit 100,000 yuan in his pocket. What's wrong with letting Su Qi satisfy his desire to talk? If she can't come up with 100,000 yuan, Su Qi will kneel down and kowtow to her, and then all her face will be restored. Su Qi narrowed his eyes at her. Are you sure you agree? Of course, I agreed. So is your ass ready again? Shi Bingyue was furious. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the 100,000 yuan. Give me $100,000 and I'll spank you 10 times? Shi Bingyue kicked him angrily. Yes, it depends on whether you can come up with 100,000 yuan. If you can't take it out, then just be a good son to me. Su Qi curled his lips. I think it would be more suitable for you to give birth to a son for me. You. Shi Bingyue was about to rush up and fight Su Qi to the death. But she was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Su Qi was deliberately trying to provoke her and then cheat her? The most important thing now is to fulfill the bet and defeat Su Qi. At this time, you must stay calm. Even though his foot had already stepped forward and his fists were clenched, he still managed to hold back. He looked at Su Qi coldly. No matter how unreasonable you are, you must pay 100,000 yuan today. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Quick, take it out. Is it because you can't get it out at all, so you can only avoid it? Su Qi sighed. It's just a mere 100,000 yuan, is it a lot? Then why don't you take it out? Yes, you should take it out. Shi Bingyue's followers followed suit and shouted. Su Qi nodded. Don't worry, it's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Isn't that it? He suddenly realized that it was a wise decision to leave the $100 just now. He said secretly, consume 500 energy points and turn stone into gold. I really don't dare to use too much energy. If I use too much, I'm afraid that the money I spend won't be enough in my pocket. He pointed his finger at the 100 yuan bill in his pocket. In an instant, I felt a thick stack of money in my hand. He left one, took out the rest of the money and threw it to Shi Bingyue. Here, count them carefully. He put his hand back into his pocket and did the same thing again, pointing to the remaining 100 yuan. He pointed out the thick stack of money again. He left one, took out the rest and threw them to Shi Bingyue. Chapter 67 Crazy Harvest. Shi Bingyue was completely dumbfounded. It is obvious that Su Qi has no money in his pocket. Where did so much money come from? Shi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 6,000. Su Qi continued to repeat the previous action, taking out a thick stack of money from his pocket again and again. Throw them all into Shi Bingyue's arms. Shi Bingyue could no longer be hugged. A lot of money fell to the ground. You should be happy with so much money. But Shi Bingyue was completely confused. Is Su Qi's pocket a magic bag? How can you keep coming up with so much money? That's too exaggerated. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 7,000. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 8,000. Shi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 9,000. As Su Qi threw more and more money into her arms, she became more and more shocked. This has attracted more and more attention. While Su Qi was throwing money out, he was also attracting thousands of attention points. Clicking on this money only cost 5,000 energy points, but the attention points gained from Shi Bingyue were close to 100,000. That is to say, it can be exchanged for nearly 100,000 energy points. This can at least point out tens of billions of funds. Shi Bingyue really made him earn a lot of money. Look at Shi Bingyue, with her mouth open and eyes wide open, just standing there blankly. Su Qi suddenly realized that this girl was really cute at this moment. How can it not be cute if you keep giving him attention? It was so adorable that he just wanted to rush up and bite her mouth till he was dizzy. Not only did he gain attention from Shi Bingyue, he also gained a lot of attention from Shi Bingyue's followers, the old woman, and her granddaughter. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. Although their critical hits did not attract as much attention as Shi Bingyue's. But after all, there were so many people, so Suchi still received considerable attention. Suchi stopped throwing money out. That's enough. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chi Bingyue. What are you standing there for? Are you performing performance art? Hurry up and count. Do you have 100,000? Chi Bingyue woke up as if from a dream. She didn't even need to order. It's not like I haven't seen how much 100,000 yuan can be. The money in her arms and on the ground must be more than 100,000 yuan. There are a lot more. She lost again. I originally thought I had a sure win. But Suchi's pocket was like a magic bag, constantly taking out money. It's simply endless. Is he performing magic? Could it be that this money is all magic props? Thinking of this, he quickly checked the money in his arms. At the same time, he ordered his stunned followers, quick, check if there is anything wrong with this money. She took the money in her arms, rubbed it, and looked at it in the sunlight. Check carefully. The same is true of her followers. They were all checked very carefully. Despite this, the results left them extremely disappointed. This money is real. That's impossible. Chi Bingyue shook her head vigorously and looked at Suchi. Your pocket shouldn't be able to hold so much money. Chi Bingyue's attention generates an incredible critical hit of plus 5,000. Suchi curled his lips. Stop talking nonsense and just tell me, did I take out 100,000 yuan? Chi Bingyue's face flushed. He gritted his teeth and said, there's definitely something wrong with your pocket. I want to see what's in that pocket of yours? He suddenly rushed to Suchi and put his hand directly into Suchi's trouser pocket. As a result, he only took out 100 yuan. This is the introduction to Su Kilia's Midas touch. Chi Bingyue didn't believe it. I could have kept taking out money just now. Why is there only 100 yuan now? There must be something in this pocket. He reached his hand in again and touched left and right unwillingly. You must find the mechanism inside. Suddenly, she grabbed a very special object. He couldn't help but stare at Suchi in surprise. What is this? Suchi smiled bitterly. What did you say? Chi Bingyue held on tightly and refused to let go. You must explain clearly today, otherwise I won't let you go. Suchi sighed. If you don't let go, believe it or not, I will spray you in the face. Bingyue, let go, let go. Chi Bingyue's followers were so anxious that they urged Chi Bingyue on. Everyone's face turned red and they were very embarrassed. Chi Bingyue glared at them and asked, Who are you guys with? I finally made a discovery, and you're asking me to let go? Those girls couldn't help themselves. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. They saw clearly what it was. I simply said, Miss, that's his bad thing. After hearing this, Chi Bingyue woke up from her dream. He had always thought it was something hidden in his pocket, and never imagined it was that thing. For a moment, it was as if he was holding a burning coal in his hand. He screamed and quickly pulled his hand back. He glared at Suchi angrily. You dare to react? Suchi smiled bitterly. Your hands are fiddling around there, and if I don't react, are you still a man? You bastard. Chi Bingyue was filled with shame and anger. Didn't she invisibly give Suchi? Give Suchi. I really can't think anymore. He raised his hand and hit Suchi. Suchi grabbed her hand and said, Stop talking nonsense. Did I take out 100,000 yuan? Did you lose? Chi Bingyue was shocked. She did lose. Since you lost, you will be spanked by Suchi. This time it wasn't just one hit, but 10 hits. With Suchi's strength, after 10 hits, can she still walk? The key is, can she still see people? The dignified eldest daughter of the Chi family, the campus belle of the university town, was spanked 10 times on the buttocks by a man in the street? The school beauty has become a joke. If this gets out, she won't be able to stay in school anymore. He suddenly shook off Suchi's hand and took 2 steps back. He gritted his teeth and glared at Suchi. What's wrong with you taking out 100,000 yuan? I just don't admit it. What can you do? Not only will I not admit it, I will also beat you until you admit that you can't come up with 100,000 yuan and you can only kneel down and be my good son. With a wave of his hand, the girls around him immediately rushed over. Hee, we have been eager to fight for a long time. Yes, we finally have a chance to show our abilities. Those girls are so imposing. One girl was the most active and rushed directly to Suchi. He slapped Suchi in the face. How can you talk to the eldest lady like that? Today I will teach you the etiquette of speaking to the young lady. Suchi sneered. I'm too lazy to touch them. Do they really think they are so powerful? Do you really think they can deal with him? Are you kidding me? He reached out and grabbed the girl's clothes and lifted them up. Whoosh! The girl's hand flew up before it could hit Suchi's face. Like a soaring rocket. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Chapter 68 I Can't Stand. The girl was surprised to find herself in the air, several stories above the ground. He couldn't help but scream loudly, flapping his hands and feet in the air. The girls around who wanted to hit Suchi were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. All movement stopped. Look up at the sky in the same posture. The girl in the air flew to the highest point and fell down. The screams got louder, fuck. Her skirt flipped upside down, almost covering her face. Looking from below, all you can see are white legs and... Almost everyone around followed the girl's fall from the sky. When the girl was about to fall to the ground, Suchi reached out and grabbed her. Put her on the ground. But the girl couldn't stand at all. Her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. He was trembling all over and his face was pale. This time, I was really scared to death. It's much more exciting than bungee jumping. Suchi looked at the girls around him who were still preparing to hit him, and asked calmly, who wants to be the next one? After hearing this, the girls hurriedly stepped back. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 5 meters away from Suchi. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000. They were really scared. Although this aerial acrobatic ride is free, no one wants to experience it. It's really scary. Suchi frowned. I didn't fart, why are you hiding so far away? Come here. He waved. But the girls shook their heads vigorously. Instead, we have retreated further. They had originally gathered around Suchi, but now they formed a large circle, surrounding Suchi from a distance. But no one dared to approach. The only ones left in the circle were the girl who collapsed at Suchi's feet and Chi Bingyue. Chi Bingyue was still standing there stupidly. Suchi looked at her and smiled. It seems that your followers are not very reliable. Now, is it time to fulfill your promise? Having said this, he raised his hand and blew on it. My hands are thirsty. Chi Bingyue woke up suddenly. Realizing that Suchi was about to start spanking her. He was so scared that he turned and ran away. But her speed was like a snail in front of Suchi. Suchi caught up in 2 steps. He put one hand around her slender waist and picked her up. With the other hand, he lifted her skirt and started spanking her butt. Do you still dare to be so mean and willful? Do you still dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Each blow was extremely solid. Chi Bingyue couldn't struggle free at all. I pushed Suchi's hand hard, but it was of no use. Suchi slapped him 10 times. When Suchi put her down, she cried out in pain, and her legs went limp and she fell directly to the ground. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. How can you act so arrogantly and aggressively in front of others in the future? People just say, you were spanked in the street. She was simply speechless. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I felt. I lay there and sobbed. The eldest daughter of the Chi family, who was like a rose with thorns, was actually beaten to tears. It was the first time for her followers to see such a strange sight. It's simply a miracle. Suchi no longer paid attention to Chi Bingyue. He picked up all the money on the ground and gave it to the old woman. You are so old now, don't set up a stall anymore. Also, don't let the children starve. I feel sorry for them just watching. The old woman was so moved that she shed tears and promised repeatedly, oh, I'll remember it all. Young man, you are such a good guy, thank you so much. The old woman's attention generates a grateful critical hit of plus 10,000. The little girl also came over and kept saying, thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. Suchi gently touched her little face. At your age, you should be in kindergarten. Ask your grandma to send you to kindergarten as soon as possible. The little girl nodded and pointed at Chi Bingyue, who was lying on the ground crying. Big brother, although that auntie has a bad temper, she is not bad looking. If you can't do it, just marry her. I think you're the only one who can control her. Suchi laughed. I don't dare to accept it. The little girl looked up at him and said, when I grow up, I will be your girlfriend. Suchi smiled bitterly. You'd better go buy some buns. I'm going to eat too. Taking the necklace and bracelet, he waved to the old woman and left. First go to the roadside and find your Pagani sports car. He drove a sports car into Shwechuchu's residential complex. What a nice guy. I hope this young man lives a long and peaceful life. The old woman said with emotion. Take out $100 and give it to the little girl. Go buy some buns, you'll have enough to eat today. Thank you, Grandma. The little girl took the 100 yuan and happily went to buy buns. It was not until Su Chi left that Chi Bingyue's followers dared to come to Chi Bingyue. Quickly help Chi Bingyue up. Chi Bingyue's legs were still weak and she couldn't stand. The two legs looked like cooked noodles. Miss, what's wrong with you? Didn't that guy spank you on the butt? What happened to your leg? Chi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I don't know what's going on either. My butt hurts from being spanked, and my legs are weak. I don't have the strength to lift them up, and... What else? The girls looked at her with concern. Besides... Chi Bingyue suddenly blushed. He hit the girl in front of him without saying a word. What else is it that you care about? You losers, you cowards, you let me get beaten, and not one of you dared to come forward to help me. What's the use of you? The girls were very embarrassed. Miss, I'm sorry, we didn't want to do that either. But that guy is just terrifying. Just lift your hands and you'll fly. Look at Xiaoling, she's still so scared she can't stand up. Chi Bingyue was still furious. Is this the reason why you won't help me? What do you usually say? Don't you say you'll go through fire and water for me? We haven't even faced any danger yet, and you're already so cowardly? He was so angry that he raised his hand and hit him again. Miss, let's leave quickly. There are more and more people watching the fun. A girl reminded quietly. Chi Bingyue turned around and saw that many people had indeed stopped to watch. Seems very curious about what happened here. Chi Bingyue quickly wiped away her tears and helped a girl stand up. Gritting his teeth, he said, let's go. Going back to school? Why go back to school? I haven't finished today's business yet. Are you still going to look for Shwechuchu? Chi Bingyue nodded. If I can't deal with that scoundrel, how can I not deal with Shwechuchu? Then I'd be a complete failure. But your butt. My butt can handle it. Chi Bingyue walked towards the residential area. He had only taken one step when he cried out, ouch. My butt was really hurt by being spanked. The key point is this pair of long legs, which are still very weak. Chi Bingyue was really depressed, full of gloom. Your butt was spanked, so what's the point of your legs being so weak? What does it have to do with you? You get scared and become weak after your butt is spanked? Of course she knew that her legs were not weak from fear. But all in all, these legs are pretty disappointing. I actually gave in to that bastard. You have no eyesight at all. Come and help me. Chi Bingyue was so angry that she waved her hands and asked the girls to support her as she walked into Shwechuchu's community. Chapter 69 The School Beauty's Invitation. At this time, Su Chi had already arrived at Shwechuchu's house. This is an old and dilapidated community, and the house only has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Of course Su Chi came here to eat for free. I've been busy all day and I'm really hungry. But Lu Xinmei hadn't started cooking yet. Where is the sumptuous meal waiting for him? I couldn't help but laugh dryly. You asked me to come to dinner, aren't you just being polite? Shwechuchu quickly said, no. I'll go get you a glass of water, you calm down first. He turned around and hurried to pour water. Lu Xinmei also apologized. Xiao Su, I'm sorry, Auntie didn't expect you to come so soon. I thought it would take at least an hour. Su Chi coughed and said, I prefer efficiency and want to make a quick decision. Lu Xinmei laughed dryly. You are too fast. It feels like it's over before it even begins. At this point, he hurriedly explained, Xiao Su, don't be angry, I don't mean to laugh at you. I just wanted to say that you're short on time. That's not what I meant. I meant. Su Chi waved his hand, Auntie, okay, I understand. Can you go and cook? Or order takeout quickly, I'm really hungry. Okay, I'll go cook right away. Lu Xinmei hurriedly put on an apron and went into the kitchen. Shwechuchu poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Chi, then hurriedly picked up a fan and fanned Su Chi. He asked with concern, Are you tired? Take a good rest. Suchi collapsed and almost spit out the water in his mouth. I say, are you laughing at me too? I came so quickly, why should I be tired? It's not like we fought for hours. Shuechuchu blushed and apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You come to my room. Gently pulled Suchi's clothes. Suchi was stunned. I just arrived, and you let me go to your room? Come on, get comfortable in my room. Suchi felt his heart beating faster. Is it necessary to come here today? Although I am a little hungry now, I am still very motivated when facing a school beauty like Shuechuchu. An hour or two would definitely be fine. Shuechuchu pulled him into her room. This room looks very cozy. A neatly made single bed with floral sheets. There is a row of bookshelves next to it, filled with books. The room was filled with a faint fragrance unique to young girls, which was soft and intoxicating. Bang! Shuechuchu closed the door behind him. Suchi's heart beat faster and he felt his blood boiling. After all, this is Shuechuchu's boudoir, the school bell's boudoir. It just feels special. Even if you didn't have any ideas originally, you will start to have wild thoughts when you get here. Not to mention, Shuechuchu's hint was so obvious. How can you bear this? Forget it, since reality forces me to be a scumbag, I'll just be a scumbag to my heart's content. He raised his hand to take off his t-shirt, threw it on the chair, then lay down on the bed, rolled around, and said to Shuechuchu, okay, I'm ready. Shuechuchu had just turned on the air conditioner. After hearing what he said, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, what have you prepared? Suchi chuckled, why did you ask me to come in? Don't I understand? Shuechuchu said, my room is the only one with air conditioning, I asked you to come to my room to cool down. Isn't it comfortable with the air conditioning on? Her eyes were clear and full of tenderness. The smile on Suchi's face froze. Shuechuchu asked him to go to her room to get comfortable. Is this what she meant? Let him use the air conditioning? Damn it, this is a misunderstanding. I thought Shuechuchu was eager to pull him into the house because she wanted to be with him. It turned out that they just asked him to come and enjoy the air conditioning. It's really comfortable with the air conditioner on. But this was just too embarrassing. Fortunately, I only took off my t-shirt and didn't take off my shorts. Otherwise it would be very embarrassing. He hurriedly put his t-shirt back on. How cool you looked when you took off your clothes just now, how embarrassing it is when you put them on now. He laughed dryly, it's cooler now that the air conditioner is on. Without a t-shirt, I'd be a bit chilly. Are you cold? Then I'll turn up the air conditioner. Shuechuchu believed it, but she didn't expect that Suchi was just hiding his embarrassment. I actually turned up the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. Your house is quite cozy. Suchi deliberately made small talk. I never thought that one day I would be able to enter the boudoir of the school beauty. To be honest, ever since Shuechuchu drank water from his cup, he really had some thoughts about Shuechuchu. After all, we are young and full of energy, so it is inevitable that we will have times when our blood boils and we have wild thoughts. However, more often than not, he felt that Shuechuchu was using him as a tool to deal with Wei Dicheng. She doesn't like Wei Dicheng, so she must find someone to stop Wei Dicheng's crazy pursuit and find a shield. So I found him. So, although he had that kind of thoughts about Shuechuchu, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for them to be together. No matter what, Shuechuchu is their school belle and the goddess in the hearts of so many boys. How could he be so lucky to be favored by the goddess? It was not until now, sitting on Shuechuchu's bed, that he really felt that he and Shuechuchu might really have a chance. Suchi, are you still thirsty? How about I'll pour you another glass of water. Suddenly, the two of them were alone in a room, and the atmosphere quietly became special. Shuechuchu didn't notice it at first, but suddenly they had nothing to say and fell silent. Only then did I feel the atmosphere became a little awkward. So I started to make small talk. Suchi waved his hands, no need. As I waved my hands like this, I noticed the necklace and bracelet in my hands. This is something I bought for $10. It's actually just a child's toy and adults definitely won't wear it. Too cheap. No, that's too cheap. Just throw it in the trash. Unexpectedly, Shuechuchu also noticed it. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she asked softly, are those necklaces and bracelets given to me? Looking at her face full of anticipation. Suchi really couldn't bear to deny it. But this thing is too cheap. It's not jewelry at all, it's just a small toy. How can I give it to someone else? Isn't it for me? Shwet Chuchu bit her lip and became disappointed. Even a little sad. Suchi hurriedly shook his head and laughed dryly. If you like. I like it, I like it. Shwet Chuchu nodded quickly. But this is too cheap. I bought it from a street stall for 10 yuan. It doesn't matter, as long as it's from you, I like it. Shwet Chuchu walked over and stood in front of Suchi. Because she was at home, Shwet Chuchu changed into a nightgown. The temperament is lazy and comfortable. Facing the light, you can vaguely see the beautiful scenery inside the nightgown. Suchi felt his throat become dry. Looking at Shwet Chuchu standing in front of him, her fair skin was as soft as milk. A ball of fire quietly floated in the body. Chapter 70 Low-Key Sense of Luxury. Suchi. Shwet Chuchu called softly. Suchi suddenly came back to his senses and handed over the necklace and bracelet in his hand. If you like it, keep it. It's not worth much. Just treat it as a little toy. When I have time, I'll buy you some real jewelry. Shwet Chuchu shook her head. These are the ones I like. He took it and put the necklace on happily. She put the bracelet on her hand again and raised her slender hand. Look, isn't it beautiful? Although this necklace and bracelet are just $10 street goods, they don't look cheap at all on her. On the contrary, her bookish air makes her look more sophisticated. A sense of luxury that is not ostentatious, low-key, and simple. The key point is that Shwet Chuchu didn't dislike it at all, and the smile on her face was bright and happy. If Suchi gave her something valuable, she would not dare to accept it. I feel very pressured, and even feel that Suchi is giving me charity. If you give her this, she can accept it happily without feeling any pressure. So I am really happy to receive this gift from Suchi. That smile is like a drizzle of spring rain, which can soak into people's hearts. No matter how hard the heart is, it will become soft, like a soft willow branch that sprouts new leaves in the spring rain. Suchi couldn't help but lick his lips. Unable to control himself, he hugged Shwet Chuchu by the waist and held her in his arms. He lowered his head and laid on her shoulder, greedily sniffing the fragrance of her hair and slender neck. The restless fire in my body seemed to be getting out of control. Scumbag, or not? It is really a problem for him now. I don't want to be a scumbag, but in this situation, I would be letting myself down if I didn't. This is in the school bell's boudoir. The school bell is so beautiful and so gentle. If you can withstand this, are you still a man? I feel very conflicted. I once had fantasies about the beautiful Shwet Chuchu. I tossed and turned in my bed in the university dormitory because of Shwet Chuchu. Those fantasies created a hole in his heart, and only Shwet Chuchu could fill this hole. Now, Shwet Chuchu is right in front of me, and my previous thoughts can come true. You, what are you doing? Shwet Chuchu suddenly spoke timidly. Suchi couldn't help but feel embarrassed and quickly let go of his hand. Sorry, I was a little impulsive. It's mainly because it's too hot and I have a lot of internal heat. Drinking some mung bean soup will help. This reason. Is there a more lame excuse than this? Shwet Chuchu hurriedly shook her head. No, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant. His hands nervously clutched his nightgown, making sounds like a mosquito's buzz. I mean, why don't you keep moving? Ah. Suchi almost fell to the ground. Is this something their low-key and introverted school beauty would say? My impression of Shwet Chuchu is refreshed again and again. He found that many of his previous impressions of Shwet Chuchu seemed to be wrong. Shwet Chuchu's face flushed like fire. I know what you are going to do. It's okay, you can do it. She is not a fool, but the school belle. She is also a school beauty with excellent character and academic performance, and has a high IQ. How could I not feel what Suchi was going to do? Just after he finished speaking, he was afraid that Suchi would misunderstand again, so he quickly added, only you can do it. Indeed, only Suchi can do it. She really owed Suchi too much. Suchi has been protecting him since college. If Suchi had not shared Wei Dicheng's firepower, she might have been defeated by Wei Dicheng in college. Not to mention, it was Suchi who saved her mother's life and helped her completely get rid of Wei Dicheng. She is really afraid of losing Suchi now. Just like when she was in the hospital, she was worried that Suchi was ignored by her and was angry. She thought Suchi had left and burst into tears. She couldn't lose Suchi anymore. As long as she didn't lose him, she would do anything for him. At that time, she thought that even if Suchi took her in the hospital ward, she would be willing and would actively cooperate. Not to mention this is at home, in my own boudoir. She gently took Su Chi's hand, her face flushed red. But she still put Su Chi's trembling hand into her nightgown. Su Chi felt like he was about to explode. If he could endure this, he would not be a man. He suddenly picked up Chuchu, turned around, and pressed her onto the bed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Lu Xinmei appeared at the door, holding a rich fruit plate in her hand. Xiao Su, it's time to eat the fruit plate. When I saw the scene in the room, I was stunned. He quickly turned around and said, you guys continue to play, no, continue to play. Close the door in a hurry. Su Chi and Chuchu were so shocked that they quickly separated. Chuchu quickly pulled down her nightgown and sat upright on the bed. Su Chi turned over to the other side of the bed, pointed at Chuchu's curtains, and commented seriously, your curtains are really good. Whether it's the color, texture, or workmanship, they are all first class. It's both aesthetically pleasing and artistic. It's so beautiful. Chuchu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Chi, my mother has left. Let's go. Su Chi raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his head. When doing this kind of thing, the most feared thing is being caught, let alone being caught by my future mother-in-law. It's as embarrassing as it can be. It's easy to be frightened and become limp, unable to lift it up again. Chuchu apologized in a low voice. Su Chi, I'm sorry, I forgot to lock the door. I didn't expect you to suddenly get interested. She just brought Su Chi here to cool down with the air conditioner. Who would have thought that Su Chi wanted to find her to cool down? How about I go and lock the door now? She was about to get up. Su Chi shook his head. Your mother will definitely not come in. Then, will you continue? Su Chi laughed dryly, starting from the beginning? Whatever you want. Chuchu lowered her head and hugged her knees with her hands, like a little lamb letting the big bad wolf do whatever it wants. Su Chi rubbed his hands. Then I won't be polite. Before eating, I'll have a snack. He got on the bed and threw Chuchu down again. This time, without Chuchu's guidance, she directly put her hand into her nightgown. At this moment, the door opened again. It's still Lu Xinmei. However, this time, my eyes were closed. Standing at the door, after thinking it over again and again, I still want to remind you. This room is very soundproof. When Chuchu was taking the college entrance exam, I didn't want to disturb her studies, so I installed a soundproof room. You guys can do whatever you want, I can't hear a thing. Having said this, he slammed the door shut again. Su Chi froze there, feeling like he was about to faint from fear. Even if this future mother-in-law is considerate and thoughtful, she shouldn't do it at a time like this, right? How about you take it slow? Chuchu hugged his back lovingly. She could understand Su Chi's feelings. The arrow is on the string, the bowstring is fully drawn. In this state, if you startle it, it will easily break. She was so scared that her heart was pounding, let alone Su Chi. He explained in a low voice, my mom is just too enthusiastic. Su Chi smiled bitterly, she doesn't need to be enthusiastic about this matter. Chuchu bit her lip, I'd better go lock the door. I don't believe your mother will come in again. Su Chi really couldn't wait any longer. It was like having the most delicious food served to you twice. Finally they all flew away. It's going crazy. I'm going crazy. I really can't care about anything else. This time, I must eat Chuchu. He lowered his head and kissed Chuchu on the mouth.